Paloma and Melina Luke were raised on the island of Saipan in the Northern Mariana Islands. The sisters, who were just a year apart in age, were always together. 10-year-old Paloma was in the 3rd grade, while 9-year-old Melina was in the 2nd grade at Cagman Elementary School. On the morning of May 25, 2011, the girls were spotted waiting for the school bus at a shelter near their home in Asdio. They never made it to school. Both girls' teachers were surprised by their absence, as Paloma and Melina had only missed a day or two of school all year. Additionally, Paloma's class was scheduled to cook local dishes that day, and her teacher was particularly surprised that she missed such an exciting activity. However, Saipan's public school policy does not require teachers to contact parents about a student's absence until 3 consecutive days of missed classes. Therefore, the family did not realize the girls were missing until they failed to return home after school. Investigators from the Northern Mariana Islands, along with FBI agents from Honolulu, were assigned to the case, as the Northern Mariana Islands is a U.S. Commonwealth. The day after the girls disappeared, agents launched a 4-day search of a local landfill. After sifting through over 30,000 cubic feet of trash, no evidence related to the missing girls was found. A tracking dog from Hawaii's Civil Defense Agency was brought in to search the dense jungles of Saipan. At the time of their disappearance, Paloma and Melina were living with their maternal grandparents. Their mother was stationed in Guam, while their father, a former law enforcement officer on Saipan, resided in the Federated States of Micronesia. This opened the possibility that Paloma and Melina had been taken by one of their parents as part of a custody dispute. Investigators traveled to speak with the girls' parents and searched for their homes, but there was no evidence that either parent had taken the girls. In February 2014, the FBI released age-progressed photos of both sisters. They launched a media campaign in Hawaii, Oregon, and Washington state. Agents did not have any indication that Paloma and Melina were in any of those states. However, all 3 states did have large communities of people originally from the Northern Mariana Islands. The FBI hoped that by expanding the area they were looking for witnesses in, they might finally receive the tip they needed to solve the case. However, that tip never came from his outreach. In 2018, local police and the FBI used a backhoe to dig up an area behind the home of the late Anna Crisostomo after receiving a tip that the remains of Paloma and Melina were buried there. Ms. Crisostomo was the mother of Joseph A. Crisostomo, who had been sentenced in 2014 to life in prison for the murder of Emerita Romero, while Crisostomo had a criminal record that went back even prior to the Romero murder. That fact exonerated him in Paloma and Melina's disappearance, rather than making him a stronger suspect. He had been incarcerated at the time Paloma and Melina went missing. The 5-year prison term he had been serving at the time did not end until December 2011, 7 months after the girls disappeared. The search did not turn up any remains or any evidence in Paloma or Melina's disappearance whatsoever. The search therefore did little except for upsetting both families involved. Albert Quaiquar, the girls' grandfather, alleges that his family was not informed of the search by police. They instead learned of it from online media outlets. The news that authorities were searching for remains was upsetting for the entire family and traumatizing for the girl's mother. The Crisostomo family also was upset over the suspicion that the search placed them under and the damage to the property that it caused. 2 of Anna's adult children and their families had been living at the property at the time of the search. One of those children, Annie Crisostomo, alleges that the search unfairly connected her family to Paloma and Melina's disappearance and was done by Belize to shame the entire family. The family filed a motion in Superior Court to unseal the supporting documents used to obtain the search warrant used to search their property, so as to protect the investigation into Paloma and Melina's disappearance. They are willing to submit to a gag order in regards to any documents they and their counsel are provided with. The legal proceedings are ongoing. As of February 2018, the girls' case is still open and leads are still actively being investigated. On the 7th anniversary of Paloma and Melina's disappearance, their family held a mass of special intention at the Santa Soledad Church. Despite years without knowing where Paloma and Melina are, their grandfather continues to pray that answers will come in the next few years and end the family's pain. Monday, November 23, 1992 got off to a rough start for the Sutton family. The 3 children in the family missed the bus and had to walk to school. After dropping their younger brother George up at his school, the 2 oldest children, Chad, 16, and Melanie, 14, began walking to their own school. However, they never made it there. After Chad and Melanie went missing, it was discovered that they had been planning to hitchhike from Inala, the suburb of Brisbane, Australia, where they lived with their mother all the way to Perth. Both their biological father and their maternal grandmother lived in Perth, so the 2 siblings could have been planning to visit either one of them. If Chad and Melanie did begin to hitchhike across the country, they could have met with foul play or succumbed to the elements almost anywhere in Australia. However, not everyone believes that Chad and Melanie made it very far from home. In February 2017, Claire Snow, a classmate of Chad and Melanie, spoke with the press about her belief that the siblings could have been killed by a local trio of bullies. The 3 bullies were known to beat up both Chad and Melanie regularly. They were highly violent, according to Ms. Snow, who herself was once hit over the head with a plank of wood by these bullies. The trio was further emboldened by their families, who would often accompany them when they would come to the Sutton home to further torment Melanie and Chad. Ms. Snow believes these bullies and their families to be capable of killing. She further claims that the bullying would escalate if any of the trio's targets would fight back, and that just prior to his disappearance, Chad Sutton lashed back at his tormentors with a bat in self-defense. According to Ms. Snow, the main rumor at Inala High School following Chad and Melanie's disappearance was that they had been killed by the bullies and their families, and their bodies had been hidden out in the bush. This area was later developed for housing, and no sign of Chad or Melanie's remains were found in the process if the Sutton siblings did meet with foul play close to home. Their remains were hidden elsewhere. In 2016, Chad and Melanie's mother, Marie, died of a massive heart attack at age 52. Her mother, Jean Turek, believes Marie's early death was really the result of a broken heart over the loss of Chad and Melanie. Chad and Melanie's father has also passed away since their disappearance. Their grandmother still hopes to one day make Chad and Melanie's favorite roast dinner for them. Pamela and Michael Mayfield, ages 5 and 6 respectively, were both kindergarten students in the 1984 through 1985 school year. While Pamela was a first-time kindergarten student, this was Michael's second time at the grade level. Due to concerns about his emotional maturity, his school and family had agreed that it would be best for Michael to repeat kindergarten before advancing to first grade. Both siblings were enrolled at Betsy Ross Elementary School, which was just a short walk from their home in Houston, Texas. The children's home was full of family. They, along with their mother Cynthia, lived with their grandmother as well as one of their aunts and a cousin. Since they lived so close to their school, their mother would occasionally allow them to walk home from school by themselves. When they asked permission to do so on January 10, 1985, Cynthia said yes. Her 2 children would never make it home that day. Witnesses reported seeing Michael and Pamela playing in a playground at an apartment complex that was on their route home from school. Later in the afternoon, witnesses saw the 2 children getting into the back of a green car. The car was being driven by a man, but no one who saw him recognized him. Pamela and Michael appeared to have been abducted. This conclusion was questioned 4 months after the 2 siblings went missing, however. A man called police and told them that Pamela and Michael were not missing at all. Rather, they were staying with family in Los Angeles. The Mayfields did have family in LA, but authorities spoke with them and did not find Michael and Pamela to be with them. The caller's claims having been discredited, Michael and Pamela's case is officially considered a non-family abduction. If they are still alive as of 2018, Michael will be 40 and Pamela will be 39. In June of 1974, the Lesley family made the decision to move 300 miles from Page, Arizona to Mesa. Jack Lesley was suffering from terminal lung cancer, and living in Mesa meant that he could be closer to his doctors. He and his wife Irma had 3 daughters, but their oldest daughter Linda was married and living in Tucson with her husband and 2 children. Their youngest 2 daughters, Cindy, 15, and Jackie, 13, made the move to the Desert Sands mobile home community with them. On the night of July 31st, 1974, Jack and Irma attended church together. They left Cindy and Jackie at home with their grandmother. However, when Jack and Irma returned home, the girls were not there. According to their grandmother, Cindy had answered a phone call earlier in the evening. She and her sister had left a note reading, "Mom, you've gone to babysit in the same place," and they both left the house. Irma decided to sleep on the couch so she would wake up when the girls came home. They never did. When Irma awoke in the morning, she called the police. Initial searches for Cindy and Jackie took place in the orange groves that surrounded their neighborhood. Searchers were unable to locate any physical evidence. When Maricopa County Sheriff's deputies began investigating the note the girls left, they looked for the family the girls could have been going to babysit for. They found no family that claimed to have hired the girls. A few days after the girls went missing, their mother learned a potential reason why. It appeared that Cindy and Jackie used babysitting as a cover story so they could go to a party 3 blocks from their home. Interviewing the people at the party did little to help investigators. Some witnesses said the girls were at the party, some said they never arrived, and some claimed that they made it to the party but only stayed there briefly. It has therefore been difficult for investigators to develop a solid timeline of the girls' movements once they left home. The lack of physical evidence and the uncertainty over Cindy and Jackie's actions on the night they disappeared made developing leads in their case very difficult for police. Jack Lesley passed away in the spring of 1975, less than a year after his girls went missing. While their father died not knowing what happened to Cindy and Jackie, their mother has spent the past 4 decades trying to avoid the same fate. Irma Lesley eventually remarried and moved to Nevada. She has traveled extensively throughout the western United States, following up on reported sightings of her 2 daughters. Irma and her daughter Linda have both submitted DNA samples to the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office in hopes that one day those samples will help them get answers in the case. As of February 2018, Jackie and Cindy's fate remains unknown. The story of Brett Ryan. Brett was raised in a successful and large Canadian family. His parents, Bill and Susan, had 4 sons. They tried to impart lessons to him through their own actions. Bill had a respected position at the Toronto Star daily newspaper and enjoyed various hobbies such as sports, yoga, and psychology. Similarly, Susan was extremely diligent. She carried the weight of the household, balancing time between her husband and children, while also managing their large home in one of Toronto's most prestigious neighborhoods, without any outside help. Like his older brothers, Brett attended university after high school, always striving to outdo them. To earn extra money, he advertised painting services for Toronto homeowners' houses and fences in a local newspaper. First, things went smoothly. Brett earned his first income, and Susan was proud, often using him as an example to others. However, making money through a part-time job was one thing, but dropping out of university to spend all his time inhaling paint fumes without a proper education was another. After some time in university, Brett decided to leave. For the first couple of years after this decision, Brett still felt confident compared to his older brothers. After a while, when Christopher and Leland graduated and found jobs in their fields, Brett's authority began to fade. Christopher started working for the City of Toronto Transit Commission, and Leland, the family artist and designer. Following their studies, they moved out of their parents' home. Brett, to avoid spending part of his earnings on rent, stayed with his father, mother, and younger brother who attended a school for gifted children. With each passing year, Brett grew more desperate due to his mounting debts and his inability to pay them off. He developed depression. By February 7th, when Brett was already 26 years old, his debt had ballooned past $60,000. Although Brett was considered an intelligent individual, he didn't know how to effectively use his mind. He always put on a cheerful face and helped everyone around him. He was a participant in volunteer initiatives. Consequently, no one could fathom the depth of despair within him. Eventually, a fateful moment arrived when nothing could be done. On October 28, 2007, had no work orders for house painting or any other tasks around the house. Orders were always scarce in the fall since everyone typically painted their houses in spring or summer. With winter approaching and no prospects for earnings, there was no time to wait. Brett donned all the old clothes he had in his closet, a hat, a long sweater from his older brother, and a scarf knitted by his mother. This particular scarf was comically long. Brett hadn't worn it before, but now found it useful. He wrapped it around his face, leaving only a narrow slit for his eyes, and headed for the bank located on the outskirts of his neighborhood. Clutching some thick folder, Brett waited for his turn at the bank. When an employee finally summoned him, he approached her and quietly informed her that he had a gun with him. He instructed her to take all the money out of the bank's cash register and give it to him. The girl, shaken with trembling hands, handed him all the cash from the register. Brett then quietly exited the building to avoid drawing the attention of the guards. Once outside, he ran. Upon counting the stolen money, he realized it amounted to just over $1,000. This sum was far from sufficient to clear his debts. He calculated that robbing about 60 banks would be necessary to meet his financial obligations. Despite how improbable that seemed, Brett saw no alternative. In the initial days following the robbery, Brett was consumed with fear that the police might track him down. To avoid detection, he refrained from going home and informed his mother that he had a job in a neighboring town. Instead, he spent nights in his car, cautiously approaching his house periodically to check if any police cars were hidden nearby. Each visit confirmed silence and no signs of pursuit. This reassured Brett that his plan was working. The success of the first robbery led to more, a second, a third, and a fourth. Each time, Brett took precautions to change his appearance by wearing different clothes purchased secondhand or even retrieved from trash and burning them afterward. He also invested in a fake beard from a costume store since bank employees always mentioned his beard in their testimonies. News outlets in Toronto began covering stories about the bearded robber. But despite this notoriety, he never managed to gain substantial amounts through these crimes, the most being just $3,000 per robbery. Brett's hit a snag when police identified his vehicle on surveillance cameras and traced it back to his residence. Lacking solid evidence for an arrest, law enforcement decided simply to monitor him closely. For about 15 days following this new development, Brett refrained from further robberies, even though no more than 3 or 4 days typically passed between crimes before this. His unusual hiatus led some officers to believe they were tailing an innocent person and wasting resources on a dead end. But then fortune turned in favor of law enforcement. Brett left the house, got into a car, and later exited not far from the bank. Wearing a different and unusual outfit, he entered the branch and remained there for some time. Upon leaving, he was immediately apprehended by the police, who announced that the much-discussed bearded robber had finally been caught. Brett had been under investigation for 7 months and was charged with armed robbery. Interestingly, despite having a gun permit, the bearded robber always entered the bank unarmed. He did not even carry a kitchen knife. In total, Brett faced 19 charges and was subsequently imprisoned. Brett and his family filed multiple appeals, which led to only 8 of the 19 counts being upheld. However, Brett didn't stop there. At the first opportunity to apply for parole, he submitted a petition. In it, he requested consideration of his severe depression caused by 2 failed relationships and substantial debt. Additionally, he emphasized that he committed these crimes without intending to harm anyone and without carrying any weapons. His remarks were taken. However, to secure early release from prison, he had to undergo sessions with a psychologist. These sessions had a positive impact on Brett's behavior and mindset while incarcerated. During this period, he did not communicate with his family, but eventually took steps to mend those relationships. The positive changes in Brett were recognized by the commissioners overseeing his case. Consequently, on November 24, 2010, was released from prison. Nonetheless, this hard-won freedom turned out to be more challenging than anticipated. Before becoming known as Brett the Bank Robber, he was simply a painter burdened with personal struggles. Post-incarceration life proved difficult. Few companies were willing to hire an ex-convict with such a tainted background. Even when hired for house painting services, clients would cancel upon recognizing him as the infamous bearded robber. The social repercussions extended to his family as well. Neighbors who once praised Susan's garden began spreading unpleasant rumors about them. The Ryan family decided to sell their house hastily and move to Scarborough, where Susan started cultivating her new garden afresh. Despite these challenges, Brett managed to find employment at a trading company. However, his salary was modest. His parents also assisted financially in helping him rebuild his life and continue his university education. Brett continued to see a psychologist. Each session, the specialist advised him not to sever ties with his family. The psychologist's advice proved effective. However, Brett's financial situation remained precarious. Then, in September 2011, a significant positive event occurred in his life. He met Kristen Baxter. Kristen was an exceptional girl. She owned an apartment with windows that offered stunning view of the sea, which provided the young couple with a picturesque landscape to enjoy. She was also athletic, maintaining excellent physical condition. Crucially, she was unconcerned about Brett's past. As a couple, they traveled periodically and had even visited Australia. Brett's parents were delighted to observe his relationship with Kristen flourish. They were confident that Kristen would encourage him to advance in life and secure his place in society. Life seemed to improve for Brett until his father passed away. This loss profoundly affected him and triggered a return of depressive symptoms. Consequently, he had to increase his visits to the psychologist and spend time supporting his mother, both emotionally and financially, despite his limited resources. Realizing that their relationship needed to advance beyond casual dating, given their maturity, Brett decided to make a commitment to Kristen. He had saved some money and discussed his intentions with his mother. He expressed his desire to propose to Kristen, the goal being a memorable proposal she couldn't refuse. Understanding her son's intention, Susan provided additional funds for him to purchase an engagement ring. Notably, the couple had previously discussed their future together, and it was clear that Kristen did not require an extravagant gift or similar symbols of commitment. Brett's proposal to Kristen meant the world to her, signaling his serious intentions. Despite this, he decided to go the extra mile and purchased a gold ring adorned with a sizable diamond for his beloved. Naturally, Kristen accepted his proposal. From there, they began planning their wedding. Brett, with all of Kristen's decisions, nodding in approval. However, the rising costs and financial implications unsettled him. He started worrying about his career prospects and financial stability. Determined to secure a stable job, Brett found an engineering position at a prominent tech company online. He meticulously prepared his resume and applied for the job. To his delight, he was invited for an interview and subsequently received a job offer. Elated by the news, Brett shared it with Kristen and his mother. Eager to make a good impression at his new job, he asked his mother for money to purchase an expensive suit. As always, she didn't refuse him. Yet, just when everything seemed perfect, Brett received a disappointing call from the company. Their security team had uncovered details of his criminal past, leading them to rescind their offer. This news hit Brett hard. It was like a bolt from the blue. His spirits dropped immediately. Frustration set in as he considered the futility of ongoing interviews, each ending in rejection due to his past. Faced with repeated setbacks, Brett decided that rather than continuing with futile efforts and investing time in studies that seemed pointless due to his tarnished record, he would use the funds allocated for university studies on their wedding instead. Brett thus found himself back where he had recently escaped from, but kept certain truths hidden from loved ones, including dropping out of university and being rejected from the engineering role. He maintained appearances by dressing in professional attire each morning before heading to paint houses, changing clothes en route. To further sustain this facade among friends and family, Brett frequently updated social media profiles with pictures seemingly originating from an office environment or business events, images sourced off the internet, and would even pretend he's resolving urgent work-related matters during family gatherings by faking phone calls regarding work issues. In September 2016, after a 5-year relationship with Kristen, Brett sought to plan a wedding. He demonstrated a remarkable ability to conceal his true situation, successfully creating the illusion of a stable life. Despite being a common painter, he projected an image of success and prosperity. Brett agreed to rent an expensive restaurant, requiring $100 per guest. The entire Ryan family was thrilled seeing Brett's apparent transformation. A prestigious job, a fancy apartment, and an attractive bride. However, the truth of Brett's deceit was far more complex. With the wedding just a month away, Brett needed funds for the event. He repeatedly borrowed money from his mother until she could no longer assist him financially. Desperate, he even demanded that she seek higher-paying employment. Planning his party for August 0, he invited all his friends and brothers. As the pressure mounted, Brett confided in his counselor about his deceptions. He had been lying to his family for a year about working as an engineer at a technology company. The psychologist expressed deep disappointment and advised Brett to come clean to his mother. Though reluctant, Brett eventually told his mother the truth. Her devastation was profound. She had spent years boasting about her wonderful son. She insisted that Brett also confess everything to Kristen, or she would do it herself. His brothers were already aware of the lies and supported their mother's stance. Unable to face telling Kristen the truth himself, a shocking task after barely managing to reveal it to his mother, Brett found himself in an untenable position as the wedding approached. He knew that informing Kristen would prevent the ceremony and considered if honesty might have been better. Facing pressure from all sides, Brett still couldn't admit the truth to Kristen and feared his mother might do so before long. Each time Kristen's phone rang, he tensed up until realizing it was not her discovering the secret, but rather another friend discussing wedding plans. Desperate for resolution and unable to handle the mounting stress any longer, he needed a final solution. He was forbidden to use firearms, so the boy decided that the best way to carry out his plan was to use a crossbow. Besides, it's quite a silent murder weapon. One of his late father's hobbies was bow shooting in the at targets. He taught Brett how to, was good at target shooting, though it was unlikely his late father thought his son would that skill in such manner. Brett bought crossbow and arrows at a sporting goods store and hid it behind the construction debris lying in Susan's garage. At home, he arranged what he thought was an ingenious alibi invention. He tied a spoon to a fan and set the fan on a timer. When the timer went off, the fan turned on, and the spoon moved across the computer keyboard, sending pre-prepared comments to YouTube. From an outsider's perspective, it must have seemed like Brett had spent all day at home watching videos and commenting on them. On the morning of August 25th, dressed in strange clothes that hid his face, left the house through the back door to avoid security cameras, and took a train to his parents' house. His aim was to eliminate anyone who might disrupt his and Kristen's well-being once and for all. Susan was very surprised at her son's unexpected arrival. She had not been feeling well that day, but Brett, despite his mother's condition, began once again to persuade her, and even demand, that she not tell his future wife anything. The mother categorically refused him. Then Brett began to get angry. Susan sensed something wrong seeing her son's mad eyes, and warned him that she had already called Christopher, and he was on his way. Brett went berserk. He ran to the garage to get a crossbow, but found that his anger and adrenaline overflowed him with such force that he couldn't even make a shot. Instead, he bludgeoned his mother with the butt of the gun and finally ensured she was dead by tightening a rope around her neck. After throwing plastic bags over the body, Brett loaded the crossbow with arrows and hid in the bushes, waiting for his brother to arrive. After a while, Christopher arrived and started calling for their mother or brother, but received no response. Only an arrow shot from behind which pierced his neck, causing him to die within minutes. The next victim was Alexander, their youngest brother. As it turns out, Susan had managed to call him too before everything happened. He was also shot in the neck, but either the arrow did not penetrate deeply or it missed vital arteries. Thus, Alexander did not die immediately, but began to scream and call for help. During this time, Leland was in the house sleeping in his room on the 2nd. He had no idea of the carnage occurring in the garage and garden, much less that his own brother was committing the crime. Leland's sleep was disturbed by a scream. Coming downstairs, he saw Brett trying to strangle Alexander. A fight broke out between Leland and Brett. As soon as Leland gained the upper hand and managed to push Brett aside, he ran to the neighbors and called the police. Brett stayed in the house. He had nowhere to run. He realized this was the moment he had completely ruined his life. With nothing else to do, he took out his phone and wrote Kristen a letter asking her to forgive him. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they saw a bloody Brett sitting next to his equally bloody, but still alive brother Alexander, who would later die in the hospital. Brett himself asked the policeman to handcuff him and take him to the station, where he confessed everything. Brett also informed them that his mother's body was hidden under packages in the garage, but it was impossible to help her. At both the police station and later at trial, Brett admitted that he did not intend to kill Susan. His plan was merely to scare her. However, he did plan to kill Christopher and Alexander that day since they were witnesses. And if they hadn't arrived, they would still be alive. Almost 10 years ago, he tried justifying everything with his depressive state, but it did not soften his sentence. Despite acknowledging that Brett confessed everything on his own accord and did not hinder the investigation in any way, the judge sentenced him to 3 life terms, 1 for each murder, with parole eligibility in 2041. As for Leland, he is not speaking to reporters, but is known throughout Toronto as the sole survivor of that dreadful incident. The case of Karina Vetrano. The story of Karina Vetrano is both horrifying and baffling. Firstly, nothing seemed amiss on the day of the fateful event. The attack occurred in broad daylight in a fairly populated area. Secondly, her death has critical aspects to it. Thirdly, the investigation and sentencing of the perpetrator raised many questions. On Tuesday, August 2nd, 2016, arranged to meet her father after work to spend time together. Since Miss Vetrano had moved away, family gatherings had become rare because everyone was busy with their own matters. In addition to her commitments, she was balancing 2 jobs. Philip picked up his daughter and took her home. There, the family shared their impressions of the past week. When Karina was about to leave, she asked if her father wanted to go jogging with her, as they often did, covering several miles together. Her father replied that he couldn't this time, due to severe back pain that nothing seemed to alleviate. Perhaps he needed a new prescription, or maybe it was just the change in weather. Mr. Vetrano offered to call a cab for Karina due to his discomfort and inability to join her run. However, the weather was beautiful, the heat had abated, and there was a fresh scent in the air, hence Karina declined his offer. She was training for the upcoming marathon. The young woman had recently broken up with her boyfriend and wanted to distract herself. A jog would clearly do her good. That evening was the last time her parents saw their youngest daughter. At 5:45 p.m., she left the house for a jog. Her first stop was Spring Creek Park, a cozy and tranquil place buried in greenery, a true paradise amongst the city's infrastructure. However, only part of the park was available for walking. The rest was covered with thickets and swamps. Mr. Vetrano asked his daughter to stick to her usual route and stay away from unfamiliar paths and people. Unfortunately, Karina ignored his advice in search of solitude. She decided to go to a grassy, deserted place. Karina's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. She felt a sharp pain in the back of her head and fell down. This rash decision cost the young woman her life. A frightening uncertainty entered the Vetrano home. It had been 2 hours since they had said goodbye to their youngest daughter. She should have been home by now, or at least answering the calls of her parents, who were frantically trying to reach her. And she had promised to keep her cell phone with herself. The anxiety was growing. Her father sensed that something was wrong and decided to seek help from his neighbor, the chief of the New York City Police Department. They were on good terms, and the high-ranking official knew that Philip would not make a fuss over nothing. After that, Karina Vetrano was reported missing. Police began searching for the young woman, combing the park area and surrounding streets. As a result, experienced canine units were brought in. Since it is known the first 24 hours after the sussery, the disappearance of a person are crucial. Law enforcement utilized all available resources before nightfall. At the same time, Mr. Vetrano, along with a group of volunteers, searched for his daughter on his own. He scoured the park from end to end, combing paths and wading through tall grass, all while making phone calls. As dusk fell, he noticed a light in the grass. As he approached, he recognized Karina's phone. Maybe she lost it and just didn't let them know? Philip approached, headed toward police officers, deciding to continue picking his way through the thicket, stepping into the grass. As he ventured further, Philip stumbled upon something soft, a partially undressed female body lying face down. When he turned it over, a familiar face stared back at him. A desperate scream escaped from his father's chest. It was Karina. She hadn't simply lost her phone as he had initially believed. His little girl didn't answering her phone because life had been cruelly taken from her. The crushing realization of what had transpired overwhelmed Mr. Vetrano. The police, hearing the screaming and yelling, quickly rushed to him. They dragged Philip away from his daughter's body, explaining that it was now a crime scene. They emphasized that anything in the vicinity could be considered evidence and implored him not to touch anything to prevent tampering. On the journey home, Mr. Vetrano was lost in thought, tormented by how to break the news of their daughter's death to his wife. Images of past memories flooded his mind. He recalled vividly how on July 12, 1986, in Queens, their second daughter was born. From an early age, Philip had been proud of Karina. She was obedient and well-mannered. He remembered taking her to school for the first time and how excellently she performed academically. Her strong educational foundation enabled her to earn advanced degrees. Karina graduated from St. John's University with a master's in speech pathology. She always dreamed of aiding children and worked tirelessly with autistic kids. Karina loved traveling and writing and had a passion for sports, especially running, an interest she shared with Philip which brought them closer together. He recalled how closely he scrutinized her suitors out of paternal jealousy. Eager for her to find true love and eventually establish a strong family like his own with Kathy, he hoped for wonderful grandchildren. The return journey felt endless. As they approached the house, Mr. Vetrano paused at the entrance and took a deep breath. Fortunately, he didn't need to explain anything to her. She understood everything from her husband's face. Kathy cried, approached her husband, and hugged him. Soon Karina's relatives and friends learned of the incident. They struggled to recover from the shock. Believing in the sudden death of the young woman was hard, let alone its violent nature. Miss Vetrano had been subjected to a brutal attack. This was the conclusion reached by investigators. At first glance, it was obvious that the woman had resisted. Even in death, her fists remained clenched. Bruises and abrasions were found on her once young and healthy body, and her athletic clothing was torn. The autopsy showed that the back of the victim's skull had been damaged by a blunt object, probably a stone. However, the cause of death was asphyxiation. A clear mark was visible on the woman's neck. The forensic examination also revealed the intimate nature of the crime violence. The experts' findings confirmed the police's initial suspicions. Earth and grass were found under the victim's fingernails, probably in an attempt to free herself from her attacker's grip and escape. Specialists examined her mouth and found teeth knocked out and cracked in places. She had clearly bitten to defend herself. Even the woman's neck was covered with numerous scratches. She was grabbing with her hands, trying to force her attacker to let go of her. Shortly after this tragedy, new information leaked to the media from Princeton, Massachusetts. Another jogger's body was found among tall grass. The woman had apparently also been out for a walk in a secluded place and suffered a similar fate. At first glance, these cases seemed identical, raising questions about another potential serial offender. In the United States, geneticists took charge of the case, tasked with comparing DNA samples collected from the crime scenes. Fortunately, unidentified samples were found on both victims. Contrary to police expectations, the analysis showed no connection between the crimes. It turned out that the DNA samples belonged to different individuals. It's well known that most lethal crimes are committed by someone close to the victim. Thus, police couldn't ignore any possibility. To this end, the victim's father provided his DNA since he was first to discover his daughter's body. Later on, all of her relatives also underwent a DNA test which yielded no matches. Detectives then decided to interview Karina's family and friends to find out if she had any enemies or ill wishes. Turned out there were none. She was respected and loved by everyone. Investigators developed a new theory. Someone acted on base motives upon meeting Karina in a secluded place and attacked her. Feeling stuck, they sought public help by offering a $10,000 reward for information leading to the perpetrator. The initiative received widespread response. Detectives explored some 250 leads, conducted 600 genetic tests, and compiled more than 2,700 reports, all to no avail. It seemed like the perpetrator hadn't committed crimes before, or at least hadn't been caught for them, complicating things further. On August 31, 2016, a utility worker approached the police station with significant information at the time of Miss Vetrano's death. He found himself in a restricted area of the park one day. Suddenly, a man emerged from the bushes and took off running in a northerly direction. Because of his testimony, the New York Police Department created and distributed a sketch of the suspect in December 2016. However, they considered that the person shown in the sketch might have just been a passerby caught at the wrong place and time. Unfortunately, releasing this sketch didn't provide any new leads, and the investigation fell into another long stalemate. On December 4, 2016, the Federal Bureau of Investigation joined in to help solve Karina Vetrano's case. At first, they developed a psychological profile of the perpetrator. According to FBI experts, this individual was very familiar with the area, especially the park where everything occurred, suggesting he might live or continue to live nearby. Fearing capture now, he seems to avoid that area. It was evident he knew that the quiet and partially overgrown territory was perfect for hiding his actions. Based on this idea, police conducted screenings among local African-American men. However, this didn't bring about any breakthroughs. Let's take a look about Chanel Lewis. Chanel Lewis's life didn't stand out much from other young African-American individuals. He lived in one of Brooklyn's low-income housing complexes, approximately 4 or 5 miles from Spring Creek Park. Chanel was unemployed and living with his mother, 3 sisters, and their children. One detail setting him apart was his diagnosis of paranoid schizophrenia. Yet this did not stop him from graduating from a private school for students with emotional and behavioral issues. Former classmates remembered Chanel as a quiet loner who constantly faced bullying. One shared that even girls intimidated and punched him. He had no friends. Another peer noted that while Lewis sometimes fought back, he wasn't effective at it and often got ridiculed for his clothing and appearance. Chanel always wore a hoodie and would smirk and walk away when things got tough, earning him the unfortunate nickname, African Lizard. 17-year-old Danielle Munns, a fellow student, described Chanel as a bright student with good grades. He liked to show me funny videos on the bus, she recalled. I never saw him being cruel. Some sources reported that the young man once claimed he wanted to harm all the girls during his time in middle school, even posing the question, what happens if I bring a knife to school? Dr. Edward Dana, the executive director of the school to which Chanel was transferred, commented on this. We received no reports of threats in middle school. During his time at our school, he had no disciplinary sanctions. I never heard him make threatening statements towards other students. Nonetheless, Chanel was a troubled teenager who often experienced bullying. He dreamed of working in social services, aspiring to help those in distress. When conflicts arose at home, he would wander the streets frequently and visit the park. Lewis had several minor encounters with the police, 2 for violations in Spring Creek and 1 for urinating in public in May 2016. Another incident happened when a local merchant reported Lewis for loitering in his store with a crowbar. Responding officers checked Chanel's ID and released him, as he had no prior incidents. However, this information was retained by the police and later played a crucial role in the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death. In February 2017, who was involved in the investigation, remembered something significant. He had repeatedly seen a young man in a hoodie wandering around the park. Russo even attempted to follow him once. Intrigued by his behavior, the young man walked slowly and stopped for long periods in front of houses near the park, as if scouting them for potential burglaries. However, Russo lost sight of him when he contacted his colleagues by phone. Following a store owner's report of suspicious activity, a teenager matching Chanel's description came to the police's attention 2 months into the investigation. Detective Russo recalled this wanderer, thinking he might have seen or heard something relevant. Investigators then focused on Chanel Lewis, after Detective Russo took a closer look at his file. Chanel's peculiarities had raised their interest. The police began inquiries about him, questioning acquaintances and teachers. It emerged that he had allegedly expressed a desire to harm girls. This news stirred significant concern and suspicion. With no other leads, officers decided to focus on Lewis. It was discovered that during Karina's death, Chanel was not at home. After an argument with his family, he had gone to the park. Upon his return, his appearance was disheveled, his clothes torn, and he had visible bruises and abrasions. When his mother inquired about what had happened, Lewis claimed he had been attacked. His account matched the timeline with a witness's description of a man fleeing the park. Additionally, on August 3, 2016, father, a former school principal, took him to the hospital for treatment of severe wounds, mostly cuts, and he also had an injured hand. The investigators reviewed the medical records from that day and found the story plausible. However, they noted similarities between events involving Chanel Lewis and Karina Vetrano. On February 4, 2017, was brought to the police station and voluntarily provided his DNA for analysis. Detectives wondered if a perpetrator would willingly do this. The interrogation began on the morning of February 5th. Admitted that he was indeed in the park around 5 p.m. on August 2, 2016, but clarified he was walking on dirt paths, listening to music, not through thickets. He confessed to encountering a young woman jogging with her phone in her hand. When asked by detectives if something happened when he encountered her, Chanel nodded and quietly said yes. I was walking in the park trying to distract myself from a family argument when I met a woman alone. He began again. I decided to follow her. When she passed by me, I grabbed her shoulders and threw her to the ground, then hit her face about 5 times so she couldn't scream. He recalled how his punches knocked out several of her teeth, injuring his own hand in the process, echoing details eerily consistent with earlier evidence they had gathered. He also mentioned that the struggle lasted about 5 minutes. Miss Vetrano fiercely resisted by biting. To avoid drawing attention, Lewis dragged her off the path into Tall, where he tried to undress and assault her. She was horrified, but kept resisting. Chanel then strangled her until he realized she was no longer alive. When asked if he knew the victim beforehand, he replied, I did not know her before this. It all happened by chance. The motive for the act was unexpected and bizarre. Loud music played by a neighborhood gang member for hours had triggered Chanel's hatred and uncontrollable aggression. These negative emotions were unleashed on the unfortunate woman. A strange reason indeed. Investigators' confusion faded when DNA comparison results matched perfectly. Microscopic traces found on the victim's body and phone belonged to Chanel. Consequently, the police and prosecutor concluded the case was solved and ready for court. However, the motive still seemed unlikely. It's possible Chanel had noticed Karina before, since he often went to that park. He might have seen her with her father, liked her, and decided to approach her. After being rejected, he became furious and attacked her, causing the situation to spiral out of control. This scenario would have been more understandable. On November 5, 2018, the trial against Chanel Lewis began. Despite his previous statements to authorities, Lewis pleaded not guilty, a stance echoed by his family denying his involvement in the crime. The prosecution charged Lewis with ending a life and sexual assault, facing him with a sentence ranging from 25 years to life imprisonment. The debate over Lewis's guilt not only unfolded in the courtroom, but also spilled over into the media. Lewis's defense team stirred things up by pointing out alleged legal violations during his arrest. Along with several news outlets, they claimed racial bias and discrimination. However, the judge dismissed these allegations as baseless, emphasizing that the investigation complied with legal standards. The prosecution presented tangible evidence and DNA analysis findings, while the defense argued that this evidence was insufficient and contaminated due to many people at the crime scene, including Karina's father, who discovered her body. Forensic biologist Linda Rosano stated that odds of the DNA belonging to someone other than Lewis were 1 in 6 trillion. The prosecutor also introduced Lewis's phone records, revealing his internet searches on second chances and forgiveness in Catholicism, which raised questions about what sin Chanel hoped to atone for. The release of Lewis's confession video sparked further controversy. His lawyers argued he was under immense pressure, leading to a coerced confession. They suspected police might have fabricated evidence. The recording commenced only after Lewis was pressured, raising concerns that the search of his home violated protocols. The defense suggested that the investigation into Karina Vetrano's death was initially mishandled. With public pressure mounting for an arrest, they argued Lewis became a scapegoat. The jury was deeply influenced by the defense's compelling arguments. After considering both sides, jurors could not reach a conclusive verdict. On November 21, 2018, the judge declared a mistrial. A retrial was initially scheduled for Jan. 22, 2019, but later postponed to March 2019. Following 5 hours of deliberation during the retrial, Chanel Lewis was ultimately found guilty of Karina Vetrano's death and sentenced to life without parole on July 23, 2019. The defense employed delay tactics by citing an anonymous source to allege misconduct by a juror, suggesting jury pressure and conspiracy. A case that seemed straightforward at first sparked widespread prejudices and fears in society. Karina Vetrano's tragic death affected many, serving as a stark reminder for women to remain vigilant about their safety. Terry Pettit was a bit of a rebel. She held strong opinions and often dragged her friends into trouble in the name of adventure. She rolled her own cigarettes, drank whiskey, and took pride in defying the traditional expectations of what a woman should be. She was also highly intelligent, finishing high school at 16 before enrolling at the University of Alberta. After spending a year studying engineering, Terry switched her focus to the arts. She worked for the college paper, where she met the man who would become her husband, Ron Yakimchuk. Ron, the eldest of 6 children, grew up on a farm outside of Andrew, Alberta. Unlike Terry, Ron was laid back and down to earth, with a keen intellect and a strong set of progressive beliefs. Terry eventually decided to leave school and took a job as a proofreader at the Edmonton Journal. Though she didn't have a college degree, she worked her way up and became a reporter. After completing his studies, Ron became a teacher. In 1973, the couple set off on a cross-country adventure. They had plans to attend a wedding in Montreal but decided to continue driving east, hoping to find new jobs somewhere along the maritime region of Canada's east coast. The wedding was scheduled for June 16th. On June 9th, the couple loaded up their maroon 1959 Volkswagen Bug, strapped a canoe to its top, and began their journey across the country. They stopped to visit friends in Brandon, Manitoba along the way. They mailed a postcard with just the word Naya written on it to a friend back in Edmonton from Dryden, Ontario. It is believed that the message was meant to tease the friend, who did not believe that couple's beat-up car would make it as far as Ontario that quickly. He had bet Terry $50 that they would not make it that far that fast, and the postcard was presumably meant to be proof that they had succeeded so that she could collect on the bet. This postcard will be the last anyone ever heard of Terry and Ron. The couple never arrived at the wedding, and neither they nor their car has ever been located. Their bank accounts have remained untouched. The two seemed to vanish into thin air somewhere between Dryden and Montreal. There were few leads to follow early in the investigation because authorities were not even sure where the couple had gone missing. In November 2007, the Edmonton Journal, Terry's old employer, ran a story about the case and a new witness came forward. Vivian McCrory claims that she saw the couple, along with another unknown man, broken down on the side of Highway 69 just outside of Prairie Sound, Ontario in July of 1973. She says she remembered the maroon Volkswagen with an Alberta license plate after all that time had passed because her husband had to slam on his brakes and swerve to avoid hitting it as it was still partially in the southbound lane. According to Vivian, the hood of the car was up as though someone was working on the engine. A small blonde woman and a man about the same height as her were standing by the front of the car, and another man was standing closer to the ditch on the side of the road. She initially thought the man and the woman by the car were the couple because they were standing so close to each other. However, Ron was significantly taller than his wife. It is possible then that this unknown man was standing so close to Terry because he was trying to intimidate her. None of the 3 people at the scene so much as acknowledged the McCrory's car as it narrowly avoided hitting them. Vivian says she called the police to tell them about the stalled vehicle, but they did not seem interested in the report. The major problem with Vivian's account is the timing. She is positive that she saw the car in July because she and her husband had waited to make their own cross-country drive until after the end of Klondike Days. Klondike Days, which today are known as K-Days, are a 10-day exhibition in Edmonton that takes place every year. They always end on the last Sunday in July. If it were Terry and Ron that Vivian saw, that means that their plans had somehow drastically changed and they had been driving around Ontario for over a month. Terry's parents have both passed away. Her brother Gordon says that the rest of the Petit family has accepted the fact that Ron and Terry are both dead and are trying to move on past their loss. The Yakimchuk family, however, still hopes that they will someday find out exactly what happened to the couple. Ron's father hopes to one day win the lottery, not so that he can live a luxurious life, but so that he can hire a private detective to solve the case. Bonnie Bickwit, 15, and Mitchell Weiser, 16, were in love but separated in the summer of 1973. Mitchell was spending the summer working as a photographer's assistant in Brooklyn, where he and Bonnie lived with their families, while Bonnie was working as a mother's helper at Camp Wellnet, a Jewish camp 90 miles outside of New York City. That July, Mitchell was planning to attend Summer Jam, a massive outdoor concert festival headlined by the Allman Brothers and the Grateful Dead that was being held in Watkins Glen, New York. He and his friend Larry purchased tickets with plans to travel to the concert together. But at the last minute, Larry's mother refused to allow him to go. Rather than waste the ticket, Mitchell decided that he would pick up Bonnie at camp and go with her instead. On July 26th, Mitchell picked up Larry's ticket from him and told him that he would see him the following Monday. He then traveled by bus and by cab to Camp Walnut, which was just outside of Narrowsburg, New York. He used up almost all of the $25 he had left home with in making this part of the trip. When Mitchell arrived at the camp on July 27th, he and Bonnie had breakfast at the camp's dining hall. Bonnie asked for time off from work to attend the concert. When her request was denied, she quit her job. While this action sounds harsh, Bonnie had not been happy with her job all summer. She told her supervisor that she would be back on Monday to collect her belongings and her final paycheck. Her supervisor then let the 15-year-old simply leave the camp property. Neighbors had seen Bonnie sneak into her home in Brooklyn the week before Mitchell came to pick her up. Bonnie's parents had been on vacation at the time. The only thing she seemed to have taken from the house was the $80 she had been saving to buy a new bicycle. It is unknown how much of that cash she still had when she and Mitchell set off for the concert. Someone from the camp agreed to drive the Kachu teenagers into Narrowsburg and drop them off along State Route 97. Since they could not have had much money on them, they had no other option than to hitchhike to Watkins Glen, approximately 75 miles away. With only backpacks and sleeping bags, the two teenagers stood on the side of the road with a sign advertising their destination as the camp employee drove away. The person who gave them a ride is the last known person to see the couple. On the following Tuesday, someone from the camp finally called Bonnie's parents and told them that she had left. They also told her that she had not come back on Monday as she told them she would. Mitchell had not arrived back in Brooklyn either. The two families first went to the New York City Police Department. Since Bonnie and Mitchell were residents of the city, the department was obligated to provide resources for law enforcement upstate. The families were dismissed by the police in Brooklyn. They did not have better luck when they spoke to officials in Sullivan County, where Narrowsburg is located, and the last confirmed place the two were seen. Because of the couple's age and the concert they were hitchhiking to, authorities dismissed the pair as hippies who must have run off to San Francisco or some other countercultural hotspot. It was later revealed during an investigation by journalist Eric Greenberg in 1994 that the lack of concern by the Sullivan County authorities at the time had resulted in the loss of several important documents in the case, including the original missing persons report and Bonnie and Mitchell's dental records. While Bonnie and Mitchell were considered to be very modern by their more traditional parents, they were definitely not hippies. Their most controversial decision in the eyes of their parents appears to have been their choice to become vegetarians. Bonnie's mother did not like that she wore jeans and went without a bra, But these fashion choices do not mean that Bonnie would run away to live some sort of vagabond lifestyle like authorities seem to believe. Bonnie and Mitchell attended John Dewey High School, an experimental school for the academically gifted. They were both very smart and involved at their school and seemed very focused on excelling in their education, a very traditional pursuit. It is true that Bonnie and Mitchell were both dealing with their own stressors at the time they went missing, which some might argue would give them reason to run away. Bonnie was prone to crying fits over her father's health. Her father, Theodore, was suffering from a degenerative neurological condition that eventually left him unable to even leave his home. Mitchell had been hoping to go away for college after graduating high school, but his parents were unable to afford for him to do so, so he was set to attend Brooklyn College instead. While these issues would be difficult for teenagers to work through, they are not the sort of problems that would make them want to run away. Bonnie was worried about losing her father, so it does not make sense for her to cut herself off from him. Mitchell wanted the best education possible, so it does not make sense for someone so concerned about his college education to drop out of high school. The Weisers and the Bequits both insist that running away was not something their children would do, and the circumstances of their lives seem to support their assertions. In February of 1974, with still no sign of their friends, students at John Dewey High held a Valentine's Day themed fundraiser to raise money to fund a search for the couple by Tracers Incorporated. The fundraiser was very successful, but the search was not. In 2000, the classes of 1974 and 1975 collected money to plant a tree and dedicate a plaque to Bonnie and Mitchell. The media coverage of the event, as well as Eric Greenberg's ongoing reporting of the case in the Jewish Week magazine, garnered more interest in the case and more cooperation from investigators at the state and local level. In 2000, Bonnie and Mitchell's case was featured on MSNBC. The show prompted a new witness, Alan Smith, to come forward. Smith told police that he had attended the Summer Jam in 1973 and hitched a ride to start making his way back home the day after the concert in an orange Volkswagen bus with a Pennsylvania license plate. He claims that Bonnie and Mitchell were also getting a ride in the van. Smith says that he and the driver were both very high at the time, but Bonnie and Mitchell were not. The group stopped off by a large river to cool off, although Smith does not remember which one. Smith says that he heard Bonnie scream from the river, and when he turned around, Mitchell jumped in to try to help her. The two teenagers were then pulled downriver by a strong current and disappeared from his view around Bend. Smith and the driver then got back in the van, but did not report the accident. Authorities deemed Smith's stories credible, even though he could not identify the couple in pictures. They checked with coroners' offices up and down the two major rivers in the area, but none of them had any record of unidentified remains matching Bonnie and Mitchell's descriptions. A forensic expert Mitchell's older sister consulted told her that if Smith's story were true, the couple's remains should have been discovered. Both the Bequit and the Weiser families have remained active in Bonnie and Mitchell's case over the past 40-plus years. Their extensive efforts have evolved from newspaper ads and mailing campaigns in the 1970s to media inquiries and a website in more recent years. In spite of their dedication, they still are without answers in the young couple's mysterious disappearance. William and Margaret Patterson were living a privileged life in 1957. The couple had moved to El Paso, Texas from Dallas in 1940 and built up a successful business, the Patterson Photo Supply Company. William also owned a share in a boat business. The couple lived in a nice home on Piedmont Avenue, drove a Cadillac, and owned property in Mexico. In early March, the Pattersons had another couple over to their home for dinner. Cecil Ward and his wife had a nice meal with the Pattersons, and afterwards, Cecil and William went out to the garage to put a coat of acrylic on a boat that William had been building. The following day, William and Margaret stopped in at Cecil's business, the Ward Auto Clinic, to say hello. A few days later, on Wednesday, March 6th, Cecil Ward came into work to find the Pattersons' Cadillac parked in the driveway of the auto clinic. Later in the day, a man named Doyle Kirkland came in and told Cecil Ward to service the Cadillac and repair a problem with its steering wheel. Doyle Kirkland was a manager at Duffy Photo Service, a rival business of Patterson Photo Supply. He was, in spite of this, still a friend of William Patterson. Cecil asked Doyle why he was arranging for service for the Pattersons' Cadillac. Doyle told him that the Pattersons left for a small vacation. This immediately bothered Cecil Ward. The Pattersons had not mentioned a vacation to Cecil or his wife at dinner or the following day at the auto clinic. William Patterson had even made plans with Cecil for later that same week. There was no indication that the Pattersons had plans to leave town. Doyle Kirkland continued to be involved in the Pattersons' affairs that week. On Friday 8th, Cecil called Patterson Photo Supply about having his electric sander returned. He had left it in the garage of the Patterson home and needed it back because one of his employees needed it to complete a job. It was brought into the Ward Auto Clinic by Doyle Kirkland. Doyle claimed to have seen it in the Patterson garage on the night of March 5th while he was helping William work on the boat. The Pattersons still being in El Paso on 5th is confirmed by the last known sighting of them by anyone other than Doyle. That evening, their neighbor, Jerry Cash, went to the Pattersons' home to drop off some boxes of Girl Scout cookies. She says that Margaret seemed upset and that William seemed bothered by having company in the house, so she did not stay very long. A new layer of mystery was added to the situation on March 15th. That day, the Pattersons' accountant, Herbert Roth, received a telegram with instructions about the Pattersons' estate. Roth was to serve as the business manager for Patterson Photo Supply. He was instructed to rent out the Patterson family home for at least 9 months and sell a mobile home William and Margaret owned to help with the expenses of the business. Roth was also told to hire someone to manage the photo supply business in William's absence. That person was supposed to be Doyle Kirkland. The telegram had been called into the Western Union office in Dallas. It had been signed W.H. Patterson. William's middle name was Durrell, so if he did send the telegram, either he forgot his own initials or the Western Union worker made a mistake. Since the telegram had been called in, there is no handwritten original to examine. Herbert Roth followed the instructions in the telegram and had the house prepared for renters. The state of the house did not seem to indicate that the Pattersons had knowingly left home for an extended period of time. The home was in disarray, but the couple's clothes and valuables were still there. There were dinner dishes still in the sink. The Pattersons had clothes, including an expensive fur coat, still at the cleaners, and none of the utilities had been turned off. They continued to receive the newspaper. In spite of all this, the house was still rented out. The final straw that resulted in the police being called about the couple's disappearance came in November in the form of a cat. The Pattersons' 9-year-old orange tabby cat, Tommy, turned back up at the Patterson home and was discovered by the people renting it. Tommy was thin and ragged and had clearly not been taken care of for some time. Margaret had loved Tommy dearly and had treated him like her child. There was even a rumor that she went so far as to feed her beloved pet caviar. When the Pattersons traveled, they always boarded Tommy so that he would be well cared for in their absence. When the neglected cat who turned up at the Pattersons' doorstep was confirmed to be Tommy, the police were finally called. An inquest into the couple's disappearance was ordered but was muddied by the couple's secretive nature. None of Margaret's family gave testimony at the inquest as they had not had any contact with her in 20 years. They did not approve of her marrying William because he had grown up traveling with the carnival, and when she chose to go through with the wedding she was disowned. Margaret was very guarded, even with her friends, about details of her early life. She claimed she had a difficult childhood but would not provide any details about it. She would not tell anyone her birthday or how she and William had met. William's father, Luther, did come from Chicago to speak at the inquest, although he was not concerned about his son and daughter-in-law. He believed that his son was still a carny at heart and told authorities that he had expected William and Margaret to drop everything to go on the road at some point ever since they had gotten married. After a few years with no sign of them, however, Luther did concede that the couple was probably dead. In the course of the inquest, it was also discovered that William had a mistress, 20-year-old Estefana Arroyo Morfin, who lived in Juarez, Mexico. The Pattersons were declared legally dead in 1964, but their case stalled for decades. In 1984, a new witness came forward. Reynaldo Nanguer had been the caretaker of the Pattersons' home at the time they went missing. At the time, he had also been in the United States illegally. Since he was a U.S. citizen by 1984, he felt comfortable talking to police. He claimed that shortly after the Pattersons went missing, he had found blood in their garage and skin from a human scalp on the propeller of the boat the couple was storing there. Not wanting to be deported if he spoke to police, he had simply cleaned up the blood. He also claimed that he had seen an associate of the Pattersons putting bloody sheets from the house into the trunk of a car, although he could not identify who that associate was. Ronaldo died in a car accident in 1986. Due to the fact that the couple vanished during the Cold War, espionage was tossed around as an explanation for the disappearance, but the theory did not get any real credibility until 2009. That year, El Paso County Sheriff Leo Semenigo told the El Paso Times that he believed William and Margaret had been spies and that they had vanished so abruptly because they had been recalled by whatever foreign government they worked for. He based his belief on a report of William Patterson having been seen photographing nearby Fort Bliss and military shipments on trains on their way there. While answers remain scarce in this case, its influence can still be felt in El Paso. The mysterious disappearance has led to numerous urban legends and rumors. The Pattersons' house on Piedmont is now rumored to be haunted, and over the years the home's new occupants have been startled by numerous teenagers who have been dared to venture onto the property. Since both Margaret and William would be well over 100 years old in 2019, they almost certainly have passed away. No matter what the reason they suddenly vanished in 1957 was. Bernard Ruzens lived in Wolf Lake, Minnesota with his wife, Peggy Parmenter, and their 8-year-old son Brian in 1976. Peggy had first come back to Wolf Lake from North Dakota in 1974 to take care of her ailing mother. Bernard moved there a year later after Peggy's mother passed away. The family lived in the home that Peggy's mother originally owned and had spent a great deal of time remodeling the property. The couple was not very social and their neighbors knew very little about them. While Peggy did use a babysitter for her son, that babysitter described her as being very protective of Brian. Wolf Creek was a small town though, so people were able to take note of the couple's comings and goings to some degree. On April 3, 1976, the couple was seen at the grocery store. At around 4 p.m. the same day, Bernard was seen doing work in his driveway. Just before midnight, a neighbor caught sight of something much more troubling at the couple's home. The house was on fire. The house was completely destroyed in the fire. In the ashes, authorities located the body of 8-year-old Brian. They also found the remains of the family's 2 dogs. They did not, however, find the remains of either Bernard or Peggy. According to the fire marshal, the couple escaped from the blaze. Where the two went after leaving the home remains a mystery. Both their cars were in the driveway with the keys inside. They never used their bank account, and they each had a paycheck waiting for them that they never picked up. After the couple's disappearance, it was discovered that despite how they presented themselves as husband and wife, they were not actually legally married. Bernard had never finalized his divorce from his first wife back in Fargo. This, of course, raised concerns that the pair may have had more serious secrets. Did they have enemies with a motive to abduct them and set their home on fire? The case remains unsolved, although foul play is suspected. Ben Renick was just 29 years old when he was found deceased in his renowned snake breeding facility. Benjamin Blue Birch Renick was born in August 1987 in Missouri. He grew up in the countryside alongside his family. Ben had an older brother, Sam, with whom he shared a very close bond. In 1989, the Renick family moved to a picturesque farmhouse. The boys spent a lot of their time outdoors, and it was then that Ben began to take an interest in snakes. A tragic incident in September 1992 triggered a series of unfortunate events. The family was away when a gas leak occurred, leading to an explosion in their beautiful home. The Renicks were forced to move into a trailer. After some time, Ben's mother, Kim, was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. Despite these hardships, the family overcame them. They were very close-knit and always supported each other in any situation. Recovering from previous tragedies, in 2002, they moved to a new home where a special room was designed for Ben to keep his snakes. In 2009, after a long battle with cancer, Kim passed away. Before her death, she made her sons promise to look after the farm and pass it on to their children. As time went by, Ben's love for snakes knew no bounds, and the young man founded Renick Reptiles, which soon gained recognition. This allowed him to sell snakes worldwide from the United Kingdom to Japan. Breeding snakes became the meaning of his life. He was described as a great breeder who was devoted to his work, caring more about the snakes than the money. The reptile farm bred a multitude of reptilian subspecies, growing and reproducing both the most common species and some of the rarest subspecies on Earth. Ben's reptiles were of immense value. Just a portion of his python collection was valued at over $1 million. Ben was a solitary man who had long aspired to start a. In 2010, at a party, he met a woman named Lesley. Their relationship moved forward quickly. Within weeks, Ben introduced his girlfriend to his brother Sam and Sam's fiancé, Eli. Eli and Lesley had sons from previous relationships, so they found common ground quickly and became friends. Lesley soon became part of the Rank family. The couple began living together. Lesley helped Ben at the snake breeding farm. They were in love and lived as a full family. In March 2012, Lesley gave birth to their daughter Amelia. Ben was thrilled to become a father. However, the happy family life faced challenges again. Frank Rank, Ben's father, encountered significant business troubles. Previously, he had engaged in fraudulent stock transactions to cover medical bills and Kim's treatment expenses. Just a day before the FBI planned to visit the farm, Frank took his own life. Frank's passing halted the investigation. The sons were deeply affected by another parental loss, but managed to pull through by supporting each other. Ben inherited the house and farm, while Sam received an amount of money far exceeding the house's value. Each brother had their own family and children, but this didn't stop them from living as one big family in their parents' home. They lived together harmoniously, with Sam spending his inheritance on repairing the farm without hesitation. Initially, things were fine, but soon financial disputes caused friction between the brothers after their father's death. Ben focused on his business and family and decided to formalize his relationship with Lesley on April 14, 2014. They married, officially adding Lesley as a full-fledged member of the Rank household. Ben and Lesley also opened a second business, a spa named Essentia Spa Inc., but it faced financial difficulties under Lesley's management. Financial issues often led to arguments between them, despite Lesley's hard work being insufficient to cover all salon expenses consistently. At the same time, Sam and his wife faced significant financial challenges. Ben allowed them to sell some of the furniture of the house. Lesley disapproved, leading to a rift between the families. The relationship was irreparably damaged. Ben decided to improve the family's financial situation by arranging to sell some rare reptiles for a significant sum. However, the deal fell through due to a tragedy that occurred on the farm. On June 8, 2017, Lesley walked into one of the farm's barns. There, on the floor in a pool of blood, lay Ben. Lesley called her brother Sam for help and dialed the emergency number. She reported that she had found her husband unconscious on the ground. During the conversation, Lesley dropped the phone and ran outside. Sam continued the conversation and confirmed that his brother was dead. Sam suggested that a snake might be to blame for what had happened. Montgomery County Sheriff's deputies were called to the snake breeding facility for the first time in a long while. Law enforcement officers were afraid to enter the farm, facing over 3,000 snakes and having to conduct an examination of a man lying in blood, wary of a possible attack from a deadly viper believed to be the assailant. However, when coroner Dave Colbert arrived and took a closer look, he discovered a shell casings on a shelf at eye level. This was something far more sinister than a venomous snake bite. Shell casings were found near the body, but no weapon was discovered. The assailant had shot Ben multiple times in the back and head. None of the relatives heard shots or saw the attacker. Sam and Lesley were taken to the sheriff's office for questioning. Lesley suggested that Sam might be involved in her husband's death, even citing a motive. Apparently Ben wanted to sell the house, but Sam was opposed. Sam was asked to undergo a lie detector test, which he passed. The police had no reason to detain Lesley and Sam, so they were released. The investigation into who might have wanted Ben Rank dead began with various theories proposed, the first being robbery. but it remained unconfirmed as none of the rare snakes were missing and all valuable items remained untouched. Just days after Ben's demise, police interrogated Lesley again and tested her hands and clothing for gunpowder residue. However, results came back negative. Following her husband's funeral, Lesley ceased communication with Sam and Eli altogether. She sold her husband's business, inherited the house, and sought to claim a life insurance payout for Ben worth $1 million after receiving the insurance money. Lesley planned to sell the Renick family home for $740,000. Sam's family was notified about the eviction. Discovering the rapid insurance claim and business sale following her husband's passing, Sam Renick suspected his brother's wife in the tragic event. Sharing his suspicions with investigators, Lesley was called in for another interrogation. There, she admitted to having complex relations with Ben and occasionally meeting with a man named Eric. Eric had an alibi, so he was excluded from the list of suspects. Lesley's admissions was startling. It turned out about 3 years after their marriage was officially registered, she was unfaithful to Ben with at least 2 different men. Messages between the couple showed that Ben suspected his wife of infidelity, which had indeed strained their relationship lately. On October 5, 2017, the Missouri State Highway Patrol conducted a polygraph test on Lesley and informed her that she had failed it. However, without solid evidence linking her to the crime, she was released. Nevertheless, the investigation into Ben Renick's case slowed but did not cease. Later investigators learned that a month before Ben Renick's passing, Lesley had made her first attempt on his life. She concocted a story of Ben being a cruel tyrant who oppressed her daily and even physically assaulted her. She shared the story with a spa salon coworker to garner support and assistance. They plotted to end Ben's life by giving him a poisonous protein shake laced with 15 Percocet pills. Unaware, Ben drank it. He fell severely ill during that period but survived, oblivious to having been poisoned. Lesley Renick was interrogated by investigators 6 times in total, and further assistance in the investigation came unexpectedly. On January 14, 2020, information from a state prison emerged. A witness claimed to know about Ben Renick's death. The witness was Brandon Blackwell. He told Missouri State Highway Patrol investigators that Lesley had shot Ben and conspired with her ex-boyfriend. Brandon mentioned that he had dated Lesley while she was married to Ben. 1.5 years after Ben's death, they had a child together. But by 2019, they had separated. Brandon claimed that Lesley confessed to the act and conspired with her spa salon coworker, Ashley Shore, and another ex-boyfriend, Michael Humphrey. Years after Ben's demise, Lesley Renick and her former boyfriend Michael Humphrey were arrested for his death. However, following their arrest, Lesley and Humphrey pointed fingers at each other. So who really pulled the trigger? According to Michael's testimony on the day of the event, he went to the farm with Lesley, who asked him to pose as a buyer. He put on gloves and was supposed to shoot Ben but couldn't do it. Eventually, Lesley took the gun and shot her husband herself. The investigation into Ben Renick's death continued for 3 long years. On January 16, 2020, arrest warrants were issued for Lesley Renick, Michael Humphrey, and Ashley Shaw. Ashley was offered immunity in exchange for her cooperation and testified against her boss. The former Spurslin employee shared that Lesley had complained about her husband and convinced her to assist in a plan. She claimed that Ben was constantly belittling, demeaning, and even physically harming her. Fearing divorce would lead to Ben gaining custody of her children, Lesley decided to eliminate him. Planning together to poison him with a lethal cocktail during questioning, Lesley and Michael accused each other of Ben's demise. In October 2021, Michael Humphrey faced trial in Aon County. His lawyers hoped that revealing the murder weapon would lead to a second-degree murder charge. Despite possessing the gun, no conclusive DNA evidence was found on it. To lessen his sentence, Michael Humphrey made a deal with the prosecution by disclosing the location of the murder weapon. His cooperation led to a life sentence on a less severe charge of second-degree murder without defense at the trial. On January 3, 2021, Michael Humphrey was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. The against Lesley Renick began on December 6, 2021. She was charged with the shooting and demise of Ben Renick on June 8, 2017, at his snake breeding facility in New Florence. Court documents stated that the plot to end Ben Renick's life originated in Lindley's spa salon. The probable cause statement mentioned that Ben was aware of Lindley's financial troubles and that Lindley feared Ben could take her children away. This led her to fabricate a story of domestic abuse. The first attempt to end Ben Renick involved a protein shake laced with narcotics. Search warrants for Ben and Lindley Renick's Facebook accounts confirmed the protein shake story and Ben's awareness of Lindley's financial issues. The court hearing detailed the events of the day when Ben Renick was killed, fully reconstructing the sequence of events through cross-examination. On the day of the incident, Michael Humphrey picked up Lindley from the spa salon, while Shaw sent text messages from Lindley's phone inside the spa to conceal their true location and mislead the investigation. According to court documents, Humphrey intended to end Ben's life but asked Lindley to do it. After firing shots, Humphrey collected most of the casings but missed some in his haste. He also disposed of Lindley's clothing after returning to the spa, where Lindley took a shower, which helped avoid detection of gunpowder residue on her hands and clothes. Defense attorney Catherine Barrouz asked Lindley Renick to share her personal and family history, education, relationship with ex-boyfriend Michael Humphrey, work history, and the lead-up to her marriage with Ben Renick. This was aimed at portraying her as a victim of domestic violence. However, no evidence of such violence was found, undermining this defense narrative. Michael Humphrey was part of a group that allegedly planned to end Ben Renick's life. Lindley Renick described her relationship with Humphrey as codependent, involving his drug dealing and her addiction. She ended her relationship with Humphrey at the end of 2010, according to previous witness statements, but reconnected with him about a month before Ben Renick's death. Lindley Renick firmly denied the prosecution's allegations regarding the alleged plans to end Ben Renick's life. This included the supposed failed attempt to poison Ben with a protein shake containing narcotics. The couple faced financial and marital difficulties. The spa center wasn't doing well, and contractual deals for selling snakes had yet to provide financial benefits. In court, Lindley admitted to having extramarital relationships with several men, expressing deep regret for her actions. By the time she considered discussing divorce, she was unsure who to turn to, given her father's history with divorce and his strong views on both divorce and affairs. Seeking someone to support her in her conversation with Ben, she reached out to past boyfriends and reconnected with Michael Humphrey. During cross-examination by the prosecution, Lindley confessed to willingly participating in her husband's death and intentionally concealing Michael Humphrey's involvement. She cited marital difficulties, including disputes, alleged physical and sexual abuse by Ben, and the stress associated with his snake breeding business. Lindley feared Ben and worried about his reaction whenever she brought up the topic of divorce. On June 8, 2017, she brought Michael Humphrey to the farm that day. She claimed her presence at the farm was not meant to end her husband's life, but rather to discuss a divorce. Lindley mentioned taking out some trash from Ben before entering the nursery, where she saw Humphrey and Ben washing their hands. Lindley described being unable to hear their conversation, as she was preoccupied with how she would tell Ben she wanted a divorce. Her voice trembled while recounting seeing Humphrey draw a pistol and shoot her husband. Hence she heard more shots. Reality hit hard when Lindley returned to the snake breeding facility and found Ben's body. She called Ben's brother Sam, who arrived soon after. They checked for a pulse and whether Ben was breathing, hoping he might still be alive. Lindley expressed regret for not immediately informing police that she had been at the breeding facility earlier with Michael Humphrey. The life insurance policy that Ben had taken out years earlier could have resulted in a payout of $1 million, however. Lindley waived her rights to this money. During the court hearing, Lindley expressed regrets about her ongoing deceit. "I was just trying to escape from the truth of what happened," she stated, clarifying that she never wished for her husband's death. Following the final verdict, Lindley Renick's defense team chose not to petition for a new trial, and no appeals were filed against her conviction. Lindley Renick filed a defamation lawsuit against Blackwell, asserting that his statements about her involvement in her husband's death were false. However, prosecutor Kevin Zellner questioned Lindley's testimony during cross-examination. He queried why she didn't check on her husband after hearing gunshots and why she didn't call 911. Furthermore, he asked why she sent friendly messages to him and Humphrey after the shooting and continued to lie even when emergency responders got involved. During sentencing for second-degree murder and armed criminal action, Lindley Renick broke down but did not admit guilt. On December 9, 2021, she was found guilty of second-degree murder. The 33-year-old was sentenced to 13 years for murder and an additional 3 years for armed criminal action in January by Judge Kevin Crane, a total sentence of 16 years. Sam Renick's final words conveyed deep disappointment. He was astonished that an individual's life in Missouri could be valued at just 13 years. Ben Renick, a young man brimming with hope and a promising future, found himself in a dire situation due to the actions of one woman. The case of Cecile Bloch. 3.5 decades after the chilling and mysterious murder of 11-year-old French girl Cecile Bloch, the veil of secrecy was finally lifted by the revelation of DNA evidence. Unveiled alongside this newfound truth after the 35-year hunt was a horrifying connection. The same malevolent hand that took Cecile's innocence also stained France with the blood of other victims during the dark period from 1986 to 1994. To make it worse, the chilling revelation was that the very person responsible for these heinous acts was someone who was supposed to be a guardian of the law, a gendarme, and a policeman at the time of the murders. This is the tragic tale of Cecile Bloch. It is the fateful morning of May 5, 1986. The universe seemed to conspire against 24-year-old Luc Bloch, with the day kicking off on the wrong foot. At first, his alarm clock didn't go off. And to make matters worse, nobody in the Bloch household had the foresight to rouse him from his restless slumber. Luc, now in a mad dash to get to work, also had to make sure his young sister wasn't late to school. With a sense of urgency gnawing at his heels, he calls out to his little sister, telling her to hasten her preparations for school as he hurriedly leaves the apartment. In those days, it was common for children to go to school on their own. Every morning on weekdays, the parents Jean-Pierre and Suzanne Bloch would embark on their own journeys to work by 8 a.m. Luc, too, would depart the family apartment, leaving just before Cecile, who typically set off for her classes around 8:45 a.m. Lunchtime brought a cherished routine. Cecile would return home alone, savoring a comforting bowl of soup, before serenading the household with her beloved violin. This gifted young girl was a maestro of melodies and really loved music. She harbored an affection for dogs and also excelled at school. At noon, her loving mother Suzanne would routinely dial the family apartment to make sure her daughter got home safely and had taken her lunch. But on that fateful day, an eerie silence met her call. The girl didn't pick up the phone, and this would lead to a horrific revelation that would create many questions of what had truly transpired on this fateful day. Let me take you back to the moment Luc Bloch embarked on his daily journey to work. As he stepped out of the apartment, the darkness of the landing greeted him yet again. There was no light for the third consecutive day. Frustration coursed through him as his fingers fumbled in the inky darkness to find the elevator button. The only functioning elevator glided to a halt on the third floor, and inside stood a well-dressed young man. This man, possibly in his late 20s, possessed an athletic build with a pockmarked face. Luc, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, extended a cordial greeting, then disembarked on the first floor. The stranger wished him a strangely emphatic good day. Something about this encounter struck Luc as peculiar. The man's politeness appeared excessive for a stranger. It was almost unnerving. In hindsight, Luc would recall the haunting final words uttered by this strange man. "Have a very, very good day." Little did he realize that in a matter of minutes, this very man would perpetrate the unspeakable to his young sister that would forever leave a scar in his heart. The clock struck 8:20 a.m., and within the building, the concierge perused a fresh newspaper while neighbors bustled about their morning routines. None among the building's residents could fathom that in just half an hour, young Cecile would meet her tragic fate, a fate that awaited her lifeless form in the shadowy depths of the building's basement, a staggering 3 floors beneath the building that was once her peaceful home. Suzanne, her heart sinking with each unanswered call, began to entertain a glimmer of hope that Cecile might be at her friend's house. She dialed the number, praying for a reassuring voice on the other end, but her fear intensified. As her friend confirmed the chilling truth, Cecile hadn't been to school, and she hadn't seen her that day either. By 1 p.m., panic had engulfed the parents, driving them to sprint back into the apartment, their frantic voices echoing as they desperately called out for their beloved daughter. Cecile was nowhere to be found. Suzanne's gaze fell upon her daughter's absent school bag, a sign that she had indeed departed. But to where? Meanwhile, Jean-Pierre initiated a series of agonizing calls to local hospitals. Their anxious pleas met with the same heartbreaking reply. No girl matching Cecile's description had been admitted. In the building's lobby, the parents beseeched the concierge to aid in the search for their missing child. With urgency fueling their every step, they raced to the police station, scouring the nearby streets and playgrounds as they went. Cecile was known for her unwavering attendance at school, and there were no significant issues at home to explain her absence. The question loomed large. Why had she left and where had she gone? The concierge, now joined by 2 concerned neighbors, embarked on a painstaking search of the building floor by floor, inching their way downwards. But the haunting truth remained. Cecile had vanished without a trace. All that remained was to descend into the foreboding cellar. The first room they entered was empty and devoid of any answers, while the second room stood locked. They then entered the third room, a chamber of forgotten clutter that obscured any immediate revelation. The room was a chaotic maze of forgotten possessions, a lot of junk from years past, so densely entangled that nothing could be seen at a single glance. In a breathless moment, a flashlight pierced the darkness, casting a feeble glow upon the basement's desolation. At first glance, it appeared vacant, but just as they were about to retreat, at the corner of his eye, one man caught a glimpse of something amiss in the periphery. A grimy, time-worn carpet that seemed to conceal something beneath it. He summoned the others, a glimmer of dread, tugging at their hearts. Unfortunately, they found who they were looking for, but not the way they hoped they would find her. Outside the house, police cars and an ambulance had already arrived at the scene when Cecile's parents returned. They rushed past the gathered crowd in the basement. It was too late. The innocent life of young Cecile had already been taken, her innocence brutally shattered. The wheels of justice began to turn as a relentless investigation was launched into the heart-wrenching homicide. The grim investigation unveiled a chilling timeline. The malevolent intruder had infiltrated the block, lingering within its walls, and shared a sinister 40-minute encounter with Cecile, with witnesses testifying that he had departed the building at 9:20 a.m. They all echoed a hauntingly consistent description of the suspect. A dark-haired young man, aged between 25-30, his face marred by the cruel reminders of severe acne scars. The very same man who had exchanged strange pleasantries with Luke that morning. Drawing from the accounts of 6 witnesses and Luke's recollection, the police conjured a rough sketch of the male factor, which found its way onto the pages of newspapers across France. While investigators managed to secure the assailant's biological material and ascertain his blood type, the nascent era of DNA forensics limited their progress. The evidence, a tantalizing puzzle piece, remained locked in a cold, waiting silence as the promise of breakthroughs in forensic science beckoned from the shadows. Yet the revelations remained scant, leaving a trail of unanswered questions and a community haunted by uncertainty. Just a month prior, the city had shuddered at the news of a similar predator haunting their midst. A man bearing an uncanny resemblance to the male factor now under investigation had assaulted an 8-year-old girl in an elevator. Yet miraculously, she had survived to share her harrowing tale with investigators. This brave child, known only as Sarah, recounted how the man had cunningly posed as a police officer during the ordeal. What sent shock waves through the community were the eerie parallels emerging in 3 additional sexual assault cases. In these grim chapters, the assailant, employing the same sinister ruse, had targeted a 26-year-old woman and 2 young girls aged 11 and 14. Each victim had fallen prey to his apparent police identification card, and was this a deceitful ploy to gain the trust of unsuspecting victims, or was he actually a police officer? Their suspicions were stoked, not only by the violence inflicted upon his victims, but also by the chillingly calculated tactics he employed. A nagging intuition lingered among investigators, a conviction that this male factor was no ordinary criminal. Their gut told them he was either a sworn officer or a gendarme, a belief that would later be chillingly confirmed. However, capturing this predator was far from straightforward as he continued to elude the clutches of justice with diabolical cunning. Despite widespread distribution of the sketch to the local population, it proved futile in unmasking the perpetrator. By the close of 1987, a sinister shadow had been cast over a number of crimes, all attributed to this man based on his distinctive appearance and chilling demeanor. The investigation remained in an agonizing deadlock for years, swinging back and forth between closed and reopened status. In a cruel twist of fate, the latest DNA tests conducted in a bid for justice yielded inconclusive results, shrouding the identity of the perpetrator in a veil of impenetrable darkness. Tragically, the parents of the young victim never lived to witness the moment of reckoning. Suzanne met her untimely end in a devastating traffic accident in 1989, while Jean-Pierre departed the world in 2011. Their hearts bore the heavy burden of never knowing the face of the monster who had stolen their beloved Cecile away forever, leaving a haunting legacy of unresolved pain and injustice. The embers of the unresolved mystery began to rekindle, lighting the way for the determined cold case detectives. They uncovered a piece of evidence that sparked a glimmer of hope. The killer, known to drive a white car, had once been a member of the prestigious gendarmerie. His chilling history culminated in a final crime committed near a gendarmerie training center. The techniques he used displayed the unmistakable signs of police and military training. In 2021, the police made a bold move. They called in around 750 former police officers who had worked in the Paris area during the time of the crimes. Among them was the very man who had evaded justice for so long, who was called in for questioning on September 29, 2021. The investigators' goal was clear: to collect the DNA of these suspects, hoping fervently that the murderer might finally be identified among them. The plot took a harrowing twist on September 24th, when a summons landed in the hands of a man, compelling his appearance for questioning on September 29th. The demand extended further, requiring the surrender of a DNA sample. However, in a startling turn of events, the narrative pivoted on September 27th when the man's wife reported him missing. As the clock ticked relentlessly towards the fateful date, the puzzle was far from complete. 2 days later, on September 29, 2021, in a quiet town in the south of France, tragedy struck in the form of a suicide. Francois Verove, a 59-year-old man, chose to end his own life, leaving behind a farewell note that laid bare a haunting confession. Among its chilling lines, it read, "I admit being a great criminal who committed unforgivable acts until the end of the 1990s. In a heart-wrenching conclusion, DNA tests revealed the somber truth. The man authorities had hunted relentlessly for years. The pockmarked man, the elusive predator, was unmasked as Francois Verove. However, much about his background remained shrouded in mystery. Born on January 22, 1962 in France, he had grown up under the stern gaze of a strict father, a stepmother, and 2 stepsisters. His biological mother had succumbed to the ruthless grip of the flu. In his youth, he had harbored an unsettling fascination with horror movies, perhaps offering a glimpse into the darkness that would later consume him. In 1983, Francois embarked on a new chapter as he moved to Paris and joined the National Gendarmerie. By June 1985, he had married and took it upon himself to construct a family home from the ground up, a testament to his ambitions. Ambitions. In the eyes of a former friend, he wore the dual masks of kindness and decency, but his temper lurked just beneath the surface, a volatile element that could erupt without warning. Behind this facade, however, lay a chilling truth. He was completely the opposite of the positive traits he may have portrayed to others. For innocent young girls had suffered beneath his sinister hand, miraculously escaping his clutches, all except for young Cecile Bloch. Francois's malevolence didn't stop there. In 1987, he cold-bloodedly murdered 2 adults, 38-year-old Jill Pulitti and his devoted housekeeper, Guard Muller. Armed with crucial DNA evidence, investigators embarked on a gripping journey, determined to unravel the secrets of a malefactor whose dark deeds seemed endless. They fervently believed his sinister trail of crimes extended far beyond those already uncovered, driving them to delve deeper into unsolved cases, searching for hidden connections that could reveal the full extent of his reign of terror. Unfortunately, earthly justice may never hold him accountable for his atrocities, and retribution seems out of reach. The specter of his deeds looms large, leaving the question of inevitable justice to the realm beyond. As this harrowing tale unfolds, we are left with unanswered questions, wounds that may never fully heal, and the haunting presence of a man who committed unspeakable acts. Francois Verove may have evaded earthly justice, but his actions are forever etched in the indelible ink of infamy. Amidst the darkness, a glimmer of hope stands as a testament to the relentless tenacity of those who pursued answers. With advancements in DNA technology, the truth emerged from the depths of despair. In the afterlife, in the realm beyond, justice may yet find its elusive mark, allowing the innocent souls scarred by his malevolence to finally rest in peace. In the shadow of these chilling revelations, let us remember all those who suffered at the hands of this predator. Their memory lives on as a reminder that even in the darkest corners of our world, the relentless pursuit of justice can be a beacon of hope. As we close this chapter of human frailty and malevolence, let us remember Cecile, not for the darkness that took her, but for the vibrant spirit she once embodied. For every life taken too soon, there remains a legacy that defies the shadows, a testament to the unwavering hope that someday justice will prevail. May the souls of Cecile and all the other victims rest in eternal peace. In 1998, 19-year-old Troy Cook was experiencing a significant milestone, moving out of his family home. Troy had worked part-time at an Atlantic superstore while still in school and was promoted to full-time after graduating. While he didn't see this job as his long-term career, it provided him with enough income to begin searching for his first apartment. That May, he left his parents' home in rural Kemptown, Nova Scotia, and moved into a small apartment in Truro, the larger town where he worked. He shared a modest 2-bedroom apartment with a coworker, just a short walk from the store. On June 10th, only 3 weeks after moving out, Troy visited his family and stayed overnight. The next morning, June 11th, his father, Tom, drove him back to Truro. During the ride, they confirmed plans to meet for dinner the following evening. Tom dropped Troy off in front of his apartment but didn't wait to see him enter, as he was in a hurry to drop his car off for service and head to work. About half an hour later, the Atlantic superstore where Troy worked received a phone call. Troy, or someone claiming to be him, told his supervisor that he would not be able to make it in for his shift later that day. The call was strange enough in that Troy was not one to call out of work. While he made enough to pay his bills, he could not afford to miss too many shifts. Troy's supervisor was reasonably sure it was Troy on the phone, but could not be positive because he did sound strange. As such, it could have been someone other than Troy making the call, or Troy was making the call under duress. When Troy did not show up at the restaurant to meet his family for dinner on June 12th, the day after he was last seen, his father began calling Troy's work and several of his friends to try to find him. When he could not locate his son, he contacted authorities to report Troy missing. The mysterious phone call to the Atlantic superstore got even stranger when the call was traced. Authorities determined that it had been made from a phone booth outside of a Tim Hortons in Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Bible Hill is a suburb of Truro, one that Troy and his father had to drive past on their way to Troy's apartment on the morning of 11th. If Troy needed to be in Bible Hill that morning, it does not make sense that he would let his father drive past the town and then retrace his route to get there after being dropped off in Truro. Furthermore, there would not have been enough time for Troy to have made his way from his apartment in Truro to the Tim Hortons in Bible Hill on foot in between the time he was dropped off and the time the phone call was made. Since Troy's apartment was so close to his job, he had not brought his car with him when he moved into Truro. Either Troy did not make the phone call or some unknown person had to have driven him to the phone booth. When Troy was not immediately located, His family had to make the decision to pack up his apartment and bring his belongings back to their home. Tom Cook saw Troy's roommate at the Atlantic Superstore, where he had worked with Troy, and told him about these plans. The roommate asked that Tom leave him Troy's 2 guitars, claiming that is what Troy would have wanted. Troy had only been missing for 2 weeks at the time of this conversation. Tom did not agree to the insensitive and, quite frankly, suspicious request. Tom Cook has spent the 20 years since Troy vanished dedicated to finding his son. He plastered the Truro area with flyers immediately after Troy went missing and even had one posted in his car so that people could learn about Troy's case wherever he drove. He continues to actively seek out media interviews to keep Troy's case in the public eye. The only real break he has taken from his work came in the spring of 2016 when he had to have surgery and treatment for a brain tumor. The stress and heartbreak of Troy's disappearance ultimately caused Tom and Troy's mother to divorce. In interviews, Tom has also shared his concern that his focus on Troy has negatively impacted his younger son, Mike. While Mike is not as public of a figure as his father, he has been active in the search for his older brother. He set up a Facebook group in hopes that spreading awareness about Troy's case will eventually bring answers for his family. Henrietta Cruz lived in Santa Ana, California with her parents and her younger siblings. As a teenager, she dropped out of Santa Ana High School to take a job in a shop. In the spring of 1960, 17-year-old Henrietta met a 24-year-old man named Merle Avila. A month later, the two were married. Henrietta and hasty marriage did not seem to remain happy for long. By the summer of 1960, Henrietta's parents stopped hearing from her. When they got a hold of Merle to ask him about their daughter, he told them that 3 months into their marriage, Henrietta had packed up her things and left him. Henrietta's parents reported her missing to the police in the beginning of August. After police began investigating Henrietta's whereabouts, Merle claimed to see her at a park in nearby Long Beach, California on August 20th. A week later, on August 27th, Henrietta's mother received a collect phone call from a woman claiming to be Henrietta. Her mother said that she would accept the charges for the call, but the woman on the other end of the line hung up the phone before Henrietta's mother could actually speak with her. Police would eventually trace the call to San Francisco. That same day, the Cruz family received a telegram. It was signed Henrietta. It said that she was fine and had gotten a job, but did not want to come back to her husband. Police learned that the telegram had been called in from a payphone in San Francisco. The woman who called it in had provided a fake address. An even stranger event occurred over a year after Henrietta went missing. Just before Christmas of 1961, Henrietta's father went outside to get in his car and drive to work. On the trunk of the car were undergarments that had belonged to Henrietta, as well as a belt. There was no other sign of Henrietta or whoever dropped these items off at the home. The fact that all of these instances of supposed contact with Henrietta stops short of actual interaction with her is concerning. Why would Henrietta call her mother but not actually speak with her? It is also suspicious that none of these communications from someone claiming to be Henrietta came until after her parents realized she was gone and contacted the police. It appears as though Henrietta met with foul play, and the person responsible attempted to create the illusion that Henrietta was alive but living in San Francisco to keep the police from seriously investigating the case. Since Merle was the last person who saw Henrietta and he knew that the police were looking for her, it is hard not to be suspicious of his account of how Henrietta left their home. Henrietta's parents appear to have accepted the possibility that she had been killed. They hired a private investigator and offered a reward in Henrietta's case. However, the newspaper ads they ran asking for help in locating Henrietta's remains, not discovering where she was living. Merle remarried in 1962, but there is no record of him legally divorcing Henrietta or having her declared dead. He and his second wife remained married until his death in 2012. Henrietta's case remains open with the Santa Ana police. Katrina McVey was struggling in 1992. The 27-year-old mother of 3 was in an abusive marriage with Richard McVey, who had recently gotten out of prison, following a 6-month sentence for domestic violence. After a violent altercation with Richard, Katrina fled their home in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. She was able to stay at a shelter for battered women, but Richard somehow discovered the confidential address of the facility and showed up there looking for her. The shelter believed that this made Katrina a security risk and made her leave. Katrina was then homeless, living for a time in World War II Memorial Park. Eventually, a friend named Judy Burton felt sorry for Katrina and let her come stay with her in her apartment at 295 2nd Avenue. While she was free from Richard, Katrina was cut off from her children and fell into the world of drugs and prostitution to support herself. She was last seen by Judy Burton around May 15, 1992 at the intersection of Lincoln and Front Streets. She got into a car and has not been seen since. Due to Katrina's unstable situation, Judy Burton did not notify police when Katrina never came back to her apartment. After being unable to reach Katrina, her family reported her missing a month after the last known sighting of her. Katrina's mother, Charlotte Saulnier, believes that her daughter was murdered at the time of her disappearance by someone close to her and that she was buried along the banks of the Blackstone River. This detail comes from a phone call Charlotte received from Katrina's husband Richard a few weeks after she had reported her daughter missing. She claims that in this phone call, Richard told her that Katrina was down by the Blackstone River. Richard McVey had an extensive criminal record, serving time in prison both before and after Katrina went missing. He had been in prison until just prior to Katrina's disappearance, and he was back in prison just 4 months after it occurred. His convictions over the years included first-degree sexual assault and child abuse. His first wife allegedly died under suspicious circumstances. Richard ultimately died of lung cancer while incarcerated. Richard's phone call, along with rumors going around Woonsocket that also maintained that Katrina's remains were buried near the Blackstone River, led Katrina's brother, Todd Tebow, to spend his weekends searching the banks of the river. After a few weeks, he found one of the few pieces of physical evidence in the case. Along the Blackstone River, where it runs through Costa Park, Todd found a shirt he believes is the one his sister was last seen wearing. This discovery made Todd believe that he was on the right track, and he continued to scour the riverbanks in the coming weeks. It was at this point that Charlotte received another, more troubling phone call. A caller asked her to pass an ominous message along to Todd. "You'll never find her." So far, the statement has proven true. Over the years, as different cold case units have investigated the case, cadaver dogs have been brought to the Blackstone River, and an area was excavated in hopes of finding Katrina's remains. These efforts were unsuccessful. Katrina's mother and brother no longer live in Woonsocket. Todd is now a corrections officer in Indiana, but has returned to Rhode Island to speak to police about his sister's case. Charlotte Saulnier visited the Sales Street Bridge every year to throw a bouquet of carnations, Katrina's favorite flower, into the Blackstone River and say a prayer for her daughter for more than a decade. She only stopped when she could no longer leave her new home in Mississippi because she was providing care for ill relatives. Charlotte still holds out hope that one day she will be able to bury her daughter in their family plot, where Katrina will be able to lie next to her grandmother rather than in her unknown grave. The case of Lamu. Unhealthy relationships with a cruel person and a narcissist never lead to anything good. It is crucial to realize this in time and break off such connections before a tragedy occurs. Emotional abuse is typically just the beginning and a prelude to physical violence, which the abuser will use to control and dominate their partner, suppress them, and create an atmosphere of constant oppression and fear. Our story today revolves around a popular Chinese blogger, Lamu, whose tragic end a few years ago shocked all of China. Lamu, a simple girl from a poor family, captivated a large audience with her kindness, sincerity, and boundless love for nature, and met a horrific end at the hands of her once-loved partner. The most chilling part of this incident is that the assault on her was broadcast live, and thousands of followers could only watch helplessly. Lamu was born in 1990 in Yaowa, Tibetan, and Chang Autonomous Prefecture, Sichuan Province, China. She was the youngest of 3 children in a very poor family that barely made ends meet. She grew up with her older biological sister and stepbrother in a home shared with their parents and grandmother. Their family collected rare medicinal plants, which they sold in local pharmacies for a meager income. After completing only 3 grades, Lamu had to leave school to work with her family members and help support them. Along with the adults, she climbed high into the mountains, where, at certain times and in special places, they could find the rarest herbs and flowers with healing properties. Lamu was well versed in these plants and had a sincere love for nature, admiring its beauty and generosity and drawing strength and inspiration from the mountains. As social media popularity grew, she created her own account on a Chinese equivalent of TikTok. There, Lamu posted short videos showcasing her daily life, household activities, and the beauty of her native province. She called herself a mountain girl and had a deep affection for her work. Unlike many bloggers, she was not chasing fame. Fame found her. Her audience adored Lamu for her smile, purity, and almost childlike spontaneity. She never prepared content in advance, speaking her mind and feelings, and sometimes singing folk songs while showcasing the mountain landscapes. Lamu never used makeup or filters. Her hands and feet bore calluses, scratches, and scars, visibly evidencing the hard and long labor behind them. Gradually, Lamu's subscriber count grew, and not only locals but also tourists visiting the area began to recognize her. They referred to the blogger as that sweet mountain girl, offered warm words, expressed gratitude for her work, and asked for photos. Lamu was not proud of her fame, but she was delighted that her activities resonated with the audience and brought joy to others. In her youth, Lamu constantly went to the mountains with her parents and older sister. But as her sister grew up, got married, and moved to another province, and her parents, due to age, could no longer climb high or for long, Lamu took on all the work herself. She detailed to her followers the flora of the local area, explaining which specific flowers and herbs had what properties, how to collect them, and how to use them as food without accidentally harming the body. During certain seasons, Lamu could spend several weeks alone in the mountains gathering medicinal plants. She showed how she set up camps for the night, cooked her meals over a campfire, shared local legends and beliefs, and returned with a large and heavy backpack that seemed to weigh more than she did. But this strong, brave, and hardworking beauty never elicited pity because she glowed with happiness when engaging in her beloved activities in the mountains. Despite returning tired, worn out, and with bloody calluses, and despite never complaining about her tough fate and hard daily labor, Lamu long avoided one topic. She did not discuss her personal life because she suffered for many years at the hands of her abusive husband, Tongli, enduring beatings and humiliations. But she tried not to show that she was deeply unhappy. Tongli was also a native of Sichuan province, born in 1990 into a simple and quite modest family. His parents adored their youngest son, indulging him from an early age, always striving to spoil and please him. At the age of 12, he quit school and started working as a courier, delivering groceries to local stores. He earned little but kept all the money to himself, not helping his family at all. Even then, the teenager began to show signs of greed, avarice, and narcissism. He believed the world revolved around him, that others owed him, but he owed nothing to anyone, desperate to become wealthy. He was willing to do anything, even break the law, and that's precisely what happened. At 15, Tong left home, fell in with the wrong crowd, and began dealing in banned substances and petty theft. He also dabbled in gambling and took pride in getting away with it. He aimed to earn respect in the criminal underworld, become rich, and escape the poverty he grew up in. Sometime later, Lee's parents opened their own small spice and tea shop, investing all their efforts and resources into it. The business quickly took off, generating a decent income, and the family soon became well off by local standards. At that point, Tom decided to return home and offered to help expand and promote the family business. In reality, he just wanted to live off his relatives who worked hard daily. Tom considered himself successful and wealthy, spending money on personal luxuries, boasting to friends about his expensive items, and behaving selfishly, even claiming the store's success as his own. Meanwhile, he kept in touch with local criminals, maintaining a separate under-the-table business with them. First love. Tong and Lamu met when they were just 17. The young man was so enchanted by her beauty, kindness, and sincerity that he was head over heels in love. He courted her earnestly, giving gifts, and it seemed he was ready to change for her, become more mature and serious, and cut ties with the criminal world. The young and naive Lamu quickly fell for his charms, believing she had met her Prince Charming with whom she would be happy. No one had ever courted her so diligently before, and no one had tried so hard to win her over. Soon, the young couple developed a romantic relationship that lasted almost 2 years before they decided to make it official. As soon as Tong turned 19, he proposed to his beloved, who eagerly accepted. However, their parents were not thrilled about their decision to marry. They tried to dissuade the young couple, believing they were too young to start a family. But the young lovers wouldn't listen to anyone. In 2009, they got married, and the newlywed wife moved into her mother-in-law's house, Lamu's personal hell. Initially, married life seemed quite blissful. Tong tried to be a good husband, left behind his bad influences and gambling, focusing on his young wife and the family business. Lamu took on almost all the household duties and also helped her beloved's parents in their shop. However, it wasn't long before her husband started disappearing with his old friends again. He returned to his unlawful activities, frequently consumed alcohol, and his behavior towards his wife drastically changed. Tong was no longer the gentle, kind, and caring man Lamu had fallen in love with a few years earlier. He became crude, self-centered, and aggressive. He took a portion of the store's earnings from a business where all the family members worked, except for him, claiming it as his share, and spent all the money on his own needs, entertainments, and pleasures. The couple started arguing frequently. Lamu tried to reason with her husband, urging him to get his act together, work honestly, quit drinking, and stop associating with people from the criminal world. But Tong wouldn't listen to either his wife or his mother, believing no one had the right to tell him what to do. According to his parents' recollections, conflicts in their home became a daily occurrence. The situation didn't change even when Lamu became pregnant. Her husband continued to vanish with his friends, and when he returned home, he was rough and aggressive. He was annoyed that his wife was now more focused on herself and their future child. He himself, like a child, demanded attention, and during one disagreement, he raised his hand to her for the first time. Lamu was shocked by her husband's action and declared she would return to her parents' home as she refused to tolerate such treatment. At that moment, her mother-in-law, who had unintentionally witnessed the incident, intervened. She approached her son and slapped him twice, telling him he had no right to treat the mother of his future child that way. Afterwards, the woman convinced her daughter-in-law to stay, promising that it would not happen again. Lamu believed her and decided to give her husband another chance, a decision she would bitterly regret as it was just the beginning of a real nightmare. From then on, Tong regularly became physically abusive, only to apologize afterward, crying and begging her not to leave him. Each time, Lamu wanted to believe he had come to his senses and would genuinely change. But the cycle repeated over and over. When she finally decided to leave her husband, he threatened to take their son away and do something terrible to her and her parents. Frightened, the young mother stayed, fearing he would carry out his threats. From then on, their child became his main tool for manipulation and blackmail. Lamu told none of her relatives about the nightmare unfolding in her husband's home. Even her older sister, with whom she had been very close since childhood, suspected nothing. In 2012, after a long and severe illness, Lamu's mother passed away, which was a huge shock for her. Her elderly father and grandmother were left virtually helpless, and she found herself literally living between two homes, managing to maintain order, cook, and help with the household chores everywhere. Meanwhile, Lamu continued to regularly climb the mountains for herbs to financially support both families. Only in the mountains, amidst the hard work, paradoxically, could she rest, be alone with her thoughts, stay, and breathe freely without fear of her disgruntled husband coming home, causing a scene and hitting her again. In 2017, the woman gave birth to a second son. Relations with her husband remained strained, and her mother-in-law had long stopped trying to intervene on her daughter-in-law's behalf, though she took on all the care of the grandchildren when Lamu went to work in the mountains. Around the same time, Lamu created her account on Douyin, Chinese TikTok, where she started posting short videos showcasing the local beauty, discussing various flowers and herbs, their medicinal properties, and how to use them. Engaging with her audience became the outlet Lamu desperately needed to keep from going insane. Sometimes she quietly sang songs for her followers and sometimes danced against the backdrop of mountain ridges. She always appeared happy, smiling genuinely, and never once complained to her audience about her difficult fate or mentioned the domestic violence she regularly endured. In 2019, Lamu's beloved grandmother passed away, and the blogger posted a video for the first time, where she was crying, expressing her deep pain over losing a family member. Her numerous followers sincerely supported her, unlike her husband, who instead of showing sympathy, became furious and struck her face because she was sobbing. In January 2020, after enduring another severe incident of violence, Lamu finally decided to leave her tyrannical husband. She took her sons, moved back to her parents' home, and filed for divorce. Around the same time, Lamu recorded a new video stating that for the first time in a long while, she felt calm and confident. In the video, it was evident she tried to cover up a large bruise under her eye with concealer. However, she never disclosed to anyone the domestic abuse she had suffered for years. Regrettably, during the divorce proceedings, the court divided custody of the sons, leaving the younger child with the mother and the older with the father. This decision was a devastating blow for Lamu, and her now ex-husband unexpectedly changed tactics by romantically pursuing her again, proposing they start over and not break up the family. He swore he had realized his mistakes, wanted them and the boys to live together again, and promised to acknowledge all his past errors and never repeat them. For a couple of months, Tong put on the act of a repentant man. He gave flowers, created real celebrations for the family, tried to help his ex-wife around the house, and even joined her on mountain trips, which he had never done before. Lamu's heart softened, and she believed that he had genuinely changed. By the end of March, the couple remarried. As you might guess, the fairy tale ended as soon as Lamu returned to her husband's house. Tong reverted to being cruel, mean, and selfish, and within 2 weeks of remarrying, he brutally attacked his wife, nearly beating her to death. When Lamu interacted with her followers, he snatched the phone from her hands and hurled it against the wall, shattering it. Then he began to beat her with his fists and feet, giving her no chance to escape. Battered and barefoot, Lamu fled the house and immediately went to the police, seeking protection. But they only took her statement and advised her to try to resolve the family conflict on her own. After that, Lamu decided to hide from her husband in another village to avoid endangering her relatives. Enraged, her husband was ready to end the life of his runaway wife, but did not know where to find her. He assumed she might have gone to her sister's house. He visited the sister's home and began yelling, demanding she tell him where Lamu was. The woman knew nothing about it and asked him to leave. Then, Tong repeatedly struck her in the face with all his might. At that moment, her husband was at work, so there was no one to protect the unfortunate woman. She suffered a fractured cheekbone and eye socket, and her nose was broken. After the second victim also filed a police report, Tong was finally held accountable administratively, but he was not arrested. Nevertheless, Tong laid low while the second divorce proceedings were underway, not attempting to contact his wife. Unfortunately, this time around, the court, in dissolving the marriage, left both sons with the father, as the Lee family was wealthy, and money proved to be the deciding factor. The heartbroken mother was crushed with grief. Her close ones urged her to leave the village for a while, fearing the ex-husband would seek revenge and possibly do something dreadful. However, Lamu refused, wanting to be near her boys. 3 weeks after the second divorce, Lamu went to the mountains, where she recorded a video of herself singing and dancing. Apparently, this was her way of trying to relieve stress, but her ex-husband interpreted it as her celebrating their separation, which blinded him with rage. On the evening of September 14th, 2020, around 8, Lamu started a live stream to chat with her followers. She was dressed in a traditional Tibetan outfit, softly singing folk songs. She put a finger to her lips, whispering that they needed to be quiet because her father and visiting stepbrother were already asleep while she prepared breakfast treats for them. At that moment, a terrible noise erupted off camera, as if someone had kicked the door in. The blogger turned pale, frozen in fear, her eyes wide with horror. She stared at the person entering, then suddenly jumped up, clearly trying to escape. The tripod with her smartphone fell camera down, but the broadcast continued. Viewers could not see what was happening in the room, but could hear everything. Heavy footsteps were heard, followed by the sound of a liquid splashing on the floor and walls. Lamu started screaming for help. Then her father's voice pleaded with the intruder to calm down and put down the knife. Lamu warned her family that the room was doused in gasoline and begged them to save themselves. A sinister silence fell for a few seconds, then the click of a lighter followed by a piercing scream was heard. The broadcast cut off as the crackle of flames spreading through the room intensified. Followers were in disbelief, unwilling to accept that they had witnessed a tragedy, with some even speculating it was a cruel prank. Unfortunately, the worst had occurred. Tong decided to brutally exact revenge on his ex-wife for daring to leave him. He rode a motorcycle to Lamu's house, bringing along a canister of gasoline and a large knife. Through the windows, he saw his ex-wife in the kitchen on the ground floor and kicked the door leading to the room. Tom caught Lamu off guard. She barely understood what was happening before she tried to flee, but he prevented her from escaping. Tom doused Lamu with fuel and wounded her with the knife before setting the house on fire. At that moment, her father and brother ran outside, shouting for neighbors to help. But they did not understand what was happening or the seriousness of the situation. As the flames erupted, her relatives rushed back into the house. But the old wooden beams, burning like torches, collapsed, blocking the entrance. It took firefighters about 2 hours to extinguish the fire. When they entered, they found Lamu in the room, her skin charred black and in places literally melted and stuck to the floor. Incredibly, Lamu was still breathing with a faint pulse detectable. She was immediately rushed to the hospital where doctors were horrified by her condition. Over 90% of her body surface was burned, and her lungs had nearly cooked from the heated air and smoke, but she desperately continued to fight for her life. She was in a deep coma, and her condition was deemed critical. Nevertheless, the city's burn center was prepared to help, but the treatment cost was a staggering 1 million yen, a sum her family could not afford after losing everything in the fire. Then, Lamu's father decided to seek help from her followers. He wrote a letter explaining that her ex-husband had attacked her, attempting to end her life, but she had survived, and doctors held out a slim hope. However, the family simply didn't have the funds for her medical treatment. The letter was posted on her social account, along with a plea from her sister to all compassionate people to help Lamu, providing an account number for donations. The necessary funds for treatment were raised within an hour of the post, and people continued to send money. Lamu was transferred to the burn center, where she received the needed care. Her condition was stabilized, and at one point it even seemed she might recover. However, tragically, after 2 weeks of fighting for her life, her heart could not endure any longer, and she passed away without regaining consciousness. She was only 30 years old. At the trial, Tong's mother desperately defended her son, who had inflicted such cruelty, claiming that he did it out of intense love for his ex-wife and stress from their divorce. Nevertheless, the verdict was severe and just. The court found Lee guilty of deliberate, cruel deprivation of life and sentenced him to death, additionally mandating his family to compensate Lamu's relatives for the property loss due to the house fire. Tom attempted to appeal the verdict several times through appellate motions, but the decision remained unchanged. In July 2022, the sentence was carried out. Tong Lee was executed that same year, 2 years after the tragic event that ended a young woman's life. Her relatives rebuilt the house on the site of the burned one and were able to move back in. On the ground floor, her sister set up a small memorial altar with photographs of Lamu. The court left the orphaned boys in the custody of their paternal grandparents. The Lee family remained one of the wealthiest in the village, and the judges believed they could provide the children with better living conditions. The case of Esmeralda Riches. Today, we will find ourselves in the state that covers nearly 3/4 of the island of Haiti. It is the Dominican Republic. Our story begins on the Azure Coast, one of the most popular beaches in the Dominican Republic. A black Honda Accord pulled into a parking lot by the beach. Soft music played in the car as 2 men and 3 girls chatted animatedly about various topics. They appeared to be longtime friends reuniting for a casual outing. All the passengers exited the car and strolled leisurely toward the sea. A grown man called out to one of the girls and took her hand. He whispered something in her ear, and she shouted to her friends that she would return later. The beach was nearly empty in the evening, making it a spot for both rendezvous and solitude. They quickly got back into the car and talked for a long time. The man gently stroked her long hair and touched her full lips, which, like a strong magnet, drew his kisses. A few hours after the walk, the girl returned home and went to bed. The next morning, her mother noticed her daughter had not come for breakfast. She went to her daughter's room and knocked on the door, hoping to wake her. But there was only silence. The woman entered the room and let out a scream. At the sound, the girl's father rushed in. A horrifying scene greeted the parents. The whole bed was flooded with blood. And in the bathroom, on the floor in a pool of blood, lay their daughter. She was dead. From what they saw, the couple's legs gave out. But the father found the strength to call the police. Around 8 a.m., police arrived at the scene, examined the girl's room, and interviewed the parents. The body was taken to the National Institute of Forensic Medical Examination to establish the cause of death. The parents cried and wondered what could have happened to their daughter at home at night. But the events preceding this tragedy began to develop much earlier and escaped the parents' eyes. Today, before us will be a modern story of impossible love between a grown man and a young girl. She was 16-year-old Esmeralda Martinez, born August 23, 2006, in the province of La Altagracia, in the family of restaurant owners Elio Rosti and Isabel Martinez Riches. She grew up in a complete, happy family and had an older sister with whom she was very friendly. Esmeralda grew up to be a very pretty and bright girl. She loved to sing, dance, and displayed her special artistry, which she was proud to show in videos for social media. In 2023, Esmeralda was in her senior year of high school and was planning to go to university. She was always surrounded by friends because the girl's cheerfulness attracted not only her peers to her. 35-year-old John Kelly Martinez was among Esmeralda's close friends. John Kelly entered the public education system after passing a competitive teacher's exam and was undergoing induction for new teachers. He was still on probation, which lasted for 1 year. The pupils took a great liking to the new teacher, as he treated them like friends and had regular outings outside of school. Despite the fact that John was married to another teacher and had 2 daughters, he devoted most of his free time to his students. For a long time, the teacher painstakingly built a trusting relationship with them, disposing them to him. They were mostly bright and beautiful students, such as Esmeralda. The evening walk on February 12, 2023 was a perfectly normal meeting of teacher and female students outside of school. Esmeralda was the last person John Kelly picked up that evening. He followed her into the house, introduced himself as a teacher, and promised to bring her back home. The group of 2 grown men and 3 young female students then headed to the beach in Teacher Kelly's car. After stopping, everyone got out of the car, except John Kelly and Esmeralda. John and Esmeralda were alone for a while, but afterward joined the company. They drank a few beers and took a short walk along the shoreline. Suddenly, Esmeralda felt sick. The girl started bleeding during the walk, forcing them to cut it short and bring her back home. In the morning, her parents found her dead. An autopsy revealed that it was a homicide, but the parents did not get answers to their questions. The National Institute of Forensic Medicine tentatively determined that Esmeralda Riches' death was due to a perineal laceration with severe internal bleeding and hemorrhagic shock, following violent acts. As a result of the autopsy, the girl's death was classified as a violent death of undetermined cause. However, the question remained, who dared to do such a thing when Esmeralda was in familiar company on a walk supervised by a teacher? Interviews with the girlfriends and a review of the seized phones provided clarity and identified the first suspect. The testimony of one of the girls who had been out with the teacher and Esmeralda that evening was stunning. She said, She saw the professor slip 5 pills into Esmeralda's drink while they were on the beach. The initial findings of the police sparked a lot of talk in the Dominican Republic, where abortion is banned. There was a lot of speculation in the community about the cause of Esmeralda's death. Some said she died of a heart attack, while others were sure she died from blood loss, caused by the abortion pills John Kelly had allegedly given her. Everyone hoped that the medical examiner's report would put an end to the rumors and speculation. However, all the speculation dissipated when the results of the forensic examination were ready. Upon learning the results, which ruled out the possibility of pregnancy, Esmeralda's relatives were clearly puzzled and very skeptical. The victim's relatives stated that the family was unhappy that the report ruled out Esmeralda's pregnancy because this theory best matched what investigators had found out based on the forensic examiner's tests and findings, as well as the evidence collected during the investigation. After all, a review of the Esmeralda's friends revealed many text messages that, although indirectly, indicated the teacher's long-term interest in the student. After the unsuccessful version of pregnancy, the investigation concluded that John Kelly drugged the girl without her consent and roughly abused her on the beach, which led to profuse blood loss and, a few hours later, to the death of Esmeralda. The results of repeated toxicology tests were pending. Given the progress of the investigation, the prosecutor's office requested a coercive measure against John Kelly Martinez, and his office requested a coercive measure against John Kelly Martinez and his alleged accomplice, Ruben Murillo Martinez, as they are the main suspects in the young woman's death. John Kelly Martinez was suspended as a teacher for 90 days without pay because of the evidence collected against him. The prosecutor's office requested a year of preventive detention against John Kelly as the prime suspect in Esmeralda's death. Preventive detention is the imprisonment of a person, not as a punishment for a crime they have committed, but as a means of preventing the possible commission of criminal acts by that person for a period of time. New episodes and interviews with witnesses about the student's death, however, have created even more intrigue surrounding this horrific tragedy. After several interrogations, authorities learned that due to severe bleeding, the entire company had to stop several times along the way to help her. But no one took the bleeding Esmeralda to the hospital or called emergency services. Some of these stocks were captured by surveillance cameras where, according to witnesses, the defendants bought alcoholic beverages and Esmeralda and John went into the restroom together. Later, they also went into the pharmacy to buy medicine, water, and feminine hygiene pads. It was later established that Esmeralda had to completely change her clothes at one of the stops because her own were completely soaked in blood. After Esmeralda was taken home, her parents also noticed that she was bleeding heavily. Thinking it was a woman's menstrual cycle, the mother simply gave her daughter a painkiller to help her fall asleep. It was later discovered from one of the girl's cell phones that Esmeralda had sent her friend an audio message in the early morning hours, asking for help and saying, "Please help me. I'm bleeding." Unfortunately, the friend listened to the recording too late the next day, and Esmeralda was found lifeless on the floor of her bathroom, covered in blood. On February 14th, John Kelly Martinez was arrested by police, and his home was searched the following day. During the search, the clothes he was wearing on the night out with his female students were seized. His cousin, Ruben Murillo, who was the second man present that night, was also accused of trying to hide John's bloody pants. There were many ambiguities in the investigation into the event, and the prosecutor's office should have clarified the situation, rather than making new speculations about an incident that alarmed the public. The public demanded a thorough investigation to determine the real cause of the young girl's death, as many felt that obvious facts on the surface had not been taken into account by the investigators. The investigation involved not only a search of the house where the teacher and his family lived, but also the car in which the crime against Esmeralda may have taken place, triggering the bleeding. The authorities urgently requested the car, but it was discovered that John Kelly's wife had sold it in a hurry. The investigation believed that the hasty sale of the car was an attempt to hide evidence that could prove violent acts. The purchaser of the automobile was Panaga Pilar. After it was learned that a coercive measure would be sought for alleged complicity in the case against Jabe C. Espinal Rijo, John Kelly's wife, and Frank Panaga, the new owner of the car. The vehicle was finally inspected. However, other than traces of Esmeralda's blood found in the car, no other evidence was discovered. The court ruling determined that there was insufficient evidence to keep Jabe C. Espinal Rowe in jail, and she was released. The investigation continued for several months, and the prosecutor launched his own inquiry, re-interviewing the 3 girls who accompanied Esmeralda. Their testimony helped investigators reconstruct the events of that night, minute by minute. At 7:30 p.m., Jean Kelly Martinez, 35, and his cousin Ruben Marilla Martinez went to the home of Esmeralda Riches in La Atre Bande with 3 other girls in the passenger compartment of the car. John excused Esmeralda from her mother, introducing himself as her teacher and telling her of the exciting evening that awaited her daughter and the other students. Esmeralda went along with him. Turned out that originally the whole group was going to go to the fair with amusement rides, but on the way, John changed his mind and altered the destination. Most likely, John Kelly did not intend to go to the fair, but preferred a quiet Mau Beach. On the way to the beach, John stopped the car at a store, where he bought a beer. Returning to the car, he asked his brother to sit in the back seat, while Esmeralda sat in the front. The man had a thermos with him, into which he poured the beer and added 5 unknown pills to the drink. He offered it to Esmeralda without informing her of the contents of the thermos, but one of Jerafen's noticed. Arriving at the beach, the 3 girls got out of the car, leaving Esmeralda and John Kelly alone. They were alone in the car for about 30 minutes, and their prolonged absence was noticed by Esmeralda's friends. After a moment, without explanation, John appeared and told everyone to get in the car as they were leaving urgently. They had to make several stops along the way because Esmeralda started bleeding heavily. One of the stops was at 9:45, when they stopped at a gas station parking lot. According to eyewitnesses and CCTV footage, Esmeralda used the cafeteria restroom. Esmeralda's classmate said she asked to stop at the gas station because she needed to visit the ladies' room, and when she went in there with her friends, they noticed her clothes were soaked with blood. There was a lot of blood in the restroom, so much so that the girls had to mop the floor. The girlfriends tried to help Esmeralda. They were very frightened and asked the woman working at the gas station if it was normal. And she said it was not normal and advised them to see a doctor immediately. The girls told John Kelly about it, but the man refused to go to the hospital, saying that if he did, he would go to jail. According to the inspection document, traces of Esmeralda Riches' blood were found both in the parking lot and in the service restroom. At the gas station, they also stopped at a pharmacy at 10:21 p.m., where they bought some medication, water, and sanitary pads. Authorities obtained surveillance footage and a receipt for the purchase to verify the fact. At 11 p.m., John Kelly returned Esmeralda to her home. She arrived with heavy bleeding that began minutes after she was left alone in the car with her teacher. On February 16th, an official report came back stating that Esmeralda had been very severely and brutally abused, resulting in severe blood loss and hypovolemic shock. As hypovolemic shock, as scary as it sounds, this condition could have been stabilized, and medics know how to effectively help a person. But unfortunately, Esmeralda never made it into the life-saving hands of doctors that night. Toxicology testing confirmed the presence in Esmeralda's body of the active ingredient in the pills used to terminate a pregnancy, but it was previously confirmed that Esmeralda was never pregnant. This component is a synthetic gestation with contraceptive effect when taken orally in the recommended dosing regimen. This component suppresses ovulation and fertilization, which most likely indicates that the teacher, John Kelly, was preparing for intimacy with the student he liked. After repeated medical examinations, Esmeralda's body was finally allowed to be buried. The young girl was buried in the Albano Public Cemetery. As Esmeralda's family and friends said goodbye to her, they described her as a kind and cheerful girl. Her parents bitterly recalled that fateful evening and blamed themselves for entrusting their daughter to a teacher and letting her go for an evening walk with him. On June 4, 2023, after reconstructing the last hours of Esmeralda Riches' life, prosecutors filed charges against math and physical education teacher, John Kelly Martinez. On June 12, the La Alta Gracia prosecutor's office filed an indictment and a request to open a trial against Martinez and his cousin, Rubiel Milo Martinez, with the La Alta Gracia Instructional Court. The case was scheduled to be heard on August 23, 2023. However, due to the passage of Storm Franklin, the case against the teacher was rescheduled. On November 24, 2023, the judge ordered that John be retried as the sole defendant in the death of Esmeralda Riches. The trial was scheduled to begin on January 9, 2024, but was again rescheduled because only half of the witnesses called were present. The trial is scheduled for February 1, 6, 2024, before the Collegiate Court of the Penitentiary Chamber of First Instance of La Alta Gracia. The defense attorney urged the court to note that his client can only be charged with violence and accuses the parents of not taking action to avoid the death of their daughter, despite knowing about her problem. The prosecution, for its part, presented more than 40 pieces of evidence, including witness testimony and examination reports. During the hearing, the prosecution also heard testimony from pathologists and forensic experts, who showed the audience all the audio and video materials that had been collected during the painstaking and long work to determine the cause of the girl's death. In his closing statement, the defendant tried to make himself look like a victim. John Kelly Martinez admitted that he and Esmeralda were indeed close that night in the car, but he sincerely tried to assure the court and everyone present that everything was consensual. The important fact, he said, was that when he brought Esmeralda home, she was alive and well. The motion to compel specifies that Martinez voluntarily inflicted the victim with lacerations, abrasions, and contusions that resulted in her death, with severe acute external and internal bleeding and hemorrhagic shock as the terminal mechanism of death, according to the autopsy report. John Kelly Martinez's speech made no impression on the court or those in the audience. On March 14, 2024, Professor John Kelly Martinez, 36, was sentenced to 20 years in prison for violence. John Kelly Martinez will serve his prison term at the Ana Maria Correctional and Rehabilitation Center in He. Rubiel Mauro Martinez, cousin of the defendant charged with accessory after the fact, received a conditional enforcement measure consisting of periodic court appearances. Following the enforcement measure against the professor and his cousin, Rich's family attorney, Raimundo Rosario, said the family was satisfied with the restraining measure and would not file a motion to reopen the investigation. The verdict for Juan eased the pain of Esmeralda's parents a bit. They thanked everyone involved in the investigation and trial. They also indicated that they were satisfied with the verdict. Esmeralda's family did not experience the joy of the teacher's verdict because the acute pain of losing their daughter was forever lodged in their souls. Esmeralda's mother, Isabel Martinez, said she regretted letting her daughter walk with this blessed teacher and 3 friends. I talked to him on the phone and asked, "Are you a teacher?" And he said, "Yes, I am." And I told him, "Take care of my daughter. I'm gonna let her out because she's with you. I was innocent that my daughter was with this man." The mother said. The Ministry of Education provided support to the family and relatives of the deceased girl, as well as to the relatives of the other girls who were with Esmeralda on the day of the tragedy. In their message, they expressed their hope that cases of this nature will not be repeated in the education community and in society at large. With the pain of parents who can never come to terms with their daughter's death, they said, it is their turn to fight for justice. A story that began as a fun evening outing with a visit to the beach turned into a night of terror that cost the life of student Esmeralda Riches, who bled to death after lacerations, abrasions, and bruises inflicted by a man whose parents entrusted with the lives of their children. Obviously, everyone involved in the evening's outing has a share of blame. Unfortunately, because of her parents' excessive strictness, Esmeralda was afraid to ask them for help and tell them what had happened. Sometimes we think that it is easier to conceal for fear of punishment or just to remain misunderstood. But what a pity that in this battle, fear wins, taking precious life. Blake Leibel was born in Toronto, Ontario, Canada on the May 8th in 1981. His family was a well-off family right up the tree. His father, Lorne Leibel, is a well-known real estate tycoon and Canadian Motorsport Hall of Famer, while Blake's mother, Eleanor Chaitel, inherited Alrose products from her father, Paul Chaitel. This company makes plastic polytart materials and is reported to generate over $28 million in sales annually. But while grandfather Paul Chaitel was a success, It was reported that he was known to be a control freak and bully. Paul's wife, Blake's grandmother, suffered from a severe mental illness of some kind. The specific diagnosis remains unknown, but what is known is that when Paul Cheetel passed away, he left a will behind that withheld inheritance from his family, pending not only alcohol and drug screening, but also an HIV test. Once relatives successfully passed these stipulations, Paul Chatel's girlfriend would get 2 Mercedes-Benz cars, a Cadillac, and some other parting gifts, while Blake's mother got a payout of $12 million. Oddly enough, Blake's brother Cody Leibel was cut out of the will, with Paul Cheetel stating that it wasn't out of lack of love, but rather that he knew Cody's father would adequately provide for him. On the other side of the family, Blake and Cody's father, Lorne Leibel, was a man who dated beautiful young women and took them out in fancy Ferraris. He was the envy of any man who set eyes on his fortunes or female companions. When Lorne Leibel split up with Eleanor Chatel, Blake lived with his mom, while Cody lived with his dad. It was during this time that Blake and his father reportedly became distant and estranged as Blake felt that Lorne wasn't providing enough for him financially. Even so, the Leibel family was, by all accounts, a highly successful one. Even Blake's grandfather, Stanley Leibel, was a well-known sailor who competed in the 1968 Summer Olympics and then later developed hundreds of homes across Toronto. Even Blake's aunt, Terry Leibel, is a Canadian journalist who served as a host for CBC's Olympic coverage during the 1996, 2002, 2004, 2004, and 2006 games. Blake and his brother Cody Leibel were destined for success right from the very start, or at least they certainly had the financial environment around them to allow them to succeed at whatever they put their minds to. As a matter of fact, when Cody Leibel moved to California, he certainly left his mark of success on the world. He even sold his 5,500 square foot home in Beverly Crest for almost $18 million in 2017. The buyer was reportedly Katy Perry. Then later on the same year, Cody bought Reba McEntire's house for a reported $25 million, crowning him the youngest homeowner in Beverly Park history. This move made him neighbors with big names like Sylvester Stallone, Mark Wahlberg, Denzel Washington, and even Eddie Murphy. As the world's youngest owner of a Ferrari Enzo, Cody not only owned a record label, but he was a regular at a poker club called Molly's Game that reportedly hosted famous faces like Leonardo DiCaprio, Ben Affleck, Matt Damon, and Tobey Maguire. Cody Leibel certainly seemed as successful as the family that raised him. Cody's brother, Blake Leibel, moved to California in 2004. He reportedly still received an allowance from his mother that totaled close to $2 million in just 8 years. In 2011, Blake's mother, Eleanor, would die of brain cancer, leaving a huge inheritance behind to Blake and Cody. Roughly 2 years later, Blake challenged his mother's will to remove his father as trustee and deny his brother, Cody, his inheritance. But Blake, who reportedly didn't even attend his mother's funeral, received little sympathy from the courts. But who is Blake Leibel? He wrote and directed a comedy film in 2009 called Bold. It was very low budget and it didn't hit well at all. The movie was a massive flop with a 2.6 star rating on IMDb. But apparently you can still find it on Plex TV if you're curious. Blake Leibel also directed a 2013 film called Soulmates. He's even listed as a creative consultant and director on a few episodes of Mel Brooks' Spaceballs, the anime. In 2010, Blake published a graphic novel called Syndrome. The novel was about a man named Dr. Chatel, who happens to share the same name as Blake's own mother. In the novel, Dr. Tettle studies serial killers. He also goes as far as to recruit a town full of actors and then set up a fake Truman Show-style scenario. Next, he fakes the execution of a serial killer before wiping his mind and allowing the memoryless man to run free in the fake town so Chatel can monitor his actions. The doctor's goal in the book is to cure serial killers. Chatel's character can be quoted saying that evil is not some mysterious force. Evil is a syndrome. Co-author of the book, Ryan Roberts, stated that Blake told him that he had done a lot of research on serial killers. Ryan also recalled how Leibel jerked his hands upward when showing how a victim could be flipped upside down in order to drain them of fluid. In hindsight, Ryan Roberts said he'll never forget that. While Blake didn't actually write or illustrate the final edition of Syndrome, He was credited as creator of the book, and he wrote an introduction at the start of the novel, asking the question, if you loved hurting things, what would you do? Syndrome, Blake's biggest success, and it ended up with him giving away stacks of the graphic novels for free at Comic-Con in San Diego. A producer said Blake wanted to be a respected comic book artist, and he used his cash to try and buy that image. He tried hard to come across as cool and edgy, but it was clear to everyone that Blake Leibel had some serious mental issues that he needed to address. His mental state had begun to deteriorate, and he was spiraling into a dark abyss. Those close to him had started to recognize the signs, but none could foresee the depths to which Blake would ultimately sink until it was beyond anyone's reach to save him. Blake Leibel had quite the romantic life. In 2006, Blake met a Californian model named Amanda Braun. Amanda was previously in a relationship with Andrew Olchak, who died in prison following convictions for crimes committed as a crooked hedge fund manager. After 5 years of dating, Blake and Amanda finally tied the knot in 2011. Not long after the wedding, Amanda Braun Leibel gave birth to a son. While the couple appeared to live comfortably in their Beverly Hills mansion, Blake continued to cash in and spend his checks pretty much as quickly as he received them. He reportedly smoked weed constantly and came up with various plans for success, but none of his ideas proved fruitful. During this time, one of Leibel's friends said, Blake was developing a dark obsession with brutal violence. It was like Blake was becoming a different person. He was distant and paranoid. Then in the summer of 2015, Blake left Amanda while she was pregnant with their second child. This was reportedly due to his pot-smoking habit consuming his life, but I'd say there was more than a marijuana issue brewing. Blake began isolating from almost everyone as he sank deeper into a world filled with gore, violence, and darkness. He even stopped returning his family's calls and began to suspect that his brother Cody was in deep debt to some Russian gang members, and he was worried it could potentially bring harm back his way. But there was never any evidence that Cody Leibel owed any major debt like that, and no one could understand why Blake's sanity was spiraling out of control. But most of his friends claimed it was initially the death of his mother that brought on this dark madness. Eleanor Chattel's $5,500,000 home in Toronto, plus the $1 million of other dollars acquired due to her death, just wasn't enough for Blake. He was broke, and when he failed to have his mother's will overturned in 2013, he turned to his father to help him pay for his mounting credit card debts. Then Blake was sued by his lawyers for non-payment in the unsuccessful case of Eleanor Chattel's will. After Blake split up with Amanda, he began pitching another original script called Psychopomp. It was about a caped vigilante that cuts off the heads of villains and then uploads his antics to YouTube. But reviewers of the script stated that it was terrible in every way possible. There wasn't one thing about Blake Leibel's new project that anyone liked. It was likened to a bad rip-off version of Batman, where Batman is violent, psychotic, stupid, sadistic, and highly unlikable. Psychopomp was nothing more than a gratuitously violent film, devoid of any imaginative flair. However, there were whispers that Hilary Shore, a producer involved in Children of Men, had expressed interest in the Psychopomp screenplay. Yet, this supposed development never materialized. While married to a pregnant Amanda Braun, Blake had started seeing Iana Kashin, a stunning 30-year-old Ukrainian former attorney from Kiev. In no time, Blake got her pregnant too. And for a while, they seemed happy and healthy as Blake pulled Iana into his fantasy world of Hollywood hot pink. All the while, his mental decline was picking up speed at a volatile pace. In May of 2016, Iana gave birth to a baby girl named Diana, and to outside observers, the new family appeared to be doing well. However, the reality was far from idyllic. Blake harbored intense jealousy towards the infant as a storm of anger raged within him. No longer the sole object of Iana's affection, Blake found himself replaced by baby Diana, pushing him to new heights of psychological instability. He incessantly demanded sexual attention from Iana, threatening to abandon her for another woman if she refused his advances. In an attempt to salvage their relationship, Iana sent her newborn daughter to live with her mother in a nearby apartment, which Blake financially supported. Then, on May 20th, Blake Leibel was arrested for sexual assault not far from his condo. The alleged victim was Blake's third girlfriend, Constance. She'd been living in another house he owned that was also a couple of miles away from his West Hollywood apartment where he lived with Iana. Constance claimed Blake forced himself on her in the house. Buka Fury is known for being a storyboard artist on Aquaman and working in the art department for films like Snow White and the Huntsman, P.S. I Love You, and the Emoji Movie. Blake Liebel was released from custody around 15 hours after he was arrested following a bail payment of $100,000. Iana had bailed Blake out of jail, but finding out about the affair with Constance was the final straw for her. She moved into her mother, Olga Kashensmar. There was only one door left to check, and it was locked. The cops tried to force the door open to the bedroom, but a mattress was barricading the door from the other side. The cops shouted for whoever was in there to come out. And that's when Blake's voice finally responded, saying he wasn't going to come out because he was scared that the officers were going to beat him up. They assured him that this wouldn't happen and that they were just there to check on his girlfriend to make sure she was okay. Blake replied back that she was fine. He said she was at the hospital and gave them a room number. He also said that his father would be there soon and that he wasn't coming out until then. Blake was referring to his accountant and mentor, Stephen Green. Blake had called Stephen around noon and asked him to come to the apartment. For a month before Stephen Green received that call, he had been unable to get in contact with Blake Liebel. Green had called, messaged, left voicemails, and even emailed Blake several times, but he never got a reply. Stephen Green even left a voicemail on Blake's phone stating that he was worried about him and that he loved him. He said, whatever was going on, he wanted to help him get through it. But as you're about to find out, it was way too late for that. When Green arrived at the condo, he spoke to Blake through the partially open bedroom door in the apartment. A short while later, a detective arrived on the scene to find Green now in the living room talking to Blake on the phone. Liebel was still barricaded in the master bedroom. When Green hung up the phone, the detective asked him to call Blake back, which he did. After a few minutes of conversation, Blake Liebel finally agreed to come out. He was only wearing boxer shorts when he emerged from the room. Stephen Green gave Blake some clothing to put on. Luckily, officers checked the clothing first and found Liebel's passport and about $4,000 in cash. It's thought that he was going to try and make a break for it, but that never happened. As the officers entered the bedroom, one of them screamed, "She's on the bed." The detective immediately ordered everyone to go outside, and he called in the paramedics who were waiting on standby. Sadly, Iana Cashin was pronounced dead at 1:02 p.m. on May 26. Iana Cashin's naked body was lying on a clean sheet and was covered by a red Mickey Mouse blanket on top of a blue polka dot blanket. Her head was on a pillow. There were abrasions and bruising on the left side of Cashin's face, consistent with blunt force trauma. There were human bite marks on Cashin's left jaw and left bicep, as well as fingernail marks under her jawline. Her scalp had been removed from around her eyebrows to the hairline on the back of her head. A large portion of skin on the right side of her face had also been removed. The skull bone was visible. There were cuts across her lower forehead below the eyebrows. There was also a cut on the right side of her face from her cheek to her jawline, and another on the left side of her face toward where the ear should have been, but it was missing. The medical examiner later proposed that a sharp-bladed tool had been used to cut off the skin, but he also noted that some facial tissue had been ripped away by hand. Considering the extensive damage to Iana's face and skull, combined with the challenging nature of both cutting and tearing the tissue, the doctor believed that inflicting these injuries would have been a lengthy process. Moreover, the presence of inflammation in the tissue and bleeding from several severed samples led to the tragic conclusion that Iana Cashin was still alive while enduring this prolonged torture. The examiner also determined that there was no blood in Iana's heart, veins, or arteries. Half of Iana's blood supply was missing. This is highly unusual even considering the weight of her injuries. Gravity wouldn't have been enough to drain that much blood from her body. Her heart would have had to have been pumping the entire time. It was the medical examiner's opinion that Blake may have drained Iana's blood by placing her in the bathtub with her head lower than her feet and then running water over her head, which could have increased the blood flow and potentially interfere with clotting. Due to the presence of foam in her nostrils, The doctor concluded that Jana was probably submerged in water for at least 30 minutes. Her body was then washed and placed on the clean sheet. Her cause of death was ruled as exsanguination, which is the draining of blood. There was an additional pillow to the left of Jana with an indentation on it. It was as if someone had been laying next to her. There were dried blood stains on the mattress beneath the sheet she lay upon. The investigation uncovered the extent of the violence that had occurred throughout Blake Libel's condo. According to court documents, blood stains and pieces of human flesh were discovered behind the bed. Blood was also splattered on the wall near Jana's body. A fragment of an eyebrow was found on the floor beside the bed. In addition to the mattress Jana was lying on, bloodstains were present on another mattress from a second bed in the room, as well as on a side table and in various other areas of the bedroom. The mattress that had been used to obstruct the door belonged to the second bed. A clump of hair and a blood-stained razor were found in the trash can. When cops entered the bathroom of the master bedroom, warm water was running in the bathtub. Blood stains and hair could be seen in the tub. A green paring knife with blood on it was found in the top drawer in the bathroom. The oval shape of the bloodstains found on the headboard of the bed and the guest bedroom were consistent with having been made via the top of Jana's scalped head. There was blood on 2 towels, a pillowcase, the floor, and the base of the drapes in the guest bedroom. The drain in the tub of the guest bathroom also tested positive for blood. The same drain contained some freshly cut hair. Chemical testing also confirmed the presence of blood that someone had tried to clean up in areas of the dining room, the hallway, the guest bathroom, and both of the bedrooms. The kitchen garbage disposal also tested positive for blood. Then more evidence was found in the dumpster. Inside trash bags that had been thrown down the garbage chute, mere feet from Blake's condo door, investigators found blood-stained bedding, towels, clothing, bath mats, placemats, a bed skirt with bloody handprints, human tissue, including some pieces with hair that appeared to be scalp, and the missing ear. Samples taken from Blake's hand and fingernails also contained Jana's DNA. Jana's hands showed signs of injury consistent with self-defense. The marks and bruises seen on Blake's face when arrested were most likely inflicted by Jana fighting for her life. The LA coroner concluded that she was kept alive for around 8 hours. He said he'd never seen injuries like that, and he likened them to wartime injuries. Blake Libel was arrested and charged with the torture and murder of Jana Cashin. It was later discovered that he used her phone to order food to the apartment via Postmates twice during the time Jana was missing. Blake's demeanor on the scene was described as ice cold. He acted as if he didn't even know Jana was dead. When an officer told him, he simply replied, "Well, I guess you'll find out who did it then." Libel donned an evil grin as officers led him away from the condo in handcuffs. On June 26, 2018, Blake Libel was sentenced to life without parole. Due to the nature of his crimes, he was eligible for the death penalty. But the DA didn't pursue it, even though doctors deemed Blake not to be insane and stated he was fit to stand trial. It took the jury just 3 hours to deliver a guilty verdict. Blake was also ordered to pay about $43 million to Jana Cashin's family. Cody Libel was present on every day of the trial. Blake's father never showed up. Jana Cashin had only been living in the United States for a couple of years before tragedy struck. She was working on becoming a translator. What happened to her was absolutely devastating. It was a crime with little motive outside of Blake's narcissistic desire to control women with his allowance. It was as if this aged, evil little boy had never been rejected. And once he was, or rather felt like he couldn't take it. His ego collapsed, and he snatched away the life of his newborn daughter's beautiful mother in the cruelest way possible. Blake Libel will rot in prison where he belongs, alone with no one, nothing, and no future that will lead to any shedding of light in his direction. Henry Borinski was born in Poland in 1911 and, as an adult, became a Roman Catholic priest. Amid the turmoil of World War II, he was compelled to leave his homeland. He worked as a teacher for a period in Africa before enlisting in the military, serving with the Polish Second Corps for the remainder of the war. He remained with them after the war and arrived in England in 1946. Discharged from military service in 1949, he stayed in the United Kingdom. In October 1952, he was appointed chaplain of the Polish community in Bradford, West Yorkshire. At the time, Bradford housed a significant number of refugees from Central and Eastern Europe who had fled communist regimes in their home countries. The city's refugee population was estimated at around 6,000, with about 1,500 being Polish, like Borensky. Father Borensky's appointment, however, was not without controversy. He was sent to replace Canon Borislav Martinelli, a 58-year-old priest from Lithuania, who had been among the first refugees to arrive in West Yorkshire after World War II. Martinelli had been the first priest to serve the majority of refugees who arrived in England after him. Resentful of Borensky's arrival, Martinelli refused to leave Bradford and continued to say Mass for the small Lithuanian community that still supported him. Father Borensky offered to share duties with Martinelli to ease tensions, but Martinelli declined the offer. While Martinelli had supporters who stayed loyal to him even after Father Borensky arrived in Bradford, Father Borensky was quickly embraced and beloved by the majority of the people he had been sent to serve. While Martinelli's was Lithuanian, he was ethnically Polish and spoke the Polish language, which was one of the reasons he had been assigned to minister to the Polish population in Bradford in the first place. Some of the Poles in Bradford may have supported Father Borensky because he was actually from their native country and had a strong sense of Polish pride. It seems more likely, however, that he received the overwhelming support he had due to his vibrant personality. Canon Martinelli is generally referred to as being cold and dour. Father Borensky, on the other hand, was a dynamic preacher who genuinely enjoyed spending time with his parishioners and took an active interest in them and their daily lives. He was proud of his Polish heritage, and his sense of nationalism inspired his refugee parishioners whose sense of pride in the land of their birth had been beaten down by war, oppression, and exile. On July 13, 1953, Father Borensky arrived at the door of Canon Martinelli's home. When the canon asked him what he was doing there, Father Borensky told him that he had just received a phone call from someone claiming to be speaking on Canon Martinelli's behalf. The caller had asked him to come see Canon Martinelli right away. Martinelli told Borensky that he had not asked anyone to make such a call, and Borensky left. Around 7 p.m. that same night, Borensky answered another phone call at his residence at 82 Little Horton Lane. His landlady, Irene Beck, saw him answer the phone and took note of it because he was behaving strangely. Father Borensky, who was usually gregarious and pleasant, was speaking in short, clipped sentences. He seemed tense and secretive and cupped his hand over the receiver of the phone, so as to keep Irina or her husband from overhearing the conversation he was having in Polish. His strange demeanor worried Mrs. Beck. The last thing Mrs. Beck heard Father Borensky say before he hung up the phone was, "Okay, I'll go," in Polish. Father Borensky took his hat and heavy coat, which he should not have needed in the middle of summer, and left the house. He left behind his wallet and his identification papers. This would be the last confirmed sighting of the priest. There is, however, a second-hand report of him running into a parishioner outside of St. Luke's Hospital after he left his lodging. He reportedly told the parishioner that he did not have time to talk because he was off to play detective. Father Borensky's disappearance devastated the members of his parish. The Polish community anxiously looked for opportunities to help in the search for their beloved priest. They feared that foul play was the only thing that could have taken Father Borensky from them, and rumors spread throughout Bradford about who could have harmed him. The first and most obvious suspect was Father Borensky's predecessor, Canon Boleslav Martinelli. After Father Borensky went missing, Canon Martinelli downplayed his resentment of him. He claimed to the police that he had not been dismissed from his parish, but had rather resigned due to health problems, and as such had no motive to harm Father Borensky. This account of him leaving the parish has been widely discredited. As he also pointed out in his interview with police, however, it does seem unlikely that Canon Martinelli's could have been directly involved in Father Borensky's disappearance and presumed death due to his physical condition. Father Borensky was 16 years younger than Canon Martinelli. While at 58, Canon Martinelli certainly wasn't ancient, he would probably be more frail than the 42-year-old Father Borensky. Father Borensky was also known for his particularly solid stature, standing around 6 feet tall and approximately 200 pounds. He would have been difficult for the more slight Canon Martinelli to physically overpower even if the two men had been the same age. There was also a fear that Cold War politics may have caused Father Borinski to meet with foul play. Father Borinski was an outspoken opponent of communism and frequently preached against it in his homilies. In October 1952, he was part of a group of priests who organized a protest against harassment from agents of the Soviet embassy in London, in Bradford, and the Yorkshire area at large. Refugees from countries behind the Iron Curtain had reported being visited in their homes at night by individuals trying to pressure them into returning to their homelands. Others claimed to have received letters that politely asked them to return, but also contained veiled threats about what would happen to their family members who had not been able to escape to England with them if they did not. There were widespread reports of a ring of KGB agents operating in and surveilling Bradford at the time. Fear and paranoia were prevalent in Bradford. Emboldening the community and speaking out against communism were not unique to Father Borinski, however. As communism was hostile to religion, the communist governments of Eastern and Central Europe persecuted both the church and its clergy. This meant that every priest in the West was opposed to communism, at least in theory, and plenty of them preached against it. Father Borinski would not be worth attacking for foreign agents, purely for his protests against communist governments. If he were abducted or killed by foreign agents, it would presumably have to have been because he stumbled upon some sort of specific information about the espionage going on in Bradford, which he potentially could have if he really were playing detective when he left his home on July 13th. Soviet involvement in Father Borinski's disappearance seemed to be confirmed in 1962. Bohdan Stashinsky, a KGB officer and assassin who had defected to the West in 1961, claimed to have assassinated Father Borinski using cyanide under orders from Moscow and then buried his body on the Ilkley Moor. 3,000 people from Bradford volunteered to search the moor should Stashinsky's story be confirmed. The story, while it sounded promising, quickly proved untrue. Stashinsky had been in Kiev for training at the time Father Borinski went missing, and he was not trained to use cyanide for assassinations until 1957, 4 years after Borinski's disappearance. Police did search the moor, but found nothing linked to the case. It is also possible that both espionage and professional jealousy resulted in Father Borinski going missing. Bob Taylor, a retired police officer who re-examined police evidence in the case, alleged on a BBC television show in 2003 that Father Borinski had been murdered by the Polish secret police. He further claimed that Canon Martinellis had been involved in the plot to have him killed. He did concede that Martinellis may not have wanted Father Borinski dead. Rather, he may have been coerced into helping to get Father Borinski by being told that he was only going to be abducted and that he would have his old position back in his rival's absence. Canon Martinelli's involvement, Taylor claims, was covered up by the Catholic Church. Canon Martinelli's willingly working for communists does seem unlikely. He had survived 18 months in a Soviet prison camp during the Second World War and had himself fled to England to escape the expanding reach of communism. That being said, his anger at being replaced could have been used against him, and his desire to have this wrong being righted may have blinded him to what he was really getting into. It is certainly plausible that he may have been pulled into a plot against Father Borinski with a promise that he could be reinstated to his previous position, not understanding who he was really working with or even what they were really planning to do to Father Borinski. He may not have grasped the reality of what was going to happen to Father Borinski until after he was already gone. Canon Martinellis may also have gotten a sense that something terrible was going to happen at the last minute and made an attempt to save his rival. It is possible that the first phone call Father Borinski on July 13th was meant to be the original lure to whatever fate ultimately became of him. If Canon Martinellis did have the phone call summoning Father Borinski to his home, made on behalf of the people he was working with, he may have lied about it once he was faced with Father Borinski. Canon Martinellis may have sent the younger priest away, claiming to have never asked for such a call to be made in an attempt to save Borinski from the plot against him. While we know Canon Martinellis resented Father Borinski for replacing him, we have no evidence that he would go so far as to want the fellow priest to be murdered. Even if Canon Martinellis was not involved with the plot against Father Borinski himself, that does not mean that he did not know what happened to him. He could have been made aware of what happened to his rival in confession. In the Catholic Church, individuals can confess their sins to a priest and receive absolution for them. Priests are absolutely forbidden to reveal anything told to them during confession. Violating the seal of the confessional and betraying the confidence of someone seeking penance is one of the worst things a priest could do in the eyes of the church. A priest will be subject to excommunication for doing such a thing. If someone confessed to Canon Martinelli's that they played a part in the death of Father Burinsky during the sacrament of penance, he would be unable to do anything about it due to his religious beliefs. A less popular theory of whom may have made Father Borinsky disappear holds that he was killed by one of Canon Martinelli's supporters in Bradford. While Canon Martinelli's was nowhere near as charismatic as Father Borinsky, he did have parishioners who were loyal to him in the Lithuanian community. If someone confessed to him that they had killed Father Borinsky in an ill-advised attempt at helping Canon Martinelli's get his old position back, he could not share that information, and quite possibly felt guilt over being the reason behind another man's murder. Since he could not reveal the crime and felt some sense of responsibility for it, he may have also helped cover it up after the fact. Martinelli purchased 60 pounds of caustic soda around the time Father Borinsky went missing. The purpose of this purchase was never determined. Documents from the police files from the original investigation speculate that this amount of caustic soda could have been used to dissolve a body buried underground in a matter of weeks. It is possible that Canon Martinelli's acquired the caustic soda to help Father Borinsky's killer dispose of his body. The idea that Martinelli's had information about Father Borinsky's fate, whether because he had been involved in bringing it about or just learned of it after the fact, is supported by the apparent decline in his mental status after Father Borinsky went missing. 3 weeks after Father Borinsky's disappearance, Canon Martinelli's was found collapsed in his study. On his desk, the phrase "keep silent," priest in Polish, had been spelled out using matchsticks to form the letters. Martinelli's told his niece that 2 men had come to his door to speak with him, and he had invited them into the study. He then felt a sharp pain on the back of his head and could remember nothing after that. A neighbor who had helped get the canon out of the house and to the hospital told the newspaper that he had seen a large bruise on the back of his head. Police were skeptical about Canon Martinelli's story from the very beginning. The canon did eventually call the account into question himself as well. Accounts vary, but the canon either told the police that it never happened or that it was possible that he'd imagined it. If the attack never occurred, this would mean that the ominous matchstick message would have been a warning he was trying to get across to himself. In either case, the incident certainly does not indicate that Canon Martinelli's mind was at ease in the aftermath of Father Borinsky going missing. Canon Martinelli's did not have to live with this mental stress for very long. He died of a heart attack in 1955, just 2 years after Father Borinsky vanished. The shadow of Father Borinsky's disappearance was so dark on Canon Martinelli's reputation that the Bishop of Leeds, John Hunan, had to address the rumors of Martinelli's involvement in the case during his funeral mass. He assured the congregation that the idea of Canon Martinelli's being involved in harming priests was absurd. He did concede, however, that the canon's mind had been troubled ever since Father Borinsky disappeared. In the years since Father Borinsky went missing, the threat of Soviet spies has been lifted from the Polish community in Bradford, but not the desire for answers about what became of their beloved chaplain. While Father Borinsky may not be in Bradford anymore, his reputation certainly lives on. His congregates raised their children on tales of the great priest who was mysteriously taken from them too soon. The case of April Jones. April Jones was born on April 4, 2007. The idea for her name came from her birthday. Unfortunately, she was not born as fortunate as other children, as it was revealed that she had cerebral palsy, a condition that affected her mobility. One day, April had been playing outside with a friend for approximately 20 minutes, but she did not return home around 7 p.m., as expected. Her parents had last seen her riding a bicycle. They went out to look for her and found her 7-year-old friend, but April was not with her. The friend explained that April got into a car with a stranger. Her friend was able to describe the man who had abducted April. He was wearing a green jacket and had blue or green eyes, brown hair, and a beard. Significantly, the friend mentioned that April had entered the car on the driver's side. This suggested that the car had a left-hand steering wheel, which is typical in the UK. The police responded promptly, arriving at the scene 8 minutes after the emergency call. They interviewed anyone who might have information about April's disappearance, but the family could not recall any unusual events that day. Earlier, April had attended her swimming class and was allowed to play outside with her friends, which was a typical routine. The news of April's disappearance spread rapidly through the neighborhood, and many locals left their homes to assist in the search. While the community's efforts were well-intentioned, they made the police's job more challenging as the officers had to go door to door to gather information, but many residents were out searching. By the evening of October 1st, the authorities had released additional details about April's disappearance, including what she was wearing, a school polo shirt, and a purple coat. More than 100 people had gathered to support the police in their search efforts. Their expertise can be very useful in locating her. Not only local residents showed up, but also a large number of volunteers from England who crossed the border into Wales to offer their support. Several people from South Wales also traveled up to assist. The search would not be easy as the area around the town was surrounded by mountains, waterfalls, gorges, dense forests, uneven ground, and thick woodlands for miles. Additionally, it was a chilly, overcast autumn evening, and it was raining heavily outside. To ensure the volunteers' safety, the police had to carefully organize their efforts. Several volunteer search teams were now covering an area of about 60 square kilometers around 3:30 in the morning, 8 hours after the first police contact. The volunteers had been diligently navigating the harsh Welsh countryside. Despite conducting searches throughout the night, there was still no trace of April as of October 2nd, 2012. The police in Wales have now issued a child rescue notice, a nationwide alert for police agencies in the UK requesting that they ensure their officers have a description of April and the man who abducted her. This was the first time the entire nation had heard the child rescue alarm. The media was now putting tremendous pressure on the police, 14 hours after April had disappeared, to provide every piece of information they had. It also questioned the way the police handled the probe. After taking over the investigation, Detective Superintendent Andy John began providing the public and media with as many updates as he could. He also placed barricades and instructed his officers to stop any approaching vehicles. Posters with an image of April, who was missing, were displayed in the hope that it would jog someone's memory. People living nearby, as well as those residing farther away, had been providing the police with various reports, as is common in investigations of this nature. Numerous locals identified a man who did match April's kidnapper, Mark Bridger. In general, a man from the area named Bridger was a Land Rover driver. His eyes were blue. He had short facial hair, and above all, he drove a left-hand drive car. Several witnesses claimed to have seen Bridger or his car in the vicinity when April vanished. They found Bridger's last known address and repeatedly tried to contact it, but neither he nor April Jones were there. Bridger had no prior history of legal troubles. Given the large number of volunteers involved in the search, it was impossible to verify the claims made by some residents that Bridger had participated in the initial search for April's disappearance at night. With the limited information available to them and reports from the surrounding community about Bridger's apparent disappearance, the police focused all of their efforts on finding him. Helicopters hovered above the scene, and the police conducted a thorough search of all possible locations for him. They learned that Bridger had just moved into a brand new cottage named Mount Pleasant. Upon their arrival, there were no visible signs of life, and the property was devoid of any automobiles. They went into the cottage and called April's name, but she didn't answer. It was unclear at the moment if Bridger had been hiding from the authorities. A police helicopter had earlier seen him walking his dog near April's home, having apparently tried to disguise himself by shaving his head and beard. Police cornered and questioned him. The policeman questioned, "Where is she?" Bridget just answered, "It was an accident. I crushed her with my car. I don't know where she is." Officers reported that Bridger was very emotional throughout the arrest. The arresting officers read him his rights, which included the following: "You do not have to say anything, but anything you say may be used as evidence." Oddly enough, Bridger was eager to converse, though he was not required to speak. The officers reiterated that he was free to do so. He informed them, "I've been looking for her all day and night on foot. My car is in the garage. It is a left-hand drive Land Rover Discovery. I didn't abduct her. I tried my best to revive her, then panicked. I only knew her name this morning when I saw the news on the television. I just wish I could remember where I'd put her. There was no life in her. She was just on the seat. I want to say sorry to the family. They took Bridget to the closest police station. In the meantime, back in April's hometown, police units, search teams, volunteers, and mountain rescuers kept searching every square inch of the Welsh countryside for April. Still, despite everyone's best efforts, they were unable to locate her. Along with the emergency services staff who worked just as hard and determinedly, hundreds of volunteers from across the nation stayed out all night, slept for a few hours, and then resumed their search. The police had received over 600 texts from people volunteering their services and proposing locations to search. Because of this, the police had a large number of volunteers to assist them in their search. And because of their local expertise, they were able to check over 20 distinct areas extensively. The people can occasionally obstruct this kind of investigation. Still, local expertise is essential in remote places like this one, and the police needed all the assistance they could get. At this point, detectives had taken Mark Bridger into custody and were questioning him. Unusually for a man of his standing, he spoke without hesitation. On the contrary, he talked candidly about what had transpired. Right away, he said, "I don't know where she is. Yesterday, I came down to see my daughter's teacher. She had parents' evening, and I then parked up opposite my girlfriend's house, which I believe is not far away from April's mother and father's house. Stupid. I'd had a few to drink, and there were two girls on their bikes. I remember the dark-headed girl came behind the car. I looked to see where the other girl was, and I couldn't see this other little girl. And the next minute, the bike was there." Bridger acknowledged that he was in the vicinity at the time and acknowledged hitting April with his automobile while intoxicated when she was riding her bike. Mark Bridger insists that he never intended to harm April, even though he acknowledges that he was aware of his error. Instead, he maintains that he took off with her in his car. He needed to bring her to the hospital right away, and that's what he realized. "It's okay, Mark. The color had gone out of her. Okay. Her lips were purple. Paul and Cole are friends of mine, and I've killed their daughter." Effective then, without hesitation, Bridger acknowledges that his actions that evening caused April Jones to die. He even goes so far as to say that her parents were friends. However, Bridger's memory tends to deteriorate following the submission. He has been relatively open about his involvement thus far. Actually, these officers may have never had an easier time getting a confession from someone. Bridger can't recall anything about what he did with April's body, though. Following her confession, despite the police's repeated attempts to question him, Bridger's unexpected episode of amnesia persisted. "And I'm in my house, and she's not there being upstairs, and I can't find her. I wouldn't have ditched her. I know that I wouldn't have. I'd have put her somewhere." With Mark Bridger, the cops have been quite cautious thus far. He'd been entirely honest with them. They can make him clam up with aggressive interrogation, but now they start to question his sincerity. The police were aware that there was very little likelihood that Bridger's memory would be blank at the critical moment when April's body vanished. The pressure increased as the cops questioned him. Even though it is evident that he was lying, he persisted in telling his story and got even more upset. In fact, the cops started to wonder if April was dead at all. Was there anything that Mark Bridger was saying that they could genuinely believe? The police decided to give Bridger a platform to give us account of what happened on Tuesday. The day he was holed in, however, the police used it as an opportunity to get more information out of him. "You tell me that when you get out of your vehicle, you look underneath the vehicle and you see April." "Yes." Although Bridger insisted that he had run over April, the police received evidence from April's 7-year-old companion that April was okay and had cheerfully gotten into Bridger's car and was grinning. Who would lie like that to a 7-year-old? In actuality, they would not have any cause to, nor would they choose to. We have a witness that was present. This person says that April got into the Land Rover via the driver's door, which on a normal car would be the right-hand side, but that's really the passenger side door on your car. That is a complete fabrication and lies. Can't have happened. Bridger shifted his tone. It was apparent he was unaware that the police had a witness, albeit a 7-year-old one who saw it all. It was clear that the information contradicted his account of events, and he was upset. Regardless of his emotional condition, Bridger remained resilient to the various methods of inquiry, and his version of events held steady. He showed no signs of backing down. The detectives did something. They brought in Dr. Joe Sullivan, one of the world's foremost authorities on criminal body language and conduct. Dr. Sullivan did more than just watch the Bridger interviews. He also went to his house. He wanted to know everything there was to know about this individual in order to create a psychological profile. What he found astounded him. Bridger kept knives, handcuffs, and a shotgun, both hidden and on display at his house. Moreover, he was employed at a slaughterhouse, according to Dr. Sullivan. Bridger was a fantasist who thought of himself as a character akin to Rambo. Stated differently, he was not part of the real world. In defiance of Dr. Sullivan's guidance, the police chose to approach their inquiry in a paternalistic manner. After all, Bridger was a father of 6. Bridger was not going to alter his claims now. Their only chance was with the forensic specialists thoroughly searching Bridger's house. The teams at the house did manage to devise a solution, though. They may have found anyone's blood. They found little specks of it in the restroom. It's possible that Bridger cut himself shaving. It was just that the police were ignorant at this time. After submitting the samples to the laboratory, it can take up to 24 hours to receive the findings. After the police took him in, disregarding his advice, Dr. Sullivan told the officers what he believed Bridget to be. He was unlikely to experience an enormous amount of empathy or have any major sense of guilt about what he had done. Of course, he will inevitably try to present himself as someone who does have those characteristics. But the sense that I had from the information we had gathered, even at that time, was that this is a man who is not going to respond to an appeal to his better nature. According to Dr. Sullivan, there was little need to attempt to appeal to Bridger's better nature. He didn't have one, and he wasn't going to respond to any police appeals for regret, sympathy, or guilt. Now that the police had taken Dr. Sullivan's advice to heart, Bridger was under increased strain on suspicion of murder. They detained him again right away. It was a shocking shock. Bridger turned completely pale. The police had also found explicit photos of children on his laptop. The reason for his second arrest was that he had offensive pictures of kids. The net was getting closer. Bridger now thought the police had more information than they had disclosed. April's parents were unconcerned, even though Bridger seemed to be losing control of the situation. 3 days after April had disappeared on that fateful Monday night, that the police had given up on locating April alive. It's not an abduction case anymore. It's a murder. Naturally, the police kept this knowledge from Bridger. Still, they also made the decision to advise the numerous volunteers who had put in a lot of effort to locate April that it was time for them to head home and leave the situation to the experts. This suggestion met with stiff resistance as hundreds of exhausted volunteers, many of whom were crying. As they departed the site, they had little to show for their efforts. On Friday, for days after April's disappearance, police search teams were out in full force, scouring the area for any clues. Forensic investigators found no proof that Bridger had killed April. Importantly, there was also no evidence supporting Bridger's account. Inspection of his vehicle, a Land Rover, revealed no marks, blood, hair, or skin, contradicting his claim that April's body should have left scratches or traces inside the car. Bridger tried to clarify by saying he did not witness any blood on April after the alleged collision. The child had apparently been run over yet showed no visible injuries. But his narrative and the game he had been playing with the police was about to be exposed as a farce. On Friday night at 6:15 p.m., the lab contacted the detectives. They had matched April's toothbrush DNA to blood spatters found in Bridger's bathroom. They also discovered April's DNA on Bridger's fleece collar and jogging bottoms. After gathering sufficient evidence, the police filed charges against Bridger. They had found sexualized photos of minors on his laptop, which he denied viewing for personal satisfaction despite his internet search history. Bridger had been in custody for 3.5 days by Saturday. As the allotted 96-hour questioning period neared its end, the Crown Prosecution Service had to decide whether to press charges. Just over an hour after the final interview, Bridger remained unfazed upon hearing the charges. There was no remorse or emotion from him. As the prison van arrived, angry bystanders hurled objects and insults at Bridger. Over the next 2 weeks, forensic investigators found increasing blood traces of April at Bridger's house, as well as several broken bones in his fireplace, though it could not be conclusively determined if they were April's due to decomposition. On May 30th, 2013, a jury found 47-year-old Mark Bridger guilty of April Jones' kidnapping and murder. The judge labeled him a chronic liar and pedophile, stating that April was likely not his intended target, but tragically happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. Without hesitation, the judge sentenced Bridger to life in prison with no possibility of parole. Bridger maintained his claim that April's death was a horrific accident when his car struck her, but had long lost any credibility. April Jones was a typical young child full of potential whose life was tragically cut short by a single sick individual. Her family, while devastated, expressed relief that Bridget would never be free to harm another child. April's remains were never found in Bridget's house, though 17 bone fragments were recovered, none conclusively linked to her. Her parents pushed for changes to how search engines handle illegal content, leading to new measures by companies like Google and Bing. April's family and friends will always have a void in their hearts that cannot be filled. Wish for them to be able to reconstruct their lives to the best of their abilities. On April 26, 2013, April's funeral service was held in her hometown. May April Jones rest in peace. The Inman family projected an image of perfect harmony to those on the outside. They were regular churchgoers every Sunday toward Portsing. Yet within their tight-knit circle, one could fathom what really happened behind closed doors. Back in 03/00, and Sandra Inman's paths crossed at church. He was 18, she just 16. Their union received their parents' blessing, leading to marriage. The couple made their home in the modest community of Logan, located in Hawking County, Ohio. Bill Inman possessed strong religious convictions and balanced his job in construction with playing musical instruments for the Sky of Faith Evangelical Church in Nelsonville, Ohio. Sandra took on the role of managing the household. In 1984, they were delighted to welcome their son, William Jr. To distinguish between father and son, the head of the family was called Bill, while the younger one was known as Will. As time passed, William Jr. grew up. At age 17, in February 1st, he met a 15-year-old named Summer Cook at church, quite reminiscent of his parents' encounter. Will and Summer maintained a friendship for 3 years before getting married when Summer turned 18 in February 4th. The newlyweds began their life together by residing with Will's parents in a spacious house in Logan, Ohio. In that same year, when Bill reached the age of 39, he envisioned himself as a spiritual guide. Transforming his garage into a makeshift sanctuary, he began hosting gatherings there. Despite local skepticism towards the self-declared minister's actions, his enigmatic garage started to attract neighbors first, then their friends, and more individuals seeking solace through prayer and leaving offerings. By February 5th, and Summer were overjoyed with the birth of their son, Alex. Around this time, financial strains began affecting the Inman household since Bill's religious endeavors were not financially rewarding. This situation led the family to consider relocating to another state in pursuit of better employment opportunities. By February 6th, the Inman family had fully resettled in Florida. Both Bill and Will promptly secured employment in hotel construction. Meanwhile, Sandra and Summer dedicated themselves to homemaking and nurturing young Alex. 2 years later, the Inmans made their way back to Ohio from Florida. By then, they had forfeited their Logan home due to an inability to reclaim it and settled in a rental in Vinton's countryside. Starting a new chapter shortly after their relocation, in February 8th, and Summer welcomed their second child, a daughter named Kelly. By 2010, their family grew with the arrival of another daughter, Alana. As young parents, Will and Summer often sought weekends away for relaxation and rejuvenation. During these times, Bill and Sandra, always supportive, took on the role of caring for their grandchildren. The weekends were filled with joy as they cherished moments with their 3 grandchildren. in the secured a pastor's license and proclaimed himself the head of the Skinner Faith Church. Alongside his wife, he established a charitable entity named Ranch of Mercy to assist the jobless and homeless. His vision was grand. He wanted to construct a large dwelling for orphans and widows. However, financial resources were quite lacking. To address this issue, Bill conceived a lottery scheme. Each participant would purchase a ticket with proceeds earmarked for building the shelter. The grand prize was either a house or $200,000 plus 99 other significant rewards. The community became aware of this lottery through news and advertisements. Bill initially promoted it door to door, assuring participants of lavish rewards, while emphasizing that surplus funds were destined for providing a haven for the destitute. Priced at $10 per ticket, Bill managed to sell 100,000 tickets, amassing $1 million for the project. The drawing was set for September 2010. In June 2010, personal upheaval struck the Inman family when Summer expressed her desire to divorce Will after 6 years of marriage. This declaration came not long after she had penned a significant entry in her personal diary. "I am utterly exhausted from constantly trying to please everyone around me. Do not deserve happiness? Do I not have the right to love someone and feel that love in return? I'm uncertain if now is the appropriate time, but I feel compelled to share everything with Will. Troubles me deeply, yet he deserves to know the truth. He should be aware that I no longer wish to be with him. I need to be alone to rediscover myself and understand my current identity. At this moment, I feel like a servant, perpetually running around and obeying others' commands. I adore my children with all my heart and would never trade them for anything. However, I don't want them to grow up witnessing their mother merely following orders all the time. I'm unsure how Will might react to this revelation. There's a chance he could become angry, attempt to take the children away, or worse, resort to threats or harm. It's important for our children to see us as equals. I'm aware that Will's parents might turn against me and try to convince me to stay, but such actions won't change anything. Last night, when Will asked me what I wanted, my mind was blank. All I could think of was what I don't want. I don't want to feel unhappy and trapped any longer, but I couldn't bring myself to voice these thoughts. So instead, I sat there in silence. Every day feels like a battle. All I yearn for is rest, to cry and sleep without interruption. But finding a way out of this situation seems impossible at times. My hope is that by the time of my next journal entry, I'll have clarity on how to resolve everything. As the summer progressed, we moved forward with the divorce proceedings. Departing from the Inman residence, I took our son and both daughters along with my personal belongings. We sought refuge at my parents' home. Wanting not to disrupt the children's relationship with their father or grandparents, visits were scheduled regularly for them. 2 months following our separation in August 2010, I began a relationship with Adam Peters while also securing employment at a bank in Logan's downtown area, working in a cleaning capacity due to limited educational background. When September 0 arrived, it marked another significant event, the Ranch of Mercy's house raffle, spearheaded by the Inman family. Although construction on the prize house was supposed to begin, both September 0 and October 0 passed without any progress. No raffle took place, and no explanations were given. The organization didn't seem to rush to refund participants either. By December 1, 2010, the Inmans got a notice requiring them to leave their rented residence due to significant unpaid rent. In response, Summer and Adam went to collect her remaining belongings from the Inman home. However, they were denied entry. This led Summer to call the police, reporting that her estranged husband was intimidating her and preventing her from retrieving her possessions. When the police arrived, Will and his parents continued to block access. Will even escalated matters by threatening Adam and clashing with an officer. Consequently, Summer filed a legal complaint against Will. She reflected on their relationship, recalling how idyllic it seemed before marriage, but lamenting its drastic change afterward. Will's behavior reportedly became very controlling, affecting everything from her diet to household responsibilities and even intimate aspects of their life. She wasn't allowed to sleep without his approval and was confined at home without access to her phone or keys. Summer revealed Will's aspirations for a large family, his interest in polygamy, and his activities on related websites, including posting inappropriate images. She also disclosed threats he made if she pursued divorce, and mentioned how her cats mysteriously disappeared. Will attributed their disappearance nonchalantly to them escaping through an open window. Following Summer's allegations, Will provided his version of events. He justified taking Summer's phone and keys by suggesting he suspected her of infidelity. Regarding the cats, he said that due to their wild behavior and damage caused to furniture and family members, he relocated them to a shelter. As a result of these conflicts and accusations, Will was subjected to a restraining order, preventing him from approaching Summer, and faced penalties and probation amidst further investigations. A fierce battle for custody emerged between the families. The Inmans filed police report against Adam Peters, labeling him a potential threat to the safety of Alex, Kelly, and Alana. Tragically, Summer's life took a dark turn. On the night March 22, 2011, just 25 years old, was finishing her shift at the bank. She wrapped up her cleaning duties after office had closed. Around 11 p.m., she stepped outside to dispose of the trash. Summer had texted her partner Adam to meet her after work, but he didn't find her by 11:30 p.m. Worried, Adam arrived at the bank and began his search. He discovered her personal items scattered near a dumpster in an alley, her phone, keys, and a music player still playing with headphones nearby in the grass. Her jacket lay there too. Alarmed, Adam immediately contacted Summer's parents to inform them of her disappearance and stressed the need to alert the police swiftly. Initially, Summer's parents called the bank, guessing she might have stayed longer for extra work and misplaced her belongings. Security personnel had no clues about her whereabouts. They then contacted Logan police to report Summer missing, emphasizing her punctuality and that she rarely stayed late at work. Police arrived at the scene, where they found Summer's belongings. They heard accounts from 3 eyewitnesses, who saw her abduction about an hour earlier. 2 women out for an evening jog reported seeing Summer as she threw out the trash. At that moment, a white Ford Crown Victoria driven by a blonde woman approached. 2 individuals dressed in black balaclavas exited the vehicle and forcefully grabbed Summer, shoving her into the back seat despite her resistance and cries for help. One bystander's attempt to intervene was thwarted when the female driver incapacitated him with pepper spray, forcing him to retreat. The car quickly left the area. The 2 jogging witnesses immediately headed to the nearest police station to report what they had witnessed. Their account initially faced skepticism from the police, who found their narrative peculiar and doubted its authenticity. Expecting it might be a fabricated story, the police reached the abduction site of Summer Inman just an hour after her parents filed the missing person report. However, initial efforts did not lead to locating the missing 25-year-old. News of Summerman's kidnapping quickly circulated through all local media outlets, capturing the community's attention. Hundreds of Logan's residents united in a concerted effort to locate her. As 3 days elapsed, the possibility of finding Summer safe and sound grew increasingly faint. Throughout this harrowing time, her parents endeavored to maintain hope against despairing thoughts. Shortly before her disappearance, Summer Inman shared a photo on Facebook featuring herself, her new partner Adam, and her children. The image portrayed them as a content family unit. Will Inman, who had access to Adam Peters' Facebook page, surprisingly still on his friends' list despite being Summer's current partner, noticed this update. It raises an intriguing question. Why would a husband befriend his wife's new companion? The backstory revealed that Adam, a man without stable employment, had been hired by the Inmans a year earlier for various household tasks. It was then that Adam and Summer crossed paths and developed a bond. Despite initial reluctance, Summer eventually reciprocated Adam's affections. Her diary entry reflects this internal conflict. When I looked into his eyes, I realized that the devil had taken over me. I didn't listen to what God was telling me. I tried to stop. My mind screamed, "Run, get out of here now." But instead, I stayed and let him embrace me and then delve deeper. I am very sorry about this. I am guilty. This encounter signified the unraveling of Summer's life within the Inman family. Yearning for happiness and love, She initiated divorce proceedings which were prolonged 5 days before vanishing. Will tested the proposed spousal support per child monthly, suggesting a reduction to $50 given his annual earnings of just $6,000. Will and his parents sought full custody of the children, but their petition was rejected by the court. After losing contact with their grandchildren, Bill and Sandra visibly deteriorated. They lost weight and were clearly affected, as those who knew them concurred that the grandchildren were the light of their lives. In March 2011, amidst the investigation into Summer's disappearance, the Inman family was located. They were found at the residence of Bill's 70-year-old mother in Jackson, Ohio. Bill, Sandra, and Will collectively asserted their ignorance regarding Summer's abduction. The Inmans recounted that on the night of Summer's kidnapping, they were en route to Cleveland to view a new property. However, they encountered car trouble after 3 hours on the road, leading to an overnight ordeal of vehicular repairs on the roadside before returning to Logan the next morning. They maintained that their interactions with Summer were generally amicable with infrequent disputes. Yet they attributed a shift in their familial harmony to Adam Peters' employment in their household, describing this phase as challenging. The trio consistently portrayed Adam as a negative influence, alleging he was the catalyst for the disintegration of their previously harmonious and tightly knit family. The investigation took a crucial turn when police noticed a white Ford Crown Victoria at the Inman family's residence. Upon inspection of the vehicle, a GPS receiver was confiscated. Subsequent examination revealed that on March 22nd, the day Summer was abducted, this car was in Logan. The GPS was deactivated at 5:30 p.m. that evening and reactivated the next morning again in Logan, contradicting the Inman's claim of traveling to Cleveland. Phone records further corroborated that all 3 family members were in Logan on both March. Additional inquiries revealed that on the morning of March 23rd, around 7:30 a.m., the Inmans were at a car wash engaging in a thorough interior cleaning of the vehicle. Bill, Sandra, and Will were all present, but Summer was notably absent following this event. They visited an auto shop in Cleveland for a tire change. While there, a shop employee noticed something odd. Bill was choosing to replace nearly new tires with used ones, simply because he didn't like his current set changed. There was also evidence that the Inmans attempted to modify the car's appearance. Notably, Bill had removed a police bill, Sandra, and Will Inman were apprehended and brought in for interrogation. Prior to their arrest, Bill assured his elderly mother of their innocence, attributing the situation to a test from the devil. Throughout the questioning, they consistently claimed they were unaware of Summer Inman's abduction and didn't know who the kidnapper was. However, after several hours and faced with the possibility of capital punishment if convicted, Sandra Inman's resolve faltered. Eventually, she disclosed the truth. Sandra confessed that they were responsible for Summer's abduction on the night of March 22nd. She detailed how Bill and Will had disguised themselves in black masks. Sandra admitted that her initial plan was merely to abduct and intimidate Summer. However, events took an unexpected and tragic turn. According to Sandra's confession, when Summer was forcibly placed in the car's back seat, Will restrained her with plastic ties around her neck, hands, and feet, intending merely to frighten her into granting him access to their children. As the situation escalated, Will realized that Summer was on the brink of unconsciousness. He panicked and desperately searched for a knife to release her, shouting frantically to his mother, "Oh my God, Mom, where's the knife? I can't find it." Amidst their collective fear and desperate search for the knife, the situation worsened. Summer ceased breathing and tragically passed away. Sandra maintained that their objective was never to take Summer's life. They merely sought a resolution to their custody dispute and hoped to ensure regular visits with their grandchildren. On March 29, 2011, after the kidnapping, Sandra Inman disclosed the location of the body. Summer's remains were found in a septic tank on the grounds of Skinnier Faith Church near Nelsonville, about 30 kilometers from her workplace. Bill Inman had been involved in the church's construction. This place held personal significance for him and Sandra, as it was where they had married 28 years earlier. The Inmans were regulars at this church. Bill participated in its musical ensemble. Police uncovered the well by removing a concrete slab and unscrewing 6 bolts from the metal lid. When they opened it, they immediately saw Summer's legs. She had been thrown headfirst into the septic tank, still wearing her work attire. Her black t-shirt bore an ironic inscription, "I don't have anger issues, I have issues with idiots." A forensic examination confirmed that Summer had succumbed to strangulation. Apart from marks on her neck, hands, and legs indicating she'd been restrained, no other injuries were found on her body. This highlighted strangulation as the cause of her tragic demise. Sandra revealed that she originally planned to dispose of the body in a river, but reconsidered and decided it would be safer to conceal it in the well near the church. She believed this location would ensure it remained undiscovered for a long time. Sandra admitted to feeling deep shame for her actions and their irreversible consequences. During the subsequent trial, 49-year-old Bill Inman and 28-year-old Will Inman did not take any responsibility for Summer's death. Throughout the proceedings, they stayed mostly silent, showing no visible emotions and avoiding eye contact with Summer's grieving parents. Sandra Inman, at 47 years old, stood out as the only family member who accepted responsibility for her part in the tragic events. She maintained that the plan to intimidate Summer was entirely her own idea. In a deeply emotional moment before sentencing, Sandra, overcome with tears, faced Summer's parents and begged for their forgiveness. Her speech, though broken by sobs and a quivering voice, clearly expressed remorse. Sandra admitted she saw Summer as a daughter and regretted her catastrophic decision. In 2012, the verdict was handed down. All 3 members of the Inman family were convicted. Bill and Will Inman received life sentences without the possibility of parole. Sandra Inman also got a life sentence, but with eligibility for parole after serving 15 years. However, among friends and church members familiar with the family's dynamics, doubts arose about Sandra being the mastermind behind the crime. It was commonly known that Bill had a dominant role in the family and usually made final decisions on all matters. Will, on his part, was seen as a pampered child, whose desires were always met by his parents. Those close to the family speculated that Sandra's confession might have been a strategic move to reduce legal consequences for her husband and son. Currently, Alex and Alana are being raised by Summer's family. For quite some time, it was hard to explain to these grandchildren where their mother, father, grandmother, and grandfather had gone. Tara Tracy loved Christmas. The 25-year-old married mother of 4 was known to put up her Christmas tree in October so she could savor the season for longer. Tragically, in 1999, she would not get to see her favorite holiday. Tara spent December 23, 1999, celebrating her son Paul's 7th birthday. She then went to work her overnight shift at the Pantry, a convenience store directly across the street from her home. Tara enjoyed her job because it allowed her to be at home with her children during the day while her husband was at work, and she did not have to worry about transportation to get there. A family friend saw Tara at the store at 3:15 a.m. on Christmas Eve. At 4:20 a.m., a bread delivery man arrived at the store. He found Tara bleeding badly behind the counter and the store in disarray. Tara was rushed to the hospital, but died soon after she arrived. She had been stabbed multiple times, and defensive wounds on her hands show that she fought her attacker fiercely. The cash register had been knocked over and some cash, less than $50, and some cigarettes were missing from the store. While robbery would be an obvious motive in the murder, certain details make those close to the case believe that there was a more personal motive at play. The instrument used to stab Tara has been described by the police as unique. They have never publicly identified what it was to protect the integrity of the ongoing investigation. They have stated, however, that it is something that a robber would not normally bring with them to commit a robbery. Tara's family also believes that she knew her killer because her keys were found in the door, meaning she let the assailant into the store, which she would not have done for a stranger while she was alone at night. Tara's husband moved their children away almost immediately after the murder, not being able to cope with living so close to the scene of the crime. Tara's mother, Janice Hamilton, lost her other daughter Nikki just 17 months after losing Tara, when she was killed by a drunk driver. On Memorial Day, the Pantry is now a BP station, and Tara's home was eventually demolished. A CVS now stands in its place. Police say they have persons of interest in Tara's case, but the case remains stalled. Nick Jabe Triant, 82, and his 74-year-old wife, Dimitra, were originally from Greece. They had owned and run a hotel in Wisconsin, but had retired to the warmer climate of Clearwater, Florida. They liked to drive to the beach at dusk and spend hours watching the waves roll in with friends from the local Greek community. On Christmas Eve of 1968, a neighbor of the couple's knocked on their door. They had Christmas presents to deliver. The neighbor did not receive an answer, so they peered into the house through the front window. At first, the view was festive. The lights on the couple's Christmas tree were blinking, and a pile of Christmas cookies were on a tray on the kitchen counter. Then the neighbor noticed the terrible scene on the living room floor. Both Dimitra and Nick lying on the floor, both in their pajamas. They had both been beaten about the head. Dimitra was dead by the time police arrived. Nick was alive, but barely clinging to consciousness. He was able to speak, but was reportedly rambling incoherently. He managed to cling to life for 3 more days in the hospital, before finally passing away due to his injuries. There had been a recent robbery in the neighborhood, and several items were missing from the couple's ransacked home, leading police to believe that the couple had been killed after interrupting a burglary. The couple did not have a lot of money, so the killer would have only gotten a few pieces of jewelry in exchange for the lives of the couple. There were no witnesses to the crime, leaving police only known burglars to interview. They quickly ran out of leads to follow. The couple's granddaughter, Nikki, has continued to stay in contact with police in the 50 years since the murders, spurring them to continue trying to solve the case. Normally, she and her mother and brother would have been at Clearwater visiting her grandparents for Christmas on the day they were murdered. But Nikki, 18 in 1968, had returned from college with the flu, causing the trip to be postponed that year. Police continue to submit evidence from the scene for a forensic examination, hoping that advances in technology will help identify whoever killed the couple. But their efforts have yet to make such an identification. Randall Brown was 47 years old and lived in Clearwater, Florida. He was employed as a flight instructor. On Christmas Eve of 1973, he failed to arrive at work, which was out of character for him. His employer called the police. When they arrived at Randall's 8th floor apartment at 9 a.m., they immediately knew something was amiss due to the state of the apartment. They discovered Randall's body inside of a closet. He had been shot and suffered blunt force trauma. Despite the disarray at the scene, police found no signs of forced entry, implying that Randall had willingly let his killer into his apartment. Randall was active in the local bar scene, so he may have met someone while he was out and brought them home. Randall was also openly gay and had dealt with issues in the past with individuals who were hostile towards this aspect of his identity, collecting evidence early on in their investigation. They found fingerprints at the crime scene and found Randall's car on Mandalay Avenue. The car was still in Clearwater, but was on a different island that was part of the city than Randall's apartment. Investigators also learned that Randall's credit cards had been found in the early hours of the morning by a police officer near a dumpster in St. Petersburg, Florida, 20 miles south of Clearwater. The fingerprints had never been matched in any database, and police found no witnesses in either Clearwater or St. Petersburg. Randall's case went cold. In 2013, the Clearwater police spoke to the local media about Randall's case, along with the Jitrans, in hopes that their shared date of Christmas Eve would increase interest in the case and encourage individuals with information about them to come forward. The effort was unsuccessful, but Clearwater police continue to investigate both cases. Max received an urgent call from his close friend, Jonathan Hoffman, on May 18, 2012 at 5 p.m. Both were seniors at Farmington Central High School in the affluent West Bloomfield area near Detroit, Michigan. Their friendship began in 9th grade during an English class and was sparked by a mutual appreciation for Tupac, one of the most influential figures in American hip-hop. Jonathan confided in Max that he had recently failed a court-mandated drug screening. He had been on probation since authorities found a prohibited synthetic substance in his vehicle 2 months earlier. Jonathan expressed concern over his grandmother Sandra's intense anger towards him. At 17 years old, Jonathan had been living in his grandparents' apartment for 9 months following his parents' divorce and their relocation to Arizona. Initially, Jonathan went with his parents to Arizona. However, shortly after their arrival, the family was dealt a severe blow when his younger sister, Jessica, was diagnosed with a benign brain tumor. This necessitated multiple surgeries and ongoing medical care. Adapting to a new school while coping with his sister's health issues left Jonathan feeling unhappy and despondent. Jonathan was overjoyed when his grandmother Sandra suggested he return to West Bloomfield and stay with her until he completed high school. The prospect of reuniting with friends and familiar surroundings excited him. Nevertheless, not everyone approved of the arrangement between Jonathan and his grandmother. Jonathan's father, Michael, a prominent attorney for many years, had observed some disconcerting traits in Sandra's personality. 74-year-old Sandra Lane, a retired educator and mother of 5, could be exacting and stern. While she cherished her grandson deeply, along with her 85-year-old husband Fred, the situation presented its challenges given the teenager's yearning to reconnect with friends during what should have been a stable final year at Farmington Central High School. Jonathan's father eventually conceded, allowing him to thrive once again at Farmington High School. There, he was recognized as the class clown, an exceptionally intelligent student, and a tech whiz. He had secured a full scholarship to Eastern Michigan University. His peers saw him as a spirited, cheerful, and optimistic individual. That's why Jonathan's call to Max caused such alarm. He didn't sound like himself. His voice carried not only concern, but also palpable fear. The friends decided to meet up later that same day, and Jonathan promised he'd text within the next 30 minutes to confirm the time. Max waited for the message, but 40 minutes passed with no word from his friend. Growing impatient, Max decided to call Jonathan directly. The phone rang and rang without any response. Unbeknownst to him at the time, Jonathan would never be able to reply again. Just before this incident, around 5:20 p.m., the West Bloomfield Township Police Department received an emergency call from Sandra Lane's residence, Jonathan's grandmother's home. The young caller informed the dispatcher he had been shot and struggled for breath over those 3 minutes. He begged for help, stating that he was on the brink of death. The assailant had already fled the scene without seeking aid. The subsequent events were even more horrific. The emergency dispatcher listened as Jonathan frantically called out for help before several gunshots rang out again. His screams of pain were followed by faint words that he was dying. Then came a short silence before a woman's scream echoed through the line, leading to an eerie quietude. By about 5:30 p.m., West Bloomfield police arrived at Sandra Lane's condo in the serene Maple Point gated community, a neighborhood known for its low crime rate and predominantly inhabited by retirees. A resident had reported hearing gunshots in this typically peaceful area. As officers disembarked from their vehicle onto the neatly kept lawn, they headed into what would become one of their most chilling calls yet. Another gunshot reverberated from within the residence. Before the officers could make their way inside, a woman appeared at the front door. The officer's instructions to disarm herself. She was a small elderly woman with fading red hair, her clothes spattered with blood. With her hands raised in surrender, she informed the officers that she had just taken her grandson's life. This revelation stunned the officers, yet it paled in comparison to what awaited them inside. As they entered the condo, the officers were confronted with a ghastly scene. Blood and smudges were present in nearly every room. Bullet impacts marred both walls and furnishings, and empty shell casings littered the ground. Near the entryway lay a discarded 9mm Glock 17 semi-automatic handgun. Subsequent forensic analysis would uncover additional magazines for the firearm hidden within the residence. On the upper floor, police found 17-year-old Jonathan Hoffman sprawled face down in a pool of blood. He suffered from multiple gunshot wounds across his chest, arms, back, and stomach, indicating that many shots were fired at close quarters. Emergency medical personnel swiftly transported him to Botsford Hospital, clinging to hope they could save him. Sadly, by 6 p.m., Jonathan succumbed to his injuries. Sandra was taken to the closest medical facility. As a precautionary measure, medical professionals conducted various examinations to confirm her well-being. The next day, Sandra Lane faced charges for her grandson's homicide and was detained without bail while awaiting trial for either first or second-degree murder. Her guilt left to be determined by a jury. Throughout this ordeal, she maintained her innocence. News of this incident plunged Jonathan's family, friends, and neighbors into deep sorrow and shock. They all pondered what could have driven Sandra to turn a firearm on her dearly loved grandson. The news of this tragic event spread rapidly through the tranquil neighborhood, with media outlets speculating on various theories. Whispers suggested that Jonathan had failed a drug screening test. Journalists highlighted a narrative involving two neglectful parents who left their substance-dependent teenage son in the care of elderly grandparents. Based on the grandmother's testimony, it was revealed that at the time Jonathan's passing, he had an illegal synthetic drug in his system, which had previously caused him complications. His death shortly after another sensational incident involving hallucinogen consumption. Just 2 weeks prior, another youth under the influence of drugs assaulted his family with a baseball bat, resulting in a fatal event. Taquia Cipriana and his accomplice consumed a prohibited substance before attacking their parents. Sandra Lane's attorney argued that she had legitimate concerns for her safety due to managing a young man on probation who was difficult to restrain. It was widely reported that this particular drug could induce aggression in users. If an incident similar to Taquia's had occurred at Sandra's residence, could her actions against Jonathan be justified as self-defense? This was the reasoning Sandra provided to both the police and jury. She asserted that since Jonathan's return to West Bloomfield, he had become unruly and exhibited aggressive behavior. Sandra claimed that he rarely left the house and mingled with teenagers addicted to dangerous synthetic drugs. Sandra also stated that Jonathan's parents did not inform her about his addiction before his arrival and showed little concern for his activities during his stay. Michael, Jonathan's father, was portrayed as having abandoned him. Jonathan frequently had fits of rage, destroying objects and damaging furniture in his room. When upset or during disputes, he would lash out, even breaking his own possessions like his computer monitor and phone. Authorities confirmed that Jonathan had a history with illegal substances. On March 17, 2011, he was apprehended and penalized for possessing hallucinogenic drugs. Subsequently, in court, he received a 93-day deferred sentence along with a year of probation and the requirement for random drug screenings related to these substances. Jonathan's acquaintances shared with law enforcement their concerns regarding his drug habit and their efforts to redirect him away from it. Sandra exerted considerable effort to assist Jonathan in reforming his ways, focusing on his academic performance and adhering to her guidelines. Nevertheless, he resisted these attempts, displaying defiance, erratic behavior, and occasional aggression. Fred confirmed that from the moment Jonathan arrived, there were continuous and intense disputes between him and Sandra. She even contacted the police multiple times due to Jonathan becoming utterly unmanageable. She sought assistance from the school as well, but all efforts proved futile. Sandra recounted an incident where Jonathan, under the influence of drugs, lost complete control. This situation necessitated hospital staff to restrain him to a gurney. The elderly woman implored his parents for help. However, his father remained indifferent and did not return to Michigan. Gradually, Sandra began fearing for her safety. She confided in her husband about her concerns regarding their grandson and his disreputable associates. In a bid for self-protection and to safeguard her elderly husband, feeling cornered with no other option, Sandra acquired a Glock 17 pistol for defense in case Jonathan or his friends became aggressive. On the critical morning of May 18, 2012, took Jonathan for a drug test that returned positive for illicit substances. Jonathan was instructed to undergo another test later that day. Upon receiving another positive result, he became furious while in his grandmother's vehicle. He resorted to swearing violently, kicking the dashboard, and at one point, seizing the steering wheel, compelling Sandra to halt the car multiple times. Jonathan even attempted to snatch the car keys at one juncture. Upon their return home, the confrontation intensified. Apprehensive that he might be incarcerated, Jonathan decided to flee immediately to Arizona. He demanded $2,000 and the car keys from his grandmother. She complied with neither request. When Grandpa Fred took the dog for a walk, Sandra felt overwhelmingly frightened and attempted to pacify the teenager to no avail. She retreated to her bedroom and retrieved the loaded pistol, hoping it would compel her grandson to heed her words or at least acknowledge her presence. Upon returning upstairs to Jonathan's bedroom and finding him in the bathroom, instead of heeding her, the boy hurled insults, kicked her in the abdomen, and struck her on the head. A struggle ensued during which Sandra discharged the firearm. She then fled to the basement in a state of panic, seeking refuge. After a while, she ventured upstairs to check on him, only for her grandson to assault her once more, attempting to wrest the gun away. In the ensuing lull, she shot again in self-defense. This narrative paints a picture of elderly individuals trapped in a dire predicament that tragically culminated in Sandra shooting her beloved grandson out of genuine fear for her own life. However, questions remain as to whether Lane's account is entirely accurate. As the investigation deepened, a contrasting narrative began to surface, one that was still tragic but considerably more concerning. Initial claims by Sandra regarding Jonathan's alleged violent nature didn't align with the experiences of those who knew him personally. Contrary to portraying him as aggressive, interviews revealed that at school, Jonathan was known as humorous and peace-loving. He was always quick to diffuse conflicts with his humor and intelligence. Friends also testified that they hadn't observed any recent changes in his demeanor. Furthermore, Jonathan was described as having a very lean build. Standing at just 1.67 meters tall and weighing merely 50 kilograms, hardly fitting the profile of a physically intimidating person. His stature was notably similar to his grandmother's. It appeared that instances of Jonathan's so-called rage were exclusively reported by Sandra, a claim now met with skepticism. Fred, Sandra's husband, acknowledged witnessing heated arguments between his wife and grandson. Despite being present at home almost all the time, there was never any physical violence. Sandra played a key role in overseeing Jonathan's education, establishing strict expectations, which the teenager had difficulty meeting. Fred even suggested sending Jonathan back to his parents in Arizona. However, Sandra rejected this proposal, contradicting her claim that the boy was unmanageable under her care. Jennifer, Sandra's daughter, told the police that during the 9 months, Jonathan stayed with his grandparents. He maintained daily communication with her and visited them monthly. Throughout this period, Sandra never reported any issues between her and Jonathan, nor did she express feeling overwhelmed by his presence. When Jennifer learned about Jonathan's legal troubles involving illicit substances, she discussed possible solutions with her mother. She considered either rehabilitation or sending him back to Arizona. Sandra convinced her that she could handle the situation independently. Reluctantly, Jennifer agreed to leave her son in her parents' custody, a decision that would later prove tragically significant. Authorities were summoned to the Lane household on 2 occasions. The first call came in March 2012 when Jonathan himself dialed emergency services. He was distressed after consuming magic mushrooms and experiencing severe paranoia, fearing for his life. Upon arrival, police noted that he showed no aggression, but was terrified upon seeing them. He eagerly embraced one officer before being secured to a stretcher for his protection and transported to a medical facility. Just 4 days after this incident with magic mushrooms, Sandra Lane reached out to 911 again. She reported that her grandson was enraged and attempting to flee, while Jonathan informed the dispatcher that his grandmother was forcibly trying to confine him in her vehicle. When officers arrived, they encountered Jonathan vocally berating his grandmother. The law enforcement officials then proposed intervening with the irate youth. Sandra opted to handle the matter herself. This episode was recorded in the police files as a routine verbal dispute between a guardian and a child, which was settled amicably. However, for the detectives leading the investigation, this case increasingly seemed less about a rebellious teenager spiraling out of control and more about a woman enforcing her authority over a defiant child. The hearing on April 12th regarding the possession of prohibited substances and subsequent probation had evidently enraged Sandra. She believed she could discipline her grandson effectively. Up until that point, Sandra had been resolute in steering Jonathan onto the correct path. Yet, as graduation neared and her opportunities dwindled, this mission began to look like a failure. In that moment, Sandra faced many choices. She could have contacted her daughter or sent Jonathan for rehabilitation. Instead, she acquired a semi-automatic pistol and took several shooting lessons at a firing range. Determined to prevail in this conflict and assert control over her unruly teenage grandson at any cost, for days after Jonathan was placed on probation, Sandra Lane applied for a license to carry a firearm. On April 18th, she purchased a 9mm Glock, explaining to the store owner that she needed it for home protection. She chose a weapon intended for lethal force, along with ammunition containing expanding bullets, designed to inflict maximum damage. After buying the pistol, Sandra trained at the nearest shooting range until she felt proficient in handling it. She kept her newfound expertise hidden from her husband, who remained unaware of the gun's presence in their home. He was quite taken aback when he discovered how much his wife had managed to achieve covertly. On the fateful day of May 18, 2012, and Jonathan returned home at around 5 p.m. Sandra then requested her husband, Fred, to take their dog for a walk and insisted that he remain outside until she gave him permission to return. Their outdoor time extended for so long that both homeowner and dog grew weary. They ended up sitting together on the grass watching a basketball game. As Fred Wayne, the grandfather of the deceased high schooler, recounted during an interview when they heard police sirens, he failed to grasp the situation. Why did Sandra want Fred to leave them? It seemed less like the action of a woman fearing for her life and more like someone with a plan, intent on carrying it out without interference or witnesses. If Jonathan was as agitated as described by his grandmother, it's unlikely Fred would have left them alone. However, more compelling evidence against Sandra was yet to come. At that same time, 5 p.m., Jonathan was talking with his friend Max about their evening plans. Max informed the police that Jonathan's tone wasn't angry or excited. Instead, he sounded frightened. He was worried about failing a drug test and anxious about his grandmother's reaction. Jonathan mentioned that Sandra was so furious, she threatened to send him back to Arizona. Sandra claimed her grandson violently assaulted her, striking her in the head and abdomen before she discharged the firearm. Medical personnel from the nearest hospital examined her immediately after the incident, but found no injuries or bruises. Ballistic evidence revealed Sandra fired the weapon more than 10 times throughout various locations in the house. 6 bullets struck Jonathan. 2 shots were aimed at his back, indicating he attempted to flee from Sandra. Another shot struck him in the abdomen while he was wounded and conversing with a 911 dispatcher. The police were convinced it was Sandra chasing Jonathan, not the other way around. The grandmother sought to punish her grandson for his perceived wrongdoing while he sought refuge. At some point, she descended to the basement to reload her pistol, likely when Jonathan ascended to his bedroom to call 911 and subsequently returned, shooting him at close range while he lay on the floor bleeding. The final conclusive blow against Sandra's claims of self-defense came from the toxicology report. According to the report, at the time of the shooting, Jonathan's bloodstream didn't contain any prohibited substances. Only a metabolite of a harmful drug was identified in his urine. The forensic examiner clarified that the residual traces discovered in the urine indicated that all substances had left his body and had no impact on Hoffman's behavior. In other words, Jonathan was entirely lucid when Sandra opened fire on him. Consequently, the jury dismissed the defendant's self-defense claim. On March 19, 2013, was convicted of a serious crime against her grandson, Jonathan Hoffman. Prior to sentencing, the elderly woman expressed regret for her actions, pleading for understanding. She claimed that her intention had not been to take the teenager's life, but rather to help him resolve his issues together. Meanwhile, her daughter, Jennifer, urged for the harshest punishment for her mother. She asserted that Sandra Lane was utterly malevolent and would undoubtedly repeat her actions if given the opportunity. Jennifer depicted her mother as a monstrous and obsessed individual fixated on academic achievement. She firmly believed that everything Lane had stated in her statement was falsehoods. She concluded by stating that her son now resided in heaven, a place where Sandra would never have access. Lane received a minimum sentence of 20 years in addition to a mandatory 2-year term for utilizing a weapon in the commission of manslaughter. Her lawyer had pleaded on her behalf, citing concerns about her potential survival during an extended prison confinement. Jonathan's funeral occurred on May 22, 2012, with approximately 700 people who had known and cherished the young man in attendance. They fondly recalled moments spent with him and cherished him as a cheerful individual who never failed to bring laughter to those around him. As a grandson, Jonathan fell short of his grandmother's expectations, ultimately leading her to conclude that he did not belong in this world. Jordan chased Zara for about half a mile with a shadow of persistence and evil. Zara, unaware of the danger, continued on her way without suspecting that evil was already approaching. Suddenly, he appeared out of the darkness like a ghost, grabbed her by the neck with one hand and covered her mouth with the other so that the girl would not scream. He blocked her breathing and then dragged her into the thicket of the forest where darkness and inhumanity awaited the victim. There, in a forgotten corner of the world, hell descended on Zara. He forcibly invaded her body, her soul, leaving only a scream of pain and horror that was lost in the darkness of the night. Despite her desperate attempts to resist, her cries remained unanswered in the ruthless void. This whole nightmare, this terrible aggression lasted for 9 whole minutes, which seemed like an eternity for Zara, who felt fear and hopelessness. Then, as if nothing had happened, Jordan walked back to his house, leaving behind only traces of destruction and an absolute nightmare. But what if all this was just the beginning of an even more eerie and mysterious story? What if the hidden truth about what happened that terrible night turned out to be more confusing and dark than it seemed at first glance? Secrets hidden in the shadows of the past can destroy not only lives, but also destroy all that remains of hope and peace in this world. Only by digging deeper one can find the answers, but there are even more questions hiding behind them. In the winter of 1986, Zara Alina was born in the vast landscapes of Great Britain. She was the first of 5 children of a single mother, a young woman who mysteriously moved her life from the Pakistani slums to this corner of the UK back in 1968. Zara embodied the hopes and dreams of her parents, and her birth was an important event. She was the first granddaughter of Radha Parvin, and it brought her a special status in her community. From early childhood, Zara was surrounded by relatives who raised her to a pedestal, showering her with tenderness and care. She grew up surrounded by numerous studying at a unique school of life where the rules were written in blood and betrayal. Despite their lack of finances, Zara's parents invested everything in their daughter's education, believing that she would be able to find everything she needed for a successful life. Their dreams were strong. Their hopes were stronger. But in this world of dark streets and hidden ambitions, Zara's life was in danger, hanging over her like a dark cloud. From early childhood, the fire of passion and hunger for life burned in Zara's heart. She dived into the world of tap dancing, where every movement, like a note in a symphony of passion, gave birth to beauty and harmony. Swimming was another passion of her soul, allowing her to escape from the gray everyday life and feel the wave of freedom. She always dressed exquisitely, as if creating a work of art from herself, embodying her dreams in every outfit. But that was just the beginning. When she skated for the first time, she felt new breath of freedom in her soul. Skating became not just a hobby for her, but a way of breathing, a way of expressing the deepest essence of her soul. Among those who knew Zara, no one was surprised to hear that she dreamed of becoming a lawyer. Her heart was full of desire to protect and help others because she was that bright ray of hope in a world full of evil. Her friendly nature sparkled with joy, which was contagious like a fire in the dark. Her gaze and sparkling eyes promised miracles, and her black curly hair seemed to have been created to tempt fate. Her image was full of charm, like a magic potion mixing passion, kindness, and courage in an extraordinary cocktail of attractiveness. Already in her teens, she had the opportunity to travel around England and visit museums and galleries. She showed big interest in art and culture. These trips became an indicator of how independent she was. Later, trips to the rest of Europe followed. This was a clear confirmation that she inherited the desire for adventure from her relatives. It seems she was following in the footsteps of her Aunt Farah, who, unlike the rest of the family, chose Portugal over the UK. It was fascinating for a young woman to see the work of her aunt, who worked as a psychotherapist in women's organizations. Zara visited her several times. After graduating from high school, her aspirations began to be realized when she got in the University of Westminster. Since then, she worked hard to achieve her goals while taking care of her mother and grandmother at the same time. Her tiny figure was full of a passionate soul and unstoppable energy. Her sense of justice and equality was not limited to the walls of the lecture hall. On the contrary, the generous and caring Zara supported refugees fleeing violence and sought to give a voice to those who had less power. She also participated in volunteer work in community canteens to help the homeless. In general, she had a special habit of noticing the needs of others and always including them in her schedule. Zara was an easygoing girl. Her Aunt Smyra lived nearby, and she often visited her several times a week. While preparing for the exams, she asked her aunt to help her to study, but they always ended up laughing. Zara left a trail of joy behind her everywhere she went, as those who knew her at that time claimed. In addition, she was hardworking, covered all her expenses, and helped her family. She worked at a local clothing store and knew everyone in the area, from teenagers to the elderly. She always greeted everyone with kindness and was willing to help if necessary. The young girl could talk for hours, but it did not affect her ability to listen carefully to others. Her generosity extended to all living creatures, and she especially loved cats. Sometimes she spent her own money to take stray cats to the vet, take care of them at home, or persuade neighbors to take them in. Her friend Sanji Naira described her as radiant and believed that her main gift was the ability to share optimism. When Sanji was in a bad mood, he turned to her for help. In Zara's life, there was a bright star whose name was engraved in the very depths of her heart: Carissa Peters. They were not just friends but companions in the struggle for justice, for protection of women from violence and abuse. Their shared hobbies, especially in the field of women's rights, and it was the connecting thread that carried their friendship through difficulties and trials. Zara and Carissa were so close that they seemed to share the same soul. They easily entered each other's house as if they were their own shelters from the storms of the world, or talked on the phone almost every day discussing the news, their thoughts, and plans for the future. In 2002, after successfully passing the exams and completing her internship in Lawfield, Zara had the opportunity to work in the Crown Prosecution Service. It was an important step and an integral part of her dream to become a full-fledged lawyer. To do this, she worked tirelessly even when her studies were interrupted by worries about her mother and grandmother as well as financial difficulties. This step was important not only for her but also for Carissa and for those who believed in her, who support her on this stormy journey to a bright future. On her first day at her new job, Zara couldn't help but be happy. She sent a smiley selfie to her friends and family, as if announcing to the whole world her new era of life. It wasn't just a new job. It was the last piece in the mosaic of her dreams. She had been coming to this for so long that she could hardly believe in her own happiness. Working as an administrator might seem a secondary post, but for Zara, it was a giant step towards her goal. At the age of 35, she realized that a new stage in her life was beginning, and this made her heart beat with extraordinary force. It wasn't just a working day. It was the beginning of a new era, an era when she felt fulfilled and happy. The new job strengthened her confidence in the fact that it was time to create her own family. She dreamed of her children, how they would be happy and protected, how they would live in a world filled with love and harmony. At that moment, Zara realized that every new day was a step towards her happiness, a step towards her dream of having her own family. With such an active life between work, volunteering, friends, and the attentive care of her mother and grandmother with whom she lived in a separate room when necessary, Zara loved to walk. She liked to move freely. She didn't bother with small things. She could easily put a pair of shoes in her bag to change them for sneakers when needed. Zara believed that a woman should be able to move freely without any obstacles, and even more so that no one should have deprived them of this right. But near her house, there was a man whose existence completely took away this woman's right. His name was Jordan McSweeney. He was a few years younger than Zara, and it was unknown where he was from. One Saturday evening, when the sun had already set below the horizon, Zara was going to meet a friend. Even though she was not in the mood, she decided not to cancel the meeting. Zara's word was as strong as steel, and she always stuck to her promises, not allowing her mood to dictate her actions. Her devotion was as steady as a rock, and she was ready to walk through thick and thin for the sake of her friends. Before leaving, Zara picked up the phone to talk to Aunt Farah, but this time there was a certain anxiety in her voice that did not go unnoticed. Her aunt asked her to be careful, and Zara realized that even if she wasn't going to go far from home, the world around her seemed strange and unpredictable that evening. But she stubbornly told herself that she knew every dark corner of the city, and her name was known to everyone who had ever looked at her. But something about this evening made her heart beat faster, and Zara decided to be more careful. At the appointed time, she met her friend at a local bar called the Ilford Big Spoon, located on the West End of London. Ilford is a lively and diverse London area, an ideal place for dinner and gatherings, so the girls visited this place that Saturday evening. Then they went to another bar, and there Zara drank a couple glasses of water. At the same time, Jordan was having one drink after another at another nearby nightclub. An idea was forming in his mind, and he refused to resist it. He intended to find a woman to attack that evening. Surveillance cameras recorded how Jordan met women at the entrance to the club, hugged them without their consent, and tried to kiss them. He was particularly persistent with one of the employees, despite her obvious reluctance. He was kicked out of the club a little after 23 o'clock, and his inappropriate behavior remained recorded on cameras. When he came out, his actions were recorded by cameras as he walked along Romford Street towards the park. Seeing the woman walking, Jordan followed her and approached her closely. Although she tried to avoid him by entering the store, he was waiting for her outside. When the woman cautiously left, Jordan followed her again. Then he walked down the other side of the street, leaving her in sight. However, when the woman entered her house, Jordan had no choice but to continue on his way. According to the surveillance camera's data, at about 2 a.m. on Cranbrook Street, Jordan noticed a woman approaching him. Suddenly, he quickened his pace, approaching her. But on the video, you can see that two passing witnesses noticed Jordan's strange actions. Despite the man's suspicious behavior, the woman returned home safely, leaving Jordan surprised and annoyed. He returned to Cranbrook Street without success. At this time, Zara and her friend, deciding to return home, left the bar when it was 2 a.m. A friend took a taxi, preferring convenience, while Zara, given the short distance and good weather, decided to walk. They parted, and Zara headed down the residential street of Cranbrook, which is a 10-minute walk from her house. That's when Jordan noticed her. According to the Chief Inspector Dave Williams, Jordan had a clear intention. He was going to attack a woman that night regardless of the location. Cranbrook Street remained busy even in the early morning hours. There was a constant flow of traffic. At the age of 13, Jordan had already been sentenced in Kent Juvenile Court for various offenses committed between 2006 and 2009. In August 2010, when he was 17 years old, he was found guilty of assaulting a girl, leaving her with a swollen eye, and he was given a 4-month detention and correction period. 11 years later, he attacked another woman, and he was again banned from approaching a woman, this time for 3 years. During this time, he had no right to contact her directly or indirectly. By 2010, Jordan had 28 convictions for 69 crimes, including theft, assaults on police and the public, criminal cases, theft of motor vehicles, traffic violations, committing crimes with bail, and shoplifting. On his page on a well-known social network, he bragged about having a huge collection of weapons, and in general extolled a criminal lifestyle to the sky, posting different photos and quotes. He also posted fake pictures saying that the FBI was looking for him. On June 17, 2022, he was released on parole after being sentenced to prison for criminal damage, racially aggravated harassment, and illegal carrying of a bladed weapon. One of the conditions was meetings with a parole officer. Jordan settled into a van on St. Valentine Street in a 130 acres park in the south of Gun Hill, the largest green space in London's Red Bridge district. He again violated all agreements and, true to his criminal background, missed not one, but 2 meetings with a parole officer. As a result, the authorities refused to give him the advantage. The parole service began the procedure for returning him to prison on June 22nd, 2022, but they did not immediately inform the police, but only 2 days later. Early on Saturday morning, June 25th, police visited Jordan's mother's house to arrest him and found an unpleasant surprise. He was not there. Around 2:30 a.m. on June 26, 2022, the streets of Ilford witnessed a terrible crime. Zara was found on the sidewalk with signs of abuse on her body. Her belongings were scattered as if the mess in her life was embodied in the streets. Her body was bruised, her clothes were torn, and her eyes showed struggle for survival. A woman passing by immediately realized that the situation was extremely serious. Without hesitation, she began to give Zara a closed chest massage and do CPR, trying to give her the last hope of survival. But the injuries inflicted on her body turned out to be too serious. Even with all the help of passers-by and emergency medical help, it was too late. Zara fought for her life, but the severe wounds and brutality of the crime were too strong. At 9:58 a.m. on Sunday, she passed away, leaving only the painful traces of a struggle behind. At that time, at about 11 a.m. in the park, Jordan, recorded by security cameras, was getting rid of evidence, throwing out his clothes. With his indifferent and cold-blooded demeanor, it became clear that this was not a random act of violence. The police responded quickly and knocked on Zara's grandmother's door, asking her to identify her granddaughter from the bar's video footage. When she confirmed that it was her, the police finally explained to her what had happened. Zara's uncle Kelsey Alina called the rest of the family, including Aunt Farah, to tell them what had happened. In Portugal, her aunt, crying, remembered the call on Saturday night. After she broke the news to her children, Farah immediately flew to London. The family was in shock, trembling with horror. It was difficult for all of them to eat, sleep, or talk. Although they hardly dared to mention Zara's death, they also could not think of anything else. Meanwhile, detectives immediately began investigating the area where Zara was found. One of the first steps was to collect video footage from surveillance cameras to track the attacker's movements. This, along with the bloody fingerprints left near the scene, allowed them to identify Jordan. They then tracked his location using a video surveillance system. After receiving images of the main suspect, Inspector Dave sent an officer to Gun Hill to check if anyone else recognized Jordan. The operation was successful, and almost immediately they found Jordan sleeping in his van. The authorities immediately arrested him. Confused and stunned, Jordan had no resistance during the arrest. Clothes and shoes stained with blood were found in his trailer, which Jordan was trying to get rid of. Despite many hours of interrogation, Jordan remained silent, refusing to reveal his name or give details of his life. At the same time, new video footage continued to appear, allowing police to reconstruct the chronology of events. The crime led parole officer Justin Russell to highlight a number of errors in the treatment of Jordan. It was noted that Jordan had been a criminal since the age of 16, both in and out of prison, which made him a high-risk criminal. He had been a high-risk criminal since the age of 16, but it turned out that he had not been treated appropriately. They should have taken more urgent measures to return him to prison after he missed scheduled supervision appointments upon release from detention, but they didn't do it. On Wednesday, June 29th, through a press release read by the police, Zara's family expressed how shocking the last few days have been. Logically, for them, it was an irreparable loss. Nevertheless, they stressed that the warmth and kindness shown by people were valuable to them and served as evidence of the strength of their beloved Zara's spirit. The family had a lot to do, and they needed to find strength. Aunt Farah communicated with the media and met with the police. Despite the shock and grief her family, especially her aunt, taking into account her own experience in this field, knew that it was necessary to control the situation and protect Zara from accusations from certain media. On July 1st, 2022, a preliminary hearing was held in the Jordan case. And on September 30th the same year, a date was set for a hearing to prepare testimony in the trial. However, on the day of the scheduled trial, Jordan did not show up due to a positive test for COVID-19, and the hearing had to be postponed. On Saturday, July 2nd, a memorial service was held in memory of Zara, organized by her family, which took place on the way to her home, symbolizing the last journey that never ended. At this service, many of those present were dressed in white, symbolizing a silent walk. The event was attended by a coalition of more than 120 organizations specializing in supporting women, expressing solidarity in the fight against violence. It was one of the many groups that worked with Zara Alina's family. As they stated in the media, they demanded justice and taking responsibility. Additionally, they asked to focus on what they considered a priority and key issue, to resist violence from men and to stop the acts of violators. At a preliminary hearing before the investigation at the East London court in Walthamstow, crime scene investigator Nadia Persut said she believes there is reason that local police officers could and should have taken more action to find Jordan before his attack on Zara. Consequently, she expressed the opinion that jury should resolve this issue. In addition, this investigation should have included the actions of the staff of corrections facilities for probationers. According to Nadia, this process was supposed to last a month. On November 16, 2022, Jordan also did not appear at the hearing despite being told that this was mandatory. Thus, the meeting was organized via video call. This time, he pleaded guilty. Prosecutor Oliver Glasgow then described him as extremely unfit candidate for bail. This opinion was also supported by Judge Shimagrove. As for the verdict, the judge postponed it until December 14th the same year. Approaching this date, Jordan again refused to appear in court. But even this did not prevent Jordan from being sentenced to life in prison with a minimum sentence of 33 years in prison for the murder of Zara Alina. The accused and his representatives filed an appeal, and the sentence was reduced to 33 years in prison. The judge stated that the fact that Zara was unconscious, did not feel anything, and did not suffer reduced his sentence. Just 4 months later, it became known that Jordan had an intimate relationship with a woman who worked at the Belmar Correctional Service in South London, but was not a direct employee of the prison services. The Metropolitan Police later announced that a 32-year-old woman, whose identity was not disclosed, had been arrested and was under investigation on suspicion of misconduct in a public office. As for Zara Alina's family, everyone remembers Zara with love and pride. They still miss her. For her part, Aunt Farah continues to speak out against violence against women and girls. In March 2023, she joined a march organized by various groups seeking to draw attention to the issue and raise awareness. The protesters marched through the commercial district of West London to Trafalgar Square. Among various slogans, they stated that the lack of action against male violence is equal to abuse by the state. The tragic loss of Zara Alina has only added dark shades to this bloody picture of violence that consumes the hearts and minds of those who seek to change the world. Jody Lee and Sanderholm was born September 26, 1987 in Arkansas City. To Brian and Cindy Sanderholm, she was the third child of her parents. She had a brother called Jason and a sister called Jennifer. From a young age, Jody was fond of dancing. And although it played a large role in Jody's life, she also did not neglect her studies. She was one of 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. While in high school, Jody was a member of the National Honor Society, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and earned the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award presented by David Steinemetzy. She was a member of the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. 2 of those 4 years, she was the captain. Jody was a member instructor of Ark City Dance and a Universal Dance Association instructor. After high school, she attended Cowley College where she studied pre-pharmacy. While at Cowley, she was a member of the Cowley Tiggerette dance line. In 2007, the population of Arkansas City was about 12,000. Jody's parents, like probably other locals, thought it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, after Jody disappeared and the details of what happened to her became known, many began to realize that safety was only an illusion and that the man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jody drove her car, a Dodge Stratus, to college for a dance rehearsal that was scheduled to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she intended to return home. Cindy called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she didn't answer, which was highly unusual. Jody always kept in touch with her family, and even if she missed a call, she would call back soon. Cindy had a bad feeling about this. She decided to get off work and go home to see if Jody was all right. When she arrived, she immediately noticed that her daughter's car was not in front of the house, and this only increased her anxiety because Cindy knew that by this time, Jody should have been back from rehearsal. Upon entering the house and looking around, Cindy realized that Jody had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she put in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not there or in the hamper for her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry, although Jody always showered after dance class. It soon became clear that Jody had no contact with her father or older sister, Jennifer, either. She had an appointment at noon to which she never showed up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends, hoping to find out where she might be. But after the morning rehearsal ended and Jody left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, the college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine of which Jody was the choreographer. She wouldn't have missed it of her own free will, but she didn't show up either. At about 6 p.m., still unable to learn anything and without waiting for their daughter to return home, Cindy and Brian contacted the police and reported her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately put together flyers depicting and describing Jody, began to inquire about her last known whereabouts, and put out an APB on the vehicle she was traveling in. The police learned from Cindy and Brian that Jody had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he reported that he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. The police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect because his stay in another state was confirmed. The next day, January 6th, was very eventful. Lori Leglider, Jody's best friend with whom they had been friends in dance since high school, provided the police with important information. They both enrolled at Cowley College where they went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left work at Sirloin Stockade in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. Tuesday, January 2nd, and noticed a light blue car drive by the restaurant several times as she left. On her way home, she noticed a car following her in her rearview mirror. "I thought something strange was going on," Lori told the detectives. She decided to see if the car behind her was really following her, so she started turning onto different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the same thing, and it really scared Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, thinking that the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to go back to the parking lot near the police station because she saw the car chasing her again. Lori sat in the car for a while before driving home. She told the detectives that she didn't go to the station because she thought it was someone else's stupid prank, but that wasn't really all. On Friday, January 5th, the band Tigerette Dance Line was rehearsing at the college. According to Lori, she and Jody got there around the same time and, as usual, parked not far from each other. Lori spotted the light blue car again. What's more, she recognized the man behind the wheel. It was a local resident, 23-year-old Justin Thurber. Lori did not know him personally, but had seen him several times in the company of his older brother and his friends. Lori and Jody left practice at the same time and were supposed to meet up later, but Jody never showed up for that meeting. Soon, several members of the dance team revealed that they too had seen Justin near the college during the past week. He always sat in his car in the parking lot and just watched. Within the first 24 hours of Jody's disappearance, police had driven all over the city but could not find her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and wooded areas. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from the air. The car was more difficult to hide than a person because of its size, so the police hoped to be able to see Jody's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it was from a cell tower located near the Kaw Wildlife Area. This is a vast wooded area along the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Justin Eugene Thurber, who was identified by Lori Leglider and other members of the dance group, was considered as a person who might be involved in the disappearance of Jody Sandholm. It is important to note here that despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he had been charged with illegal possession of banned substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released. 3 months after that, he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and again found to be in possession of a controlled substance. On December 31, 2006, which was just 6 days before Jody disappeared, Thurber was arrested again for theft. That same day, after paying a $3,000 bail, he was free, having had a merry New Year's Eve. The next day, January 1st, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops came for him, Thurber complained of chest pain and was taken to the hospital instead of the station. Why he was not arrested after his discharge from the hospital remains unclear, nor is it quite clear why he managed to get away with it all the time. A relative of his who works for the Cowley County Police may have contributed to this, but that's only a guess. That same day, January 6th, a police officer saw Thurber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to talk to him. His father invited the officer into the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City, in the morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and 2 of his friend's buddies, whom he did not personally know very well. Next, the 4 of them began driving around the countryside in a car belonging to one of his friend's buddies until the car got stuck on a dirt road near Cedarville. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked toward Arkansas City, which is about 30 miles from Cedarville. After 6 hours, he got tired of walking and called his father to pick him up. Thurber's father confirmed what he said, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty, a couple of miles from Cowley State Fishing Lake. Justin also told the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story wasn't very convincing, but there was nothing to charge Thurber with yet, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Swartzel, who recently ended a 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber often took her to the Kaw Wildlife Area, southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places she and Thurber would visit. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating the disappearance of Jody Sandholm, she was very surprised and said that Justin had once said that he had begun watching Jody when he was 13 years old. He would peep at her when she was swimming in the pool in her backyard and sometimes in the evenings, peek through the window in her room, and wait for her to start changing clothes. Police asked Alexis about her reasons for breaking up with Thurber, to which she said she had broken up with him because he was too abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more and more frequent. On several occasions, she said, during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he could not get aroused any other way. It was becoming more and more obvious to the police by the minute that Justin Thurber might be involved in Jody's disappearance. The police had no evidence to link him to the girl's disappearance. But late in the evening of January 6th, Thurber was arrested anyway. Detective Eric Mata arrested Thurber on bail revocation and suspicion of criminal trespass because the investigation into Jody Sandholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus where the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber told Mata that he wanted to talk to his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' house with a search warrant. The officers took the shoes Justin had been wearing the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and were drying on a towel. Thurber's father told police he helped his son clean the mud off the shoes. The clothes Justin was wearing when his father picked him up were also recovered, but by this time, he had had time to wash them. The next day, January 7th, searchers trained to identify human activity in rugged terrain set to work in the Kaw Wildlife Area. They found shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber's as well as several other smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue the search the next day. On the way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered a muddy tire track, muddy shoe prints near a public restroom, mail addressed to Jody Sandholm's parents in a chemical toilet, dance shoes in another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal. Investigators later retrieved cut-off sweatshorts, a wallet containing Jody Sandholm's driver's license and social security card, her black leotard, a Tigarette jacket with Jody Sandholm's first name on the front, a vehicle floor mat, and a car seat cushion. The sandal matched the impressions found at the Kaw Wildlife Area. Searchers spent the next 2 days around Cowley County State Fishing Lake in the Kaw Wildlife Area. On January 9th, specialists with sonar brought in to survey the bottom of the lake discovered Jody's sunken car. On the same day, the hope of the Sanderholm family also died. Jody's naked body was found under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs at the Kaw Wildlife Area. Authorities found DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to both Jody's car and her body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, so police feared that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partly true. Forensics spent a great many hours before they found a short hair in the interior. Carrie Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, ran mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of Jody Sandholm's car and concluded that it was almost certainly Justin Thurber's hair. Barbara Leal, an employee of a private DNA testing company, tested samples taken from Jody Sandholm's right biceps and right side of her chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded as a participant, although 99% of the population could have been excluded. Cell tower data showed that on the day Jody disappeared, her phone and Justin Thurber's phone were in the same areas at the same time. Lori Leglighter, Jody's best friend, said she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she disappeared. When the police looked at the camera footage provided by the college administration, they were convinced that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot at the same time rehearsal was going on, and he left that parking lot at the same time as Jody. The tape showed that Thurber followed Jody in his light blue Cadillac. Based on the fact that letters addressed to Jody's parents were found near the lake, investigators speculated that Thurber had followed Jody from the college to her home, and when she got out to retrieve the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print identical to the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was found next to the Sanderholm family mailbox. As previously mentioned, footprints of Thurber's shoes and smaller shoe impressions were found at the Kaw Wildlife Area. It was determined that these were the footprints of Jody's shoes found at the fishing lake along with her other belongings. Thurber's footprints and Jody's footprints in the preserve were located side by side. Walking along them, at one point, the searchers saw that Jody's footprints were interrupted and Justin's footprints went deep into the woods. This meant that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were also found where the body had been found. All 3 of the people Justin said he had been with the day of Jody's disappearance denied what he said. They had not seen Thurber that day, which meant his story about the car being stuck near Cedarvale was a fabrication. The 3 officers drove Thurber to Cedarvale so he could show them where he said he was. Thurber was unable to determine where he said the car was stuck. Back at the police station, Thurber volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative, Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cowley County Sheriff's Office, be present during the questioning. The evidence found was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He himself denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber's attorneys tried to convince the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unable to do so. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for some time, so the judge found the defense claim of his mental retardation unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified at the trial. He said that the first time he looked at the body, he had no doubt that the last hours of Jody's life were very painful. Her entire body and face were covered with bruises and abrasions. There were clear signs of strangulation on her neck. It was strangulation that was named as the cause of death of Jody Sandholm. I can't say all the information about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jody. Without going into detail, and at the same time to give you some idea of what happened at the Kaw Wildlife Area, I will say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed the crime with a stick. At trial, in addition to Thurber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, each claiming that the defendant stalked her. One of them was a co-worker of his. In one case, she even had to call the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark and she was afraid to go to the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under the windshield wiper of her car saying he liked her and wanted to get to know her better. Several witnesses said they saw Jody Sandholm's car on January 5, 2007. Carrie Morris, a friend of Jody's, noticed that Jody was sitting in the as their cars passed each other in Arkansas City shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man behind the wheel of Jody's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jody's cell phone, but received no answer. 2 other women reported seeing a vehicle that looked like Jody Sandholm's car while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City around 3 p.m. One of them said the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury reached a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all counts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Realizing what sentence the judge would hand down, Thurber tried to negotiate a plea bargain. His lawyer told the prosecutor that Justin would plead guilty if he were not given the capital punishment. Jody's family opposed such a deal. The presiding judge took the jury's decision into consideration and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas signed the Jody Act, which, among other things, expands police authority over stalking suspects and expands the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Since the sentencing, Justin Thurber has not abandoned his attempts to appeal the court's decision. His attorneys are trying to prove that Thurber is mentally retarded. In 2018, the Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence, citing a Supreme Court of the United States ruling that the execution of defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family said a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Jody's mother, Cindy Sanderholm, sat in the courtroom 11 years after her daughter's passing. She said that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, and this should show that he was competent. That's sick. It's just sick, Cindy said. It tells you that he is competent enough to reach out to people and write letters. He knows what he is doing. I'm sure Jody, pleaded for her life, and he didn't give it to her. She didn't get a second choice. She didn't get a second chance, she added. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to seek appointment by the Cowley County District Court of an attorney to assist in post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, even 16 years after Jody Sanderholm's passing, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It should also be noted that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last time anyone was executed in Kansas was in 1960-65. Since then, besides Thurber, 9 other people have been sentenced to death, but no sentence has been carried out. We haven't executed anyone in that time frame, and there's no timetable to have any other future executions, said Adam Pfannenstiel, the communications spokesperson for Kansas Department of Corrections. I think it's a little shocking that Kansas reinstated the death penalty over 20 years ago, and there's not a plan yet, said Jennifer Aldridge, Jody's older sister. I thought this would have been something that would have been discussed 20 years ago when it was reinstated. Therefore, even if Thurber's death sentence is upheld, there is a good chance that it will never be carried out. 39-year-old Justin Thurber remains at the maximum security El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, Kansas. According to a Kansas Legislative Post-Audit Committee report published in 2014, each of the inmates serving time in administrative segregation at El Dorado comes with an annual cost of nearly $49,000 further. It is not only the cost to house an inmate sentenced to death. Taxpayers also pay nearly 4 times the price to prosecute a case where the death penalty, if pursued by the prosecution, $395,000 per case compared to only $100,000 per case when the death penalty is not sought. For the Sanderholms, taxes are added insult to an unbearable injury and a grueling wait for justice in the case of their daughter, Jody. It hurts me so bad every week when I see my paycheck, and I know I'm paying tax money to feed him, said Brian Sanderholm. Death is what he deserves, And that's what the law stated, said Cindy Sandholm. So we need to get the law fixed so we can use it. If it was your daughter, your son, it was our daughter, what would you want to have happen? Asked Brian Sandholm. Most regrettably, Cynthia and Sandholm, Jody's mother, passed away on December 2, 2022 at the age of 63. Paddy Moriarty was born in Ireland but relocated to Australia in 1966 at the age of 19. On February 5th, he settled permanently in the remote outback town of Larima. Including Paddy, Larima had 11 residents. The town lies along the Stewart Highway, approximately 300 miles south of Darwin. On the evening of December 16, 2017, Paddy was at his usual spot, the pub in the Pink Panther Hotel. He was accompanied, as always, by his loyal red Kelpie dog, Kelly. Paddy had nearly always owned a dog, but Kelly was new, just a year old. Paddy typically drank 8 beers a night, sometimes more if he was enjoying himself. Around sunset that evening, he headed home. A passing tourist gave Paddy the remains of a store-bought rotisserie chicken to share with Kelly as a treat. After that night, Paddy and Kelly were never seen again. The police were contacted 72 hours after Paddy's last sighting by Barry Sharp, the Pink Panthers publican, who became concerned when Paddy broke his usual routine. Evidence suggests Paddy returned home that night but didn't stay long. The date-stamped chicken wrapper from the tourist was discovered inside the microwave at Paddy's home, located across the Stewart Highway from the Pink Panther Hotel. There were no signs of struggle in the home, but police found Paddy's eyeglasses and hat, which he was rarely ever seen without due to his baldness, left in the house. Paddy's calendar, which was from February 16th but had 02/dates handwritten into the boxes, showed that the last day crossed off was December 15th, the day before he was last seen, as though Paddy did not finish the night of the at-home. The remote and dangerous landscape could have played a part in Paddy and Kelly going missing. Everything from sinkholes to wild boars could conceivably have played a part in the case. However, the tense social situation in the tiny town could also have been the cause of the mystery. The handful of residents in Larimure had once been very close. However, over the years, seemingly petty concerns had divided the town. A tea house owned by Fran Hodgett sold, among other things, homemade meat pies. At some point, the Pink Panther Hotel also began selling them. The competition in the small town was controversial, and Paddy, a fixture at his beloved Pink Panther, was quick to tell tourists that Fran's pies were inferior. Fran, whose home and business were almost directly across the highway from Paddy's home, of course, did not appreciate this. Rumors eventually began spreading throughout the town about Fran's quality of ingredients, and the camaraderie between the townspeople quickly deteriorated. There were, of course, probably other issues at play in the town, but the residents of Larima have been far more reluctant to speak publicly about them. Fran has alleged that Paddy did everything from trying to poison her patrons to throwing a dead kangaroo onto her property. She was reported to have said that she wanted to kill Paddy, but she maintains that she only made that statement as an expression to indicate her frustration with him. Franz Gardner, who also lived on the property, Owen Laurie, has also been looked on with suspicion in Larima, but his relatively recent arrival in town may also be a cause for that. On the night Paddy was last seen, Owen attempted to make 2 phone calls, neither of which connected, from a public phone booth outside Fran's property at approximately the time Paddy would have been going by on his way home from the pub. Police say they have no indication that the calls play into Paddy's disappearance. All 10 remaining residents of Larima have been interviewed by police, and all 10 have denied involvement in the disappearance of Paddy and Kelly. Almost all of them were also called to give evidence at a coroner's inquest into Paddy's presumed death in June 2018. The inquest was halted despite only being partially heard. Investigators have looked at animal shelters throughout the Northern Territory, hoping that Kelly may have been dropped off at one and provide them with a lead, but have had no success. In October 2018, was forced to put the Pink Panther Hotel up for auction when he was diagnosed with terminal prostate cancer and could no longer handle the work of running the establishment. Police continue to investigate Paddy's case as an unsolved homicide. Christina Voltaire's life was a string of challenges that she worked hard to overcome. Born in Haiti, Christina was separated from her father at age 11 when he was able to immigrate to the United States. She was reunited with him when she too was able to immigrate as a teenager, but this meant being away from her mother and siblings back in Haiti. Christina planned to remedy this challenge by getting an education and earning a good enough living to bring the rest of her family to the United States. At the beginning of 2011, Christina was close to completing the first part of that goal. A student in nuclear medicine at Kaiser University, Christina had completed most of the coursework she needed for her degree. She was living alone in an apartment in the Berkshire apartment complex in Winter Haven, Florida. Christina was also still coping with another hardship in her life. She was weeks away from the 1-year anniversary of the death of her infant daughter. The medical examiner was never able to identify a cause of death for baby Audrey. Those close to Christina say that while she had been devastated by Audrey's death, she was coping with the loss as well as could be expected. The last place Christina was publicly seen was at an IHOP at 11:30 in the morning. She had a leisurely meal and told a former coworker who was working at the restaurant that she was feeling ill. She called to postpone a hair appointment before heading home to rest. At approximately 7 p.m. that night, Christina had a knock on her door. It was her friend and neighbor, Charles Pierre Gill. Charles's car had broken down while he was driving home. He walked back to their apartment complex to call his mechanic and wanted to borrow Christina's tan Hyundai Elantra to drive back to his disabled vehicle and look it over his mechanic. According to Charles, Christina was still not feeling well. She was dressed in a black robe and drinking a cup of tea. She was trying to complete some studying. Christina gave Charles her set of keys and he locked the door of her apartment as he went out to get her car. He drove back to his own car where the mechanic gave him bad news about the state of his engine. Charles then drove to his mother's house to pick up 2 plates of food. He then drove back to his apartment complex and went to Christina's unit to return her keys. When Charles entered the apartment just 45 minutes after he had left, Christina was gone. The black robe she had been wearing was laying on her bed. There were no signs of struggle in the apartment. Christina's purse and laptop were still there. Without her car, she had no way of getting very far on her own. When Christina did not come back home, Charles called the police. Christina's relationships with both Charles and his brother, Dussel, have been areas of interest in Christina's sudden disappearance. According to Charles, he and Christina were just good friends and were never romantically involved. Christina had, however, been romantically involved with Dussel. Dussel had believed that Christina's daughter, Audrey, had been his daughter as well. A few months after Audrey's death, he had been trying to file an insurance claim for the costs of her funeral. To do so, he needed to provide her birth certificate. When he looked at it, he found out that Christina had listed another man as the child's father. While this might have made some men angry, Dussel claims that it only left him disappointed. Because Christina was still so upset about Audrey's death, he did not want to fight with her over not being Audrey's biological father, so he calmly ended their relationship. Christina's father, however, paints a very different picture of Christina's relationship with both of the brothers. He claims that Christina was in fact romantically involved with Charles. He further alleges that Dussel had been hostile towards Christina in recent months because of this relationship. He claims to have received a phone call at 1 a.m. a few months before Christina went missing in which his daughter told him that Dussel had been physically aggressive towards her. Dussel had been charged with a violent offense before, although he had been acquitted on that charge. Some of Christina's actions do seem to indicate that she feared for her physical safety. On the morning of the day she disappeared, Christina visited the management office of her apartment and asked to have her locks changed. A work order was put in, but the locks were not changed that day. Both Charles and Dussel claimed that they did not have keys to the apartment, although Charles did have Christina's key when he came back to drop off her car keys. Christina never spoke to anyone, including her father, about why she wanted the locks changed. According to Dussel, he had been in Fort Lauderdale, a more than 3-hour drive from Winter Haven when Christina vanished. He had left Winter Haven at approximately noon on January 8th to make the drive. He was in Fort Lauderdale to see his girlfriend who had recently given birth to the couple's daughter. Dussel said in a media interview about a month after Christina was last seen that ATM and cell records should confirm his alibi. The quality of the surveillance tapes Winter Haven police first received from Fort Lauderdale was not high to identify Dussel on them. However, police did eventually receive enough evidence to corroborate Dussel's alibi. If she is still alive, Christina will turn 31 in August 2019. Michelle Jolene Lakey, who preferred to be called by her middle name, was 11 years old in 1986. She and her family lived in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Her family consisted of her mother and 3 older siblings. Her parents were estranged, and she had not spoken to her father in 3 years. On August 26th, she went to visit her mother, Lois Dunham, in Mercy Hospital, a facility now called the Regional Hospital of Scranton. Since her mother was in the hospital, she planned to spend the night with a friend. Before heading to that friend's house, however, Jolene had to walk home from the hospital. The walk should have only taken 15 minutes. She was seen walking on North Washington Avenue, the street where she lived. However, she never made it to her home in its 1300 block. Jolene seemingly vanished into thin air in broad daylight. A massive effort was launched by the local community to cover Scranton and posters with Jolene's picture. The effort brought forth an unconfirmed sighting of Jolene getting into a light yellow vehicle just a block away from her home. This sighting would become relevant a few years later when police finally had a person of interest in Jolene's case. Francois is currently serving a life sentence for the 1989 rape and murder of 9-year-old Renee Waddell. At his trial in 1990, police received a tip that Asselani had been seen with a young girl at Lake Wallen. Is strengthened by the fact that Jolene knew Asselani. Jolene was known to visit the auto repair shop Asselani owned to play with his dog. Asselani did not own a light yellow car, but his line of work gave him access to numerous vehicles at any one time. When interviewed about Jolene, Asselini admitted knowing her and even claimed he gave the little girl rides on occasion, but denied any involvement in her disappearance. Police have not been able to find evidence firmly connecting him to the case. Jolene's mother moved her family out of Scranton and into New York State and, ultimately, Rhode Island after Jolene went missing, but she and Jolene's siblings regularly returned to Scranton in August. They walked the route Jolene took from the hospital that day and symbolically complete the walk home she was not able to finish in 1986. A kiosk displaying Jolene's full name now stands in Courthouse Square in Scranton, displaying information about other missing children in hopes that Jolene can help bring other kids home. Joan Lawrence was born in Ottawa, Ontario in 1921. As an adult, she worked as a copy editor for a Toronto newspaper and became a published poet. In the early 1960s, she moved to Huntsville in Ontario's Muskoka region. Muskoka is a popular vacation destination due to its many lakes and natural beauty. It was around this time that Joan began fostering abandoned litters of kittens. For the rest of her life, she would affectionately be referred to as the cat lady on account of her love for the animals and the care she provided for them. By the mid-1990s, she had approximately 30 cats under her care. It was around this time that Joan's life became intertwined with the Lawn family. The Lands were outwardly a large God-fearing Seventh-day Adventist family. Several members of the family, however, had extensive criminal records. Most of these family members were heavily involved in the family businesses started in the early 1990s. The Land family began a string of Christian retirement homes that claimed to provide a full range of care services for a reasonable price in a home-like setting. In actuality, the homes were overcrowded and in poor shape. Residents slept on mattresses on the floor and were served cheap meals of rice, pasta, or macaroni and cheese. Not all of the homes had shower or toilet facilities. The majority of the residents of the Land's homes had no family to notice and object to this kind of treatment. The Lands trolled Toronto homeless shelters for new residents, telling vulnerable and lonely senior citizens that they could be cared for in the picturesque woods of cottage country in exchange for their monthly government pension check. The home Joan lived in was not technically home that claimed to provide care for his residents. Rather, it was more like an affiliated rental property for the elderly. Refusing to be separated from the cats she so loved, Joan had to live in a dilapidated shack behind the main house. The shack had no insulation, heat, running water, or electricity. For these terrible accommodations, the Lance took almost $700 a month from Joan in rent. That amount was almost the entirety of Joan's monthly government check. The two members of the Lawn family Joan interacted with the most were David Lawn, her landlord, and his uncle, Vaughn Allen, who ostensibly was the handyman for the property. David would often give Joan a ride into town. On the days he didn't, she would walk the 8 miles so that she could buy food for her cats and take advantage of the free coffee at a local shop. She was well known to the people in town. In October 1998, however, Joan stopped coming into town. After a few weeks, the Ontario Provincial Police were called to investigate her disappearance. Around the time she went missing, Joan had been complaining to her friends in town that she had not received her much-needed income tax check. She had a friend who worked in a law office look into the matter just prior to her disappearance. The check had in fact been issued and arrived. After Joan confronted him twice, Ron Allen admitted that he had forged Joan's signature and cashed her check. Joan's bank account turned out to be a joint account shared with David Lane. Joan did not have a bank card, but David Lawn did have one for the account. The bank card was used 6 times after Joan had last been seen. Ron Allen, despite seeing Joan almost every day prior to her disappearance, never reported her missing once he stopped seeing her. David Lawn initially told authorities that he had no idea what happened to Joan. In subsequent, he gave outlander stories about Joan going into hiding from the police or being on a trip to New York or Hawaii or some other destination that Joan clearly could not afford to travel to. According to Joan's friends, she would never have abandoned her cats, even if she did have the financial means to leave the area on her own. During a search of Joan's shack in December 1998, police located the remains of several of Joan's cats. They had been shot. Joan was not the only resident of one of the land's retirement homes to go missing. John Semple, John Crafts, and Ralph Grant were all also residents in the homes who mysteriously went missing between 1998 and 1999. The Lands never reported any of the men missing either. In an investigation into the 3 missing men's finances, it was discovered that the Lands had stolen tens of $1,000 on their retirement benefits and committed fraud by cashing their checks after they had gone missing. Various members of the Lynn family who worked for the retirement homes received either short conditional sentences or probation for the financial crimes. None of them ever actually spent time in prison. No one has ever been charged in relation to the men's disappearances. David Lawn and Ron Allen were never convicted of any crime in relation to their financial dealings with Joan or her forged tax check. Joan remains missing, but feared dead. On paper, Samuel Todd seemed like someone with a clear path in life. He came from a long line on both sides of his family of people who were dedicated to both religious life and social. His father was a Presbyterian minister and the former director for urban mission at the World Council of Churches. His mother had taken Sam and his 3 brothers to celebrate the first Earth Day and protests against the Vietnam War. Sam entered his father's alma mater, Yale Divinity School, in 1981 after an undergraduate career at Vassar, full of volunteer work concerned with bettering the lives of those in the inner city and in third world countries, the same concentration his father's interests had. In actuality, Sam's life was somewhat chaotic. His father's career and his own desire to help others had led him to live in Asia, Europe, Africa, and all over the United States. According to one of his former roommates, he never even bothered to unpack when he moved into their dorm room, seeming to always be prepared for his inevitable next move. When he entered Yale Divinity, his plan was to pursue an academic degree rather than a ministerial one like his father before him, and eventually become a professor of religious studies. By his final year at Yale, however, he seemed to have turned to the pastoral path taken by father and grandfather. In the fall of 1983, he passed the first set of the Presbyterian Church's ordination exams. His academic performance in his Yale classes were far more spotty, however, and he was not certain that he would graduate in the spring of 1984 as scheduled. Sam had an aunt who was willing to help cover the costs of his education, but he did not always take advantage of this. Sam largely struggled to cover his bills from Yale and his rent payments with the funds from his part-time, $4 an hour job. With all these struggles and internal conflicts, it is understandable that Sam decided to blow off some steam by having a festive New Year's Eve. He was scheduled to leave for a religious conference with his parents on January 1st, 1984. He decided to spend New Year's Eve in New York City with his brother, Adam. Adam, Sam, and their group of friends spent the evening party hopping in Lower Manhattan. They ended up at a party at 271 Mulberry Street. By 1:30 a.m. on January 1st, Sam, who had been drinking both beer and vodka, was visibly drunk and unstable. Adam suggested that the two of them go outside to sober up in the frigid January air, so Sam stumbled downstairs with him. Sam, still not feeling better, told his brother that he was going to run around the block. Adam watched his brother jog towards Houston Street. He will be the last person to see Sam. Adam was uneasy about leaving Sam alone outside almost as soon as he came back inside. When Sam did not return to the party after a few minutes, Adam began a search that would escalate throughout the next hours and days. Adam and a group of friends began searching the streets and nearby parties. At 4:30 a.m., Adam called his oldest brother John, who drove in from New Jersey and helped Adam search hospitals. At 11 a.m., they went to the police to file New York City's first missing persons report of 1984. The volunteer search for Sam was massive. Its headquarters were set up in a Greenwich Village church and headed by Sam's brother. More than 20,000 flyers were plastered all over New York by friends of Sam, who came from all over the country to aid in the search. By the end of January, over half of Yale Divinity School's 400 students had volunteered for the cause in one capacity or another. The initial concern following Sam's disappearance was that he could have been involved in some sort of accident. He had been intoxicated and could have fallen and injured himself. New York had been filled with party-goers on the night he went missing, and many of them had been drinking as well. Another intoxicated person could have hit him with a car or started a fight with him that ended in his death. Sam was never brought to a hospital, and his body was never found, leaving these theories unproven. Another popular theory was that Sam decided to leave his life behind and go live amongst the homeless people he had spent so much of his life trying to help. Volunteers searched homeless shelters and soup kitchens for him, but never found him there. While theories in Sam's case abound, solid answers still remain scarce, and Sam has never been located. The case of Kelsey Smith went shopping for a gift and vanished without a trace. How often do laws enacted at the state level or the rules and policies of individual companies designed to protect people and make their lives more comfortable and safe end up causing harm rather than good? In today's story, a mobile phone operator refused to provide the location of a missing girl, citing privacy laws. In reality, however, the company was obstructing the investigation, delaying the process. Although tragically, it was too late to assist the girl. In other cases, timely access to such data could save someone's life. The case of young Kelsey Smith, who was tragically killed just a month after celebrating her 18th birthday, not only shook the United States but also captured the attention of the world as it was widely reported in international media. The girl was abducted in broad daylight from a crowded location, and her body, bearing signs of violence, was later discovered outside the city. The search for Kelsey took almost a week due to the inability to track her movements through her cell phone signal. This circumstance led to much debate and set a precedent that resulted in a series of amendments and the passage of a law named after the victim. But let's look at Kelsey Smith's story from the beginning and try to understand how she was abducted right outside a shopping center under the watch of dozens of surveillance cameras and whether this tragedy could have been avoided. We will also explore the personality of the abductor and criminal who was considered by all to be a loving husband and caring father. Who is Edwin Hall? We will begin our examination of this difficult case by getting to know the man who caused the terrible tragedy. Edwin Roy Hall, friends knew him as Jack Hall, was born in 1981, April 17th in the small town of Lee's Summit, located almost on the border of the states of Missouri and Kansas. He was the second child in the low-income and extremely disadvantaged family. Edwin's childhood was hard, if not to say harsh. Parents of the boy used in large quantities of hot drinks and illegal substances, not engaged in the upbringing of children and mistreated them. Later, Hall will tell about the fact that at the age of 5, he was intimately abused by his uncle, his father's brother, but unequivocally confirm or deny this statement is simply not possible. Many thought that this detail was invented by the perpetrator's lawyer in order to make his client look like a victim of circumstances at the trial and try to mitigate his punishment. But be that as it may, and at the age of 6, Edwin found himself in an orphanage after his father was behind bars and his mother was deprived of parental rights. In the following years, the boy changed several foster families. But each time, he was abandoned after a while and returned back to the orphanage. This was due to the uncontrolled aggression of the child, as well as his cruelty. From an early age, Hall showed sadistic tendencies towards animals. He liked to torture them and watch the suffering. The boy did not recognize anyone's authority, disobeyed his foster parents, stole, and ran away from home. His last foster family returned Edwin to state custody at the age of 15. This was after the teenager attacked his stepsister with a knife. Then the tragedy was avoided and the boy was pitted and not prosecuted. However, a year later, he again came to the attention of the police when he deliberately hit another orphanage pupil who was much younger than him on the head with a baseball bat. As an adult, Hall had no record with the police and he seemed to have matured, taken charge, and finally reformed. At the age of 20, he married a girl named Alida who bore him a son a year and a half later. Edwin got an old Chevrolet truck from the 70s on which he worked, transporting various goods. His neighbors knew him as a quiet, humble, and friendly guy, as well as a good family man. However, he also had another secret life, which became known only when Hall found himself in the dock for committing serious crimes. Who was the victim? Kelsey Smith. Kelsey and Smith was born in 1989 on May 3rd in a place called Overland Park, which ranks as the second most populous city in the state of Kansas. She was the third of 5 children in the large and very close-knit family of Gregory and Missy Smith. Growing up alongside her older brother Steve and sister Lindsay, as well as her younger siblings Caddy and Zach, she was very close to all of them. The family patriarch, Gregory Gregg Smith, was a former military man and a veteran of the United States Navy. He had also served in the police force for over 2 decades and was now enjoying his well-deserved retirement. Meanwhile, the mother, Missy Smith, had dedicated her life to health care, having worked for many years at one of the local hospitals. Despite her professional commitments, she brilliantly managed to balance work with raising her numerous offspring and creating a cozy home environment. From a young age, Kelsey was an extremely active, sociable, and theatrical child. She loved to sing and dance, attended a music school where she learned to play several musical instruments, and eagerly participated in school theater productions and choir performances. In addition to this, she thoroughly enjoyed gymnastics and loved soccer, often attending various sporting events with her father and brothers, and she was a fan of the local team. Young Smith had many friends, possessed a great sense of humor, was talented in numerous areas, and knew how to make a good impression on those around her. She also had a profound love for animals from childhood and dreamed of going to college after high school to pursue a career as a veterinarian. In her senior years of high school, Kelsey took a job in the local orchestra where she played the clarinet, performing at various city events. This job allowed her to save enough money in just 6 months to buy her first personal car, a 1987 Buick Regal. Her parents weren't too fond of the fact that her car was older than she was and offered to add some money from the family budget to buy something more recent. However, it was crucial for her to purchase her first vehicle independently with her own money, so she declined their offer. Kelsey's personal life. It's noteworthy that the Smiths went to great lengths to provide their children with the very best, caring deeply for their education and holistic development. However, they also raised their offspring with a strong sense of discipline. There were clear rules in their home that everyone abided by without exception. For instance, all family members were expected to share their plans and always inform each other if they were going to be out late. Kelsey herself was always punctual, never late, and would always tell her parents where she was going and who she was spending time with. During her senior year, Kelsey entered into a romantic relationship with a young man named John Beersmith. According to Kelsey, it was a deep and mutual love at first sight, the kind you read about in books or see in movies. The couple rang in the new year of 2007 together, and from then on were practically inseparable. Smith's partner, a year her senior, appeared to be a serious young man who treated his beloved with the utmost care and respect. Both sets of parents approved of their children's choice and did not stand in the way of their relationship. In May 2007, Kelsey celebrated her 18th birthday. That same month, she graduated from high school and was thrilled to learn that she had been accepted into a prestigious college in Kansas where she intended to study veterinary medicine. The following days were, without exaggeration, some of the happiest in the young woman's life. Unfortunately, they turned out to be her last. Smith, along with her classmates, attended parties celebrating the end of high school. She had a great time, fully enjoying the festive atmosphere as well as romantic dates with her beloved. At this point, she'd achieved everything she had wished for: admission into her dream college, a relationship with a worthy young man who was about to propose, and it seemed a long, happy life lay ahead of her. The disappearance from the mall parking lot. On June 2, 2007, Kelsey and John were preparing to celebrate a significant milestone in their relationship, the 6-month anniversary of when they first started dating. John planned to make the day even more memorable by proposing to Kelsey. He had a beautiful engagement ring custom made for the occasion, reserved a table for 2 at a restaurant, and the evening was set to be one of the happiest in their lives together. Kelsey was unaware of the upcoming proposal, which was meant to be a surprise. She too was looking for a gift to surprise and delight John. That Saturday, she styled her hair, did her makeup, dressed up, and drove her car to a Target Corporation store located just 10 minutes from her home. There was no indication of the tragedy that was about to unfold. Around 7 in the evening, she called her mother to say she had found a gift for John but needed to find the perfect gift bag for it, preferably something with a romantic touch. Missy suggested checking a shopping mall across the street from Target, confident that it would have what Kelsey was looking for. Kelsey thanked her mother for the advice and said she would be home soon, where John was supposed to pick her up at 8 o'clock. That was the last time Missy heard her daughter's voice. Kelsey never made it back home. When John arrived at 8 with a large bouquet of flowers, he was shocked and frightened to find that Kelsey was not there. Her parents were equally terrified, as it was completely out of character for her not to answer phone calls or texts. She vanished in broad daylight in a busy area, and no one noticed her disappearance. Search and investigation. The family patriarch, along with his 2 eldest children, set out to search for their daughter. Upon finding her car parked at the Oak Park Mall, a sliver of hope emerged that Kelsey might still be inside the mall for some unknown reason. However, after searching through all the floors and stores and inquiring with the salespeople and security guards if anyone had seen the girl, they were convinced she was not there. Returning to the car, which appeared undisturbed without any signs of struggle or violence, the father, leveraging his experience as a former police officer, decided not to touch anything. It was possible the car was part of a crime scene, and it was crucial not to tamper with or destroy any evidence. The girl's parents reported her missing to the police that same day, but were initially met with resistance to start an immediate search. The explanation was that since Kelsey was 18, she wouldn't legally be considered missing until 24 hours had passed since her disappearance. However, Kelsey's father, not one to back down and using his old connections, insisted on an immediate search for his daughter. Moreover, he made inquiries to see if any hospitals in the city had admitted women matching their daughter's description. Kelsey's family and fiancé were interviewed that same evening to establish their alibis and rule them out as suspects, a standard procedure. Surveillance footage from the Target store was also reviewed. The videos showed Kelsey entering the store, browsing the selection, making a purchase, and then while talking on the phone, leaving the building to head back to her car. At that moment, she was speaking with her mother, asking where to find a gift bag, and then headed to the mall across the street following her mother's advice. Essentially, Kelsey simply drove out, turned around, and parked at the Oak Park Mall, leaving her car near the side entrance almost against the wall. Her car was thoroughly inspected by experts. It seemed untouched from the outside. The gift she bought for John was on the passenger seat, and her backpack with personal items, a tablet, and a wallet containing about $300 in cash was in the back. Therefore, a robbery was quickly ruled out. It appeared that the car's owner had left only with her credit card and phone in her pocket, as everything else remained inside the car. No signs of a struggle, blood, or damage were found. There were no foreign fingerprints except for one found on the driver's seatbelt. This fingerprint belonged to neither Kelsey, her relatives, nor her boyfriend. Issues with the cellular company tracking the young woman's location could have been possible through the signal of her mobile phone. By that time, the device itself had become inaccessible, presumably turned off or damaged, but it was still feasible to determine the last known location where the mobile phone was active in order to narrow down the search area. However, Verizon Communications, the wireless carrier, did not provide the necessary data for the investigation for several days. Interestingly, the company did not outright refuse to cooperate but kept promising to look into the matter, effectively dragging out the process. Back in 2007, telecommunications companies were allowed to withhold subscriber data from law enforcement agencies, including the police or FBI, without a specific court order. They cited information privacy laws, and even situations where an individual's safety or life might be at risk were not considered exceptions to this rule. The disturbing stranger. Upon closer examination of the surveillance footage, a chilling detail was uncovered: a mysterious stranger following the young woman like a shadow. He didn't stand out at first because he always kept his distance and didn't attempt to interact with Kelsey directly. The individual in question was a Caucasian male with a pleasant appearance, estimated to be in his early to mid-20s, sporting dark, short hair and a light beard. He was dressed casually in a plain white t-shirt and black shorts. He entered the Target store roughly half a minute after the girl and followed her through all the sections she visited, maintaining a few meters distance. This mysterious man was captured by all the surveillance cameras that Kelsey was. And later during the trial, the prosecution would describe his behavior as akin to a predator stalking its prey. He exited the store after her and, making sure she was alone, followed her to the Oak Park parking lot in his Chevrolet truck. It's likely that he overheard her conversation with her mother, as he was practically behind Kelsey while she was on the phone. Consequently, he could have learned about her plans to visit the neighboring shopping center. Unfortunately, Smith parked her car in a poorly chosen spot next to a side door near a storage area where shadows fell on her vehicle, making it nearly impossible to discern the events on the camera footage. While Kelsey was still seated in her car, the truck parked beside her and a figure in a white t-shirt and black shorts emerged. The stranger approached her from the driver's side door, and then she, presumably under the threat of harm, got behind the wheel of his Chevrolet and the truck drove off in an unknown direction. Media attention and alert viewers. From the outset, largely thanks to the connections and experience of Gregory Smith, the media were enlisted to cover the investigation. Smith knew that the louder the outcry, the broader the coverage in the press, and the more attention it garnered, the higher the chances of finding their daughter and bringing the responsible party to justice. The story was covered not only in national, but also in international media, including on the popular show America's Most Wanted. When surveillance footage revealed the mysterious stranger following Kelsey, the frame showing his face most clearly were broadcasted in the news, urging people to come forward if they recognized the man. That same evening, the police began receiving calls from individuals claiming to have seen the man in various cities and even states. Although most of these reports were mistaken, each one was investigated. On June 6th, a Mrs. Miguez called in stating she recognized her neighbor Edwin Hall in the footage, but had hesitated to report it initially due to doubt. However, seeing the information about the truck removed her last doubts, as Hall also drove an old 1970s Chevrolet. Horrific discovery at Longview Lake and suspect's arrest. On June 6, 2007, several pivotal events unfolded in the investigation. First, crucial data regarding the last known location of Kelsey's phone signal was finally obtained from Verizon Communications. A specific cell tower was pinpointed, establishing a search radius of 1.1 miles to the north of it. Within 45 minutes of initiating the search operation, the lifeless body of the young woman was found in the brush near Longview Lake, Missouri, approximately 30 miles from where she was abducted. The medical examiners determined that Kelsey had been brutally assaulted and then strangled with her own belt. Her body was discovered without clothing, except for the belt used to strangle her around her neck. After the assault, her body was callously discarded in the bushes, covered only slightly with dry branches. Over the 4 days it lay exposed under the June sun. Her remains were severely disfigured by insects and other wildlife, making them almost unrecognizable. Nonetheless, the examination confirmed that it was indeed the missing young Smith. The second significant event on June 6th was the arrest of the main suspect. When the police arrived at the man's residence, he was completely calm, acknowledged that his friends called him Jack, and agreed to provide a statement at the station. During the interrogation, he identified himself as Edwin Hall. Presented with a photograph of Kelsey, he claimed never to have seen her before. Even when shown surveillance footage from the store showing him following her closely, he insisted he had merely visited Target for personal reasons and hadn't noticed her, suggesting their appearance together in the footage was merely a bizarre coincidence. Irrefutable evidence. Edwin was evidently confident that he had left no trace behind and could not be held accountable. His van was clean. He had assaulted the victim using contraception, leaving no DNA evidence. Therefore, Hall agreed to cooperate with the investigation and even volunteered to provide his DNA sample and fingerprints. Crucially, his thumbprint matched the one found on the victim's car's seat belt buckle, becoming a pivotal piece of evidence. Furthermore, during a thorough search of the suspect's home, a hidden air pistol was found with Kelsey's DNA traces on the barrel. Hall was then officially charged with the abduction, assault, and termination of the young woman's life. Since Smith was abducted in Kansas but her lifeless body was discovered in Missouri, there arose a question regarding the jurisdiction of the trial. This detail was significantly important as it affected the potential sentence. In Missouri, the perpetrator faced the possibility of capital punishment. Trial and Sentence Hall, realizing the gravity of his situation and after consulting with his attorney, decided to fully admit his guilt and disclose the details and circumstances of the crime in hopes of receiving a lesser sentence. He recounted how he noticed Kelsey as she entered the store and followed her. Indeed, he was close enough to overhear her phone conversation, learning she planned to visit the shopping center across the street. Edwin made sure Smith was alone, followed her to the adjacent parking lot, and was pleased when she parked in a secluded spot near the side entrance. He then emerged from his vehicle armed with a pistol, waited for the victim to return to her car, and prevented her from closing the door as she was getting into the driver's seat. Apparently, she had already pulled out the seatbelt, but he didn't allow her to buckle up, leaving his print on it in the process. Next, he placed the pistol barrel in the unfortunate girl's mouth, coercing her to move to his vehicle's driver's seat under threat. Smith drove Hall's truck while he aimed the weapon at her and instructed where to go. Upon reaching a remote area at the state border, he ordered her out of the truck and led her into the bushes. There, he assaulted her, strangled her with the belt, and covered her body with branches. He meticulously cleaned his truck's cabin to remove any fingerprints, DNA, or other traces of the victim's presence and hid the pistol with Kelsey's saliva at his home, confident it would never be found. When asked about his motive, he couldn't provide a clear explanation, but indifferently commented on her fantastic legs. Additionally, during the investigation, several other women and girls victimized by Hall's actions came forward. As a result, charges of corruption of a minor harassment and theft were added to the existing accusations. Hall's lawyer attempted to appeal to the court's sympathy, highlighting his client's troubled childhood, past victimhood, lack of parental care, and upbringing in foster homes. The defense's efforts were in vain, but the lawyer was the only person to speak on the defendant's behalf and support him. Hall's wife was present at all court hearings, but sat quietly in a corner refusing to defend her husband. On September 16, 2008, Johnson County's judge sentenced Edwin Roy Hall to 27 life sentences without the possibility of parole. After hearing the verdict, the defendant apologized to the Smith family for his actions and then broke down in tears. He is currently serving his sentence at the Hutchinson Correctional Facility in Kansas. The Kelsey Smith Act. The role of Verizon Communications in this case, which hesitated for 4 days to provide data regarding the last known location of the missing girl's phone signal, drew significant attention. The company's leadership cited privacy laws and the absence of a court order, the issuance of which would take time. although it was later determined that this information wouldn't have saved young Smith. In other situations, it could help preserve the lives and health of individuals in danger. This led to the enactment of the Kelsey Smith Act by Kansas in 2009, mandating telecommunications companies to provide subscriber location information when there is a risk of death or serious physical harm to the individual. An additional 29 states, including Missouri by 2012, adopted similar legislation. In 2021, Oklahoma, Montana, and Illinois also passed the Kelsey Smith Act. Since its enactment, this law has helped save many lives. For instance, in 2015, in Lenexa, Kansas, when a perpetrator stole a car with a child in a car seat, the police were able to locate him within half an hour by tracking the signal from the mobile phone left on the back seat by the child's mother. In 2021 in Illinois, a similar method was used to find a young woman who attempted to end her life by jumping off a cliff. She survived, albeit with significant injuries, but the prompt tracking of her phone signal led to her rescue. Interestingly, the Smith family never requested the law to be named after their deceased daughter. The idea came from Kansas Senator Rob Olson. Following their tragedy, the girl's family established a foundation to assist crime victims and continues to raise awareness among young people about safety issues. Ben Renick was just 29 years old when he was found deceased in his renowned snake breeding facility. Benjamin Blue Birch Renick was born in August 1987 in Missouri. He grew up in the countryside alongside his family. Ben had an older brother, Sam, with whom he shared a very close bond. In 1989, the Renick family moved to a picturesque farmhouse. The boys spent a lot of their time outdoors, and it was then that Ben began to take an interest in snakes. A tragic incident in September 1992 triggered a series of unfortunate events. The family was away when a gas leak occurred, leading to an explosion in their beautiful home. The Renicks were forced to move into a trailer. After some time, Ben's mother Kim was diagnosed with stage 4 breast cancer. Despite these hardships, the family overcame them. They were very close-knit and always supported each other in any situation. Recovering from previous tragedies, in 2002, they moved to a new home where a special room was designed for Ben to keep his snakes. In 2009, after a long battle with cancer, Kim passed away. Before her death, she made her sons promise to look after the farm and pass it on to their children. As time went by, Ben's love for snakes knew no bounds, and the young man founded Renick Reptiles, which soon gained recognition. This allowed him to sell snakes worldwide from the United Kingdom to Japan. Breeding snakes became the meaning of his life. He was described as a great breeder who was devoted to his work, caring more about the snakes than the money. The reptile farm bred a multitude of reptilian subspecies, growing and reproducing both the most common species and some of the rarest subspecies on Earth. Ben's reptiles were of immense value. Just a portion of his python collection was valued at over $1 million. Ben was a solitary man who had long aspired to start a. In 2010, at a party, he met a woman named Lesley. Their relationship moved forward quickly. Within weeks, Ben introduced his girlfriend to his brother Sam and Sam's fiancé Eli. Eli and Lesley had sons from previous relationships, so they found common ground quickly and became friends. Lesley soon became part of the Renick family. The couple began living together. Lesley helped Ben at the snake breeding farm. They were in love and lived as a full family. In March 2012, Lesley gave birth to their daughter Amelia. Ben was thrilled to become a father. However, the happy family life faced challenges again. Frank Renick, Ben's father, encountered significant business troubles. Previously, he had engaged in fraudulent stock transactions to cover medical bills and Kim's treatment expenses. Just a day before the FBI planned to visit the farm, Frank took his own life. Frank's passing halted the investigation. The sons were deeply affected by another parental loss, but managed to pull through by supporting each other. Ben inherited the house and farm, while Sam received an amount of money far exceeding the house's value. Each brother had their own family and children, but this didn't stop them from living as one big family in their parents' home. They lived together harmoniously. with Sam spending his inheritance on repairing the farm without hesitation. Initially, things were fine, but soon financial disputes caused friction between the brothers after their father's death. Ben focused on his business and family and decided to formalize his relationship with Lindley on April 14, 2014. They married, officially adding Lindley as a full-fledged member of the Renick household. Ben and Lindley also opened a spa named Essentia Spa Incorporated, but it faced financial difficulties under Lindley's management. Financial issues often led to arguments between them, despite Lindley's hard work being insufficient to cover all salon expenses consistently. At the same time, Sam and his wife faced significant financial challenges. Ben allowed them to sell some of the furniture of the house. Lindley disapproved, leading to a rift between the families. The relationship was irreparably damaged. Ben decided to improve the family's financial situation by arranging to sell some rare reptiles for a significant sum. However, the deal fell through due to a tragedy that occurred on the farm. On June 8, 2017, Lindley walked into one of the farm's barns. There, on the floor in a pool of blood, lay Ben. Lindley called her brother Sam for help and dialed the emergency number. She reported that she had found her husband unconscious on the ground. During the conversation, Lindley dropped the phone and ran outside. Sam continued the conversation and confirmed that his brother was dead. Sam suggested that a snake might be to blame for what had happened. Montgomery County Sheriff's deputies were called to the snake breeding facility for the first time in a long while. Law enforcement officers were afraid to enter the farm, facing over 3,000 snakes, and having to conduct an examination of a man lying in blood, wary of a possible attack from a deadly viper believed to be the assailant. However, when coroner Dave Colbert arrived and took a closer look, he discovered a shell casings on a shelf at eye level. This was something far more sinister than a venomous snake bite. Shell casings were found near the body, but no weapon was discovered. The assailant had shot Ben multiple times in the back and head. None of the relatives heard shots or saw the attacker. Sam and Lindley were taken to the sheriff's office for questioning. Lindley suggested that Sam might be involved in her husband's death, even citing a motive. Apparently, Ben wanted to sell the house, but Sam was opposed. Sam was asked to undergo a lie detector test, which he passed. The police had no reason to detain Lindley and Sam, so they were released. The investigation into who might have wanted Ben Renick dead began with various theories proposed, the first being robbery, but it remained unconfirmed, as none of the rare snakes were missing and all valuable items remained untouched. Just days after Ben's demise, police interrogated Lindley again and tested her hands and clothing for gunpowder residue. However, results came back negative. Following her husband's funeral, Lindley ceased communication with Sam and Eli altogether. She sold her husband's business, inherited the house, and sought to claim a life insurance payout for Ben worth $1 million after receiving the insurance money. Lindley planned to sell the Renick family home for $740,000. Sam's family was notified about the eviction. Discovering the rapid insurance claim and business sale following her husband's passing, Sam Renick suspected his brother's wife in the tragic event. Sharing his suspicions with investigators, Lindley was called in for another interrogation. There, she admitted to having complex relations with Ben and occasionally meeting with a man named Eric. Eric had an alibi, so he was excluded from the list of suspects. Lindley's admissions were startling. It turned out about 3 years after their marriage was officially registered, she was unfaithful to Ben with at least 2 different men. Messages between the couple showed that Ben suspected his wife of infidelity, which had indeed strained their relationship lately. On October 5, 2017, the Missouri State Highway Patrol conducted a polygraph test on Lindley and informed her that she had failed it. However, without solid evidence linking her to the crime, she was released. Nevertheless, the investigation into Ben Renick's case slowed but did not cease. Later investigators learned that a month before Ben Renick's passing, Lindley had made her first attempt on his life. She concocted a story of Ben being a cruel tyrant who oppressed her daily and even physically assaulted her. She shared the story with a spa salon co-worker to garner support and assistance. They plotted to end Ben's life by giving him a poisonous protein shake laced with 15 Percocet pills. Unaware, Ben drank it. He fell severely ill during that period but survived, oblivious to having been poisoned. Lesley Renick was interrogated by investigators 6 times in total, and further assistance in the investigation came unexpectedly. On January 14, 2020, information from a state prison emerged. A witness claimed to know about Ben Renick's death. The witness was Brandon Blackwell. He told Missouri State Highway Patrol investigators that Lesley had shot Ben and conspired with her ex-boyfriend. Brandon mentioned that he had dated Lesley while she was married to Ben. 1.5 years after Ben's death, they had a child together. But by 2019, they had separated. Brandon claimed that Lesley confessed to the act and conspired with her spa salon coworker, Ashley Shore, and another ex-boyfriend, Michael Humphrey. Years after Ben's demise, Lesley Renick and her former boyfriend Michael Humphrey were arrested for his death. However, following their arrest, Lesley and Humphrey pointed fingers at each other. So who really pulled the trigger? According to Michael's testimony on the day of the event, he went to the farm with Lesley, who asked him to pose as a buyer. He put on gloves and was supposed to shoot Ben but couldn't do it. Eventually, Lesley took the gun and shot her husband herself. The investigation into Ben Renick's death continued for 3 long years. On January 16, 2020, arrest warrants were issued for Lesley Renick, Michael Humphrey, and Ashley Shaw. Ashley was offered immunity in exchange for her cooperation and testified against her boss. The former spa salon employee shared that Lesley had complained about her husband and convinced her to assist in a plan. She claimed that Ben was constantly belittling, demeaning, and even physically harming her. Fearing divorce would lead to Ben gaining custody of her children, Lesley decided to eliminate him. Planning together to poison him with a lethal cocktail during questioning, Lesley and Michael accused each other of Ben's demise. In October 2021, Michael Humphrey faced trial in M County. His lawyers hoped that revealing the murder weapon would lead to a second-degree murder charge. Despite possessing the gun, no conclusive DNA evidence was found on it. To lessen his sentence, Michael Humphrey made a deal with the prosecution by disclosing the location of the murder weapon. His cooperation led to a life sentence on a less severe charge of second-degree murder without defense at the trial. On January 3, 2021, Michael Humphrey was sentenced to life imprisonment with the possibility of parole. The against Lesley Renick began on December 6, 2021. She was charged with the shooting and demise of Ben Renick on June 8, 2017, at his snake breeding facility in New Florence. Court documents stated that the plot to end Ben Renick's life originated in Lesley's spa salon. The probable cause statement mentioned that Ben was aware of Lesley's financial troubles and that Lesley feared Ben could take her children away. This led her to fabricate a story of domestic abuse. The first attempt to end Ben Renick involved a protein shake laced with narcotics. Search warrants for Ben and Lesley Renick's Facebook accounts confirmed the protein shake story and Ben's awareness of Lesley's financial issues. The court hearing detailed the events of the day when Ben Renick was killed, fully reconstructing the sequence of events through cross-examination. On the day of the incident, Michael Humphrey picked up Lesley from the spa salon, while Shaw sent text messages from Lesley's phone inside the spa to conceal their true location and mislead the investigation. According to court documents, Humphrey intended to end Ben's life but asked Lesley to do it. After firing shots, Humphrey collected most of the casings, but missed some in his haste. He also disposed of Lesley's clothing after returning to the spa, where Lesley took a shower, which helped avoid detection of gunpowder residue on her hands and clothes. Defense attorney Catherine Barrouz asked Lesley Renick to share her personal and family history, education, relationship with ex-boyfriend Michael Humphrey, work history, and the lead-up to her marriage with Ben Renick. This was aimed at portraying her as a victim of domestic violence. However, no evidence of such violence was found, undermining this defense narrative. Michael Humphrey was part of a group that allegedly planned to end Ben Renick's life. Lesley Renick described her relationship with Humphrey as codependent, involving his drug dealing and her addiction. She ended her relationship with Humphrey at the end of 2010, according to previous witness statements, but reconnected with him about a month before Ben Renick's death. Lindley Renck firmly denied the prosecution's allegations regarding the alleged plans to end Ben Renick's life. This included the supposed failed attempt to poison Ben with a protein shake containing narcotics. The couple faced financial and marital difficulties. The spa center wasn't doing well, and contractual deals for selling snakes had yet to provide financial benefits. In court, Lindley admitted to having extramarital relationships with several men, expressing deep regret for her actions. By the time she considered discussing divorce, she was unsure who to turn to, given her father's history with divorce and his strong views on both divorce and affairs. Seeking someone to support her in her conversation with Ben, she reached out to past boyfriends and reconnected with Michael Humphrey. During cross-examination by the prosecution, Lindley confessed to willingly participating in her husband's death and intentionally concealing Michael Humphrey's involvement. She cited marital difficulties, including disputes, alleged physical and sexual abuse by Ben, and the stress associated with his snake breeding business. Lindley feared Ben and worried about his reaction whenever she brought up the topic of divorce. On June 8, 2017, she brought Michael Humphrey to the farm that day. She claimed her presence at the farm was not meant to end her husband's life, but rather to discuss a divorce. Lindley mentioned taking out some trash from Ben before entering the nursery, where she saw Humphrey and Ben washing their hands. Lindley described being unable to hear their conversation, as she was preoccupied with how she would tell Ben she wanted a divorce. Her voice trembled, while recounting seeing Humphrey draw a pistol and shoot her husband. She heard more shots. Reality hit hard when Lindley returned to the snake breeding facility and found Ben's body. She called Ben's brother Sam, who arrived soon after. They checked for a pulse and whether Ben was breathing, hoping he might still be alive. Lindley expressed regret for not immediately informing police that she had been at the breeding facility earlier with Michael Humphrey. The life insurance policy that Ben had taken out years earlier could have resulted in a payout of $1 million. However, Lindley waived her rights to this money. During the court hearing, Lindley expressed regrets about her ongoing deceit. "I was just trying to escape from the truth of what happened," she stated, clarifying that she never wished for her husband's death. Following the final verdict, Lindley Renck's defense team chose not to petition for a new trial, and no appeals were filed against her conviction. Lindley Renck filed a defamation lawsuit against Blackwell, asserting that his statements about her involvement in her husband's death were false. However, prosecutor Kevin Zellner questioned Lindley's testimony during cross-examination. He queried why she didn't check on her husband after hearing gunshots and why she didn't call 911. Furthermore, he asked why she sent friendly messages to him and Humphrey after the shooting and continued to lie even when emergency responders got involved. During sentencing for second-degree murder and armed criminal action, Lindley Renick broke down but did not admit guilt. On December 9, 2021, she was found guilty of second-degree murder. The 33-year-old was sentenced to 13 years for murder and an additional 3 years for armed criminal action in January by Judge Kevin Crane, a total sentence of 16 years. Sam Renick's final words conveyed deep disappointment. He was astonished that an individual's life in Missouri could be valued at just 13 years. Ben Renick, a young man brimming with hope and a promising future, found himself in a dire situation due to the actions of one woman. On January 7, 1969, Jane Britton did not appear for an exam, which was highly unusual for the Harvard graduate student. The daughter of a distinguished scholar, she had graduated magna cum laude from Radcliffe College with her bachelor's degree before pursuing advanced studies in anthropology. Her classmate and boyfriend, James Humphreys, tried calling her after the exam to check on her. When she didn't answer, he went to her fourth-floor apartment on University Road. At 12:40 p.m., James found Jane's body face down on her bed. On the evening of January 6th, Jane had spent time with friends and her boyfriend before stopping by her neighbor's apartment for a glass of sherry around 11:30 p.m. on her way home. The autopsy revealed alcohol in her stomach but none in her blood, indicating she was attacked shortly after returning home. It also showed she had been sexually assaulted and died from a brutal beating that caused skull fragments to cut and bruise her brain. A neighbor reported hearing someone on the fire escape that night, leading police to suspect the attacker used it to enter Jane's apartment. Jane's case garnered national media attention, but the investigation ultimately went cold. In July 2018, the Massachusetts State Police got a soft hit in the FBI's combined DNA index system to DNA found at Jane's crime scene. The DNA that remained available for testing yielded a YSTR profile, a type of profile that is specific to men because it involves analysis of the Y chromosome. They were able to confirm the match after finding a DNA profile on Ancestry.com that belonged to a male relative of the killer. The relative provided a fresh sample that confirmed the match. On November 20th, 2018, the Middlesex County District Attorney announced that James' killer had been identified through DNA as Michael Sumter, a career criminal who died of cancer in 2001 at 54 shortly after completing a prison sentence for a rape he committed in 1975. The new DNA tests eliminate 99.92% of the male population as contributors of the DNA at the crime scene, confirmed the soft hit in Cody's, and eliminated Michael's brother as a possible contributor of the DNA. Since his death, Michael has also been identified as the perpetrator in 4 other sexual assaults, 2 of which also resulted in the murder of the victim. Jane's case is the oldest cold case solved by the Middlesex County District Attorney's Office in its history. Lesley Marie Perlov was a graduate of Stanford University. The 21-year-old was working at the North County Law Library in Palo Alto, California, while waiting to begin law school at the University of Pennsylvania in 1973. She was a brilliant and dedicated student, but her hard work would tragically never culminate in an Ivy League law degree. Lisa was last seen alive at work on February 13, 1973 at 3 p.m. That same day, her Chevrolet Nova was found abandoned near a quarry off of Old Page Mill Road. 3 days later, her body was discovered west of where her car had been found, under an oak tree. She had been strangled and left face down with her skirt pulled up past her waist. The case would have to wait for technology to advance before it could be solved. In July 2018, DNA found on Lesley's body was submitted to Parabon Nanolabs, a company in Virginia that combines DNA analysis with forensic genealogy. Using the information the lab provided, the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office was able to identify a suspect. They collected a discarded DNA sample, a sample collected from an item used by the suspect that they have thrown away or left behind somewhere, to confirm that the suspect's DNA matched the sample from Lesley's body. On November 20th, 2018, the suspect, 74-year-old John Arthur Geitrault, was arrested and charged with murder during an attempted rape in connection with Lesley's death. The odds of someone other than Geitrault contributing the DNA found on Lesley's body have been estimated to be 1 in 65 septillion. Geitrault had been working as a security guard in Palo Alto in 1973. This was in spite of the fact that in 1964 he had raped and killed the 16-year-old daughter of the chaplain for the Army's 8th Infantry Division. The crime occurred in Germany, where Gertrude's father, who was an officer in the Army, was stationed. Since 18-year-old Geitrault was considered a juvenile under German law, he was eligible to be released and sent back to the United States after just 2 years in prison. In the end, it was Lesley and her tenacity that helped authorities close the case. At a press conference announcing Geitrault's arrest, Santa Clara County Deputy District Attorney Matt Bracker said, "Lesley Perlov solved this case because she fought desperately for her life. In the process, she gathered the DNA evidence that was used to identify the killer." 25-year-old Christy Myrick was a 6th grade teacher at Roarstown Elementary School in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. On December 21, 1992, Christy's roommate left for work at 7 a.m. while Christy was watching some TV before leaving herself. Christy's normal routine was to wake up early so she could have a leisurely morning before leaving for work at 7:45. However, she never arrived at school that morning. When Christy failed to show up for work, the principal of the school tried calling her home multiple times but received no answer. He then called Christy's mother to see if she had heard from her. She had not. She gave the principal Christy's address, and he began to drive to her home, hoping to see her car broken down somewhere along her route. He did not. When he arrived at Christy's apartment, the front door was cracked open. Inside, the principal discovered Christie's badly beaten body. He would later be determined that she had been strangled and raped. Evidence at the scene suggested that Christie had fiercely fought her killer. She was still wearing her coat and gloves as though she had been attacked just as she was leaving the house. As the person who discovered Christie's body, the principal was an early suspect, as was Christie's boyfriend, who turned out to be a married man 20 years her senior. All of these potential early suspects were quickly ruled out. 26 years after the murder, DNA evidence would point the investigation to a complete surprise of a suspect. DNA had been found on and near Christie's body, but her killer's DNA was not in any criminal database, so police could never find a match for it. In 2015, the case was taken over by a cool case unit. In 2017, the unit also reached out to Parabon Nanolabs, who generated a composite of what the killer may have looked like at different ages based on the traits in his DNA. The composites were released to the public in November 2017, but no one reported knowing anyone who resembled them. In 2018, forensic genealogist Cecil Moore, in partnership with Parabon, entered the DNA profile from the crime scene into an open-source genealogy site to locate distant relatives of the perpetrator. From there, she was able to narrow down the suspect pool to a family in Lancaster County and ultimately identify a single suspect. The police surveilled the suspect and collected a water bottle and some chewing gum the suspect discarded. When the DNA from these items was tested, it was a match to the DNA from the crime scene. On June 25, 2018, the Lancaster County District Attorney's Office announced the arrest of Raymond Charles Rowe for Christie's murder. 49-year-old Rowe was well known in the local community. He was a local DJ, publicly known as DJ Freeze. In 1992, he was the house DJ at the Chameleon Club, a popular music venue, and by 2018, he was one of the most sought-after wedding DJs in Lancaster County. He was a husband and a father and had recently become very religious. His only criminal charge was for disorderly conduct, which was incurred in 2001 when he played music too loudly while DJing. That charge was ultimately dismissed. Rowe is expected to go to trial in May of 2019, more than 26 years after the murder of Christy Myrick. On March 19, 1993, a 6-year-old boy in Toronto called 911. The child had woken up and discovered the body of his mother, 41-year-old Barbara Brodkin. When the police arrived at the apartment at 155 Balliol Street, they discovered that Barbara had been stabbed once in the chest. During their initial investigation, authorities interviewed over 100 people but could not make an arrest in the case. The case was reopened. Evidence from her crime scene was submitted in hopes that it would reveal DNA evidence that could not have been identified in 1993. The effort was successful. On October 19, 2018, police arrested 63-year-old Charles Mustard. Charles was known to police, which is why his DNA was available for them to compare to the DNA for the crime scene. A small amount of money and marijuana had been missing from Barbara's apartment, leading police to initially believe that Barbara had been the victim of a robbery. But Charles was an acquaintance of Barbara and her family, meaning there may have been a more personal motive in the crime. While police believe the DNA evidence proves that Charles committed the crime, they still have an appeal to the public to help with the case. They asked at a news conference following Charles's arrest for 2 individuals, known only to them as Linda and Dirk, to come forward. Linda and Dirk were reportedly acquaintances of both Barbara and Charles, and authorities believe they may have important information that may help in convicting Charles. 35-year-old Charles Clark of Mentor, Ohio planned to spend Christmas Eve of 1959 caroling with the Boy Scout troop. He was the leader of the father of 4, was also a Sunday school superintendent and an engineer at Reliance Electric at 6:40 p.m. He was in his kitchen opening a can of pumpkin for his wife, who was making pie for Christmas dinner. Charles was then shot in his right temple, the kitchen window. He fell to the floor and died, clad in his Boy Scout uniform. Charles's 12-year-old daughter Carol told police that her father had only been in front of the window for 4 seconds, meaning that the killer had been lying in wait and must have been a skilled sniper. Suspicion quickly turned to a man named Floyd Hargrove. Hargrove was a 34-year-old divorced truck driver. He had served as a rifleman in the Air Force, where he had earned a medal for sharpshooting. He was also one of 6 men Charles Clark's wife, Lois, had admitted to having an affair with. Hargrove was arrested for the murder a mere 3 hours after it occurred. He was released after he passed a polygraph examination. He was rearrested 5 days later after police received a phone call from a friend of Hargrove's named John Ozinger Jr. According to Ozinger, Hargrove had confessed to him that he had purchased a .22 caliber rifle on December 23rd for the purpose of killing Charles Clark. Under a purported truth serum administered by a psychiatrist, Hargrove did admit to killing Charles so that he would be able to marry Lois. He further stated that he had thrown the rifle into the Chagrin River after the crime. At his trial in 1960, he claimed that he had only confessed because police were threatening to make his affair with Lois public, and he desperately wanted to keep it a secret. He did concede that he had wanted to marry Lois, going so far as to ask her to divorce Clark in the summer of 1959, but she had refused to, not wanting to hurt her husband's feelings. On June 8, 1960, a jury found Hargrove not guilty. A juror told a reporter that while members of the jury thought that it was possible that Hargrove committed the crime, the state did not successfully prove that he did. Lois Clark received over $100,000 in life insurance following her husband's death. She denied any prior knowledge of the crime, and Charles Clark's parents publicly supported her, even after her infidelity came to light. No one else has ever been brought to trial for the murder, so Charles's case remains unsolved. Cesar Turalba lived in Asbury Park, New Jersey, with his wife Minerva and their 2 young daughters. On Christmas Eve of 2007, he left his family's apartment on 6th Street to visit the Super Extra grocery store. His father was flying in from Mexico for Christmas, and Cesar wanted to make stuffed chilies for Christmas dinner for him. He successfully purchased the necessary ingredients for the meal, but ran into trouble before he could make it home. Minerva Turalba heard her husband's voice outside their apartment and assumed that he was chatting with one of her neighbors, as he often did. She looked out the peephole on her front door to see who he was speaking with, but she did not see a friendly face. Instead, she saw an unfamiliar African-American man dressed in black with a gun pointed on her husband. Minerva ran for her phone to call 911, but she heard a gunshot from outside before she could even reach it. Cesar passed away an hour later. He died 16 days short of his 36th birthday. The Turalbas received an outpouring of support from their community following the murder. The Guardian Angels, the nonprofit community safety patrol, came to Asbury Park to pass out flyers looking for information. 3 weeks after Cesar was killed, more than 150 people marched in Asbury Park to protest the violence in their community. Despite these community efforts, no suspect was ever identified. Minerva Turalba continues to speak to the media and pressure local authorities to stay focused on the case, hoping that one day she will be able to get justice for her late husband. The case of Mary Goff. Mary Goff was from County Meath and was described as happy and jolly, but also very quiet and laid back. She was the youngest of 5 children, and her mother was delighted when she was born, finally having a little girl. Mary was described as the glue of the family, a common tribute when a family member has been lost. Mary could hold her own, thanks to having 4 older brothers, but her mother described her as a best friend and confidant, the kind of relationship any mother would want with their daughter. Mary was straightforward. If she was happy, she made it known, and if she was upset, she expressed it. In 1993, at the age of 19, Mary was working at the Huntsman pub in Gormanstown. There, she met a man named Colin Whalen who was 22 years old. He wasn't her usual type, a bit formal and serious, but he seemed to have his life together as he worked in the IT field. In 1995, and Colin hit a rough patch and broke up. Mary didn't know what she had done, and she was distraught. Her mother reached out to Colin for an explanation, but he responded that it was not his concern how Mary was dealing with the breakup and that it was not his fault. This gave Mary's mother her first insight into how heartless Colin could be. Eventually, Mary dusted herself off and focused on her future. She got a great job as a secretary in the production house that created the film Rob Roy. After her contract was up, She was offered a job in Scotland by the same production company, but she turned it down. Speculated to be because she still held a torch for Colin and was hoping to get back with him. After 6 months apart, Mary's wish came true, and she and Colin got back together. This time, the relationship seemed more serious. In 1997, bought a house in Balbriggan on the outskirts of Dublin. And not long after, Mary and Colin moved in together and seemed very happy. In 1998, and her partner got engaged while on holiday. Mary was overjoyed and ready to get married straight away, but the wedding did not take place for another 2 years. On September 9, 2000, the big day finally arrived. However, Mary did not appear to be the radiant bride one would expect. At one point, she was standing outside the church with her new husband and burst into tears, running back into the church. Her family and friends followed her, concerned, but her husband Colin did not. They thought Mary was sad because her father, who had passed away in 1989, was not there. Mary later told a friend that she felt overwhelmed by all the attention and being the center of attention. But there was something else going on behind the scenes. In January 2001, a new year and new beginnings, Mary decided to get herself in order and get organized. She went to a doctor and was eager to undergo the detoxification program she had booked, but Mary would never get to do it. On March 1, 2001, shortly after midnight, a 999 call was made by Colin Whelan. The operator guided him through performing CPR, and the ambulance soon arrived, finding Mary wrapped in a duvet with a towel under her head. The ambulance crew noted that Mary was cold to the touch, which was unusual for someone who had just fallen down the stairs. It only took 15 minutes for the responders to arrive, so she should not have been cold. They also observed that there was blood coming from Mary's nose, but there were no signs of blood on Colin, who was supposed to have performed CPR on her. The position of Mary's body was strange. She was laid out straight, and her head was at an awkward angle with no apparent broken bones. Already, evidence was mounting that all was not as it should have been. Mary was declared dead at Beaumont Hospital in Dublin, and her family were notified and arrived at the hospital. Shortly afterwards, when Mary's mother approached Colin, he had his head in his hands, and she asked how Mary was. Without looking up, he announced that she was dead. Mary's mother was absolutely devastated upon hearing the news that her only daughter had died, and she couldn't believe that Colin had told her in such a cold, emotionless, matter-of-fact way. Mary's sudden death was flagged, and an autopsy was performed by the state pathologist, Dr. Mary Cassidy. Mary had a swollen tongue, hemorrhaging in the eyes, and a mark on her neck, along with carpet burns consistent with being dragged down the stairs, but with no head injuries or broken bones. This led the pathologist to conclude that Mary was strangled to death. But the only confusing thing was, there's no ligature bruising going the whole way around the neck. Just bruising on the left side, which is inconsistent with strangulation. The case was now a murder inquiry, and it landed on the desk of Pat Murray. He brought Colin in for questioning at Balbriggan Garden Station the next morning, and he was definitely not acting like the grieving widower. Detective Pat Murray gave no hint to Colin that it was now a murder investigation. And, to make him feel at ease, he told him the interview was just a formality to find out what exactly happened. Colin stuck to his story and admitted he was the only person in the house with Mary when she died. He told that he and Mary were watching TV, and she decided to go upstairs for a shower. And moments later, at around midnight, he heard a thump-thump. He ran to see what was going on, and Mary was at the bottom of the stairs. He went upstairs to grab a towel, as there was so much blood, and wrapped her in a duvet to keep her warm. Investigators informed the Garth family that Mary's death was now being investigated as a murder, but asked them not to disclose this to the family. The forensic team visited the house and found blood on the walls of the bedroom and on the upstairs landing. The phone in the hallway showed no signs of transfer blood or mucus. The team also checked the alarm to determine when it was last activated and found that no windows or doors had been opened after 9:05 p.m. when the couple had arrived home that evening. There were no signs of a break-in, and it was clear that no third party was involved. In their search, they would also uncover a life insurance policy that Colin had taken out on both of them in June 2000, 03/00 before they got married. And shortly after it was approved, he upped the policy to 400,000 Irish pounds. If Colin died, she would receive that amount. And the same if Mary died, Colin would receive it. What was strange about the policy, besides the amount for a couple so young to have such a large policy, it was only valid for 10 years. After that, it would be worthless. A week after the murder, Mary's funeral was held in the same church where he had gotten married 6 months earlier. Of course, Colin pretended to be deeply grieved, which was embarrassing for everyone. The Goff family discreetly overlooked Colin's outbursts so as not to jeopardize the case. The detective soon moved on to Colin's work computer in the bank and completely wiped its history. Fortunately, the bank had backed up all the computers in the office on a secret server. And what that the detective found was a mountain of evidence. Searches had been made on strangulation, asphyxiation, and the effects of lack of oxygen. Colin had made no less than 22 searches on how to kill Mary weeks before their wedding. They also discovered that Colin was very active on chat sites, using the name Celtic Tackler and describing himself as a widower, a true red-blooded Irish male. One particular contact was with a divorced woman in Wales to whom he had claimed that his wife had died in a car accident. They were supposed to meet in March 2001, and he had told her he was coming into a large sum of money. This poor woman had fallen hard for Colin, and when the detective interviewed her and told her the real story, she would be left devastated. Also, they discovered on Colin's computer research into American killers, and one in particular, Henry Wallace, who was active in the method to kill his victims was to use a towel to wrap around a cord to strangle them as it left no ligature marks. He also kept his victims warm so forensics couldn't determine time of death. This was a huge piece of forensics couldn't determine time of death. This was a huge piece of evidence. The detective combed through Colin's house once again, looking for something that he may have used as a ligature. They tested numerous pieces in the home, but when it came to Colin's dressing gown, they noticed it was overstretched, and tests came back positive for Mary's blood in the fibers of the cord. Imagine Colin wearing the murder weapon around his waist as paramedics worked to save his wife. Meanwhile, the towel he used to disguise the ligature marks was most likely resting under Mary's head. With this amount of evidence, Colin was charged with Mary's murder, and the trial was set for October 2003. Because Colin had to wait 2 years for his trial, he was released on bail. As part of his bail conditions, he had to live with his parents, report to the guard station daily, pay a bail bond, and surrender his passport. He lost his job at the bank. And to have an income, he rented out the house he had once shared with Mary. Although Colin was following the rules of his bail, he had other plans in the background. In May 2002, family reported him missing. A review of the paperwork at Balboa, the detective station, showed that he had not appeared in for 2 days. Essentially, the security guards had failed to properly monitor the situation, and it was unclear whether Colin had actually run away or not. The detective issued an alert, and Colin's car was found at Howth Head, just outside Dublin. The keys were still in the car, and an empty bottle of gin was on the passenger seat. The car was parked neatly, and a window was left slightly open. However, as a formality, an air and sea rescue was launched to search for a body, but surprisingly, no one was found. Alerts were sent out through media, air, and seaports were notified of Colin's identity, and he was wanted for murder. Interpol were contacted, and in turn, Europol, which tracks people within Europe. For over a year, there was no sign of Colin, and eventually, that the detective received a tip-off from a man who was holding in Mallorca, Spain. He was an old-school friend of Colin's, and he knew he was wanted for murder. So he made friends with another barman there and asked who he was, and the barman said that's Keen Sweeney from Galway Island. So when the guy got home, he contacted the detective, and they contacted Europol, and Colin was put under surveillance. An arrest warrant was put in place, and the Spanish police went to the bar and arrested him. He was brought to the civil guard station in Madrid, and Colin denied who he was. Fingerprints were taken, and they matched the prints that the detective had sent over. Eventually, Colin admitted the truth. The next thing to organize was an extradition to bring Colin back to Ireland. This had never been done before. When the extradition was finally arranged, Detective Murray flew to Madrid to escort Colin home. When Mary spoke to Colin, he told her how he had obtained a passport and made his way all the way to Spain. Colin explained that 7 months before he went missing, he had applied for a passport using the identity of a man he resembled in age and build. Knowing this man did not travel, Colin was successful in obtaining the passport. He then took a train to Belfast, a flight to London, another flight to Barcelona in Spain, and finally a boat to Majorca Island, Spain. Colin returned to Ireland, and Mary's brother was employed at the airport. He positioned himself at the area where Colin would be arriving. One of the security officers approached Mary's brother and asked, "You're not going to attack him, are you?" And the brother responded, "No, I'm not." The security officer then said, "Oh, right." So Colin and Mary's brother came face to face, and they stared at each other for a moment. And then Colin lowered his head. While Colin was waiting for his trial date in prison this weather, the detective were continuing to gather as much information as they could in preparation for the trial. They needed to find out everything they could about him, especially his past relationships. There were people who still believed that Colin was innocent because they didn't have the full details of who Colin really was. One person that the detective found was a woman who had been in a relationship with Colin before he met Mary. He was so violent and controlling that she left the district to get away from him. She met him at a disco, and for the next 6 months he wooed her. But once he had her, he changed. He controlled every aspect of her life, who she was allowed to talk to, and how she was to dress, and he was physically abusive towards her. She ended up pregnant and was terrified to tell him. He hit the roof and told her, no way was she having the baby. He brought vodka and aspirin to her one night and tried to force her to take them so she'd lose the baby. She managed not to take the aspirin, but she did swallow some vodka. At the height of his violence that night, he kneed her in the stomach, and she lost the baby the next day. On the 12th of April, 2005, appeared for the first day of his trial. All the families were there. The Goff family. The Whalens were sitting there believing Colin was innocent. They had no idea what was coming. They thought the guards were out to get Colin and that it was all lies. They really did not have a clue who Colin was. The judge asked Colin to stand and asked him the question, "Did you kill Mary Goff?" And he answered, "Guilty." The Whalen family in the gallery were in shock when he answered guilty. Their jaws hit the floor. It took everyone's breath away. The Goff family was so relieved that they wouldn't have to go through the trial, and Mary's brother said he finally did something right. Colin's counsel read out a letter of apology at the sentencing, but we all know it was self-serving. The only thing Colin Whalen was sorry for was that he got caught. Colin Whalen was sentenced to life in prison where he still is today. He is supported by his English girlfriend, who he met when he was living in Majorca. She has recently returned to her home in England, so it's easier to visit him. She says she will be with him until the end. Oh, give me strength. Colin Wheeler never loved Mary. In fact, he probably hated her. He took her life so he could start a new one and have the money to do it. If you look at his history, he probably hates all women, and they are only there for his use. The guard, he said, when he gets out, which will be soon, he will be a very dangerous individual to any woman he meets. It's 2022 now, and it's been over 21 years since Mary was murdered. She was a beautiful woman, and her death had a massive impact on the community. Because of Ireland being so small, we have these little communities. So when something like this happens, it's remembered for life. The case of Neil and Twistle. In the peaceful town of Hopkinton, Massachusetts, a family story unfolded in a sad and surprising way, sharing a compelling tale that interested the entire nation. This is the story of Neil and Twistle and Rachel Souza, a story of love, lies, and a tragedy that destroyed the belief in a flawless life. Neil and Rachel are a happy couple with a new baby. Neil is from Britain and works in IT, while Rachel is an American mother who takes good care of their daughter. Despite seeming to have it all, they were actually facing some hidden tensions that led to a tragic outcome. Neil Entwistle was born on September 18, 1978, in Worksop, Nottinghamshire, England, to Clifford and Ivan Entwistle. He grew up in a humble household with his younger brother Russell. His father used to work as a miner before becoming a labor advisor, while his mother worked as a cook in a school cafeteria. After finishing high school, Neil went to the University of York to study electronic engineering and business management. While at university, he met Rachel Souza, an American student studying abroad. Rachel, originally from Kingston, Massachusetts, had attended Silver Lake Region High School before moving to Holy Cross College in Worcester. She spent a year at York University, where she met Entwistle while both were on the rowing team. Neil was described as reserved and not very social, but his peers noticed his quiet nature. On the other hand, Rachel was seen as lively and outgoing, and she was popular in the community. Her American background added a special charm to her personality, making her a positive presence on the rowing team. As their relationship deepened, Neil Entwistle and Rachel Souza found themselves increasingly drawn to each other, spending more time together. Benjamin Pryor, a close friend from their college days, later provided testimony about their relationship, describing their interactions as marked by enjoyment and a strong sense of ease, leading observers to perceive them as a genuinely affectionate couple. While Neil worked at a defense technology and security company in Malvern, Worcestershire, Rachel focused on her career in education. She finished her studies in 2002 and started teaching English, drama, and theater studies at St. Augustine's Catholic High School in Reading, showing her dedication to guiding young minds through the arts. Neil jokingly described his job as making bombs and other items. He happily announced his engagement to Rachel, whom he called the most amazing woman. They met through rowing and were deeply connected. Neil was satisfied with his upcoming marriage, despite not being completely happy about living south of the Birmingham border. In August 2003, the couple got married in Plymouth, UK, and Massachusetts, USA. After their US wedding, they had a reception in the UK in November of the same year. Neil shared the start of their married life in Worcester on a family website he made, sharing memories from their trip to the Mediterranean in Christmas 2004. In April 2005, Neil and Rachel welcomed their daughter, Lillian Rose, into the world, marking a significant turning point in their lives. This new addition to their family prompted them to decide to relocate to the United States. They Carver, Massachusetts, with Rachel's mother, Priscilla Matter's stepfather Joseph, until January 12, 2006, when they secured a home of their own in Hopkinton. Their new residence, nestled on a quiet cul-de-sac with only 8 neighbors, offered a tranquil setting just a short distance from the nearest major city. The 5-bedroom colonial-style rental property came with a monthly rent of $1,500, reflecting the upscale nature of their accommodation. Neil struggled to find a job as a computer programmer and IT specialist, which led to financial difficulties and debt. To ease the situation, he started with different names. During this period, Neil was also running a website called millionmaker.co.uk, promoting a get-rich-quick scheme for the adult entertainment industry. The site claimed to guarantee a monthly profit of $6,000 within 6 months, but was later shut down. Simultaneously, Neil was actively seeking sexual partners through various online platforms. He frequented websites in pursuit of such relationships. Neil registered on Adult Friend Finder and reached out to multiple women via email, expressing his interest in finding sexual partners. During the investigation, authorities discovered incriminating evidence on Neil's laptop, including content from his online profile indicating his interest in meeting American women of various ages. His profile mentioned a desire to confirm rumors suggesting American women's superiority in bed compared to those from overseas. He expressed a mutual desire for a particular type of relationship, implying a straightforward approach to meeting like-minded individuals. In the weeks leading up to the tragic murders of Rachel and their daughter Lillian, Neil conducted a series of disturbing online searches, including inquiries about how to kill with a knife, interspersed with more mundane searches related to employment, travel, and get-rich-quick schemes. Additionally, during this period, Neil visited his father-in-law, Joe Matarazzo, who was a member of the Old Colony Sportsman's Club in Carver, where Neil had previously stored a .22 caliber revolver and received shooting lessons from Joe. Neil devised a plan to steal a gun from Joe's collection. At their home in Carver, Massachusetts, Neil made a trip to his in-laws' residence, retrieved the weapon from a concealed location in the house, and drove back with the gun in his possession. Upon returning home, He discreetly concealed the firearm, biding his time for the opportune moment to carry out the tragic acts of violence against his family before taking his own life. On Friday, January 20th, 2006, Neil entered the family's master bedroom, where they had been living for only 10 days. His wife Rachel and their infant daughter Lillian were sleeping in their new 4-poster bed. He crept inside and shot 27-year-old Rachel in the head, then proceeded to shoot 9-month-old Lillian, who was lying beside her mother. The bullet passed through Lillian's tiny body and pierced Rachel's left breast. Later that same day, while his in-laws were still at work, he returned to Carver to return the weapon without cleaning it. He later claimed that he had gone shopping at Staples that Friday, found his family dead upon returning home, and then went to Carver to get a pistol to commit suicide. However, he didn't contact emergency services, revealing a pattern of lies to cover his tracks. Upon leaving Carver, Neil drove to Logan Airport in Boston on the evening of January 20th, 2006. He made 2 ATM withdrawals totaling $800, but 3 additional withdrawal attempts for $420 were declined. The following day, Saturday, January 21st, 2006, Neil purchased a one-way ticket to London, carrying no luggage. Around 5 p.m., he boarded a British Airways flight that departed Boston at 8:15 p.m. On that Saturday evening, Neil had invited several neighbors for dinner. Shortly after 7 p.m., Joanna Gatley and her sister Maureen arrived at the home, but found it locked with the lights on inside. Concerned, they tried calling Rachel's mother, who had also planned to visit that day for lunch with her daughter, but had been unable to reach her. Alarmed, they decided to call 911 around 8:30. Police officers arrived at Neil's home to search for any signs of the missing family. Sergeant Michael Sutton described the scene, noting he could see into the bedroom, where there was a large bed in the center of the room that was unmade with all the bedding appearing to be piled up. Other than the disheveled bed, nothing seemed out of place. After their search, the police locked up the house, left, and continued their patrol. Despite the police search, the Gatley sisters remained deeply concerned. They were so distressed that they decided to spend the night outside in their car waiting for the family's return despite the cold. They made 3 trips to the gas station bathroom to endure the night while awaiting any news. On the following Sunday morning, the sisters managed to enter the house using the garage door code they obtained from a neighbor the previous night. Inside, they discovered dishes and leftovers in the kitchen, suggesting the family had recently finished a meal. The bathtub still held water, indicating that the couple had bathed their infant daughter. They proceeded to the main bedroom and then to Lillian's bathroom, where classical music was playing, and finally checked the living room before Rachel's mother and stepfather arrived. After assessing the situation together, they collectively decided it was time to report the family as missing to the Hopkinton Police Department. Sergeant Sutton returned to the Neil residence for a second search. As he entered the basement, he detected a new, unpleasant smell that was not present the day before. Following the odor through the house, he eventually reached the primary bedroom, where he found Rachel and Lillian, deceased in the unmade 4-poster bed, covered with clothes. Rachel's arms were stretched over her infant's chest with her feet curled beside her, and both were dressed in pajamas. The autopsy results revealed that Rachel from a gunshot wound to the head, while Lillian had been shot in the torso. Additionally, Rachel's DNA was found on the gun barrel, while Neil's was discovered on the gun grip. Neil Entwistle, who was 27 years old at the time, was considered only a missing person during this period. Around 36 hours after returning to England, Neil visited his parents, Cliff and Ion. He had been driving around and had spent the previous night at a hotel. During this visit, he disclosed to them that he had discovered the bodies of his wife and daughter. On Monday, January 23, 2006, Neil engaged in a phone conversation with the Hopkinton police. This 2-hour phone call between Neil and Massachusetts State Trooper Robert Manning was recorded and subsequently played in its entirety during the court proceedings. Neil stated that upon discovering the bodies, he was overcome with fear and rushed to be with his family. He recounted to the police, "I covered them with the sheets, and all I could think about were the knives we had downstairs. I took out the large one and held it against myself. I was fearful of the pain it would cause. I just couldn't go through with it. I don't understand why I didn't call for emergency assistance." Failing to muster the resolve to harm himself with a knife, Neil informed the authorities that he drove the family vehicle to his father-in-law, Joe Matarazzo's residence, to retrieve a .22 LR caliber revolver. He claimed to have found the house locked, leading him to choose to return to England to be with his parents on January 26, 2006. U.S. law enforcement officials traveled to the UK to interview Neil the following day, January 27th. After consulting with a lawyer at the workshop residence, he chose not to engage with the American detectives at the U.S. Embassy in London, despite his voluntary presence there. Rachel and her daughter Lillian were laid to rest in Evergreen Cemetery in Kingston, Massachusetts, under the surname Souza. They were interred in a single casket. Despite around 500 individuals attending the funeral to bid their final farewells, Neil was notably absent from the funeral, and his name was omitted from the proceedings and not inscribed on their shared headstone during the burial ceremony. Neil sent a single orange rose and a white lily, with a note attached to the ribbon that read, "My orange rose and my lily for always signed off with Zakoko." Upon his return to the UK, Neil appeared to be resuming a routine life in February 2006, while media attention remained outside his parents' residence in Workshop. He went to Notting Hill for a dinner gathering with his former crew team from York University, followed by a movie outing about a week after the funeral service for Rachel and Lillian on February 8, 2006. The Middlesex County District Attorney's Office issued an arrest warrant for Neil the following day, on February 9, 2006. Neil was apprehended by the extradition unit of London's Metropolitan Police Service at Royal Oak Station as he was about to board a train. Upon learning of the impending arrest, among his possessions was a notebook detailing his intention to sell his account to the highest bidder. In the notebook, he expressed affection for his orange rose and lily, referring to his wife as his dearest, closest friend. On another page, additionally, he had drafted 2 letters to the editor seeking to share his perspective on the events. Neil aimed to explain his perspective and communicated with a close friend and confidant to convey his intentions. In one of the letters, he inquired about the potential monetary value associated with exclusive rights for his full account. Ultimately, Neil decided not to challenge the extradition order, and he was transported back to the United States on February 15th. He appeared in Framingham District Court, where he was remanded without bail at Middlesex County Jail in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Following this, on March 28, 2006, Neil was formally charged with 2 counts of murder, as well as illegal possession of a firearm and ammunition. Despite the charges, he entered a plea of not guilty in December 2006, nearly a year after the tragic incident. Authorities at Middlesex County Jail, where Neil was detained, discovered letters he had written to his parents and legal team. These letters indicated that Neil was in a state of depression and suggested he might be contemplating suicide. Consequently, he was transferred to Bridgewater Hospital for psychiatric assessment before being returned to Middlesex County. Forensic psychiatrist Christopher Cordless attributed Neil's behavior to Asperger's syndrome, a view that was supported by David Holmes. After several delays, the process of selecting jurors for the trial at Middlesex Superior Court began in June 2008. Concerns were raised regarding the high-profile nature of the case and whether Neil would be able to receive a fair trial. The trial for the double murder officially commenced on June 2, 2008, in Woburn, Massachusetts, with Elliot Weinstein leading Neil's legal team. During the trial, Weinstein unsuccessfully attempted to challenge the prosecution's proposal to introduce DNA evidence. Similarly, efforts to suppress other evidence discovered in the home due to the absence of a warrant were also futile. Neil chose not to present any witnesses or testify in his defense throughout the trial. Observers noted his lack of visible emotion during the proceedings. On June 25, 2008, Neil Entwistle was convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder, as well as unlawful possession of a firearm and ammunition. The court sentenced him to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Upon leaving the courtroom, Neil was overheard reassuring his loved ones in the gallery, saying, "I'll be all right." Initially, Neil was held at Sousa Baranovsky Correctional Center. In August 2008, he fell victim to a deceptive ploy, where he shaved his head in an attempt to seek protection from a white supremacist prison gang. However, instead of receiving protection, the gang threatened his life, stating, "It's a nice gesture on your part, but we're going to kill you." Following this incident, Neil was placed in protective custody, and subsequently in December, he was transferred to Old Colony Correctional Center, a medium-security prison located in Bridgewater, Massachusetts. The Department of Correction confirmed that the transfer was made for Neil's safety due to credible threats against his life. The tragic deaths of Rachel and her infant daughter left a profound emptiness in the hearts of those who knew and loved them. Their passing serves as a stark reminder of the vibrant lives that were abruptly cut short in the aftermath of this heartbreaking loss. The community came together, providing unwavering support and comfort to the grieving families. Their unity and strength during such adversity demonstrate the remarkable resilience and compassion that resides within humanity. The narrative of Neil Entwistle and Rachel Souza stands as a poignant reflection of the unseen challenges that can lurk beneath the surface of seemingly perfect existences. May the legacy of Rachel and her daughter prompt us to remain vigilant, extend a helping hand to those in distress, and cherish every moment spent with our dear ones. Their story serves as a somber yet powerful call to prioritize empathy, support, and appreciation in our interactions with others. Joey LaBute Jr. was born in Cincinnati, Ohio, in 1989. Quiet and reserved even as a child, he grew into an observant, quick-witted adult who tended to be a homebody. He graduated from Ohio State University in 2011 with a degree in financial planning and later worked at Morgan Stanley, living outside Columbus, Ohio, in 2016. On March 4th of that year, Joey was convinced to break his usual Friday night routine of Netflix and video games to join his cousin Stacy and her husband Kyle at the Union Cafe, a popular bar on High Street in Columbus Short North District. The bar was unusually packed that night due to the Arnold Sports Festival, an annual event drawing over 100,000 people to Columbus. After a few drinks, Joey, like many others, became more relaxed and social. While Stacy and Kyle stayed at a table, Joey spent much of the evening mingling, chatting with acquaintances and dancing. After midnight, Stacy felt unwell and wanted to leave but couldn't find Joey. She called and texted him, but he didn't respond, which was out of character for him. Assuming Joey might have stayed at a friend's apartment nearby, Stacy and Kyle went home. Stacy continued calling and texting Joey until 2:30 a.m. but received no reply. While Joey never responded to Stacy, his phone did send one final text message after he was last seen at the bar. This message only added to the mystery of what happened to him. At 1:22 a.m. on March 5th, Joey's phone sent out a one-word text message to one of his friends. The seemingly random string of letters has never been definitively found to have any sort of meaning. Joey's aunt has guessed that it may have been Joey's inebriated attempt to say Jonestown, the town where she worked and had mentioned earlier in the night when she had been texting Joey. A massive effort to find Joey began the Sunday after he was last seen. His family held vigils, and businesses up and down High Street displayed missing persons flyers. Local television stations covered the story, and Joey's picture was shared through social media. Rainy security footage turned over to the police by the Union showed Joey walking towards the bar's exit without his coat, despite the cold temperatures that night. His car was still where Joey had parked it in the lot of the apartment complex he had previously lived in with his ex-boyfriend. His bank accounts were not accessed. His cell phone remained active for approximately 2 hours after he was last seen, and GPS showed that he had remained in the general area of the Short North. 2 weeks after Joey went missing on March 29th, his body was discovered in the Scioto River, several feet from the shore, caught on some debris. While Joey's family finally knew where he was, the discovery of his body added even more layers of mystery to the case. Joey's autopsy showed no outward signs of trauma, and the only drugs in his system were alcohol and caffeine. It would be easy to assume that Joey had either committed suicide or drunkenly fallen into the river by accident, but further examination of his body ruled these options out. There was no water found in Joey's lungs, which the coroner's office stated means that Joey was almost certainly dead before he was put into the water. The coroner's office was unable to determine Joey's cause of death. Suicide has been ruled out, and Joey's death was ruled broadly as a suspicious death. Police continue to investigate the case. As of now, however, both the cause of Joey's death and the identity or identities of those involved in it remain unknown. Anna Maciejewska was born in Poland and came to the United States to study at the University of Louisville. She and her husband, Alan Gould, lived in Malvern, Pennsylvania with their 4-year-old son, Andrew. Anna seemed to be living the American dream, building a new home and becoming a successful actuary. Despite her success in a new country, Anna still nurtured her relationship with the land of her birth. She texted and Skyped with her family back in Poland frequently and took on a weekly 2-hour drive so that her young son could attend a Polish class and grow up fluent in her native language. It was her family back in Poland who first noticed that something was wrong in Anna's life in 2017. On March 28th, Anna spoke on the phone with her mother about a planned trip to Poland to surprise her father for his 80th birthday. This would be the last time anyone, save Rihanna's husband, would report hearing her voice. The following day, she sent a text saying she and Andrew would not be coming after all. The day after that, she sent her father a birthday text, but he doubted it was from his daughter. The text was written in Polish but contained basic errors that a native Polish speaker like Anna would not make. After several failed attempts to call their daughter and brief conversations with Alan, Anna's parents called the police in Pennsylvania from their home in Warsaw on April 11th. The same day, Anna's employer, Voya Financial, also reported her missing. Alan Gould reported his wife missing the following day. Anna had used the scheduled vacation time she had taken for her trip to Poland despite not making the trip. On April 3rd, she had sent a text to work saying that she was ill and needed to take 7 days of sick leave, which her co-workers thought was strange. According to Alan Gould, the last time he had seen Anna was on Monday, April 10th, when she left for work at 9:45 a.m. in a hurry because she was afraid she was going to be late for an important meeting. She never arrived at work that day or the next, which was out of character for someone as dedicated to their job as Anna. It was suspicious enough to prompt Voya Financial's call to the police. Anna's cell phone and wallet were left in her home. Her co-workers claimed that Anna never would have left home without her cell phone. On May 8, 2017, Anna's Audi A4 was found near the entrance to some walking trails, 2 miles from her home. Police say some personal items have been left inside, but the discovery of the car did little to push the investigation forward. A 40-person crew of investigators searched the surrounding area 5 days after the car was found, but did not locate anything relevant to the case. Anna's family and friends have been extremely active in the search for Anna, posting flyers, speaking to the media, and participating in physical searches. Despite the fact that they are both cancer survivors and require extensive medical care, Anna's parents make frequent, but physically taxing, trips to Pennsylvania to aid in the search for her. Anna's husband initially cooperated with police, even allowing them to search his home right after Anna disappeared, but he has since stopped cooperating with both the police and the local media who continue to cover the case. After the first anniversary of Anna's disappearance, Pennsylvania State Police announced that they believe that Anna is a murder victim and that they are searching for her body. They have not ruled out anyone as a suspect in the case, including her husband. Twins Summer and Autumn Smith had a difficult adolescence. They had spent 3 years in foster care and had both struggled with substance abuse and mental health issues. They had lived in shelters and collected cans and bottles to use as makeshift art supplies. In their youth, they had supported each other and struggled together, but as they entered adulthood, their paths began to diverge. In 2014, shortly after turning 18, Autumn began to get her life together. She got her own apartment in her hometown of Las Vegas and had been sober for 50 days when she heard a knock at her door. It was her twin, Summer. Summer needed a place to stay, but Autumn suspected she was still on drugs. Autumn asked Summer to leave. Autumn would never see Summer again. Summer traveled to Washington State, where she mainly traveled between the towns of Everett, Marysville, and Linwood. According to acquaintances Summer made in Washington, she was spending time with a dangerous crowd. She was homeless for the majority of her time in Washington. In May of 2014, Summer was discovered sleeping on the living room floor of a home in Marysville. The home's garage door had been left open, and Summer had gone inside to have a safe place to sleep. She allegedly also admitted to the homeowners that she had taken pills she had found inside their house. The last phone call Summer had with her family was on November 19, 2014. By December, the family had begun to worry about her. They could not get her to answer their phone calls, but eventually were able to get her to respond to text messages. However, the text messages were strange and did not sound like Summer. One demanded that the family stop trying to contact Summer. Summer's phone went out of service on December 12th. On January 3, 2015, a man who had been hired to clean a private property south of Lake Stevens discovered a skull on the property. After searching more than 30 acres around the property, police discovered a bag of bloody bedding, a broken knife, and paperwork that belonged to Summer. Tests on the remains that were found confirmed that they were Summer's, but also determined that she had been dead when the strange text messages were sent to her family. They presumably were sent by whoever killed Summer, but who that person is remains a mystery. On October 1, 1993, 12-year-old Polly Klaus Petaluma invited two friends for a sleepover. The evening proceeded smoothly until Polly's mother, Eva, was abruptly awoken by intense screaming. She soon discovered that her daughter had been kidnapped by an unknown assailant. Lai Hannah Klass was born on January 3, 1981, in Fairfax, California. Her family comprised her father Mark, her mother, Eva, and her younger sister Annie. When she was very young, her parents separated. Following the separation, Polly and her sister went to live with their mother in Petaluma. Mark subsequently entered a new relationship, and Polly developed a positive relationship with his partner. This arrangement created a harmonious family dynamic, where Polly spent time with both parents without any issues. Polly is often described as a quiet and innocent child. Although she had friends, she was generally shy. However, she found confidence in theater. Polly participated actively in school plays and various musicals organized by her community. Frequently cast in lead roles, her primary aspiration was to become a successful actress in musical theater. Furthermore, Polly had a fondness for sleepovers. She enjoyed having friends over and visiting friends' homes for such gatherings, a regular activity within her social circle. On October 1st that year, when she asked Eva if two friends, Jillian and Kate, could come over for a sleepover, her mother readily agreed. That afternoon, the friends arrived at Polly's house and spent the evening there quite contentedly initially. At around 9:45 p.m., Eva decided to go to bed due to a severe headache. Informing the girls of this decision and asking them not to hesitate waking her if necessary, she took 2 sleeping pills and fell into deep sleep shortly thereafter. It was past 11 p.m. when Eva was startled awake by the screams of her daughter's friends. Both girls informed her that a man had broken into the house and taken Polly. Eva immediately contacted the police and checked on her other, Annie, who appeared unaware of the commotion. When authorities arrived, they began questioning Polly's friends. The girls described that they had been in a room, engaged in activities like picking Halloween costumes and indulging in general playful behavior. At approximately 11 p.m., Polly suggested it was bedtime, and her friends agreed. She mentioned fetching an inflatable bed she prepared with her mom so they could all sleep together. Upon opening the bedroom door, they were confronted by a man brandishing a knife. The man did not conceal his face with a mask. Initially, due to the proximity to Halloween, the girls mistook this for a prank and laughed. Realizing it wasn't a joke, they became frightened as the man grew angry at their laughter. He forced them into another room and tied their hands and feet. Inquiring who resided in the house, they all identified Polly as the inhabitant. The intruder then removed pillowcases from nearby pillows, placed them over Jillian and Kate's heads, instructing them to count to 1,000. He assured them he was taking Polly for a brief period, but would bring her back soon. After determining that their captor had left, Jillian and Kate attempted to free themselves. This effort lasted around 30 minutes. Once free, they rushed to inform Eva about Polly's abduction. They relayed this entire sequence to the police and provided a detailed description of the suspect, since he didn't hide his face. This enabled officers to create a sketch of the individual for a media investigation. Evidence at Polly's residence was sparse. Footprints noted were from Polly, her family, and recent visitors only. However, fibers found on the carpet differed significantly from those within Polly's home. These fibers were later identified as originating from automotive carpeting material. Police examined vehicles associated with individuals known to be at the house recently, yet found no match with these fibers, leading them to conclude that they belonged to the kidnapper's vehicle. A palm print was also discovered, but couldn't be thoroughly analyzed due to technological limitations at that time. This detailed account provided critical insight for law enforcement's pursuit of justice in identifying and apprehending Polly's abductor. Back in 1993, advancements in fingerprinting, DNA analysis, and other forensic techniques were not what they are today. As a result, the found palm print with any database was not feasible at that time. However, the print was preserved for future comparisons with potential suspects. In Polly's room, another piece of evidence, a fabric that seemed to be silk, was discovered. It looked like it had been cut scissors from a garment and had a distinctive patterns GYNTH. Police believed this could aid them in future investigations. Additionally, a hair belonging to an unknown individual was found. Although DNA analysis techniques existed then, they were not yet developed enough to be effectively utilized. The search for Polly became one of the largest searches conducted in the United States up to that point. Around 4,000 volunteers joined the efforts, combing through neighborhoods near her home, vacant lots, and large estates in the vicinity. Police attempted to identify drivers who resembled a sketch of the suspect, but were unsuccessful. Officers aimed to find Polly within 24 hours of her disappearance, because finding her alive would become increasingly difficult after that period. The FBI was involved to assist with the investigation, launching their efforts to locate her as quickly as possible. Despite their best efforts, days went by, and hope of finding Polly alive started to wane. Police questioned neighbors about any unusual activity on the night Polly was abducted. Several neighbors reported seeing an odd man wandering around the area, but they did not suspect he would kidnap someone from a neighbor's house, and thus did not alert emergency services. When police shared a sketch based on descriptions from Polly's friends with these neighbors, they all confirmed having seen the man. Officers also spoke with all the teachers and staff at Polly's school. They aimed to find out if anyone knew the man or had any information regarding Polly's disappearance. Alas, no one had any knowledge, and everyone had an alibi for the relevant time period. None of the school staff matched either the sketch or the description provided. The police even compared fibers found in Polly's house with car mats from teachers' and staff members' cars, but none were a match. As days turned into weeks, the desperation of Polly's family, authorities, and the public increased. There was a growing fear that the man who kidnapped Polly posed a significant threat to society. This added more pressure on the police to resolve the case swiftly. A reward of $200,000 was offered for information leading to Polly's whereabouts, sponsored by actress Winona Ryder, who held a press conference urging for Polly's safe return. The Polly class case had another peculiarity. In 1993, internet use wasn't widespread, nor utilized by law enforcement for search operations or information dissemination. However, 3 California residents took it upon themselves to leverage this new technology for the search effort. They posted pictures of Polly, sketches of her kidnapper, and reward details online. Their efforts eventually reached an estimated 25 million people in the U.S. via various internet forums and communication channels. While the FBI hoped this would be pivotal in their investigation, it didn't yield significant leads. Despite heightened publicity and numerous tips, investigators lacked solid leads. Weeks elapsed since Polly's kidnapping. Frustration grew among investigators as they were unable to identify the kidnapper or obtain a DNA match from evidence collected. This sense of helplessness persisted until receiving an unexpected phone call. A turning point that held promise, but quickly evaporated into uncertainty. Mark Kloss received a call from someone claiming to be his daughter Polly. The girl stated she was at a hotel and that her captor had just stepped out briefly, giving her a chance to reach out. Unfortunately, the call was abruptly cut short before any additional details could be gathered. Mark promptly went to the police to inform them about the situation. At that time, the FBI lacked advanced tools to trace previously made calls. Consequently, they waited for another call, hoping to trace it. A few hours later, a second call came in from the same girl who had first spoken to Mark. After receiving this call, the police traced it and were surprised when it led them not to a hotel, but to a residential neighborhood. When officers arrived at the identified house, they knocked and soon discovered it was a prank. A teenage girl, similar in age to Polly, lived there, hence the voice resemblance. She explained her friends had dared her. Rather than taking her to the police station, they asked her parents to monitor her activities and cautioned her against making jokes about such serious matters. On November 28, 1993, nearly 2 months after Polly's disappearance, a woman called the police reporting 3 suspicious objects on a large piece of land she owned. The police and FBI who arrived on site found items related to the investigation. A piece of silk, matching one from Polly's room, ballet ties missing since that night, as mentioned by Eva, and duct tape. This discovery led police to speculate that Polly might be in the vicinity. Further investigation revealed new information. On the day of Polly's disappearance, this same woman had reported strangers frequently trespassing on her extensive wooded property, with only a small house and no perimeter fence. The lack of barriers and signage meant many inadvertently wandered onto her land without realizing it was private property. The woman had numerous intruders, but one incident, in particular, stood out. On the night Polly was abducted, a man approached her house in his automobile. His car became stuck in the mud. The nanny, who was caring for the woman's son, first saw the man, but refrained from confronting him due to fear. The homeowner also chose not to approach him, noting an angry expression in his eyes. They then contacted the police. When the officers arrived, they questioned the man about his presence on the property. He stated he was unaware it was private property and expressed willingness to leave quickly, but requested assistance freeing his car from the mud. The officers observed that the man appeared very nervous and scared. He was sweating and seemed possibly drugged. At that time, they lacked the means to conduct a drug test, and since he wasn't being overtly aggressive, they had no grounds for arrest. Consequently, they aided him in extricating his car from the mud, and he eventually drove away. This individual's name was Richard Allen Davis. Richard Allen Davis was born in 1954 in San Francisco, California. His childhood was fraught with violence inflicted by his parents. When Richard was 12 years old, his parents separated. His mother completely disowned him and left him with his father. Richard's father proved to be highly irresponsible, often leaving him alone for extended periods. Sometimes Richard stayed with neighbors or relatives when alone at home became untenable. By his teenage years, Richard started engaging in criminal activities. Stealing things and getting into street fights frequently led to reform school stints. At 17 years old came a significant turning point in Richard's life. He committed a violent robbery that nearly resulted in severe injury to his victim. Faced with 2 options by the court, reform school or joining the U.S. Army, Richard opted for military service but lasted less than 2 years before receiving a dishonorable discharge due to continued misconduct and poor behavior. As Richard matured, he continued to encounter problems, and his criminal record grew significantly longer. Around the age of 20, he received a 15 sentence for robbery and kidnapping. Despite this, he served only 1 year of the sentence due to parole for good behavior. At that period, Richard was also troubled by another accusation. Many friends believed that he had been involved in the disappearance, a 19-year-old girl named Marlene. Although the police concluded that she had left voluntarily, her close friends were convinced Richard had a role in her disappearance after they attended a party together. These accusations remained unproven and were largely based on rumors. When Polly disappeared, Richard was on probation and did not have a specific address. In response, the police issued a special bulletin exclusively for officers, urging them to exercise extreme caution. They withheld information from the media to prevent Richard from potentially fleeing California or even leaving the country. Ultimately, on November 13, 1993, Richard was arrested while driving under the influence of alcohol, following a routine traffic stop by an officer. He failed a breathalyzer test. Upon inspection of his identity and photograph, the officer quickly realized that this was the individual linked to the Polly Klaas kidnapping case. Proceeding with care, the officer informed Richard that he was being arrested for violating his probation due to drunk driving. Without resistance, Richard agreed and was taken into custody. Once at the police station, officers read him his rights and disclosed that he was actually being detained for Polly Klaas's kidnapping. During an extensive interrogation session, Richard eventually admitted to abducting Polly. The police speculated that his confession might have been made under duress. Evidence collected included his palm print, which matched one found at Polly's house perfectly. Carpet fibers from Polly's house were identical to those in his car's carpet as well. Polly's friends were brought in for questioning at the police station, where they unequivocally identified Richard as her abductor, stripling closure to their distressful ordeal. Another piece of silk, identical to the one found in the girl's room, was also discovered in his car and on the property of the woman who had contacted the police. Everything was against him, so he finally decided to confess. He mentioned that he had been using illegal substances with friends that day and was not feeling well. He made the decision to break into a house in a certain neighborhood to commit a burglary. Richard drove around for some time before arriving in Polly's neighborhood. He noticed an open window in a house and decided to climb in. According to him, he did not plan anything. Never saw Polly, never saw her family, nor followed them. Once inside the house, he looked for valuables, but found few items of interest. Just as he was about to leave, Polly opened the bedroom door and saw him. Richard observed that Polly appeared very frightened, so he ultimately decided to take her with him. He stated that he put Polly in his car, began driving, and after a while stopped at a vacant lot. There, he violated Polly. Following this incident, he resumed driving. When the woman and babysitter saw Richard on private property, Polly was still in the back seat of his car. When police officers helped him pull his vehicle out of the mud, Polly was still alive. This caused much afterwards. Richard said he drove down the highway where he strangled Polly, dug a grave and left her body there. On December 4, 1993, Richard informed police about the precise location of the grave where they began their search efforts. 2 months and 3 days after her kidnapping, Polly Klaas's body was located on the side of a highway in a grave dug by Richard himself. Forensic examination revealed little additional information. It confirmed that strangulation was indeed the cause of death, as stated by Richard. Further details could not be determined with precision. However, it is understood that her death occurred roughly around the time she disappeared. Given all the evidence, the man was put on trial for kidnapping, murder, and rape of Polly Klaas. During the trial, Richard had a chance to speak. He not only apologized to the family, but also made a serious accusation against Polly's father, claiming he abused her. Richard stated that she said to him, "Don't do to me what my father does to me." This caused Polly's father to yell and almost stand up to hit him, though he was restrained by others. The defendant's words shocked everyone present, not just because of his accusation and lack of genuine apology, but also because no one believed Polly's father had done such things. Although it wasn't proven, Polly's former partner even defended him. On June 18, 1996, Richard was found guilty of Polly Klaas's kidnapping and murder. In August of that year, he received a death sentence. He attempted to challenge this sentence but failed. Then in 2006, after overdosing on pills in his cell, he was found unconscious, but revived and sent back to prison. In 2009, his lawyer tried appealing his conviction to the Supreme Court, but was unsuccessful. The Supreme Court confirmed that he should be executed. Richard's attorney mentioned plans for further appeals. As a result of these continued appeals, Richard has remained on death row for several years without being executed. There is hope that once all appeals are exhausted within the next few years, the execution will proceed as planned. The case of Brett Ryan. Brett grew up in a prosperous and large Canadian family. His parents, Bill and Susan, had 4 sons. Brett's parents tried to teach him through their own actions. His father held a prestigious job at the Toronto Star daily newspaper and had various hobbies like sports, yoga, and psychology. Likewise, Susan was very hardworking. Their entire household rested on her shoulders. She not only devoted time to her husband and children, but also managed the huge house in Toronto's prestigious area without any help from gardeners or craftsmen. Just like his older brothers, Brett went to university after high school. He always aimed to be better than his siblings, so he advertised painting services in a local newspaper for Toronto residents' houses and fences. Initially, things went well. He made his first earnings and Susan was proud of him, often using him as an example for others. However, making money as a part-time job is one thing. Dropping out of university to spend all your time inhaling paint fumes without proper education is another matter altogether. After some time in university, Brett decided to drop out. For the first couple of years after this decision, Brett still felt confident compared to his older brothers. After a while, when Christopher and Leland graduated and found jobs in their fields, Brett's authority began to fade. Christopher started working for the City of Toronto Transit Commission and Leland, the family artist and designer. Following their studies, they moved out of their parents' home. Brett, to avoid spending part of his earnings on rent, stayed with his father, mother, and younger brother who attended a school for gifted children. With each passing year, Brett grew more desperate due to his mounting debts and his inability to pay them off. He developed depression. By 2007, when Brett was already 26 years old, his debt had ballooned past $60,000. Although Brett was considered an intelligent individual, he didn't know how to effectively use his mind. He always put on a cheerful face and helped everyone around him. He was a participant in volunteer initiatives. Consequently, no one could fathom the depth of despair within him. Eventually, a fateful moment arrived when nothing could be done. On October 28, 2007, Brett had no work orders for house painting or any other tasks around the house. Orders were always scarce in the fall since everyone typically painted their houses in spring or summer. With winter approaching and no prospects for earnings, there was no time to wait. Brett donned all the old clothes he had in his closet, a hat, a long sweater from his older brother, and a scarf knitted by his mother. This particular scarf was comically long. Brett hadn't worn it before, but now found it useful. He wrapped it around his face, leaving only a narrow slit for his eyes, and headed for the bank, located on the outskirts of his neighborhood. Clutching some thick folder, Brett waited for his turn at the bank. When an employee finally summoned him, he approached her and quietly informed her that he had a gun with him. He instructed her to take all the money out of the bank's cash register and give it to him. The girl, shaken with trembling hands, handed him all of the cash from the register. Brett then quietly exited the building to avoid drawing the attention of the guards. Once outside, he ran. Upon counting the stolen money, he realized it amounted to just over $1,000. This sum was far from sufficient to clear his debts. He calculated that robbing about 60 banks would be necessary to meet his financial obligations. Despite how improbable that seemed, Brett saw no alternative. In the initial days following the robbery, Brett was consumed with fear that the police might track him down. To avoid detection, he refrained from going home and informed his mother that he had a job in a neighboring town. Instead, he spent nights in his car, cautiously approaching his house periodically to check if any police cars were hidden nearby. Each visit confirmed silence and no signs of pursuit. This reassured Brett that his plan was working. The success of the first robbery led to more, a second, a third, and a fourth. Each time, Brett took precautions to change his appearance by wearing different clothes, purchased secondhand or even retrieved from trash and burning them afterward. He also invested in a fake beard from a costume store since bank employees always mentioned his beard in their testimonies. News outlets in Toronto began covering stories about the bearded robber. But despite this notoriety, he never managed to gain substantial amounts through these crimes, the most being just $3,000 per robbery. Brett's hit a snag when police identified his vehicle on surveillance cameras and traced it back to his residence. Lacking solid evidence for an arrest, law enforcement decided simply to monitor him closely. For about 15 days following this new development, Brett refrained from further robberies, even though no more than 3 or 4 days typically passed between crimes before this. His unusual hiatus led some officers to believe they were tailing an innocent person and wasting resources on a dead end. But then fortune turned in favor of law enforcement. Brett left the house, got into a car, and later exited not far from the bank. Wearing a different and unusual outfit, he entered the branch and remained there for some time. Upon leaving, he was immediately apprehended by the police, who announced that the much-discussed bearded robber had finally been caught. Brett had been under investigation for 7 months and was charged with armed robbery. Interestingly, despite having a gun permit, the bearded robber always entered the bank unarmed. He did not even carry a kitchen knife. In total, Brett faced 19 charges and was subsequently imprisoned. Brett and his family filed multiple appeals, which led to only 8 of the 19 counts being upheld. However, Brett didn't stop there. At the first opportunity to apply for parole, he submitted a petition. In it, he requested consideration of his severe depression caused by 2 failed relationships and substantial debt. Additionally, he emphasized that he committed these crimes without intending to harm anyone and without carrying any weapons. His remarks were taken. However, to secure early release from prison, he had to undergo sessions with a psychologist. These sessions had a positive impact on Brett's behavior and mindset while incarcerated. During this period, he did not communicate with his family, but eventually took steps to mend those relationships. The positive changes in Brett were recognized by the commissioners overseeing his case. Consequently, on November 24, 2010, Brett was released from prison. Nonetheless, this hard-won freedom turned out to be more challenging than anticipated. Before becoming known as Brett the Bank Robber, he was simply a painter burdened with personal struggles. Post-incarceration life proved difficult. Few companies were willing to hire an ex-convict with such a tainted background. Even when hired for house painting services, clients would cancel upon recognizing him as the infamous bearded robber. The social repercussions extended to his family as well. Neighbors who once praised Susan's garden began spreading unpleasant rumors about them. The Ryan family decided to sell their house hastily and move to Scarborough, where Susan started cultivating her new garden afresh. Despite these challenges, Brett managed to find employment at a trading company. However, his salary was modest. His parents also assisted financially in helping him rebuild his life and continue his university education. Brett continued to see a psychologist. Each session, the specialist advised him not to sever ties with his family. The psychologist's advice proved effective. However, Brett's financial situation remained precarious. Then, in September 2011, a significant positive event occurred in his life. He met Kristen Baxter. Kristen was an exceptional girl. She owned an apartment with windows that offered stunning view of the sea, which provided the young couple with a picturesque landscape to enjoy. She was also athletic, maintaining excellent physical condition. Crucially, she was unconcerned about Brett's past. As a couple, they traveled periodically and had even visited Australia. Brett's parents were delighted to observe his relationship with Kristen flourish. They were confident that Kristen would encourage him to advance in life and secure his place in society. Life seemed to improve for Brett until his father passed away. This loss profoundly affected him and triggered a return of depressive symptoms. Consequently, he had to increase his visits to the psychologist and spend time supporting his mother, both emotionally and financially, despite his limited resources. Realizing that their relationship needed to advance beyond casual dating, given their maturity, Brett decided to make a commitment to Kristen. He had saved some money and discussed his intentions with his mother. He expressed his desire to propose to Kristen, the goal being a memorable proposal she couldn't refuse. Understanding her son's intention, Susan provided additional funds for him to purchase an engagement ring. Notably, the couple had previously discussed their future together, and it was clear that Kristen did not require an extravagant gift or similar symbols of commitment. Brett's a gold ring adorned with a sizable diamond for his beloved. Naturally, Kristen accepted his proposal. From there, they began planning their wedding. Brett, with all of Kristen's decisions, nodding in approval. However, the rising costs and financial implications unsettled him. He started worrying about his career prospects and financial stability. Determined to secure a stable job, Brett found an engineering position at a prominent tech company online. He meticulously prepared his resume and applied for the job. To his delight, he was invited for an interview and subsequently received a job offer. Elated by the news, Brett shared it with Kristen and his mother. Eager to make a good impression at his new job, he asked his mother for money to purchase an expensive suit. As always, she didn't refuse him. Yet, just when everything seemed perfect, Brett received a disappointing call from the company. Their security team had uncovered details of his criminal past, leading them to rescind their offer. This news hit Brett hard. It was like a bolt from the blue. His spirits dropped immediately. Frustration set in as he considered the futility of ongoing interviews, each ending in rejection due to his past. Faced with repeated setbacks, Brett decided that rather than continuing with futile efforts and investing time in studies that seemed pointless due to his tarnished record, he would use the funds allocated for university studies on their wedding instead. Brett thus found himself back where he had recently escaped from, but kept certain truths hidden from loved ones, including dropping out of university and being rejected from the engineering role. He maintained appearances by dressing in professional attire each morning before heading to paint houses, changing clothes en route. To further sustain this facade among friends and family, Brett frequently updated social media profiles with pictures seemingly originating from an office environment or business events, images sourced off the internet, and would even pretend he's resolving urgent work-related matters during family gatherings by faking phone calls regarding work issues. In September 2016, after a 5-year relationship with Kristen, Brett sought to plan a wedding. He demonstrated a remarkable ability to conceal his true situation, successfully creating the illusion of a stable life. Despite being a common painter, he projected an image of success and prosperity. Brett agreed to rent an expensive restaurant requiring $100 per guest. The entire Ryan family was thrilled seeing Brett's apparent transformation. A prestigious job, a fancy apartment, and an attractive bride. However, the truth of Brett's deceit was far more complex. With the wedding just a month away, Brett needed funds for the event. He repeatedly borrowed money from his mother until she could no longer assist him financially. Desperate, he even demanded that she seek higher-paying employment. Planning his party for August, he invited all his friends and brothers. As the pressure mounted, Brett confided in his counselor about his deceptions. He had been lying to his family for a year about working as an engineer at a technology company. The psychologist expressed deep disappointment and advised Brett to come clean to his mother. Though reluctant, Brett eventually told his mother the truth. Her devastation was profound. She had spent years boasting about her wonderful son. She insisted that Brett also confess everything to Kristen, or she would do it herself. His brothers were already aware of the lies and supported their mother's stance, unable to face telling Kristen the truth himself. A shocking task after barely managing to reveal it to his mother, Brett found himself in an untenable position as the wedding approached. He knew that informing Kristen would prevent the ceremony and considered if honesty might have been better. Facing pressure from all sides, Brett still couldn't admit the truth to Kristen and feared his mother might do so before long. Each time Kristen's phone rang, he tensed up until realizing it was not her discovering the secret, but rather another friend discussing wedding plans. Desperate for resolution and unable to handle the mounting stress any longer, he needed a final solution. He was forbidden to use firearms, so the boy decided that the best way to carry out his plan was to use a crossbow. Besides, it's quite a silent murder weapon. One of his late father's hobbies was bow shooting in the at targets. He taught Brett how to. Yes, was good at target shooting, though was unlikely his late father thought his son with that skill in such manner. Brett bought crossbow and arrows at a sporting goods store and hid it behind the construction debris lying in Susan's garage. At home, he arranged what he thought was an ingenious alibi invention. He tied a spoon to a fan and set the fan on a timer. When the timer went off, the fan turned on, and the spoon moved across the computer keyboard, sending pre-prepared comments to YouTube. From an outsider's perspective, it must have seemed like Brett had spent all day at home watching videos and commenting on them. On the morning of August 25th, Brett, dressed in strange clothes that hid his face, left the house through the back door to avoid security cameras, and took a train to his parents' house. His aim was to eliminate anyone who might disrupt his and Kristen's well-being once and for all. Susan was very surprised at her son's unexpected arrival. She had not been feeling well that day, but Brett, despite his mother's condition, began once again to persuade her, and even demand, that she not tell his future wife anything. The mother categorically refused him. Then Brett began to get angry. Susan sensed something wrong seeing her son's mad eyes, and warned him that she had already called Christopher, and he was on his way. Brett went berserk. He ran to the garage to get a crossbow, but found that his anger and adrenaline overflowed him with such force that he couldn't even make a shot. Instead, he bludgeoned his mother with the butt of the gun, and finally ensured she was dead by tightening a rope around her neck. After throwing plastic bags over the body, Brett loaded the crossbow with arrows and hid in the bushes, waiting for his brother to arrive. After a while, Christopher arrived and started calling for their mother or brother, but received no response. Only an arrow shot from behind, which pierced his neck, causing him to die within minutes. The next victim was Alexander, their youngest brother. As it turns out, Susan had managed to call him too before everything happened. He was also shot in the neck, but either the arrow did not penetrate deeply or it missed vital arteries. Thus, Alexander did not die immediately, but began to scream and call for help. During this time, Leland was in the house sleeping in his room on the 2nd. He had no idea of the carnage occurring in the garage and garden, much less that his own brother was committing the crime. Leland's sleep was disturbed by a scream. Coming downstairs, he saw Brett trying to strangle Alexander. A fight broke out between Leland and Brett. As soon as Leland gained the upper hand and managed to push Brett aside, he ran to the neighbors and called the police. Brett stayed in the house. He had nowhere to run. He realized this was the moment he had completely ruined his life. With nothing else to do, he took out his phone and wrote Kristen a letter asking her to forgive him. When the police arrived at the crime scene, they saw a bloody Brett sitting next to his equally bloody, but still alive brother Alexander, who would later die in the hospital. Brett himself asked the policeman to handcuff him and take him to the station where he confessed everything. Brett also informed them that his mother's body was hidden under packages in the garage, but it was impossible to help her. At both the police station and later at trial, Brett admitted that he did not intend to kill Susan. His plan was merely to scare her. However, he did plan to kill Christopher and Alexander that day since they were witnesses. And if they hadn't arrived, they would still be alive. Almost 10 years ago, he tried justifying everything with his depressive state, but it did not soften his sentence. Despite acknowledging that Brett confessed everything on his own accord and did not hinder the investigation in any way, the judge sentenced him to 3 life terms, 1 for each murder, with parole eligibility in 2041. As for Leland, he is not speaking to reporters, but is known throughout Toronto as the sole survivor of that dreadful incident. Dr. Robert Smith lived a privileged life in apartheid-era South Africa. He attended Oxford on a Rhodes Scholarship before returning to South Africa to earn a PhD in economics from the University of Pretoria, later working to defy international sanctions against the country. At 34, he became the youngest ever Deputy Secretary of Finance in South Africa's Treasury Department and later served as the country's ambassador to the International Monetary Fund in Washington, D.C. In 1977, Dr. Smith, whose primary residence was in Pretoria, rented a home in the town of Springs to run for election as the area's Member of Parliament. If elected, he was expected to secure a high-level position within the National Party government, potentially as finance minister. The whites-only election was set for November 30th, 1977, and Smith was anticipated to win easily. On the evening of November 22nd, just after 6 p.m., Smith's wife, Jean Cora, was driven to their Springs home by the family's driver, Daniel Shabalala. Daniel prepared dinner while Mrs. Smith watched television. She walked Daniel out of the house just before 7 p.m. and locked the door behind him. Shortly after, she called her husband's receptionist to ask if he was still at his campaign office, as guests had arrived to speak with him. Dr. Smith left his office just before 8 p.m. At 7 a.m. the next morning, Daniel Shabalala discovered the bodies of both Jean Cora and Robert Smith. They had been shot multiple times and stabbed. The word Rayadam was written across the kitchen cabinets in red spray paint, and Dr. Smith's briefcase was missing. Based on autopsies and the locations of the bodies, police theorized what happened that night. Mrs. Smith had died several hours before her husband and was found near the phone. Based on the locations of her injuries, it appears that after she hung up the phone with her husband's receptionist, she turned around and was shot holding her hand up to her face before she fell. Dr. Smith was shot as he entered the home around 9 p.m., once to incapacitate him and then twice to the head. Mrs. Smith had been stabbed 14 times post-mortem with a stiletto knife, which was then thrust into her husband's back. It has been theorized that the stab wounds were inflicted and the odd words written some 2 hours after Dr. and Mrs. Smith were shot. It is believed that these actions were taken to cover up the fact that the killings were political assassinations because they made the killer look like an unstable and deranged person. The meaning of Rautem has been highly speculated about but has never been deciphered. While it is believed that there were multiple killers involved in the crime, Mrs. Smith spoke of guests at her home that day, and the fatal bullets came from 2 different types of gun. The identities of those killers remains unknown. It is widely believed, however, that Dr. Smith was killed by South Africa's Bureau of State Security at the behest of his own political party, the National Party. Several cabinet members and members of the security force have been accused over the years of having played a role in the murders, but not enough evidence has ever been found to bring criminal charges. The most long-standing theory for the crime has been the belief that Robert Smith is about to go public with information about wide-scale financial fraud within the South African government. It has been alleged that he uncovered everything from offshore accounts made up of money siphoned off from the government budget to state-sanctioned payouts made to U.S. senators and CIA agents. If there were any evidence of such wrongdoing on the behalf of the National Party government, it presumably vanished in Dr. Smith's briefcase. The Smith son and daughter, Liza and Robert, testified to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission after the fall of apartheid in hopes that the commission could help uncover the reason why their parents were killed. In their final report, the TRC declared that Robert and Jinkora were killed by members of South African security forces and that their deaths were a gross violation of human rights. They could not identify the exact perpetrators or the true motive of the crime. Liza Smith released a book in 2018 detailing her own investigations into her parents' case and the troubling behavior she's encountered from government officials because of them. Jane Marie Pritchard loved the outdoors since her childhood, which was spent on her parents' 38-acre farm in Maryland. She was close with her family, but also strongly independent, driving across the country alone after she finished college. She inherited her mother's love of plants, so it was no surprise to those close to her when she decided to pursue a master's degree in botany. She was enrolled at the Graduate School of the University of Maryland while also working at a botanical garden. Jane's thesis focused on a summer vine known as a hog peanut, specifically on the way the vine's leaves would turn towards the sun. Her research required Blackbird State Forest in Delaware. She was months away from finishing the thesis and receiving her degree. On September 20th, she arrived at the state forest by 7 a.m. and set up her equipment behind her truck, extending some 30 feet into the woods. At 5:30 that afternoon, a couple from Perth Amboy, New Jersey, taking a walk around the forest discovered Jane's partially clothed body 20 feet away from her extensive research setup. She had been shot in the back with a shotgun. She was only 28 years old. There had been a large number of hunters in the forest that day, so at first glance it appeared that Jane's death could have been an accident. However, the fact that she was found partially clothed pointed to a much more sinister scenario. Perhaps someone had tried to sexually assault her and then shot her when she tried to run away. Police had little to go on early in the case. They searched Jane's blue and white Chevrolet Blazer for evidence but had no success. Their most useful piece of evidence proved to be Jane's field notebook. Jane had kept minute-by-minute notes of her research. The notes abruptly stopped right before 10 a.m. This allowed investigators to pinpoint a time for the crime and better utilize eyewitnesses. Over 300 people were interviewed in relation to the murder. A man called police the Monday after the murder to tell them he had been hunting squirrels in Blackbird State Forest on the day of the murder. At around 10 a.m., the time when Jane's field notes stopped, he had seen Jane talking to another hunter. He helped develop a composite sketch of the man. Police grew suspicious of the squirrel hunter because they claimed there were inconsistencies in his story. In October 1986, the witness was arrested and charged with Jane's murder and held without bail. A single foreign hair had been found at the crime scene, and police hoped that forensic testing would prove that the suspect they had in custody was in charge as him. Charges were dropped against the hunter, and he was released from prison. No other suspect has ever emerged in the case. A plaque in Jane's memory was placed in the gardens where she worked, and one of her professors completed her thesis for her. A cold case unit reopened Jane's case in 2015, but as of 2018, her killer has never been brought to justice. Matthew Pendergrass grew up in Atlanta, Georgia. He was only 5 foot 6 inches tall and 115 pounds, but he still excelled in athletics, serving as goalie for his soccer team and running varsity cross country in high school. When he enrolled at Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee, he planned to take a pre-med course of study so that he could follow in his father's footsteps and become a doctor. However, his plans changed when he took a Spanish class that included a trip to Mexico. He was inspired after the trip to change his major to Spanish. His plans further changed after he spent 2 summers volunteering with orphans in the Dominican Republic. His new life goal was to start his own foundation to better the lives of orphans. He planned to move back to Atlanta after he graduated to work at a nonprofit to learn the business side of such a venture. On Friday, December 1st, 2000, Matt was just 2 weeks away from graduation. He had plans to go on a cruise with the family of a friend of his after they finished school before he and his friend would become roommates back in Atlanta. Matthew had been up late the night before, in part because he had acted in a play as part of a course, and in part because he was working on a final paper. He had spoken with his friend Gio sometime between 1:30 and 2 a.m. about how best to outline the paper. Around 7:30 a.m., Matt left Gio a message that everything was fine and that he would talk to him later. Matt had a Spanish class that morning at 9 a.m. in a building just a short distance away from the room he rented. However, his landlord heard him leaving between 7:30 and 8. The following afternoon, Matt's mother, Mary Ellen, received a phone call from a man asking for Matt. The man, Joe Murdaugh, explained to Mary Ellen that he had gotten her phone number off of an old oil change receipt in her son's glove compartment. Matt's Toyota 4Runner was parked off of a private road on a levee in a private duck hunting preserve in Minoke County, Arkansas, roughly 2 hours west of Memphis. Joe had not seen the vehicle when he had begun hunting at 10 a.m. the day before, but when he was back on the road at 2 p.m., he had seen it and left a note asking its owner to remove it from his property. When the car was still there after a day had passed, he began to investigate. The car was unlocked and the keys were in the ignition. There was no sign of Matt by the car. In a subsequent search of the area, Matt's clothes, a shirt, jeans, socks, and shoes were found a short distance away. The clothes were found folded neatly in a pile, a detail his mother finds suspicious. Matthew is notoriously sloppy, so if he had discarded his clothes, they probably would have just been tossed aside, she argues. To her, the pile of clothes suggests that the scene was staged by someone else. The other major piece of evidence that raised concerns were Matt's journals, which were found inside his backpack in the 4Runner. They contain various writings and poems about nature, death, immortality, and a group of silver elves. On the surface, these entries seem to indicate an unknown problem in Matt's life. He was at the right age to start showing signs of schizophrenia or want to start experimenting with drugs, either of which could have produced hallucinations that may have led him to wander into the woods. There are 2 facts that lead those close to Matt to dismiss the idea that these journals were significant in Matt's disappearance. The first was the fact that Matt was very creative and liked to write, and the second was the existence of an actual group known as the Silver Elves. Elves identified as actual elves, and their online presence at the time promoted a variety of mystical and esoteric views. Matt played an online multiplayer video game through a website that had some links to this group, so it is conceivable that he found the Silver Elves website and was simply working through some of their themes in his writing. One entry in particular, however, is still concerning even with this context. Matt writes about the cold mud in the woods, lying down in icy water and feeling his blood turn into ice crystals. Matt's vehicle was found near the Bayou Metro, a large waterway whose waters were rushing near the site in question. Divers did not find anything in their search of the bayou. However, trained dogs were able to pick up Matt's scent going from the pile of clothes left behind to the edge of the water. They could not pick up his scent leading from the car to the clothes. No other sign of Matt was found in the area despite extensive searches, and the case of Matt still remains a mystery. Harilyn Wasilewski was just 14 years old in 1954 but lived an edgier life than most young women her age. She bleached her hair and wore heavy makeup and wore clothes considered short and tight for the 1950s. Carolyn was spirited and gutsy, always looking for new sources of excitement and fun. She was a member of the Drapes, a rockabilly gang in the vein of the Pink Ladies or T-Birds from the musical Grease. The Drapes stayed out late and committed petty crimes but were really only dangerous and that they rebelled against the standards of how respectable young people were supposed to behave at the time. Most of the trouble Carolyn would get into will be considered par for the course of navigating adolescence today. While she lived a very adult lifestyle, she would never have the chance to actually enter into adulthood. On November 8, 1954, Carolyn told her parents she was going to meet her friend Peggy and then go to the local elementary school to register for dance classes. Carolyn was wearing a tight pink shirt, a black patterned skirt, and a black denim jacket. Her hair was in curlers covered by a scarf. Her outfit seemed out of place for an elementary school, and a quick errand hardly seemed like it would require curling her hair. While her parents suspected Carolyn was not being truthful with her plans for the evening, they let her leave their house on Mardell Avenue in Baltimore at 6:15 p.m. When Carolyn did not return within a few hours, her parents began to worry. They were used to Carolyn's rebellious behavior, but it was not like her to stay out all night. They began to search the neighborhood for her and discover that she had not made it to Peggy's home or to the elementary school. No one would know where Carolyn was until 7 a.m. the following morning. A train engineer on an express train running from Harrisburg to Baltimore noticed something on the tracks up ahead of the train near the Belvedere Bridge, roughly 8 miles from Carolyn's home. The train diverted when the engineer began to fear that the object was a body. Tragically, he was correct. It was the body of 14-year-old Carolyn. Written on her right thigh and lipstick was the name Paul. When she was found, Carolyn was missing her shoes and skirt, but her autopsy revealed that she had not been sexually assaulted. It also determined that the cause of her death was a skull fracture. She had not been killed where she was found, and police theorized that she had been thrown onto the tracks from the bridge in hopes that passing trains would damage the body enough to hamper the eventual murder investigation. The site of the actual murder was quickly determined, and some of Carolyn's clothing, covered in blood, was found in a lot near her home. Police were not able to ascertain the significance of the name written on Carolyn's body or why someone would have taken the time to write it on her in the first place. Police quickly had 2 male suspects in the case, but neither of them was named Paul. The first was a man Carolyn had just testified against in court in a sexual assault trial, but he was able to provide an alibi for 11 p.m. on the 8th, the time at which the medical examiner believed Carolyn had been killed. The second suspect was a man named Ralph Garrett. Garrett was a 45-year-old married man. He lived close to Carolyn's home. A witness reported seeing him talking to Carolyn the night of the murder. The same day he was announced as a formal suspect in the case. Garrett committed suicide. He hung himself with a belt across the street from the lot where Carolyn had been killed. Police did not believe that Garrett's suicide had anything to do with the case. Garrett's mother had passed away recently, so they argued that the timing of his death was purely coincidental. Carolyn's killer, as well as the purpose of the writing on her body, remain unknown. Rose Burkert, 22, and Roger Atkinson, 32. Both lived in St. Joseph, Missouri. Rose was a single mother, trained to become a nurse, and Roger was a telephone crew worker. Despite the fact that Roger was married, the two were involved in a romantic relationship. On Friday, September 12, 1980, the pair decided to spend the weekend together. Roger's wife, Marcella, was told that the time he was actually spending with Rose was part of a 2-week work trip. They ended up near Williamsburg, Iowa, looking for a hotel room to share. They attempted to get a room at the Amana Holiday Inn along Interstate 80, but were originally told that the hotel was at capacity due to a mortician's conference being hosted there. The desk agent double-checked the register and realized that there had been a last-minute cancellation, leaving room 260 available. Rose and Roger checked into the room at 7:40 p.m. The following day, a maid knocked on the door of room 260 but got no answer. Finding the door locked, she retrieved a passkey and entered the room. The sight she discovered could only be described as gruesome. Blood spatter covered the headboard and the walls, and the bodies of both Rose and Roger were lying face down in the bed. Their subsequent autopsies would show that they both died from extensive head trauma after being beaten with a hatchet or a similar instrument. Roger's hands showed extensive defensive wounds. The room had several odd clues. There were 2 chairs set up near the bed, and there were indications that someone had put their feet up on the nightstand. Near one of the chairs was a pile of soap shavings, apparently from someone whittling down a bar of soap. The soap was then used to write on the mirror in the bathroom. Originally, a longer message had been written but had been smudged away with only the word "this" left decipherable. There was also toothpaste splattered in the bathtub. There were assumptions made in the investigation about who could have carried out the crime that I personally do not agree with. It has been argued that Rose and Roger knew their killer because there were no signs of forced entry and Roger was found wearing only his boxer shorts, arguably because he felt comfortable around the killer. It has also been argued that the chairs could have been set up by the bed because Roger and Rose had chatted with the person or people who killed them while they were still alive. This scenario does not make sense to me personally. I know that I may just be more self-conscious and reserved than other people, but the idea of sitting in bed in my underwear with the person I am having an extramarital affair with while casually chatting with a friend is completely absurd to me. No matter how close I am to someone, this scenario would just never happen. To me, it makes much more sense that either an employee of the hotel with access to the passkey or someone who figured out how to steal a passkey entered their room after Rose and Roger were asleep and committed the crime, moving the chairs afterwards. The television had been on when the maid discovered the bodies, but plenty of people either fall asleep while watching TV or intentionally leave it on to drown out outside noise. Either of those 2 things happening seems infinitely more likely than Roger answering the door and socializing in his boxer shorts in bed with his mistress. There have been attempts made to link this crime to similar killings in other parts of the country, but no solid connection has ever been made. To me, this may be due in part to the inexperience of the killer. The overkill could suggest a personal motive, or it could suggest a killer who did not know how much effort it would take to finish the crime. The message on the mirror shows insecurity on his or her part. They had something they thought important enough to write, but then changed their mind and got rid of it, but still left the single word on the mirror. The killer may have sat near the bodies purely because they enjoyed the sight of what they had done, or they just may never have seen dead bodies before. This inexperience may mean that even if the killer went on to commit other crimes, they were still developing patterns behaviors around them, making them difficult to trace back. Rose allegedly had a fight with the bartender at the hotel the night she checked in. The following day, the bartender left town without collecting his paycheck, abandoned his car, and enlisted in the armed forces and got deployed to Germany before authorities had a chance to speak with him. He has largely been discredited by police as a serious suspect in the crime. While his motive does seem trivial, especially relative to the brutality of the murders, he is the only suspect who definitely knew where the couple was staying and could have gained access to their room. The other 2 major suspects in the case are popular because of how violent they were, but practical concerns make it improbable that either of them perpetrated the crime. Roger's uncle-in-law was serial killer Charles Hatcher, who escaped from a mental health facility in Nebraska around the time of the murders. There is, however, no evidence that Hatcher ever left the state of Nebraska, as he was arrested there a few weeks later. Furthermore, his preferred victims were young boys. There is also no way he would know that Rose and Roger would be at that specific hotel. Roger's connection to Hatcher is probably simply coincidental. The other suspect is Rose's ex-boyfriend, who was a violent drug addict who was stalking her and may have been responsible for the grisly death of the dog. Rose stalking her and may have been responsible for the grisly death of the dog Rose had gotten to protect herself and her child. He has an obvious motive, but he had what police considered to be a solid alibi. He also passed a polygraph, although that does not necessarily prove anything. Like Hatcher, the major problem with him as a suspect is how we would know where Rose and Roger would be that night when they themselves did not know where they would be staying right up until when they checked in. It is unknown who originally was booked in room 260 that night and if anyone had a motive to harm them. To me, this could potentially be an important avenue of investigation in solving this case that has been cold for almost 40 years. Please let me know in the comments if you agree or disagree with me about my thoughts on this case. The case of Ligas Gremain. India is the only country in the world where cultural and religious traditions have not been interrupted since ancient times, which is probably why it attracts tourists from all over the planet. But in our story, we will look at India like a coin that has a different image on each side. On April 20th, 2018, at dawn, two young men went fishing down the river toward a mangrove forest. They took a long boat ride downstream until they reached a remote and quiet place. One of them jumped into the water to tie up the boat, but his attention was distracted by a pungent, acrid odor that was very close by. They went ashore and followed the odor. Curiosity led them to a horrifying find. There was something that looked like a human body hanging on a tree branch and a skull lying nearby. The guys abandoned the boat and rushed to the nearest village to report the terrible find. A team of investigators, forensic experts, and police officers urgently arrived on the spot. The experts confirmed that the suspended body was indeed human. It was obvious that it had been hanging for a long time and had already begun to decompose. The flesh on the arms and legs had torn off, and the skull was found nearby. Next to the body were packs of cigarettes, packaged drinking water, and a lighter which probably belonged to the victim. An investigation was conducted at the scene the same morning. The evidence found was seized, and the remains were sent for examination. The modest remnants of clothing that could be identified on the victim revealed that Ligas Gremain, a 33-year-old hiker, was the victim of an accident. But who is Ligas Gremain, and what happened to her on the riverbank? Ligas Gremain was born in Latvia in 1986. She grew up in a large and friendly family, had an older brother, and a younger sister. The sisters were very friendly and from childhood shared all joys and hardships with each other. Growing up, Lakey moved to Ireland, but always maintained close relations with her family. It was in Ireland that she met Andrew Jordan. It was not love at first sight, as the modest Lakey had difficulty in communicating with new people. But after 5 years, Liga and Andrew turned into a married couple who made great plans for the future. Despite the fact that Liga worked in a hotel and led a modest lifestyle, she dreamed of opening her own center of yogic retreats in Portugal. Andrew supported his beloved's idea, and together, they saved money for 4 years to fulfill their dream. But fate had other plans. In was experiencing the effects of an aggravated skin disease that was causing physical and mental discomfort. To help her sister overcome this ailment and restore her emotional state, her sister Ilsa invited Liga on a trip. So in February 2018, an ILS traveled to Tiruvananthapuram, the capital of Kerala, so that Liga could receive Ayurvedic treatment for depression. Kovalam is the premier Ayurvedic resort of Kerala in India. Kovalam, which means grove of coconut palms in Hindi, is a small village offering everything you need for a comfortable and complete rest and treatment. Ayurveda is the oldest system of medical knowledge, which originated more than 5,000 years ago. Ayurveda is based on the universal laws of nature, on the unity of all things in this world. Ayurvedic programs help a person to restore balance and harmony in the body. Panchakarma is the best Ayurvedic program for modern man in Kerala. Panchakarma helps to reboot the body effectively. Most of those who have undergone the Panchakarma course in Kerala repeat it annually, and it is not without reason, as regular Panchakarma not only allows us to get rid of extra pounds, but also adds a couple of decades of healthy life. since 1985, has been recognized by the World Health Organization as the most effective system of alternative medicine in the world. Let us emphasize that all the promised benefits of Ayurveda are only an alternative, not a panacea for healthy longevity. The 33-year-old Ligar and her sister came to Kerala in search of spiritual enlightenment, hoping to be cured of depression in one of the Ayurveda centers. Their treatment tour was scheduled for 6 weeks and included yoga classes, meditation, therapeutic herbal drinks, and nutritional and massage recommendations. The sisters were treated together at an Ayurvedic clinic at Kovalam in Kerala and have already completed their course. On the morning of March 14th, refused to go to yoga class with her sister, explaining that she had a headache. When Isla returned to her room, Liga was not there. With the help of the hotel staff, Liga was able to find out that her sister left the hotel around 30 a.m., wearing leggings and a yoga t-shirt, hired an auto rickshaw, and went to Kovalam Beach for a walk. The beaches around Kovalam are popular destinations for both domestic and international travelers. The sandy beaches of Kovalam are always crowded. However, Liga could not be found there. Liga wandered the beach until late at night, showing her sister's picture, but never heard the long-awaited response that someone had seen her. This was actually strange, as Liga was a tall white girl who definitely stood out, and if she was actually on the beach, someone should have seen her. After searching unsuccessfully, Isla went to the police station to report her sister missing. However, the Indian police officers did not show any sympathy for the missing foreign tourist. On the contrary, they complacently asserted that they would surely find the girl who had strayed, or that she would surely return the next day. They were not even deterred by the fact that Liga, according to her sister, had psychological problems and could be an easy target for criminals. The police registered a case, but the investigation started coldly, or rather, it is more correct to say, did not start at all. Liga had traveled extensively in Kerala, visiting Kollam, Verkala, and finally came to Kovalam. She considered herself a very experienced traveler in India, and this time, she took her sister with her to show her the India she loved so much. But the trip turned tragic. After a few days of inaction by the Indian police, Liga started searching on her own. She enlisted the help of friends and also reported Liga missing to her husband, Andrew, who flew urgently to India. The police investigation intensified after the missing person's husband, Andrew Jordan, and Liga contacted the local press and started an online campaign to find her. Liga also reached out via Twitter to India's Foreign Minister, Sushma Swaraj. Please help. My sister, a Latvian citizen, has been missing for 8 days. We are very worried, she wrote. The desperate sister announced a reward of 100,000 rupees to anyone who could help find Liga or provide any information about her movements that day. Liga and her friend Alexa, who had also traveled to India after hearing about Liga's disappearance, put up posters in the Kovalam beach area where Liga was last seen. Together, they put up flyers and distributed them to people. Numerous locals took an active part in the search for the missing tourist. The important fact remained that Liga suffered from depression and had a hard time interacting with strangers. On the day of her disappearance, she hired an auto rickshaw to reach the beach and was never seen again. She had about 8,000 rupees with her, but no passport, so she could not leave the country. Ashok Kumar, head of the local police station, said that the police had no leads in the case. The police kept saying that the tourist had gone on a bender or eloped and would soon return on her own. However, regular, persistent requests for help from Liga and Andrew forced the police to search for Liga. The search operation was conducted in the Kovalam beach area, where Liga Scani was last seen. Police assumed that she had drowned, just as the unidentified body of a woman was found washed ashore at Kakal, in Kanyakumari district. Investigators examined the body along with the missing woman's sister, but the latter did not identify it as her sister. The version of drowning was not confirmed, and the search for Lager continued. Andrew, on the other hand, was convinced that his wife had been kidnapped by local gangs for the purpose of selling her. He tried to infiltrate these gangs to get more information, but was exposed and warned that repeated contact with the gangs would result in him having to leave the country. A month after Liga went missing, there were still no leads to help find the girl. Liga continued to look for her sister. She visited Kovalam beach every day and watched people. On one such day, she spotted a boat, and she had a theory. The only way to leave the beach unnoticed was by boat. On April 17, 2018, after a forced hiatus, Andrew returned to India to continue his search. Liga and Andrew entered a new struggle to find Liga Skramina, but her body was still not found. The search was complicated by the fact that Liga was a tourist and a citizen of another country. The Latvian Foreign Ministry said the embassy was in constant contact with Liga's relatives and was also working closely with the Indian police. The Latvian embassy also appealed to the Indian Foreign Ministry with a request for special support in the search for Liga, as well as the Honorary Consul of Latvia in India, whose consular district includes the region where Liga disappeared. At the request of the Kerala state government, the Indian Navy and Air Force joined the search for the missing Latvian citizen. The search operation involved NN-32 transport plane, Gemini inflatable boats, underwater sonar, and 5 deep-sea divers. But even this extensive effort did not bring the desired result, and Liga remained missing. The search continued, and by this time, all local residents knew about the missing tourist from Latvia. They supported and sympathized with Andrew and Liger. On April 20th, 2018, Phone received the longest-awaited yet most horrific call of her life. A body had been found in the mangrove jungle. She and Andrew drove to the designated spot where the police were waiting for them. For the boat crossing, Liga's heart was pounding like never before. She felt that for the moment, she would have to swim the path that Liga had traveled to her demise. On the spot, horror overwhelmed her. Liger saw her sister's clothes. She recognized the shirt and leggings on the body, but the jacket and shoes did not belong to Liger. It remained unclear how, with whom, and why Liga had gotten to a place that could only be accessed by going through Panader from Samudra Beach. 2 women confirmed that they had witnessed Liga traveling alone into the mangrove forest. But why would a girl who was being treated for depression and already alone take a boat to a remote place in the forest? The body was shifted to the Medical College Hospital, where it underwent an autopsy which was captured on video camera. The police said they could not confirm the identity of the body until DNA analysis was completed. According to the city police commissioner, the body was badly mutilated, with the head lying nearby. Police tentatively identified the dead woman as missing tourist Liga Skramina. In favor of the investigators' conclusions is also the fact that Liga's relatives identified the victim by her hair and clothes. One of the versions put forward by rescue services in India was poisoning. There are poisonous pong-pong trees in the mangrove forest, and she could have accidentally or intentionally eaten their fruit and poisoned herself. Between 1989 and 1999, more than 500 people died from poisoning by its fruits in Kerala alone. However, this theory seemed nonsensical because the person was found hanging upside down, but there was no head. It is obvious that if Liga had been poisoned, her body would have been in a completely different position, and the head would have been in place. The Indian authorities were talking utter nonsense. Based on the information about Liga's complex psychological problems, the investigators also considered the possibility that Liga had voluntarily taken her own life. Liga feared that the police would try to pass off her sister's murder as a voluntary departure from life. Although a rope had been found at the scene, and it could be concluded that the hiker had hanged herself, Liga demanded a separate explanation for the missing head. "Don't tell me it's lost," Liga said sarcastically in yet another appeal on the internet. Breathlessly, Liga and the anxious public waited for the results of the forensic tests. The forensic results were overwhelming. The report stated that there were areas of blood pooling in part of Liga Skramina's brain, as well as bruising in the neck area. The autopsy revealed that the woman had been strangled by several people and was killed in an attempted violent attack. There were external injuries on the body, probably sustained during the struggle. However, the fact of violence could not be definitively confirmed, as the body was in the decomposition stage. There were characteristic injuries on the cartilage in her throat, which indicated that someone had forcefully squeezed her throat. The trauma was severe enough to be fatal, according to forensic experts. There were blood clots in her brain, which confirmed strangulation. They also noted that there were bruises on her neck and legs. A total of 9 wounds were recorded on Liga Skramina's body. In view of the above, the police no longer considered the version of voluntary death. According to the autopsy, it was determined that Liga was murdered after resisting or struggling. Ilse breathed a sigh of relief and hoped that the police would soon find her sister's killers. But there were complications as well. As part of the investigation, the police began checking out local drug dealers and card players. In addition, during interviews with local residents, 2 women said that they saw Liga walking alone to the place where her body was later found. But the police said they did not fully trust their words. Meanwhile, Liga's relatives have accused Indian police of incompetence, claiming that if the girl had been searched for immediately, the tragedy could have been avoided. The 33-year-old Latvian tourist is believed to have been grabbed from a nearby beach and transported by boat before being strangled. A special team of investigators has begun looking for those responsible for the crime. About 40 suspects were interviewed. However, arrests were planned to be made a few days later, after the law enforcers had enough evidence. The Indian police conducted an investigation that led to the arrest of 2 men, who were eventually accused of killing Legos Grimine. Police revealed that Ligas Griman was lured by 2 men, who then abused her before dismembering her body. The alleged assailants, who are now in custody, are local dealers in illegal substances. The suspects fully confessed under torture. Both the accused were pimps and were also dealing in illegal substances, police said. The autopsy did not reveal much evidence, because Luger's body was badly decomposed. Andrew Jordan filed a petition in Superior Court for a review of the felony murder case. He believed that more people were involved in the woman's murder. In the petition, he pointed out that both defendants later recanted their pleas of guilty to the crime. According to Jordan, the men may have confessed because they were tortured, which, as it turns out, is a common practice in India. However, the Supreme Court of India denied the murdered woman's common-law husband, Andrew Jordan, a review of the case due to lack of direct evidence. The trial was postponed for 2 months, but Andrew was outraged by this attitude of the authorities. He had earlier accused the Kerala authorities and police of incompetence and attempts to cover up Liga's murder so as not to scare away tourists. Both the suspects' lawyers asked for and got a postponement by law. They have the right to postpone the case once without giving any reason. The more they postponed, the more he was convinced the case was unclean. However, both suspects were in custody. Investigation revealed that 32-year-old Umesh and 28-year-old Ajakumar offered Liga Scanne weed, and when she was drugged, they used it and then strangled and decapitated her. It is noted that the 2 men apprehended for the murder of Liga Scram had previously committed similar crimes on numerous occasions. Both of them worked for a food delivery company in the Kerala capital and earned money as illegal tour guides in their spare time. Umesh and Ujjan have been charged with destruction of evidence, murder, poisoning, kidnapping, and rape. The place where Liga's corpse was found had earlier served as a pleasure ground for Umesh. He used to take men there. 13 criminal cases have been filed against him, including 6 for sexual assault and 1 for attempted murder. Several of Umesh's victims have testified against him. Ligasran, along with both men, were seen in the area by several people. They were initially silent but confessed to everything after the body was found. The detainees confessed to police that they committed the murder while attempting violence. They were apprehended, but had previously claimed that they had only seen Ligasran in Kovalam. The men pleaded guilty after repeated interrogations. On December 6, 2022, the court finally sentenced both men to life in prison. The court also recognized that the criminals must pay compensation to Lagaskin's sister, Ilsa, 65,000 rupees each. We would like to note that there has been a whole series of such crimes in this country recently. Young girls are regularly subjected to violence. The problem of crime in India is very acute. Due to the huge number of sexual acts against minors, the government has introduced the death penalty. It is also worth noting that if the relatives, and primarily Liga's sister, had not been persistent, had they not involved the press by organizing a press conference and an influential MP, it is obvious that the local police would hardly have seriously investigated the case. At first, a theory was put forward that Liga had allegedly passed away voluntarily. And as it now turns out, This is not the first incident in this very place where Liga was found. After this story, I would like to warn once again all women who are frivolous about the dangers of traveling alone in India. Do not seek spiritual enlightenment in distant, dangerous, and uncharted countries. The story of Penny McAllister begins with her upbringing in Germany as the eldest daughter of Desmond, a teacher and soldier. Surrounded by the arts, music, theater, and school drama, Penny grew into a bright and charming young woman. At 16, she met Duncan McAllister in the mess bar of a military office in Germany. Born in 1961, Duncan had attended boarding school in the UK and, following in his father's footsteps, joined the army, specializing in signals. Before being posted to Germany, Duncan had been engaged to a woman in the UK, but the relationship ended prior to his deployment. Upon meeting Penny, he was immediately struck by her beauty. Though initially awkward and even rude, he soon grew to adore her. After mustering the courage to visit her, their relationship blossomed, and they became inseparable, spending every possible moment together. In 1983, when Duncan was reassigned to the UK, he proposed to Penny before leaving. They married the following year, when Penny was 18 and Duncan was 23. The newlyweds moved to Wiltshire, where Duncan enrolled at the Royal Military College while Penny continued her studies. Their early years of marriage were filled with happiness, adventure, and travel, fueled by a shared love for diving, which they had picked up during a vacation. However, their lives took a dramatic turn when Duncan was posted to Northern Ireland during the height of the Troubles. Unlike most British Army wives, who remained in the UK due to the dangerous conditions, Penny chose to accompany him. The couple settled in County Armagh, the smallest county in Northern Ireland, known for Loch Ness, the largest freshwater lake in the UK and Ireland. In February 1990, Duncan and Penny decided to establish an army diving club to expand their social circle. Duncan, the more experienced diver, took on the role of instructor, while Penny managed the administrative side. Among the members who joined the club was Susan Christie, a young, petite soldier from the Ulster Defence Regiment, UDR. Susan, the daughter of a non-commissioned officer in the UDR, was known to have her father wrapped around her finger. Ambitious and determined, she had joined the UDR just before her 20th birthday, eager to follow in her father's footsteps. She was initially part-time but excelled as she was a perfectionist, which suited army life. She was an attention seeker who flirted skillfully to captivate men, but never went too far. Yet, she'd pout and act like a brat if denied that spotlight. This behavior only intensified when she joined the diving team. Susan flirted with Duncan, a married man, and they began a physical affair. Though Duncan claimed it was just a fling and he loved his wife Penny, their relationship escalated with Duncan taking Susan's virginity and their meeting for sex in secret. Penny suspected Susan and Duncan's behavior, though she lacked proof. Trusting her intuition, she watched them closely, hoping the situation would resolve itself. However, Penny's optimism would prove misguided, but Susan's behavior around Duncan, particularly in the diving circle, became unpredictable. Susan was jealous of Penny as she treated her horribly. She was rude and would ignore Penny even if she was to even just say hello. It wasn't enough for Susan to have Duncan in the palm of her hand. She would also try and make Duncan jealous if they all went to the pub after a dive and she wasn't sitting next to him. She would flirt with the other soldiers around them. Duncan would describe it as leading them on, and if any of them tried for a kiss or anything more, Susan would run back to him crying, saying she was being harassed. Susan, rightly so, began to get a reputation for throwing accusations around. She also began to fake illness when she wasn't getting the attention she wanted and was treated in hospital a few times when there was nothing wrong with her. In September 1990, a serious incident occurred. Duncan and Susan dived with the club near the wrecked SS Triple, which had sunk in 1917 off County Antrim after hitting a mine. It was a deeper dive than usual. The wreck lay 30 meters down. Duncan, the cautious leader, had all stopped mid-ascent for 2 minutes to avoid decompression sickness. When they surfaced, he warned that anyone feeling unwell should contact him or a supervisor. Everyone, including Susan, said they were fine. The next morning, Duncan received a call that Susan was, to no one's surprise, unwell. She had joint pains, a symptom of the bends, so Duncan took her to a specialist. Though she could walk to the car and into the clinic, when left in the waiting room, she dramatically collapsed and needed a nurse's attention. The doctor confirmed her symptoms matched surfacing too quickly, but found it curious that Duncan, her diving partner, showed no signs. Despite 2 compression chamber runs, Susan continued feeling unwell concerning the doctor. The week before, during a training course, and perhaps the pain she was experiencing was from that. Both the doctor and Duncan were furious that their time and energy had been wasted on what was probably a false alarm. But they weren't the only ones. Once pissed off, Penny had been left at home for hours while her husband was attending to the woman she suspected he was having an affair with. Penny was so fed up that she actually called her mother. She didn't tell her mother in so many words what was going on, but her mother would understand how hard it was to live on an army base as she had done it with her own husband, and she would be clever enough to read between the lines. Next to a woman's intuition, a mother's intuition is like having a superpower. This was the only second time Penny had opened up about her worries. Last summer, she went to Germany to see a friend and told them about her concerns over Duncan and Susan. She also confided the loss of her pregnancy, but kept it from Duncan due to their relationship troubles. That weekend, Duncan had Susan over while Penny visited her friend in Germany, their first time being together overnight. Susan soon professed her love for Duncan, but he refused to return the sentiment. He brushed her off, confessing he felt unable to express his love due to his loyalty to his wife. He had no issue betraying his wife by getting intimate with Susan, but drawing the line at declaring his love, as that would be too much of a betrayal. The diving club arranged a trip to Ascension Island in October 1990, and at first, there was a problem with Penny's flight, which elated Susan. But then, Duncan intervened, getting Penny on a flight. This infuriated Susan, who was very hostile towards Penny, who was just trying to ensure a smooth trip. Penny organized the equipment and cooked for everyone. But Susan, in one of her moods, refused to eat Penny's food or help her. Duncan soon realized that Susan wasn't just in love with him, but obsessed. He was stuck dividing his time between the 2 women. Even though he was a knight with Susan, he still managed to slip away with her a few times throughout the trip. Duncan pulled Susan on her behavior towards Penny. And while he was concerned for Penny over Susan's behavior, he was even more concerned when they actually seemed to be getting on. They would sit together, have long conversations, and get on towards the end of the trip. After the trip, Duncan decided he would have to end the affair with Susan. It was clear by this stage that Susan was dangerous, and if she got close to Penny, she could tell her of the affair and his marriage would be over, and it also put a risk to his career. Duncan told Susan the affair was over, but she was having none of it. She cried and then totally ignored the fact that it was over. On the 2nd of 1990, Susan told Duncan she thought she was pregnant. Upset, he panicked, couldn't understand how this happened. Susan said she was sick on their Ascension Island trip, but didn't say anything, not wanting to be stopped from diving. When discussing options, Duncan made his views clear, but said it was Susan's decision, and he'd support her. The first option was termination. She could have the baby, but he'd be uninvolved financially, or she could have the baby. Name him as the father, but he'd lose his job. Termination was the only option for Susan. She didn't want to raise the baby alone, and she wanted to keep her career. On a while later, Susan told Duncan she was pregnant, but the doctor said it'd be best to wait before arranging an abortion. Abortion was illegal up to 2020, so she'd have had to travel. A month later, Susan announced she'd lost the baby. Convenient, as she never went to the hospital or took time off work. Duncan stayed in touch that week after Susan lost the baby, trying to console her over the loss. However, Susan later contacted Duncan after meeting up with Penny for lunch. She was very angry with Duncan because she had told Penny about the miscarriage and claimed that she too had lost a baby, fully aware of what Susan was going through. Susan was furious and called Duncan to find out why he had not told her this himself. Of course, he could not have, as Penny had not informed him, and he had not even known she was pregnant. He was devastated that Penny had not confided in him, and he also realized that he could not ask Penny about it. Susan had to go to the UK for a work course in 1991. This helped end her affair with Duncan, as he was also posted to Germany. But they still continued seeing each other, much to Penny's annoyance, until Susan made a scene trying to get Duncan to go out with her. The weekend before Susan was to go to the UK, Penny went to Dublin with some army wives. Duncan and Susan would spend that same weekend together, and it would be the last time they would have together. So they made the most of it. They went diving together, went for walks, and of course had a bit of housework. Susan was upset that things were finally coming to an end, but told Duncan she was happy they'd remain friends. However, people that gullible think they can stay friends after an affair. After the weekend was over and Penny returned home, Duncan was surprised to receive a call from Susan. He thought that their weekend together clearly signaled that they were over. Obviously, Duncan didn't understand the staying friends bit was Susan's way of holding on. She continued to call Duncan at work and even made plans to meet Penny for a walk and lunch before she left for the UK on Tuesday, March 1991. Duncan received a call from Susan. She asked what could have happened if he wasn't married. This was a risky question with a perilous answer that could lead to dire consequences. Duncan said it was pointless to consider as things are as they are. He noted they'd face other challenges as she's a soldier and he's an officer, and their relationship was prohibited in the army even if she was commissioned, as she was stationed in Northern Ireland while he couldn't be there long term. Susan agreed and was upset by the truths he shared before ending the call. The following day, Wednesday, March, Penny dropped Duncan to work and headed into town as she had to drop some stuff off at the army-run shop, and then later go to meet Susan for their walk with the dogs and lunch out. This morning will be the last time Duncan would see his beautiful wife alive. Penny also had to prepare for a visit from her parents and was busy at home getting things ready. Penny told Duncan she was not looking forward to her lunch days with Susan as she had rescheduled twice already, and she was really too busy that day to meet with her. But she decided to go anyway. Later that morning, Duncan received a call from Susan asking if he knew where Penny was. She tried ringing the house, but no one answered. She couldn't remember if they were supposed to meet at 11 a.m. or 11:30 a.m. Duncan, exasperated by the call, told Susan to go to the meeting place at 11 and wait there for Penny, then ended the call. Duncan headed out of the office that afternoon, known for a fitness test which was a 3-mile run. As he returned to the office, he met with his commanding officer, who was not looking too pleased. Duncan thought he was coming to tell him that he was not going to be going to Germany, but instead, he had graver news. He sat Duncan down and told him that Penny was dead. At first, Duncan could not take in the information. His commanding officer continued to tell him about the circumstances of Penny's death. It became more real. Penny was out for a walk in John Carr Forest and collapsed with her dogs and was attacked. He was told that there was another woman with her, and she was injured and brought to the hospital. Duncan knew straight away who this woman was, but that didn't concern him straight away. He knew Penny's parents were to arrive in a few hours, and he would have to break this devastating news to them, and also had the ordeal of telling his own parents. The police secured the area where Penny's body was found, and they took witness statements from a family who had been having a picnic nearby. When Susan emerged from the forest, crying, screaming, and bloodied, she was unable to stand properly, and her hands were covered in blood. Her clothes were ripped, and she had scratches on her face and a stab wound to her torso. The woman of the family went to help Susan, and her husband went to call the police. Susan, meanwhile, begged for someone to find Penny. After she explained that they were both attacked by a man and she had managed to escape, but that Penny was still in the forest, the police arrived and went into the forest. A local doctor treated Susan for her injuries. They followed the trail and soon found Penny lying on the forest floor covered in blood, and her throat had been cut. This is where she bled out and died. Susan was brought to the hospital and treated for her scratches and stab wound, then sent home. That night, Duncan rang her to see how she was and to ask her what happened. All she kept saying was sorry, and that she tried to help but couldn't. He agreed to go see her after seeing Penny. Susan offered to go with him and was very insistent, but Duncan said it was something he had to do on his own. The following day, he visited Susan at her home, and she again tearfully kept apologizing to him for not saving Penny. Duncan, as usual, believed since crocodile tears and told her it wasn't her fault. Susan told him what happened. Penny and Susan met up as planned. They went for a walk in the forest on a lovely day. Susan stopped to tie her shoelaces, while Penny went ahead with the dogs. Penny's dog started barking furiously, and Susan saw a man standing over Penny on the ground. Penny was bleeding and the man had a knife. The man then attacked Susan, pulling her, knocking her down and trying to take her clothes. Susan kneed him and then went to Penny's aid. Susan couldn't stop Penny's bleeding, and the man had fled the scene, so she ran to the car park. The attacker was of average height, had brown hair, blue eyes, and was wearing a green jacket, blue jeans, and white sneakers. The police visited Susan's house and requested her to go to the forest where she and Penny were attacked. The police suspected Susan was withholding information, and they were right. Susan and Duncan did not disclose their affair to the police, as they agreed it was irrelevant to Penny's case. They agreed to keep quiet about the affair if the police found out. The police questioned Susan extensively at the station throughout the day. She complained that the officer was not courteous, but Duncan said, "That's how they gather evidence." Susan felt she was mistreated and that the police were against her. She told Duncan they would speak to a friend who knew about their affair, which worried him. Duncan tells Susan that the police are searching for a white car and a description of the perpetrator. This is a relief for Susan since she is not the only one who saw the man she described. Overnight, Duncan thought he should approach the police and tell them about the affair. He also felt it would save time, and they would focus solely on finding who killed Penny. Duncan wasted no time in contacting the police, providing them with a comprehensive account. The authorities had little need for further questioning, merely inquiring about his familiarity with Dromkra Forest and Susan's recent visit. Duncan denied knowledge of the former, but acknowledged the latter, requesting discretion regarding the Army's involvement, which the police stated was not feasible. He was instructed to return to Northern Ireland following Penny's funeral in England. When he arrived in England, his father picked him up at the airport, and he told him about the affair on the eve of Penny's funeral. He knew that Susan had been arrested for Penny's murder. Now he had to tell Penny's family about the affair. He called Penny's parents and told them everything. They were kind during the funeral the next day, even letting Duncan sit next to them. There are better people out there than some, and I see that with the families of victims, especially the parents. Meanwhile, Susan was being questioned, and she had stuck to her story throughout. The police told her that Duncan had confessed to their affair, and Susan began to deflect and change her story. Suddenly, she had memory loss and could no longer remember what happened that day in the forest. The police were watching Susan's behavior throughout and noticed that she seemed to like the attention she was getting during the interviews. She ate everything that was put in front of her. She tried to befriend the female officer that was assigned to the case. This was not the typical behavior of someone who had witnessed the brutal murder of their friend and then implicated in us. When questioned, Duncan was asked about his relationship with Susan and whether he and Penny had an open marriage. Police also asked if Penny didn't help Susan in an accident during a dive, and if Duncan forced Susan to terminate a pregnancy. Susan claimed that Penny had provoked her that day, causing her distress and a blackout, after which Penny was found dead. Police believed that Susan was withholding the full truth, possibly to cover for Duncan. They also questioned why Duncan had conspired with Susan to cover up the affair unless he had something to do with. Why had he spent 2 days with this supposed ex-lover following the news of his wife's death? Duncan flatly denied everything, and his statement was prepared, and he was released. Susan was kept in custody where she quickly adjusted to prison life. Her father visited her and so did friends, but she never admitted to anyone what she did on June 1, 1992. Susan appeared at Downpatrick Court and pleaded not guilty to murder, but guilty to manslaughter. The Crown's opening statement was damning. They said Susan had lured her lover's wife to a secluded spot and then brutally murdered her. It was a case of premeditated murder. Then she tried to cover up the murder by inventing an attacker and injuring herself. Forensic scientist Joseph Corr testified he visited the crime scene, believed Penny was attacked from behind, grabbed by coat and hair on left side with one earring pulled off. Penny's neck was slashed, causing immediate unconsciousness. Police found a recently sharpened boning knife 260 yards away, which Core believed was the murder weapon. Susan's blue jacket had Penny's blood type, but not Susan's. The doctor that attended Susan at the scene that day was next to take the stand. He described Susan curled up on the floor of the car park near the forest. He patched up the small wound on her leg and the scratches across her stomach. Her underwear was slightly ripped and blood-stained, and when Silverton removed her gloves that she was wearing on the rather mild day, which didn't warrant the need for gloves, her hands were covered in blood. But there were no injuries when he did a follow-up on Susan a few days later. He summarized that her injuries were self-inflicted. The state pathologist then took to the stand, and he described the horrific injuries to Penny and agreed with the forensic scientist that Penny would have lost consciousness straight away and would have been dead within a few minutes. As the horrific injuries were being described, Susan could be heard sobbing. A doctor was called, and it was determined that Susan was not medically fit to continue the trial. When the trial resumed, Duncan took the witness stand and had to recount all the details of his affair with Susan. The defense exploited Duncan's demeanor, accusing him of being cold and indifferent towards Susan and ignoring the emotional toll the affair had on her in order to continue it to satisfy his own needs. He acted callously, telling her he loved her, but in a different way than he loved his wife. As Duncan was being cross-examined by the defense, Susan sat there weeping. Next time, Susan for 3 days. She talked about her relationship with Duncan, hoping that he would leave his wife for her, though that wasn't her initial intention. She admitted that she liked being the center of attention, but denied faking illness or injury to maintain that role. She also denied lying about her pregnancy and miscarriage, and that Duncan had told her she was right to want to have an abortion. Susan grew close to Penny on Ascension Island as fellow divers. Susan admitted to being jealous of Penny, who sometimes felt the same. Penny confronted Duncan about their affair, but never mentioned it to Susan. I doubt this. If Penny hadn't told Duncan about her miscarriage, she didn't confront him about the affair. Penny was classy and knew Duncan would never leave her for someone like Susan. On the day of the murder, Susan claimed she felt unwell and tried canceling the meet with Penny, who had already left. They met, drove to the forest, and Susan couldn't recall the attack, claiming memory loss. She denied buying and sharpening the knife, but later admitted lying to the police, realizing she must have been the attacker. A psychiatrist assessed Susan, concluding she had depression and stress reaction at the time. Another psychiatrist found her reaction normal with only mild depression, not a mental illness, and that she fabricated memory loss. The trial took a break for the weekend, and when it resumed the following Monday, Law Justice Kelly provided his instructions and summary to the jury. He asked them, is it more likely than not that Susan Christie was suffering from mental abnormalities when she planned, premeditated, and executed her plan to kill Penny? That is the sole focus of this case. After 4 hours of deliberation and being informed that a majority verdict would be accepted, the 8 men and 4 women of the jury reached their verdict. She was found guilty of manslaughter and cleared of the murder of Penny. Before pronouncing sentence, Law Justice Kelly explained to the court the factors that would influence his decision. He acknowledged the gravity of the offense and the devastating impact of Penny's death on her loved ones. However, he also had to consider the personal circumstances that drove Susan to commit the crime. He pointed out that Susan was a young woman with no prior criminal history and no experience of physical relationships. The judge stressed that her affair with Duncan had triggered the events that led to Penny's death, and he was confident that Susan was unlikely to repeat such a heinous act. In the end, the judge sentenced Susan to a mere 5 years in prison for the heinous crime of slitting Penny's throat. It's shocking that such a lenient sentence was handed down. Upon hearing the verdict, Penny's mother was overcome with grief, crying out and shaking with emotion. In contrast, Susan showed no immediate reaction to the news. The public was outraged by the leniency of the sentence, and rightly so. Regardless of the circumstances that led Susan to kill Penny, it's clear that Penny was the true victim. The judge's consideration of Susan's age was irrelevant in this case. After all, Penny was only 24 years old when her life was brutally cut short. Where was the judge's consideration for her youth? This injustice is infuriating. The Attorney General's office referred the case to the Court of Appeal to review Susan's sentence. In 1994, a 3-judge panel examined the case and ruled that Susan didn't have depression as she was never treated for it and didn't miss work. They found she planned the killing and tried to cover it up. Her sentence was increased to 9 years. Susan was released from prison in October 1995 after serving just short of 5 years, including time served on remand. While preparing for release, she worked outside the prison. One of her colleagues described her as a man-hungry schemer, and a businessman that had worked with her since she fully left prison described her as the most manipulative person you were ever likely to meet. I wouldn't trust her as far as I could throw her. Duncan never visited her in prison, and she was dishonorably discharged from the army. It is said that she changed her name and disappeared. On the evening of March 14, 2003, at the Hobbit pub in Southampton, England, the atmosphere was relaxed as patrons enjoyed their time. Among them were a young woman named Hannah Foster and her friend, both having a pleasant evening. As the night progressed and the clock neared 10:50 p.m., the two friends decided to leave the pub. Since it was late, Hannah's friend took a bus from Portswood Road and headed home. Meanwhile, Hannah chose to walk, as her house was only about 800 meters away, roughly half a mile. Hannah lived with her father, Trevor Foster, her mother, Hilary Foster, and her younger sister, Sarah. The Foster family were early sleepers and risers, so they typically went to bed early. That night, they assumed Hannah would return home, have something to eat, and go to bed on her own. However, when Hilary woke up at 5 a.m. the next morning, she was alarmed to find that Hannah was nowhere in the house. Normally, Hannah's walk home would take no more than 30 minutes, but by then, several hours had passed. Concerned, Hilary tried calling her daughter, but Hannah wasn't answering her phone. Soon, Trevor and Sarah also became aware of Hannah's absence. In response, Trevor contacted the friend who had accompanied Hannah to the Hobbit pub the previous night. The friend recounted the same story. They had left the pub together, and Hannah had decided to walk home alone. After this, Hannah's family also tries to find her themselves. But by now, it was already 10:30 in the morning, so Hannah's father starts to worry a lot about his daughter. Because of this, he goes to the Southampton police station and files a missing complaint for him. Now the police start investigating the missing person case from their side and first trace her phone. Well, the good thing was that Hannah's phone was active, and the police traced the phone through the mobile towers. Naturally, the location of Hannah's phone was showing approximately 20 to 25 miles away from her home. Now the police reached there within an hour. Where the police found Hannah's phone was the city's recycling center, and along with the phone, they also found Hannah's bag there, but Hannah was not found. On March 15th, Hannah is also extensively searched for, but her whereabouts are not found. As they continue the search, March 16th arrives and Southampton police receive a call from an anonymous man from the outskirts of the city. He informs them that he has just seen a girl's body in the bushes. A police team is dispatched to the location provided by the man. Since the previous day, the police have been searching for Hannah Foster, and they also had her picture. Therefore, the police first compare Hannah's picture with the discovered dead body, and they believe it to be Hannah Foster's. Subsequently, Hannah's family is also summoned, and upon seeing a member of their family in this condition, they become quite emotional. Nonetheless, the body is then sent for post-mortem. The police have to wait for several hours for it. However, when the post-mortem report arrives, it states that Hamill was first ripped and then murdered by strangulation. However, some traces of the killer's semen were found on Hannah's clothes, and this made the police believe that the case would be solved soon because DNA would be extracted from the semen and matched with the database to find the killer. But the police's imagination proved wrong when the DNA sample of the killer was not found in their database. Anyway, here the police, losing hope, check Hannah's call details, which leads the investigators to take another step towards solving this case. Actually, Hannah had last called the emergency number 999 from her phone, and the operator had answered the call. The call lasted for 50 seconds. After that, The police reached the operator and collect Hannah's call recording from there. In addition, the operator said, "I kept saying this is emergency helpline. What's an emergency?" for 50 seconds, but there was no response from the other end. When investigators enhanced the recording of Hannah's call, they realized that she is sitting in a moving vehicle. Additionally, there is another faint voice with a South Asian accent. The man asks Hannah questions while she sits quietly, appearing scared and intimidated. After obtaining the call recording, the investigating team accelerates progress in Hannah Foster's murder case. Now the police also check all the CCTV cameras in the area where Hannah's friend last bid her farewell and caught a bus. After scrutinizing several CCTV footages from that road, the police eventually narrow down to 7 suspect vehicles. On the other hand, Hannah's parents are eager to see their daughter's killer brought to justice swiftly. They now also discuss these 7 vehicles in public. In the meantime, on March 26th, Hannah's parents talked to people through a local crime TV show called Crime Watch about those cars. As a result, it emerged that one of the 7 suspect vehicles shown on TV was a van belonging to their company, Hazelwood Foods. The supervisor, James Dennis, called in and said that the driver of this van does not have his own vehicle, so he also uses this van to come and go from his home. Furthermore, that night, the driver had gone to deliver on this road. The time and location of the van were exactly where Hannah had started to walk home alone. After that, the police get a good lead for the first time in this case. But the man driving the van was named Maninder Pal Singh Kohli. Upon speaking to the company supervisor, it was found that on the morning of March 15th, Maninder Pal came to work, but there were some marks on his face, whereas there were no marks on his face the previous day, that is on the 14th. Additionally, on March 15th, Maninder only worked half a day and then took half a day off citing a back pain reason. However, it was only later discovered by the police that Maninder hadn't returned to work since that day. Now hearing the whole story, investigating officers along with forensic experts arrived at Hazelwood Company. Subsequently, the van driven by Maninder was thoroughly examined by forensic experts, and some traces of semen and blood were found in his vehicle as well. With all this evidence, such as Maninder Pal's disappearance, finding semen and blood in his van, they were pointing fingers directly at him for Hannah's murder. However, apart from this, the police once again scrutinized Maninder Pal's van through CCTV cameras, and it becomes clear from the CCTV footage that Maninder Pal had taken his van to the recycling center on the night of March 14th, and where Hannah's body was found, his van had also passed through that road. Maninder Pal had now become the prime suspect for the police. Therefore, the police now embark on the search for Maninder Pal, and first they go to his home address obtained from the sandwich company where he used to work. There, Maninder Pal's wife and 2 children used to live, and his wife was a citizen of the UK. But upon reaching there, the police learn something that completely changes the course of the case. In fact, Maninder's wife reveals that he had actually left for India on March 18th, because Maninder's mother was very ill. After learning this, it was imperative for the Southampton police to apprehend Maninder Pal in the Hannah Foster murder case, but it was equally challenging. And then amidst all this, when a blood sample is taken from one of Maninder Pal's sons and the DNA is extracted from it, it matches the DNA found on Hannah's clothes and inside Maninder Pal's van. Now, because the son inherits about half of his father's genes, therefore, the DNA of both the father and son is approximately 99.99% identical. It had already been confirmed that Maninder Pal was indeed the real culprit. After that, the police from England contacts India through the government. Now, since Maninder Pal's ancestral home was in the city of Chandigarh in India, assistance is sought from the police there. Subsequently, the Chandigarh police obtained the address of Maninder's house and reached there. Here, the police find out that Maninder Pal had come to meet his mother a few days ago, but after staying there for 3 to 4 days, he left. Since then, he has not contacted his home. The police also learn another piece of information from that and her pal's family at home, that when he was in England, he used to wear a turban and keep a beard. But when he came to India, he got a clean shave and also got his haircut. Until now, Hannah's parents had also found out about their daughter's killer, and they were also waiting for him to be caught. But now the Chandigarh police was not giving this case much priority. By this time, The news of this case had not even appeared in the Indian media, so normal people didn't know much about it. As time passed slowly, there was not much progress in the investigation. A considerable amount of time had passed, so Hannah's parents took it upon themselves to catch the killer. Then, about 15 months after their daughter's death on July 10, 2004, they come to India. At this time, they were only in India for 10 days. After that, they come straight to Chandigarh and speak to the local media there, appealing to catch their daughter's killer, Maninder Pal. Apart from this, Hannah's parents had separate pictures of Maninder. In one photo, he had a beard and a turban, while in another photo, he had shaved his beard and cut his hair. It was easy to identify Maninder through these pictures. After this, Hannah's parents waited for a few days, but then they decided to go to Delhi because there are national and international media offices. After this step by Hannah's parents, the news of their daughter's murder spread throughout India within 24 hours. The headline of every newspaper and news channel became Hannah Foster and Maninder Powell. Here, Hannah's parents also arranged a free hotline so that anyone who knew about the murderer could call this number. The Southampton police here announced through a news agency called The Sun that they would give 5 million Indian rupees to the person who provides any information about Maninder Pal. By now, this news had spread like wildfire throughout India. Then on July 15, 2004, a car driver residing in the city of Darjeeling in the state of West Bengal, India, called a retired police officer whom he knew. Now this police officer had already retired. The driver called the officer and told him, "There is a man who has been living here for a few months, and his appearance resembles that of Hannah Foster's killer as shown in the news. He started appearing here shortly after Hannah's murder." Upon hearing the driver's words, the retired officer immediately sets out to see this man. The officer remembered Maninder Pal's face because they were following this case through the news channel. Afterwards, when that driver showed the police officer the man, the officer was quite surprised. Then he immediately contacted the local police, and the local police caught Maninder Pal in the bus going from Kalimpong town to Nepal. Here, the police find out that Maninder Pal was planning to flee to Nepal after seeing his news on TV channels and newspapers. Besides, the police also find out that Maninder Pal had changed his name to Mike Davis in West Bengal. In addition to Maninder, there was also a woman on the bus, and then it was revealed that Maninder had remarried after coming to India. Now Maninder was arrested and brought to Delhi, and during the custody of a few days here, Maninder confessed to his crime. Then he told the whole story of how he murdered Hannah that night. The story was something like this. Actually, on the night of March 14, 2003, Maninder was parked on that road drinking in his van where Hannah passed by. But when he saw Hannah, bad thoughts started coming to his mind. Afterwards, he forcibly kidnapped Hannah and placed her in the van. Although there, Hannah requested to be released from Manninger, but Manninger paid no heed to her requests. In the meantime, Hannah also called the emergency helpline number, but due to Manninger's presence, she couldn't say anything. This led the call operator to believe it might be a misdial. Later, Maninder takes Hannah to a deserted area and rapes her. However, after committing the crime, he realizes that if he lets Hannah go alive, she will go to the police and file a complaint. Therefore, Maninder strangles her to death. Then he disposes of Hannah's body where it was found. On March 15th, the next day, Maninder takes half a day off from work under the pretext of a back pain. But he had Hannah's mobile phone and handbag with him, so he dumps them in a recycling bin at the city recycling center. Afterwards, he goes to one of his friends and asks for some money on loan because he had to go to India to meet his sick mother. However, his friend doesn't have as much money as Maninder needed. Then Maninder comes back home and also tells his British wife that his mother is sick in India, and he needs to go there and requires some money. Understanding Maninder's need, his wife talks to her father. And on March 17th, Maninder's father-in-law lends him some money. The very next day, Maninder catches a flight to India. However, the excuse of his mother being sick was just a pretext. In reality, Maninder had come to India to escape from the England police. Upon arriving in India, Maninder goes to Chandigarh, his ancestral home, meets his mother, but here he completely changes his appearance. After changing his appearance, Meninder goes to Darjeeling. And after some time, he changes his name and marries another woman there, where he starts living thereafter. Now, because neither anyone in India knew about Hannah Foster's murder nor about Meninder Pal, Meninder wasn't caught for 15 months. But then when Hannah's parents come to India, only then is Meninder caught. Anyway, after that, Meninder is brought to Delhi. And then on July 28, 2004, giving an interview to a news channel, he confessed his crime on TV. But upon the whole incident, while confessing, Meninder denies and says, "That night I had drunk a lot. I didn't want to kill Hannah, but then Hannah started threatening to complain to the police. Although I threatened her a lot, but she didn't agree, which led me to kill her." However, in August 2004, Meninder Pal changed his statement. He said, "I didn't do all this willingly, but it was done to me forcibly." After this statement, Meninder was placed under judicial custody in Delhi, and then the process of extradition to Britain begins. This process takes about 3 years. But finally, on June 8, 2007, the court granted permission for Meninder Pal to go to England. Once in England, Hampshire police arrest Meninder. Then Meninder's blood sample is taken, and it matches 100% with the DNA found from Hannah's clothes and semen obtained from the van. After that, from December 10, 2007, the trial begins in the Winchester Crown Court. Here, Meninder appeals not guilty to all the charges against him. Meninder said, "That night, some criminals broke the window of the van and threw Hannah's body inside the van. Now, because they was drunk to trap me, those criminals forced me to rip Hannah, and they may even force to kill her." Even in court, Hazelwood Fruits Company supervisor James Dennis testified. But Meninder said, "I borrowed €16,000 from James, and he is also under the misconception that I am having an affair with his wife. That's why James is targeting me." Meninder also said, "Maybe James hired those 3 men to frame me and force me to commit this crime on the night of March 14th. But in the end, when the police investigated Meninder Pal's all statements, it all turned out to be lies. And finally, on November 25, 2008, all the allegations against Meninder Pal were proven. After that, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Now he will be imprisoned without parole for at least 24 years. At the time of sentencing, he was 41 years old, and he will remain in jail until February 1930. Of the 5 million rupees reward offered for catching Meninder Pal, 367,000 rupees were given to the taxi driver who first informed the police about Meninder Pal. With this, the money was divided among 12 other people because besides the taxi driver Jason Lepshire, those people also played an important role in solving this case. However, Jason used that money to buy land and then established a school for disadvantaged children on it named the Hannah Memorial Academy in Foster's memory. Then in February 2006, when Hannah's parents visited Darjeeling and learned about this, they were very pleased. When these people returned to England, Hannah's parents started a registered charity to help Jason along with other people. This now greatly helps Jason Lepshire's school. So friends, this was the complete story of the Hannah Foster murder case. Michael Van Zant, originally from Michigan, spent much of his life traveling the world as a member of the United States Air Force. While stationed at a base in Japan, he met his future wife, and together they had 3 children. Michael served 2 tours in Iraq and was widely regarded as a devoted and loving father by everyone who knew him. After 12 years of active duty, he transitioned to civilian life, taking a job at Edwards Air Force Base in California, where he trained security personnel. Despite amicably ending his marriage, Michael maintained a positive relationship with his ex-wife and remained deeply involved in his children's lives. As he adjusted to life on his own, Michael re-entered the dating scene and worked to build a stable future for his family. In 2016, he was approved for a mortgage to purchase a house, eager to provide a better home for his children than the apartment he had been renting. On March 5, 2016, Michael drove to Hermosa Beach, California, about 2 hours from his home in Lancaster. He had been invited by a coworker to join a group of her friends for a weekend outing to watch a televised mixed martial arts fight. After the match, the group decided to go bar hopping along Hermosa Beach's Pier Plaza. At around 10:15 p.m., while waiting in line outside a bar called American Junkie, Michael mentioned he was going to the liquor store next door to use the restroom. He never rejoined the group. Concerned, his friends tried calling him throughout the night, but their calls went straight to voicemail. Michael's sudden disappearance left his friends and family deeply worried, as it was completely out of character for him. He did not respond to any texts. They continued to bar hop along Pier Plaza before heading back to their hotel. Michael's vehicle was still parked there. It was also still there the following morning. Michael's friends returned home still unsure of where he had gone. Concern for Michael picked up on March 7th when he began to miss obligations. He did not show up for work, and he failed to meet his son for a scheduled oral surgery with a necessary insurance form. When Michael's friend from work found out he never returned from Hermosa Beach, she filed a missing persons report with the local authorities. Friends and family members who went to look for Michael in Hermosa Beach were told that it was too soon to begin an investigation there. While waiting for the police to take Michael's disappearance seriously, those close to him began a grassroots search canvassing the area with flyers and asking for information on Facebook. Pier Plaza has a high concentration of security cameras, and there were hopes that it would help solve the case. After a few false starts in attempting to find Michael in the hours of footage, a timeline of Michael's evening was pieced together. Security footage shows him with a group of friends in line with American Junkie, as well as him leaving to go a group of friends in line with American Junkie, as well as him leaving to go to the liquor store. He is seen on camera going into the store and leaving after about a minute when he was not able to find a restroom there. While he was gone, his friends had decided to move on to a different bar. Michael is seen circling the plaza, apparently looking for his friends and just missing them several times as they bar hopped. He returned to the liquor store later in the evening to purchase a small bottle of whiskey. While he is at the counter, he is seen trying to use his cell phone, but the screen does not light up, seeming to indicate that the phone was not working, possibly because the battery was dead. Michael is last seen on camera at 11:27 p.m., walking in the direction of the beach. Michael loved the water. He enjoyed swimming and water sports. His love of the water seemed to increase when he was drinking with family members, reporting multiple stories of Michael swimming in the ocean at night while intoxicated. This opened up the possibility that Michael had gone for a swim, been pulled out by a strong current, and drowned. However, Michael had left his clothes and personal effects on the beach in his other instances of dangerous night swimming. Nothing belonging to Michael was found by the water after he went missing. Michael's brother, Tyler, made the decision in late 2016 to move from Baltimore to California so that he could be a part of Michael's children's lives. Michael's family's hopes that one day, if Michael is not alive to rejoin his family, they can still discover what happened to him on that night in March. Brenda Jackson was an Army veteran who served a tour in Iraq. Unfortunately, she also faced violence on the home front. In August 2015, her 6 children were removed from her custody after domestic violence incident with her husband, Antonio Jackson. There was such an extensive history of domestic violence in Brenda's marriage that when she failed to press charges against Antonio, the courts viewed their home as unsafe for the children. Brenda's oldest child was sent to live with their father, Brenda's first husband, in Texas, and the remaining 5 children replaced with Brenda's parents. Brenda was allowed supervised visits with the children. The separation from her children spurred Brenda to action. She separated from Antonio and eventually filed for divorce to show that she could provide her kids with a safe environment. In January 2016, she was living on her own in Park Forest, Illinois. Around 9 p.m. on January 3rd, Brenda's father dropped her off at her home on Arcadia Street. At approximately 10:30 that night, Brenda spoke on the phone with her mother. This will be the last known contact with Brenda. Brenda did not show up for work as a food service worker at Rich South High School the following morning. On January 5th, Brenda's mother and estranged husband reported her missing to the police. Inside her home, police found Brenda's purse, identification, and coat. The temperature in the area at that time consistently was barely above freezing, so it is unlikely that Brenda left home willingly without her jacket. 8 days after Brenda went missing, her mother received a phone call stating that she could find Brenda at a forest preserve not far from her home. A search was organized but found no sign of her. There were reports of sightings of Brenda in nearby Chicago shortly after she disappeared, but they were never verified. 3 weeks after Brenda vanished, her children were removed from their grandparents' home and placed in foster homes. The Department of Children and Family Services made this decision after learning that Brenda's parents allowed the children's father, Antonio, to have supervised visits with his children. According to the department, this was a violation of the safety plan set in place for the children, and Brenda's parents did not fully understand the dangers of allowing such visits. According to an unconfirmed account from a family friend, Brenda's family only allowed these visits because they suspected him of playing a role in Brenda's disappearance and hoped that by seeing Antonio regularly they could discover information about Brenda's case. While Brenda's father hopes that his daughter is still alive, her mother believes that she met with foul play. It would be too out of character for her daughter, who loved her children and never walked away from a challenge, to have simply run away and start a new life. She still hopes that she will find closure in Brenda's case so that she can give answers to her grandchildren. Thomas Messick Sr. served in the United States Army as a paratrooper with the 82nd Airborne Division. He married his wife Beverly in 1959 and lived in Brunswick, New York. On November 15, 2015, he embarked on an annual hunting trip with 6 of his friends in the Adirondack Mountains. The group entered the Lake George Wild Forest near Lily Pond Road. Thomas was last seen around 10 a.m. The other hunters with him had planned to stalk deer and lead them back towards Thomas and another hunter so that Thomas would not have to cover a large distance. The group was supposed to meet at a designated location at a designated time that afternoon. Thomas did not make it to the meetup. The hunting party alerted forest rangers, and they searched for Thomas from 4:30 in the afternoon until midnight. They were unsuccessful in finding Thomas or any of his belongings. While this hunting party had made this trip for 55 years, this was the first year they had gone to this particular location to hunt. So Thomas was not as familiar with the area as he was with his own hunting camp where the trip usually took place. Thomas had lost one of his eyes in his early 20s due to an accident, so his vision was limited. He had almost skipped the outing in 2015 because he had just finished recovering from shingles. He also had a history of cardiac problems. This led to an early theory that Thomas had begun having a medical emergency and started walking for help before collapsing somewhere out of view. However, Thomas could not have made it very far in such condition. If this scenario did occur, either he or his body should have been discovered relatively quickly. The immediate area where he was last seen was searched thoroughly, and rangers spent 2 months searching outlying areas. Almost 300 trained searchers combed the area for Thomas a week after he went missing. Aerial searches of the area were also performed. Canine units, the FBI Quick Response Team, the Warren Sheriff's Office, and many other agencies also helped in the search. Despite these extensive and expert efforts, no sign of Thomas was ever discovered anywhere in the woods. His fate remains a mystery. Margaret Haddigan had a fiery spirit. Independent and willful as a child, she surprisingly thrived in grueling but structured environments as an adult. She served as a volunteer firefighter in Warren Township, New Jersey. In February 2001, she left her young daughter with her parents so that she could enlist in the United States Army. She served for 2 years before requiring a medical discharge. Upon returning to New Jersey, Margaret resumed firefighting and through it met Tim McEnroe, who would become her husband and the father of Margaret's 2 youngest daughters. Margaret's intense personality posed challenges in her marriage, however. She and her husband were known to have intense arguments. On October 9, 2006, they got into an argument so severe that police were called to their home for domestic disturbance. By the time they arrived at the home, Margaret had left to go to her parents' home to calm down. She returned home later that night. The following day, October 10th, Margaret called Tim midday to ask him to pick up baby formula with a 5-month-old daughter. He stopped at home around 1:30 p.m. to drop it off and then left to continue working the landscaping job he was at that day. This would be the last time anyone saw Margaret. When Tim returned home at 3 p.m., Margaret was not there. The couple's infant daughter was left at the house alone in her crib. Tim did not report his wife missing until October 12th. Police investigated every imaginable scenario that may result in a person going missing. Frustratingly, all of them have clues that make them possible, and all of them have clues that rule them out in this case. Could Margaret have run off to start a new life? She was known to go off to cool down after getting into confrontations. She had even gone off for several days a few times in her past. The only things that Margaret's husband reported missing from their home were a black duffel bag and a large amount of cash. He has not been consistent in reporting exactly how much cash, but it could have been up to $11,000. Margaret's friends and family argue that this scenario is impossible because of how fiercely protective Margaret was of her children. She had not run away since becoming a mother, and she certainly would not have left her infant daughter alone in her house. While Margaret was dedicated to all of her children, her youngest daughter had been born prematurely and required extra medical care. Margaret would not let her out of her sight for most of her young life, so it is almost inconceivable that she would have left her all alone. The theory that Margaret met with foul play also has holes in it. There was no sign of forced entry or any indication of a struggle inside of her home. Margaret was trained in martial arts and learned self-defense in the army. Her personality was such that she would fight if she were under attack, and her skill set would have given her a good chance at winning. Even if someone did overpower her, things should have been knocked out of place in the fight she would have put up. If she did meet with foul play, it was most likely at the hands of someone she trusted, who she would have willingly led into the house and not had her guard up around. On Thanksgiving Day, roughly 6 weeks after Margaret vanished, police located an army t-shirt a mile away from Margaret's home. Tim identified it as belonging to his wife. Forensic examination of the shirt did not provide any helpful information to the last piece of physical evidence recovered in the case. In February 2011, the Somerset County Prosecutor's Office named Tim McEnroe as a person of interest in his wife's disappearance. This was due to Tim's perceived lack of complete cooperation with authorities and details on his account of the day Margaret went missing changing over time. He has never been charged in relation to the case. Margaret's oldest daughter, Sarah, who turned 21 in 2018, is a member of the United States Marine Corps and, like her mother, has served as a volunteer firefighter. Margaret's father passed away in February 2013. Margaret's mother, Eileen, lights a candle for Margaret every week in the prayer garden at Our Lady of the Mount Catholic Church and holds a prayer service every year on the anniversary of her disappearance. Lonnie Green was a veteran of the United States Navy. In February 2014, he was living in the borough of Bellevue, Pennsylvania, just outside of Pittsburgh. On December 4th of that year, 60-year-old Lonnie was spending the afternoon at the home of his brother, Benny, in the Hill District of Pittsburgh. Lonnie had been watching television when he suddenly stood up and told Benny that he would be back in 20 minutes. Benny did not press him for details as to where he was going. Lonnie left his brother's home but did not return within 20 minutes. He has not been seen since. Lonnie's Social Security, bank account, and cell phone have not been used since he went missing. While he did have previous substance abuse problems, he was sober at the time he went missing. His family says he showed no signs of relapsing. Lonnie's family has been actively Greater Pittsburgh area. Unfortunately, they do not have the financial resources to hire a private investigator or offer a reward to help generate leads in the case. Since Lonnie's finances were not utilized after the last time he was seen, his rent was obviously not paid. His landlord was understanding about the situation, but in February, Lonnie's family packed up all of his belongings and moved him out of his home. He remains missing, and there are a few leads in the case. The case of Shannon, Christian, and Christopher Newsom, the tragic end of 2 college students. Have you ever heard the saying that hesitation is akin to death? In our story today, this takes on a literal meaning, as the negligent delay by police officers cost the lives of 2 young people. During the subsequent legal proceedings, it was repeatedly stated that the officers followed protocol and waited 24 hours from the time of the missing persons report. However, it was during these critical hours that the couple endured a tragic end under extreme cruelty. The case of Shaman Christian and Christopher Newsom is cited as one of the most notorious and brutal in the history of the United States. It shook the nation twice. First in February 2007 when the crimes occurred, and later in 2011 when the sentences handed down to the gang members were challenged and appealed. This complicated legal battle led to the enactment of two laws. These laws restrict attorneys and defendants from casting the victims in a negative light and abolish the requirement for a jury's unanimous verdict to be approved by a judge. In this harrowing tale, there were 2 innocent victims and 5 merciless criminals, with the motive for the heinous act being a simple robbery. Let's delve into the details of this tragedy, piece together the chronology of those horrific events, understand the role of each participant, and explore whether this tragedy could have been avoided and the young lives saved. Who were Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom? Hugh Christopher Newsom Jr., commonly known as Chris, was born on September 21, 1983 in Knoxville, Tennessee, to Mary and Hugh Newsom in a loving, large family. As the youngest child, he was adored by his family. Chris was athletic in his youth, particularly excelling in baseball during his school years. His coach believed he had a bright future in the sport, but a severe injury and a prolonged recovery process ended his promising athletic career. Nevertheless, Chris was a man of many talents. He was an excellent artist, played guitar, had woodworking skills, and was knowledgeable about cars and motorcycles. Dreaming of becoming a mechanic in his youth, Chris's passion for carpentry eventually took precedence. After high school, he attended the prestigious University of Tennessee, where he was a diligent student and ranked among the top of his class. Shamangale Christian was born on April 29, 1985 in the Cogdokes, Texas, the younger of 2 children to Dina and Gary Christian. She was raised alongside her older brother, Chase, with whom she shared a close and affectionate bond. Notably, Dina had been diagnosed with infertility in her youth, and the birth of her 2 children was considered nothing short of miraculous. In 1997, the Christian family moved to Knoxville, Tennessee, where the children attended local schools, and the parents established a small but profitable family business. Dina conducted individual psychotherapy sessions at home. Shannon, sharing her mother's interest in psychology, was outgoing and kind-hearted. After high school, she pursued a degree in sociology at the University of Tennessee and worked part-time to save for her dream of buying a car. Her parents and brother helped her realize this dream on her 20th birthday, contributing towards the purchase of a silver Toyota 4Runner. It was on the university campus in February 2006 that Christopher and Shannon met through mutual friends. She was just 21, and he was about to turn 23. It was love at first sight, and the couple became inseparable. Within a month, Chris introduced Shannon to his parents, expressing his desire to spend his future with her. Shannon reciprocated by introducing Chris to her family, who warmly welcomed him. In October 2006, a significant family dinner was held, attended by both their parents and siblings. Discussions revolved around the young couple's deep feelings and their plans to marry after graduating from university. Everyone was happy and full of hope for the future, blissfully unaware of the tragedy that would soon befall their families. Vanished on the way to a party. On January 6, 2007, Shannon Christian and Christopher Newsom were invited to a birthday party of a mutual friend. That Saturday, Shannon visited a beauty salon to prepare for the celebration, parking her car in a nearby underground garage where they planned to meet. However, Chris was delayed, leading to a slight argument between them as they were running late for the event. Their friends became increasingly worried when Shannon and Chris did not show up at the party. Known for their responsibility, it was unlike them to miss an event without notifying anyone. Attempts to reach them on their phones were unsuccessful. In desperation, Shannon's best friend repeatedly called her mother late into the night to check if everything was all right, but received no answer. The next morning, Dina, Shannon's mother, realized that her daughter had not come home. Initially, she was not overly concerned, assuming Shannon might have stayed over at Chris's place after the party. Besides, Shannon had a work shift on Sunday, so it was plausible she went straight to work from Chris's place. However, Dina's concern grew when she noticed several missed calls from an unknown number around midnight. Returning the call, she heard Shannon's friend's voice, informing her that Shannon and Chris had not shown up at the birthday party and were unreachable. This instilled fear in Dina, sensing that something terrible might have happened to her daughter and her boyfriend. Neither Shannon nor Chris was answering their phones, and Chris's parents were equally surprised, believing he was staying at Shannon's place. Further anxiety arose when it was discovered Shannon had not shown up for work either. The worried parents immediately contacted the police, but the response was lackluster. The officer suggested the couple might have simply sought some alone time and lost track of it. They also followed the protocol that an adult is considered missing only after 24 hours without contact. But for Shannon and Chris, those 24 hours were critical. Not willing to wait, the parents and friends of the young couple began their own search. They contacted everyone they knew, visited hospitals, distributed flyers with their photos, and set up social media groups appealing for any information about the missing students. Despite their efforts, no useful information surfaced. The last known sighting of Shannon was at the beauty salon she visited on Saturday. According to the hairstylist who attended her, Shannon only talked about the upcoming party and had no plans to stop anywhere else on the way, a gruesome discovery along the railroad tracks. It wasn't until Monday, January 8th, that the police finally began their search for the missing young couple, Shaman Christian and Christopher Newsom. By this time, thanks to the efforts of their parents and friends, almost the entire city was aware of their disappearance. The day before, on Sunday, there were rumors about a horrifying discovery near the railroad tracks, but no concrete information was available. A railroad worker inspecting the tracks in his assigned area stumbled upon what appeared to be severely damaged human remains on the embankment alongside the tracks. The body was in a horrific state with multiple injuries and had been doused with a flammable liquid in an attempt to burn it. The police, responding to the scene, cordoned off the area and conducted a thorough examination. However, they were unable to find any significant clues or leads. After taking necessary photographs, the remains were sent to the morgue for an autopsy to determine the cause of death and to attempt identification, though it was clear that the extensive damage and effects of the fire would make this difficult. Forensic experts determined that the body belonged to a young man who had suffered a brutal death. The victim had multiple injuries inflicted while he was alive, indicating prolonged and severe assault. Almost all of his teeth had been knocked out or damaged by blows. He had been shot 3 times, twice in the back in a final fatal shot to the head. Additionally, traces of seminal fluid from at least 3 different men were found in his body along with distinctive tears, suggesting repeated violent assaults. When police checked recent reports of missing young men, Christopher Newsom fit the description in age, height, and build. The officers contacted his parents and requested DNA samples for confirmation, but strongly advised against personal identification at the morgue as the burnt remains barely resembled human features. Unfortunately, the DNA analysis confirmed that the body belonged to the missing student, Newsom. The search for Shannon. Despite the distressing news about Christopher, Shannon Christian's parents still clung to the hope that their daughter was alive, possibly being held somewhere. Her mobile phone was last pinged on the day the couple disappeared in one of Knoxville's more troubled neighborhoods, a place they wouldn't have visited by choice. This indicated that they were likely brought there against their will, and Shannon might still be held in the area. In a secluded alley of this neighborhood, Shannon's Toyota 4Runner was found abandoned. It was in a terrible state, so much so that Dina and Gary Christian hardly recognized their daughter's car. The SUV was dirty, scratched, with broken headlights and deflated tires. All of Shannon's personal belongings were missing from the car, which was littered with cigarette butts, and the seats were torn and stained. The driver's seat was pushed far back, suggesting that a large adult male had been the last one to drive it. A crumpled envelope with the address 2316 Chipman Street was found on the floor between the seats, likely dropped by the perpetrator. A local witness reported seeing 4 African-American males driving the SUV that Saturday evening, a vehicle that stood out in that area. Fingerprints on the envelope led the police to Lamarcus Davidson, previously convicted for serious offenses. His residence, located in an industrial area near a wasteland, lacked witnesses. When no one responded to the police's knock and offered to surrender, they forced entry, hoping to find Shannon alive inside. Inside the house, they found Shannon's purse, a stuffed toy from her car, as well as Christopher's headphones and baseball cap, a knife with blood traces torn and blood-stained fragments of women's clothing, and Shannon's lifeless body were discovered in the house's trash chute system hidden under dirty sheets. She was bound in the fetal position and wrapped in 5 trash bags. Experts later concluded that she likely passed away in the early hours of Monday, January 8th. This tragic finding suggested that if the police had begun their search immediately after the missing persons report, rather than waiting for 24 hours, Shannon might have been saved. A horrific state of suffering. The condition of Shannon Christian's body was a horrifying sight even for seasoned forensic experts, as there was not a single untouched area on her. Shannon was covered from head to toe with bruises, abrasions, cuts, and cigarette burns. The numerous tears and injuries to her genital area, as well as her oral cavity and throat, indicated that she had been subjected to multiple assaults by several men. Shannon sustained a serious head injury and internal bleeding in the abdominal area, likely resulting from being kicked. Furthermore, the merciless assailants inflicted several penetrating, though not fatal, stab wounds on her and extinguished dozens of cigarettes on her skin. In a brutal attempt to destroy DNA evidence on her body, the perpetrators doused her with household bleach, paying particular attention to bleeding wounds and her genital area. She was also forcibly made to ingest bleach. After these torturous acts, Shannon, still alive, was wrapped in 5 trash bags and then shoved into a household trash chute covered with sheets and rags. She slowly suffocated and bled to death, helplessly trapped with no chance of escape or calling for help. 5 merciless perpetrators. Lamarcus Davidson, in whose house the mutilated body of Shaman Christian and personal belongings of the deceased Christopher Newsom were found, was immediately declared a fugitive. The police also tracked down another suspect, Eric Boyd, whose traces were found at the crime scene. Boyd was apprehended on January 11th without resistance and agreed to cooperate with the investigation, claiming he wouldn't go to prison for crimes he didn't commit. Boyd revealed that Davidson was hiding in a vacant house listed for sale and personally led the police to the location. Davidson, unprepared for this turn of events, was caught off guard and offered no resistance. Notably, at the time of his arrest, Davidson was wearing sneakers that had belonged to the deceased student. During interrogations, Davidson tried to minimize his role, portraying himself as a victim. He claimed that the couple had come to his house looking to buy banned substances, but were caught up in a conflict with his acquaintances. Davidson insisted that he left to avoid involvement, and the subsequent brutal acts occurred in his absence. Further interrogations revealed 3 more individuals involved in the case. Davidson's friend, George Thomas, his half-brother, Latalvis Cobins, and an 18-year-old woman named Vanessa Lynn Coleman. Once all 5 suspects were in custody, they were placed in separate cells and interrogated individually. Each tried to deflect blame onto the others, inadvertently revealing details of the heinous crime. Their fragmented accounts helped piece together the event's chronology and each perpetrator's role in the brutal act. A timeline of tragic events. Lamarcus Davidson, who had been released from prison on parole just a few months before these events, was desperately in need of money. He was involved in the sale of banned substances and urgently required a vehicle to deliver these to his customers. Davidson decided to steal a car from an underground parking lot known for its lack of surveillance cameras and headed there with his accomplices. Tragically, at that moment, students Shannon and Christopher were in the parking lot arguing over Chris's delay. The criminals, deciding to leave no witnesses, forced the couple into the trunk of a car at gunpoint. The pair was taken to Davidson's house where they were brutally beaten and repeatedly assaulted. After midnight, a barefoot and undressed Christopher was again forced into the trunk and taken to the railroad tracks. He was ordered to walk on the stones before being shot twice in the back. His torment was ended with a final shot to the head. His body was then doused with a flammable liquid and set on fire in hopes of destroying any evidence that could lead to the perpetrators. Having dealt with Newsom, the criminals returned to the house where Shannon remained bound. She endured horrific cruelty the next day, leaving her without a single uninjured area on her body. The sadists concluded their torture by dousing her with bleach and packing her still alive into plastic trash bags where she slowly suffocated. The exact moment when young Vanessa Coleman joined the group was unclear. During interrogations, She claimed to be a hostage herself, participating in the torture out of fear for her life. However, Boyd indicated that Coleman was Davidson's girlfriend and willingly participated in the events, even taking some of Shannon's jewelry and mobile phone. Further, a personal diary found at Vanessa's home contained her descriptions of the horrors at her boyfriend's house, which she referred to as an exciting adventure. The initial trials and sentences. During the investigation, it was established that Lamarcus Davidson, born in 1981, was the leader of the criminal group and the primary instigator of the brutal acts against the innocent victims. Davidson tried to deflect blame and downplay his role in the atrocities, attempting to shift responsibility onto the deceased themselves. Davidson claimed that the couple came to his house to buy banned substances and later suggested engaging in rough intimacy with him and his friends, a situation he said spiraled out of control. Remarkably, the defendant's lawyers latched on to this version, attempting to tarnish the reputations of the deceased in court. The parents of the victims later expressed immense emotional anguish over these claims. Nevertheless, Davidson was found guilty on 40 counts, including assault, kidnapping, robbery, and particularly cruel and premeditated termination of life, among others. The jury unanimously decided that Davidson deserved the death penalty for his heinous acts. Latalvis Cobbins, born in 1982, faced the death penalty for his role in the torture, assaults, and involvement in the termination of life. However, he was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. George Thomas, born in 1983, received a similar life sentence for his involvement in the same crimes with no chance of release. Eric Boyd, considering his cooperation with the investigation and assistance in capturing Davidson, was sentenced to 18 years of imprisonment. The relatives of both victims found this sentence outrageously lenient. As for Vanessa Coleman, born in 1988, the only female participant in the atrocities, the investigation proved her involvement in the torture, assaults, and in Shannon's tragic end. She was sentenced to 53 years in prison. Overturned verdicts and new hearings in 2011 while the criminals were serving their sentences and Davidson awaited execution. The case took an unexpected turn. The presiding judge resigned, admitting to a substance dependency. His ability to conduct trials was questioned, and his verdicts over the last 2 years were annulled, leading to new hearings, including the case of Christian and Newsom. A new judge scheduled hearings for all 5 individuals involved in the student's tragic end. After the retrials, Davidson's sentence remained unchanged, death penalty. Cobbins continued to serve his life sentence without the possibility of parole. Thomas, however, received a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 51 years. Vanessa Coleman's sentence was reduced from the original 53 years to 35 years. Her appeal in 2014 was rejected, and parole was denied in 2017. In 2020, the parole board decided she would remain incarcerated at least until April 2032. Eric Boyd's situation changed most dramatically. Originally receiving a relatively short sentence for cooperating with the investigation, his involvement in the assaults and tragic end of both victims was later proven. His retrial resulted in a life sentence without parole, with his accomplice, Thomas, testifying against him, revealing previously unknown details about Boyd's role. For his testimony, Thomas, who initially had the possibility of parole after 51 years, had his sentence reduced by 15%, contingent on good behavior. Boyd's attempts to appeal his new sentence were unsuccessful. He is currently serving his sentence in the Bledsoe County Correctional Complex. Davidson remains in the maximum security Riverbend institution, awaiting the execution of his death sentence. Public reaction and the case's impact. As previously mentioned, this trial garnered significant attention widely covered in the press and leading to the enactment of 2 laws. The first was aimed at protecting victims from defamation, attempts to shift blame onto them, and portraying them negatively. This was in response to the defense strategy of the accused and their lawyers who tried to label the students as drug users and thrill seekers in a troubled neighborhood. These claims were completely false and caused immense pain and suffering to the victims' families. The second law eliminated the need for a judge's signature on a jury's unanimous verdict, which, if in place during this case, could have prevented the need for retrials and sentence reviews. The house at 2316 Chipman Street, which became a torture chamber for the young couple, was demolished in the February. A memorial was erected on the site in honor of Shaman Christian and Christopher Newsom. In memory of Christian, a golf tournament and a Christian charity foundation were established, providing support to victims of violence. Similarly, a foundation in Newsom's name was created, holding annual memorial baseball tournaments at Halls Park and awarding a scholarship named after the deceased student and former baseball player. It's important to note that despite the public outcry and widespread attention, the media initially misrepresented details of the case, either accidentally or intentionally. Many believe that the variations in reporting and delayed coverage were influenced by racial motives, as the victims were white and the perpetrators were African American. However, the head of the Association of Criminal Writers and Editors noted, "I can't confidently say that this case would have received more attention if 5 white criminals had been accused of committing similar atrocities against 2 black individuals." Additionally, the Knoxville police chief stated that there was no evidence to suggest these crimes were committed based on racial animosity. The case of Lauren Stewart. Lauren Stewart, a 45-year-old woman, seemed to live a life of perfection. She was a devoted wife to Dan, a caring mother to her adult children, Stephen and Bethany, and it appeared that she had been blessed by fate. However, in the weeks leading up to her unimaginable act, she ventured into a dark world, exploring disturbing content on YouTube and researching methods to end her own life, eventually becoming skilled in the use of a Glock handgun. Lauren Devine. Stewart was born on January 9, 1973, and she spent most of her life in Michigan. Her work history included part-time personal training at the YMCA in Farmington Hills and occasional house cleaning. After leaving the Jehovah's Witnesses, she had pursued modeling and acting, exploring her creative side through workshops and networking with photographers. She was regarded as a charming and very pleasant woman. Lauren was married to a man named Daniel Stewart, who worked at the University of Michigan as a leading software architect dedicated to developing technology for predicting heart attacks. He had many years of experience as a code developer in the technology industry. Together with his wife, they were devout Christians within the Jehovah's Witness denomination for an extended period until 2013, when they decided to explore and take a different approach to their spiritual life. The couple had 2 accomplished children, 27-year-old Stephen, a data solution architect, and 24-year-old Bethany, a computer whiz who showcased her talents in art and graphic design. At 45, Lauren Stewart had it all: a flourishing husband, 2 educated children, a budding modeling career, and a charming Keogh Harbor home adorned with a welcoming heart wreath on the door. However, beneath this facade of perfection, she grappled with a hidden pain. Lauren had experienced the heartache of exclusion and rejection from the religion she and her husband Daniel had embraced just a few years earlier. Lauren and her husband decided to leave the Jehovah's Witness faith, a Christian denomination known for its strict indoctrination and the practice of shunning former members. The seemingly perfect exterior concealed a complex web of emotions and decisions that would soon unfold into a captivating narrative. Up until 2013, Lauren and her family had been devout Jehovah's Witnesses, strictly adhering to beliefs that eschewed celebrations like birthdays, Easter, Christmas, or any other event they believed contradicted the teachings of Christ. Additionally, their faith strongly discouraged higher education, putting Stephen and Bethany at risk of being excommunicated if they pursued college. However, Dan envisioned a brighter future for their children through higher education. When they sought approval from the church elders to allow their kids to pursue degrees, the response was firm: disobey the church's policies and face disfellowship. This threat weighed heavily on the steward, as almost everyone they knew, including their extended family, were part of the congregation. According to the church's rules, excommunication would mean complete isolation even from their own flesh and blood. After careful consideration, the steward made a bold decision to leave the religion they had long embraced. Although it initially felt right, the community's disapproval became unbearable, especially for Lauren. She described how routine tasks like grocery shopping were marred by dirty looks and hurtful comments from people she once believed were her friends, even though the belittling remarks were not directed at her. living in a small community of just 3,300 residents, many of whom were Jehovah's Witnesses. The Stewarts struggled with the reality that the church-approved members would constantly remind them of their outcast status whenever they had the chance. This emotional burden became too much to bear, leading to a breaking point. And in search of a lifeline, Lauren turned to the gym, making it a regular part of her life to rebuild her physical and mental well-being. Her remarkable transformation allowed her to secure a job as a fitness instructor, and she was even able to leverage her natural beauty to become a successful model, surprising those who crossed her path. During this period, Laura seemed pleasant and optimistic despite her church's rejection. However, beneath her confident facade, she was deeply and immensely suffering from chronic depression, an affliction that had plagued her even before the shunning intensified with each passing day. In a desperate attempt to mask her inner turmoil, she would occasionally let glimpses of her distress show through, only to quickly conceal them with a forced smile. One of Laura's most closely guarded secrets was the family's crippling debt, which was pushing them to the brink of ruin. Confronted with this dual onslaught of financial and emotional distress, she devised a plan to resolve all her problems at once. Haunted by her inner turmoil, Lauren Stewart's downward spiral was deeply chilling and heartbreaking. She delved into grim research, scouring YouTube for methods of ending her own life, and instructional videos on handling a handgun, all leading up to a fateful day on February 15, 2018. She left a poignant note on the dinner table, meticulously tidied the home, and texted her loved ones as well as her husband's boss just before the unthinkable act. At 9:24 a.m., she turned over all the family photos on a secretary desk and sent a message to her husband's boss stating that Dan had an accident and died. The boss reached out for further details, but received no response. Hours later, at 5:07 p.m. on the same day, she reached out to her cousin, confessing that she had become evil. She stated that she had taken her husband and kids with her, so they would not have to feel the impact of her selfish act, and that they would sleep until Christ resurrects them. Her cousin responded, urging her not to proceed with her plan. Lauren had become increasingly detached from reality in recent months, unbeknownst to her family. She had a pistol in her possession and had tragically decided to use it against the very people she professed to love. Her first victim was her husband, 47-year-old Dan, whom she shot in the head as he attempted to flee. With her most significant threat eliminated, she went upstairs to her 24-year-old daughter Bethany's room, where Bethany was asleep, and ended her daughter's life without hesitation. Next, her son Stephen, who lived in his own place across town, unknowingly arrived at the family home lured by false pretenses. With his back turned, unaware of the imminent danger, Lauren, the mother he loved, shot him at point-blank range. The horrifying scene didn't end there, as Lauren took the life of the family dog, placing its body in the bathtub. A neighbor had heard these shots, but assumed someone was slamming doors. The house became a chilling temporary morgue, and Lauren meticulously tidied up. The darkness culminated as Lauren turned the gun on herself using a method she had researched online. The cousin who Lauren had texted tried texting her back, but Lauren never responded. The next morning, on February 16th, the cousin went over to her house with a friend, and when they received no response at the door, they contacted the police for a check. When the police arrived at the house that morning, the kitchen was organized, the refrigerator was stocked, and handwritten labels were on various items with a calendar hanging on the refrigerator. Their discovery began with the family dog in the bathtub, triggering a chilling from the officers who feared there was an active shooter. They found Stephen Stewart on the floor, believed to have been shot while seated on a chair in another room. Bethany lay lifeless, shot in her sleep with a pillow, muffling the sound. Dan Stewart was discovered on the basement floor in front of a couch, his right hand still in his jeans pocket. The slightly pulled white pocket liner on his left pocket suggested he was standing when he was shot and attempted to react, thus pulling the pocket liner. Upstairs, Lauren was discovered at the base of the stairs, a pistol by her side, her self-inflicted wound between the eyes, echoing her online research. 2 notes were found on the dinner table. One was for the medical examiner, while the other, a chilling suicide note, exposed Lauren's inner turmoil. She wrote, I allowed evil into my heart when I chose not to accept God's free love, and it made me sick inside. I killed my family because I know my death would stumble them. At least now they will not suffer and will be resurrected to life forever in peace. As the police investigated the Stewarts' lives, a complex and puzzling picture began to emerge. Interviews with family, friends, and neighbors described the couple as reclusive with a sense of estrangement after leaving the Jehovah's Witness church. Lauren's past was marked by her own personal challenges, and some family members said she suffered from depression, which was further exacerbated by the demands of motherhood. In recent years, she became increasingly fixated on religion, often engaging in impassioned outbursts. Her family members, including her father and sister, revealed the extent of the emotional distance that had grown over time, and they had not spoken to her in years. Her mother had passed away when she was 13 years old. Estranged for years, they saw Dan as the catalyst pulling Lauren away from them and never really cared about him. They also shared troubling insights about the couple's mental health, characterizing their relationship as a fusion of mutual distress. To those who knew Lauren, her defiance of the Jehovah's Witness faith marked her as an apostate, a label that spoke to her outspoken opposition to the organization and her decision to leave it. The heart-wrenching tragedy left a deep scar on the lives of those who knew the family intimately. Joyce Taylor, a longtime family friend, was visibly shaken, believing that the murders were a direct consequence of the Stewarts' rejection by the Jehovah's Witnesses. Taylor and other former members shed light on the harsh reality of leaving the faith. They explained that once you depart from the church, even your own family members who remain within its fold are forbidden from interacting with you. A severe form of shunning that takes a heavy emotional toll. According to Taylor, Lauren and Daniel's desire to provide their children with a college education clashed head-on with the religion's teachings, which frowned upon such pursuits. The collision between their aspirations and the rigid doctrines of their faith set the stage for a tragic unraveling. They were shunned everywhere and every way possible. As Taylor said, if Lauren went to the grocery store, they didn't look her in the eye. When you're raised a Jehovah's Witness, they choose your friends. They choose who you associate with. And if you go against that, they will disfellowship you or shun you. In a shocking turn of events, Joyce Taylor stormed into a Kingdom Hall meeting in Union Lake, seizing the moment to confront the congregation. Standing on a chair, she boldly criticized the gathering, her voice resonating with a mix of anger and sorrow. "Excuse me, everyone," she declared. "My name is Joyce Taylor. 2 days ago, 4 people died as a result of your shunning process." Taylor's outburst sent shock waves through the room as she pushed away congregants and vented her pent-up frustration, shouting, "5 years ago, you people pulled your support from this small family. The only support they had was you people. You turned them away and you shunned them. And for what?" she exclaimed. "Because they wanted to raise their children as they saw fit." The police were aware of the family's issues with their former church, but declined to comment. Police records detailed how Lauren had recorded a poignant 2-minute video on February 6th at 11 p.m., explaining the depths of her despair. She cited a multitude of issues, expressing her inability to carry on and her desire not to burden others any longer. Abandoned by her church family, Lauren found herself drowning in a relentless sea of despair with what she believed to be the only escape, death. Convinced that ending her own life was the solution to her unbearable suffering, she made the agonizing choice to also take the lives of her loved ones, sparing them what she perceived as the inevitable shame and suffering that her actions would bring upon their household. Police records painted a grim picture of Lauren's mental state in the lead-up to the tragedy, noting her unmistakable signs of severe depression and increasingly abnormal behavior. It appeared that she had immersed herself in a personal interpretation of religion, intensifying her depression. Shockingly, she never sought professional help or counseling, and no prescription drugs or alcohol were found in her system. However, traces of marijuana were discovered not just in Lauren's system, but also in her husband and sons. The police investigation unraveled a complex web of factors contributing to her devastating actions. Loneliness, the severed ties with family and friends over religious differences, and deep-seated emotional scars stemming from alleged childhood sexual abuse, all converging to amplify her anguish and ultimately driving her to commit the unthinkable. In a striking testament to the estrangement within the family, Lauren's sister's response spoke volumes. She exhibited a somber demeanor and expressed a surprising lack of surprise when hearing the news of her sister's actions, demonstrating just how far Lauren had drifted from her own sister, who even showed little regret about the tragedy. While the motives behind Lauren Stewart's horrifying actions may have been due to the profound isolation imposed by her former church and her childhood trauma, it begs the question, could things have taken a different turn had she reached out for help when she felt suffocated by her circumstances? Tragically, rather than seeking counseling or professional guidance, Lauren chose a path of self-destruction with devastating consequences for all involved. As we reflect on this heartbreaking tale, our thoughts are with the victims whose lives were tragically cut short and the loved ones they left behind. Oscoda is a small town in northeast Michigan that lies along Lake Huron. On Halloween of 1969, the local high school was set to have its homecoming football game. The game briefly had to be evacuated due to a bomb threat. No bomb was found and no one was hurt. Unfortunately, that incident would not prove to be the biggest story of the night. That night, the three youngest daughters in the Havy family returned home after trick-or-treating with their mother. Their oldest sister Pamela had plans to go to the homecoming game at the high school and then meet her boyfriend at a Halloween party. Pamela was not home, and there was no sign that she had been home while her family had been out trick-or-treating. As the night went on, Pamela's mother began to worry. Pamela's boyfriend told them that she had never shown up to meet him at the party. As Pamela's worried mother began to call around to try to locate her 15-year-old daughter, she learned that she was not the only concerned parent in town that night. 16-year-old Patricia Spencer was also missing. Pamela and Patricia attended the same school and were acquaintances, but they were not known to be close friends or to spend time together alone. However, for some reason, they skipped part of school together on the day of Halloween. They were seen walking along River Road together and then seemed to disappear into thin air. The ongoing investigation into the girls' disappearance has been hampered by the fact that it was not taken seriously when it occurred. Authorities dismissed Patty and Pam as runaways and failed to follow up on potential leads. In February, a man reported to police that he had picked up the two girls along River Road the day they went missing and dropped them off at a gas station near the intersection of River Road and Route 23. This made him the last known person to see them. When asked why he did not report this in 1969, he told the police that he had. The man had come forward and been interviewed by the police on November 1st, the day after the girls went missing. Officers working on the case did not bother to even report the man's existence in the case's file. It is impossible to know how many other leads may have been received but ignored. While both girls had a reputation for partying, they had no reason to leave their home. Despite her young age, Pamela had recently become engaged to her boyfriend, so she had every reason to stay in Oscoda. Pamela's sister, Mary, is adamant that her sister and Patricia were picked up by the wrong person on Halloween of 1969 and met with foul play. She's also adamant that if the police had done their job correctly, both families would know what happened to their missing girls. Mary continues to return to her hometown every few months to hang new flyers, bearing her sister's image and asking for information. 30-year-old Sylvia Selenas owned a small grocery store at the intersection of 30, 1st Street and Avenue Q in Galveston, Texas. On October 31st, 1989, a silent alarm in the store triggered a phone call to 911. Police responded within minutes. Upon entering the small store, they saw bloody footprints on the floor. Behind the counter was Sylvia's body. Her killer was already gone. Sylvia had been stabbed in the heart with a large knife. The killer then used the murder weapon to pry open the cash register and steal all the cash out of it. This was what had set off the silent alarm. While the motive for the crime appears to be robbery, authorities believe that Sylvia knew her killer. She had no defensive wounds. She kept a gun and a machete behind the register to protect herself, but made no effort to grab for either of them. Her killer was able to get close enough to stab her without scaring her. According to her family, Sylvia would not let anyone behind the counter unless she knew them well and trusted them. After the murder, approximately 20 different men were interviewed and provided statements and fingerprints to the police. They were all cleared. In February 2008, Hurricane Ike destroyed all the stored evidence in Sylvia's case, except for a videotape taken at the scene. Luckily, fingerprints taken at the time of the murder were entered into a database and are available for comparison. In February 2018, Galveston police announced plans to resubmit them. For now, Sylvia's case still remains unsolved. Doris and Alan Sorenson lived in Windsor, a small town in northern Colorado. The couple ran a jewelry store on Main Street. Doris, 66, ran the counter of the store, while her husband, Alan, 79, mainly did repairs and engraving. On November 5, 1984, a friend of the Sorensons called the police out of concern for their safety. Neither of the Sorensons had been seen or heard from since Halloween, and newspapers were piling up at their front door. Police Chief John Michaels, the town's main investigator, took the call and agreed to go out to the Sorenson home. He was able to gain entry to the house through the back garage door. At 10:45 a.m., he discovered the bodies of Doris and Alan inside their brick home. The couple's beloved dog had also been killed. Chief Michaels found Doris in an upstairs bedroom and Alan was found downstairs. They had both been bound and strangled. Authorities determined that Alan and Doris had been killed on Halloween, the day they had last been seen. While the Sorensons were pleasant people who were kind and welcoming to others, they were also very private people. They interacted with the public only at their store, not attending parties or community functions. They left their house dark every Halloween to let trick-or-treaters know not to come to their house. This unfortunately meant that no one was near their home on the night of Halloween, giving the couple's killer the opportunity to not be detected. A year prior to their deaths, potentially down to the day, Alan and Doris were the victims of a burglary. Either late at night on October 30th or in the early hours of October 31st, 1983, a hole was cut in the roof of the Sorenson jewelry store. Thieves stole over $27,000 worth of gold and loose jewels. The vast majority of the stolen property was recovered several months later. In February of 1984, 7 people were arrested in connection with the crime. 3 men were convicted in the burglary. However, they were all in custody at the time of the Sorensons' murders. Police will not confirm if anything was taken from the Sorenson home at the time of the murder, but they have stated that nothing was removed from the jewelry store that night. According to a friend of the Sorensons, Doris and Alan potentially took cash and loose diamonds home with them at night. This means that robbery could still potentially be a motive in this case, even though it cannot be made known to the public. The case went cold very quickly, despite Chief Michaels working 16-hour days and traveling to different states to follow up on even the flimsiest of leads. Police have investigated persons of interest, but there have never been any real suspects in the case. As of 2018, the case is considered open but inactive. Roberta Miller, known affectionately as Bobby, lived a life full of family and activity. She had 6 siblings and raised 2 children of her own. She had recently finalized divorce from her husband, Gary Miller. She had previously worked at her husband's car dealership but was now working in real estate following her divorce. She had also decided to go back to school and study business. The Guilford, New Hampshire resident loved crafts and hiking on nearby Mount Major. She spent Halloween of 2010 at a hardware store shopping for supplies to make new flower boxes for her living room windows. The rich life of 54-year-old Bill was tragically cut short, however, when she was killed inside her home on the evening of October 31st. Bobby's body was discovered by her adult son Jonathan the following day. She had been shot multiple times. Bobby's yellow lab named Sport had also been killed by several gunshots. Police found no signs of forced entry. Bobby's family rented a billboard on Route 104 in Meredith, New Hampshire to ask for information and offer a reward in Bobby's case. The billboard is yet to generate an answer to the mystery of Bobby's murder, but in 2018 it did generate controversy. The usual message was briefly covered with a new sign questioning whether or not Bobby's son Jonathan was cooperating fully with the investigation into his mother's death. Jonathan has always maintained that he had nothing to do with his mother's death. He accuses his Uncle Ken of putting up the billboard, citing long-standing tension between the two of them. Ken has never confirmed if he was indeed the person who changed the billboard. The tensions within Bobby's family aside, they continue to fight to find out who took her life on Halloween of 2010. In 1983, 28-year-old Nancy Penner lived in Paradise, California with her boyfriend, Jeff Jeffries, and her 2 children. 4-year-old Omar was from a previous relationship, and infant Yana was Jeff's daughter. On Halloween night, Nancy was invited to celebrate at a friend's Halloween party. She never made it to the party. October 31st will be the last time anyone had contact with Nancy. When Nancy's brother tried to invite her to Thanksgiving dinner and could not contact her, he began to worry. He filed a missing persons report for her on December 19th. 3 days later, when he should have been celebrating Nancy's 29th birthday, Jeff Jeffries left California and flew to Hawaii with Nancy's 2 children. He eventually returned to the mainland United States, leaving Omar in California and dropping Yana off with his stepsister in Iowa. Jeff committed suicide in 1986. Omar was eventually adopted and changed his name to Daniel. In 2010, while acting in the play Masquerade at the Moulin Rouge, Daniel suffered what he described as a meltdown and began attending therapy. Coincidentally, he was in the process of transitioning back to using his birth name at this time. During therapy, Omar began remembering upsetting details from his early life. He remembered hearing Yana crying and seeing Jeff with his hand behind the toilet in the family bathroom. He remembered Jeff shooting and his mother running out of the house clutching her arm. This was the last memory he had of his mother. Police investigating the original missing persons report on Nancy did discover a bullet lodged in the bathroom cabinet of her home, corroborating Omar's recollection. It is unclear if this memory of Omar's is from the night Nancy went missing or sometime previous to it. The most obvious assumption to make is that Jeff chased Nancy from the house and killed her. Jeff reportedly owned property in rural Butte County, leading to speculation that he could have disposed of Nancy's body there. Unless Nancy's remains are found, however, it cannot even be said for sure if she is deceased. Furthermore, Nancy and Jeff grew pot at their home. If Nancy had been shot accidentally in a scuffle, or Jeff had to shoot her in self-defense, Jeff may not have wanted to alert the police. If Nancy did die on Halloween in 1983, it was not necessarily murder. Without Jeff Jeffries, even if Nancy's remains are found, the exact circumstances of her death may never be fully understood. Omar reconnected with his half-sister, Yana, in the 1990s. He has submitted a DNA sample to the police to hopefully help in Nancy's case. In 2010, he was finally able to locate and contact his birth father, Nancy's high school sweetheart. The case of Savannah Gold. In 2017, Sherry's world was turned upside down in Florida when her daughter Savannah failed to show up for work at the restaurant where she was employed. Sherry was unaware that this ordinary day would be the last time she'd see Savannah. An hour later, the restaurant called Sherry to inform her that Savannah hadn't arrived for her shift, which was unusual since she had never missed work before. The events that unfolded after that call were even more bizarre. When Savannah's father received a message on her behalf, riddled with spelling mistakes and lacking punctuation, he instantly knew it wasn't his 21-year-old daughter who had written it. The impersonator claimed Savannah had met an amazing guy, fallen in love, and decided to elope with him, promising to call later, paying close attention to its content. He knew his daughter well and was convinced that running away with her boyfriend was out of character for her. While Daniel studied his phone screen, trying to make sense of the message, Savannah's older brother Chris received a similar text, saying she was leaving with her boyfriend and that she was okay. Daniel's instincts told him something was wrong, so he immediately started calling his only to find it turned off. Savannah Page Gold was born on April 26, 1996, to Daniel and Sherry Gold. She lived with her parents and older brother, Chris, in Jacksonville, Florida. Savannah enjoyed various hobbies, including playing lacrosse, drawing, and dancing. Those close to her believed she embodied her last name, being a loving, kind, and caring person always willing to help others. Savannah turned down a college scholarship for art and design to care for her mother, Sherry, who had been diagnosed with cancer and was undergoing chemotherapy. To support her mother, Savannah took on household responsibilities and also worked as a waiter at Bonefish Grill, a restaurant. By the summer of 2017, she had been working at the restaurant for 2 years. On August 2nd, Savannah left for work at around 5 p.m., wearing her uniform, as her shift was scheduled to start at 5:30 p.m. However, less than an hour later, Sherry received a call from the restaurant asking why Savannah had not shown up for work. This surprised Sherry, as she knew her daughter was responsible and had seen her leave the house in her uniform, indicating that she had indeed gone to work. After Savannah's father received a suspicious phone call, her father and brother started getting strange messages that they didn't think were from her. They suspected someone was impersonating Savannah. Before this, Savannah's father had tried to contact the police, but he couldn't reach his daughter. She was reported missing, and the police launched a search for her. Since sending those messages, Savannah's phone and social media accounts have been inactive. The police first went to the establishment, where she worked, to investigate. They found her unlocked car in the parking lot, about 120 yards from the restaurant entrance. Her personal documents, wallet, cards, cash, and other valuable items were still inside the car. It was clear to the police that the story about Savannah running away with her lover was a lie. If Savannah had planned to disappear, she would have taken her documents and bank cards with her to avoid being traced. It didn't make sense that she would leave them behind in her car. Initially, there were no signs of a struggle or crime near or inside the car, except for the flat left front tire. Forensic experts were called to investigate, and detectives visited the restaurant to speak with Savannah's coworkers. However, they all claimed that Savannah hadn't come to work that day and that no one had seen her. The presence of Savannah's car parked 120 yards from the restaurant led detectives to suspect that something might have happened to her after she arrived at work. They began canvassing local establishments, particularly those with surveillance cameras, to review the footage and identify the moment Savannah parked her car. Although the image quality was poor, the police were able to see from the footage that Savannah parked her car, got out, and walked to a nearby silver Chevrolet Malibu sedan. For 14 minutes, she stood next to the driver's door, talking to the person behind the wheel. She then opened the back door and got in, and the driver followed suit. The police watched as the car shook, and the back door swung open 3 times before being closed again. Officers suspected that a fight had broken out inside the car between Savannah and the Chevrolet's owner. The man exited the car, approached Savannah's vehicle, opened the driver's door, and removed something from inside. He then punctured the front left tire, got back into his vehicle, and drove away without Savannah ever getting out. The owner of the Chevrolet Malibu was quickly identified as Lee Rodarte, a 28-year-old manager and chef at the restaurant where Savannah worked. He had helped distribute flyers with Savannah's picture during the police investigation and claimed not to have seen her for about 3 weeks, citing their different work shifts. However, when detectives re-interviewed restaurant employees, they discovered that Lee and Savannah's relationship went beyond a professional one. Several people came forward to reveal that the two had met secretly after hours and were romantically involved, a fact that Lee had failed to disclose to the police. During his work shift, Rodarte was arrested and taken to the police station for questioning. When he arrived, he immediately warned the detectives that he struggled with reading and writing. In response, they thoroughly explained his rights, including his right to an attorney and the fact that anything he said could be used against him in court. Rodarte then admitted that he had previously lied to the police when they interviewed the restaurant staff, saying he hadn't seen Savannah in a long time. In reality, he had seen her on the day she went missing, but he was afraid that if he told the truth, he would become a suspect in her disappearance, which is why he had lied. Lee said he had met Savannah about 2 years ago, when she started working at the restaurant. However, their socializing outside of work began around 8 months ago. At that time, he was already in a relationship with someone named Chelsea. When Chelsea discovered he had been unfaithful to her, she ended their relationship. Rodarte claims he dated Savannah for 3 months before she started using illegal drugs, which led him to end their relationship and reunite with Chelsea. Following the breakup, Rodarte and Savannah allegedly agreed to maintain a professional relationship limited to their work at the restaurant. As per company policy, prohibiting romantic relationships among employees. Rodarte also states that Savannah had disclosed their intimate relationship to other waiters, with the intention of getting him fired. Lee last saw Savannah on a Wednesday afternoon. He drove to the mall on August 2nd to talk to her and persuade her not to spread rumors about their relationship, as he feared losing his job at the restaurant where he had worked for 5 years. When he met her, Savannah had just taken a strong substance and was panicking, so she asked if she could sit in his car for a bit. Once inside, Lee demanded that she stop telling people they were still dating. Savannah asked him to join her in the back seat so they could talk. After moving to the back seat, Lee again asked Savannah to stop spreading rumors, but she refused, saying she would do as she pleased. This response infuriated Lee, who then got out, slashed a tire on Savannah's car and returned. When Savannah asked why he had done it, Lee admitted he was upset and angry. Next, as Rodarte claimed, Savannah exited his vehicle and headed towards the mall entrance, but didn't reach it. Instead, she got into an old green Ford pickup truck with tinted windows. At this point, she was holding her phone. However, detectives were aware that Savannah never left Rodarte's car and that he was lying. Unbeknownst to Rodarte, the police had surveillance footage that disproved his claim, showing no Ford pickup truck and Savannah remaining in his car. When asked about subsequent events, Lee stated that he drove home, even detailing the streets he took. Notably, the man had scratches on his arms and neck, which he attributed to a workplace injury when questioned about their origin. He claimed to have no knowledge. The detectives adjusted their questioning strategy. At first, they listened attentively to his stories, showing interest, but soon they applied gentle pressure. They informed him straightforwardly that evidence contradicted his claim that Savannah had exited his car. After a brief time, Rodarte altered his statement, asserting that he and Savannah had gone to his residence, and then she departed. The detectives remained skeptical and urged him to reveal the entire truth, considering Savannah's family's well-being. Rodarte ultimately admitted to fatally snapping Savannah's neck during a backseat argument in his vehicle. Following their departure from the parking lot, he sent messages to Savannah's father and brother from her phone, before discarding it out the window. But he soon discovered it wasn't as simple as he thought. Instead, he dug a hole and buried the body, only to later exhume it, wrap it in a blanket, and drive approximately 8 miles from the restaurant to a nearby pond where he discarded the body. Although the autopsy couldn't determine the exact cause of Savannah's death, the examination revealed that her neck wasn't broken, as Rodarte had claimed, and no illegal substances were found in her body. However, forensic experts discovered that the thyroid cartilage in Savannah's throat was fractured, suggesting strangulation, and roughly 75% of her body exhibited fire damage. Despite confessing to the crimes, Rodarte maintained his not guilty plea on charges of second-degree murder, tampering with evidence, and abuse of a dead body. The autopsy revealed that the condition of Savannah's body was too compromised to determine an exact cause of death. Contrary to Rodarte's claims, her neck was not broken and no illegal substances were found in her system. However, the autopsy did indicate that Savannah was strangled as her thyroid cartilage was broken and approximately 75% of her body had been burned. Rodarte's confession was revoked at trial, where he claimed he acted in self-defense, alleging that Savannah had initiated the strangulation. This reversal put Savannah's family through additional trauma, forcing them to attend numerous court hearings. Gold, Savannah's mother, has battled recurring cancer during this ordeal, but she remains committed to attending every hearing alongside her family. They have been present at 26 out of 27 hearings. Enduring the emotional toll of facing Rodarte, the man responsible for their daughter's death. The family's primary concern now is to bring this painful process to a close and secure justice for Savannah. Lee Rodarte was not the only family member to be charged with murder. In 2016, a year before Lee committed his crime, his sister Amber Camarillo, then 26 and still known by her maiden name Rodarte, shot and killed a woman during a dispute over a car. She received a 20-year prison sentence. Lee Rodarte was offered a plea deal, which required him to plead guilty to second-degree murder in exchange for a 40-year prison sentence. In return, the charges of tampering with physical evidence and abuse of the body would be dropped. After consulting with his attorneys, Rodarte accepted the deal and was sentenced to 40 years in prison. On March 11, 2021, following the verdict, Savannah's family expressed gratitude to everyone for their support. Daniel Gold stated that they loved Savannah and were overwhelmed to discover how many others also cared for her. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.